We open on a breathtaking and chaotic scene. Tabors, the star of night, a realm of floating gardens and shattered sky. Cities, a lone figure in black dashes through the greenery, moving with incredible speed. Suddenly, he stops, sensing an immense power gathering from above. A colossal bolt of lightning smashes into the ground right where he stood, a clear warning shot. With a grin, a white-haired gunslinger emerges from the smoke, pistols already drawn and ready for a fight. He looks up to see his opponent, a silhouette against the storm-racked sky. The attacker is revealed, Cumulonimbus, the majestic and imposing guardian of the garden. With a simple, almost lazy flick of her finger, she unleashes another devastating energy blast. The gunslinger is thrown back, caught in a blinding storm of purple and blue energy. He returns fire, but his bullets spark harmlessly against the Guardian's defenses as she smirks, completely unfazed. Cumulonimbus keeps the pressure on, hurling a brutal lightning strike down at the gunslinger. He drops through the blast, and answers with both pistols blazing, refusing to back off. Her body takes the shots, but the Guardian barely flinches as he keeps firing upward. The bullets only spark uselessly, while she gathers another storm of energy around him. The battlefield erupts into burning rings and roaring blasts as the gunslinger gets dragged into the chaos. He finally realizes that this is no ordinary lightning, and his cocky edge starts to crack. Cumulonimbus twists the storm into a crushing vortex, tightening the trap with cruel patience. The gunslinger is slammed deeper into the surge, his coat and body swallowed by blue-white destruction. Even then, he forces his way through, while she grins and seems ready to end it cleanly. The storm keeps shredding everything in its path, and the guardianship of the garden turns into pure massacre. Cumulonimbus keeps pressing the assault, and the battlefield twists into a blue-white maelstrom around her. A stray burst tears past as the gunslinger gets flung through the storm, still refusing to go down. She watches him with a smug smile, clearly enjoying how badly he is being overwhelmed. His face tightens as he realizes something worse is happening, and his earlier confidence finally starts to crack. Cumulonimbus drops into full view, lightning crawling over her body as she proves the storm is her own weapon. The gunslinger drives a pistol up at her, but she stands there like a queen above the wreckage. He squeezes off his final shot, and she answers with a cold farewell as the duel reaches its end. The blast slams into him, and he finally understands too late that her body itself releases lightning. His coat is ripped by the surge as the attack sends him skidding away, barely hanging on. Unshaken, Cumulonimbus remains wrapped in crackling power, ready to finish the massacre. The white-haired gunslinger keeps pressing forward, and Cumulonimbus mocks his struggle as if he still needs saving. He steadies himself anyway, knowing her storm has only gotten more unnatural. Below them, the battlefield crackles while he argues that she never gave a real reason to stay out of it. She answers with cruel confidence, amused that his warning came far too late. His expression tightens as he realizes something is still wrong, and her next move proves it. Cumulonimbus unleashes a massive roaring thunder dragon, turning the sky itself into her weapon. The two of them react at once, finally understanding that this is her ultimate attack. The gunslinger panics as the dragon bears down, while she tries to cut him off before he can escape. He refuses to yield and shouts through the chaos, desperate to handle the fight alone. Even now, he keeps fighting head-on, choosing pride and survival over backing down. The gunslinger still barrels forward, snarling that he will take the black one himself. Cumulonimbus answers by unleashing the thunder dragon, and the battlefield instantly turns into her personal slaughterhouse. He snaps back into motion, telling the others to split up while he handles the upper path. The dragon lunges overhead as he keeps firing, refusing to let fear slow him down. Even as the beast closes in, he keeps pressing the attack, cursing her for pushing him this far. The storm swells around them, and the dragon's sheer size makes his odds look laughable. Cumulonimbus spreads her power wider, calmly shaping the lightning into a massive golden execution trap. His expression tightens as he realizes the opening is disappearing, but he still refuses to retreat. The dragon and the gear-like barrier crush the space around him, forcing the fight into a deadly choke point. Then the attack finally detonates, and Cumulonimbus' finishing blow floods everything in blinding force. The gunslinger takes a brutal hit, but the lightning ring keeps grinding into him. He screams in disbelief, realizing the others never reached him in time. Frantic, he blames the chaos and curses the man who refused to stop. The massive golden trap keeps expanding, turning his escape into a joke. Caught between crushing barriers, he still tries to push forward. The storm tears the space apart, and he finally gets flung hard. He scrambles through the air, still stubborn enough to keep going. Relief flashes across him as he realizes he survived by staying with the others. A blinding surge erupts behind him, swallowing the battlefield in raw lightning. Even then, he keeps moving, refusing to let the finishing blow end the fight. The gunslinger's expression sharpens as she finally senses something off in the storm. Behind her, one ally is still shouting for the ranger to get up, but the collapse is already setting in. Bloodied and barely conscious, she stares ahead, realizing the blow has left a real wound. The white-haired fighter tumbles through the dark, admitting the battle has ended in the most pathetic way possible. Jinsung seethes at the blame, furious that the one who failed to dodge is turning this on him. The recap cuts to Dungeon and Fighter, revealing Arad as the battlefield where countless explorers gather. Crowds flood the continent, and among them the white-haired gunslinger stands out like trouble waiting to happen. Jinsung, stuck in the middle of it all, looks increasingly annoyed as the situation keeps spiraling. He starts arguing back, insisting the blame makes no sense, and that he was not the one who froze. Even with the chaos around him, the larger world keeps moving, and this absurd fight feels only like the opening act. Risking life now means everything, whether for glory, wealth, or the thrill of the fight. Even the oddballs and the overconfident step in, pretending this madness is just another day. Then the white-haired gunslinger appears again, and the crowd instantly notices she is not like the others. She finally gets his name right, but the moment still hangs with the same awkward tension. Her plea turns into a warning as Arad's path grows dangerous, and she realizes he wants to face it alone. He doubles down on that stubborn pride, refusing help and acting like some tragic lone wolf hero. The nonsense becomes even funnier when the battle is framed as a roleplay, and he treats it like destiny. Jinsung watches from his stream, laughing at the absurdity while still admitting the whole thing is strangely impressive. As the replay rolls on, he keeps mocking the drama. Yet he cannot deny the white-haired fighter is serious about the act. By the end, the real joke is the audience itself, because this reckless role-player is already pulling in viewers. Baek Jinsung, a veteran DNF player and streamer, leans back while enjoying the chaos. He smugly figures the newcomer came to him because he teaches people. The chat erupts with jokes as he keeps treating the whole thing like content. He decides to pull the ranger into his stream, still sounding amused. Then he half-seriously addresses her as a ranger and acts like this is all for Arad. Jinsung remembers the stranger's nonsense, but assumes he is just attention-starved. That confidence dies fast when the ranger suddenly snaps, furious that the joke went too far. He jolts in shock as the other man storms off the party in a rage. Jinsung stares at the screen, realizing the recording could be ruined if the file is lost. Relieved at first, he immediately turns annoyed again and blames the troll for ruining everything. He had made it sound dramatic, but the joke was already turning deadly. The attack surges harder, and the whole space starts cracking apart. Even the air itself seems to split as the force keeps building. Jinsung freezes, stunned that the ridiculous chaos is suddenly real. His panic spikes when the destruction tears through his room next. Furniture and debris go flying as the blast keeps ripping everything apart. He flails in terror, realizing this is far beyond a harmless prank. The winged woman finally makes the warning clear. Contact with the blade triggered it all. Jinsung gets slammed by the aftermath, and the room around him shatters completely. With one final crack, the whole setup breaks, as her power leaves nothing intact. Jinsung stares at the fallen ranger and the white-haired woman, still trying to understand what kind of disaster this has become. Cumulonimbus turns cold and merciless, making it clear that the blade was the trigger for everything. Jinsung gets shoved into the backlash as the broken room keeps collapsing around him. He is flung backward in pure panic, realizing this was never a prank or a game. Above them, the storm swells into something monstrous, swallowing the sky and hammering the land. The pressure keeps ripping through the terrain, leaving nothing but shattered earth in its wake. The violent blast tightens into a spinning storm, and even the creatures nearby are caught in the fallout. Jinsung struggles to breathe, barely able to process the chaos as something grabs at him. His fear spikes when he realizes his arms are being messed with, and even the sword in his hand feels wrong. Before he can recover, a massive impact erupts nearby, sending the white-haired woman into the center of the wreckage. The blast keeps ripping through the ruins, flames surging as the battlefield turns into a furnace. The forest creatures stagger through the fire, but the chaos has already swallowed the ground beneath them. Cumulonimbus finally appears above the wreckage, cold-eyed and furious as the beasts recoil below her. She snaps at the intruder's presence, treating the whole forest like her personal domain. When the fire is called out for causing damage, she only grows more vicious and orders the complaints to stop. She dives back into the melee, carving through the monsters with ruthless speed. The beasts lunge and crash after her, but they are already losing control of the battlefield. One impact sends shockwaves across the ground, and even the strongest of them start to buckle. A violent strike tears through the mass of bodies, leaving the creatures reeling in panic. The storm of blows keeps rolling forward, and the forest monsters are left getting shredded by her power. A monster crashes forward through the storm while the streamer stares in disbelief, realizing the whole chaos has gone completely off the rails. Panicking beasts recoil, as the fire and lightning keep swallowing the battlefield whole. The forest burns in a hellish corridor, with the monsters now scrambling just to survive the advance. One beast orders the others to hunt the intruder, but even their rage sounds desperate now. A white-haired fighter lurches through the heat, already realizing these creatures are spreading fast and closing in. He stumbles under the pressure, starting to understand the enemy is not some ordinary forest pack at all. His hand tightens as the truth hits him hard enough to shake his confidence, because this is a Dark Knight class from DFO. The ruined path stretches ahead, and he only grows more confused, wondering what kind of game has trapped him here. Jinsung's face twists in panic as he realizes escape is no simple matter anymore. His last thought is brutally simple. Getting back to the real world is the only thing that matters now. The blonde intruder reels back as something slams through the inferno, leaving him stunned by the sudden presence. A horned beast crashes hard into the scorched ground, its pain-filled roar cutting through the fire. The masked woman watches the chaos with a cool, unreadable stare, already knowing this nightmare has worsened. The blonde fighter stares in disbelief, then finally recognizes the truth with a jolt of fear. Bloody Ghost Knight bursts in with Saria beside him, and the intruder is forced to face the impossible. The impact lands cleanly, dropping the beast as the forest keeps burning around them. Bloody Ghost Knight confirms the obvious, and the intruder starts piecing together who just arrived. Saria steps forward, openly offering help instead of wasting time on panic. Bloody Ghost Knight keeps his guard up, while Saria waits for an answer, both of them taking the stranger seriously. The intruder finally understands they are talking about the forest disaster, and the realization hits too late. The blonde fighter freezes in the burning forest, wondering if this disaster is some early quest event. The absurd clue clicks together for Jinsung too, and he realizes Bloody Ghost Knight must be a real player doing the quest. Bloody Ghost Knight's name slams into view, proving the legend is no rumor. Jinsung finally accepts it, just as Bloody Ghost Knight tears into the fight without hesitation. The knight keeps driving forward, slicing through the chaos with brutal speed. A horned winged woman answers with a blazing counterattack, and the battlefield erupts even harder. The blast hurls him back in a flash of smoke and fire. He catches himself and keeps moving, while the fiery foe watches him from the inferno. Bloody Ghost Knight closes in again, bloodless and relentless, blade ready for the next strike. The clash stretches across the burning forest, and the enemy is left reeling in the distance. The blast keeps tearing through the forest, and even Cumulonimbus gets caught in the fury. The shockwave hurls her back as smoke, fire, and debris swallow everything around her. Her lightning beast surges again, but the knight keeps driving through the inferno. Cumulonimbus takes a brutal hit, and the attack leaves her staggering. Jinsung can barely process how overwhelming the battle feels up close. Watching her fall apart in real time, he realizes the damage is far worse than on screen. Cumulonimbus lies bloodied in the flames, and the sight finally sinks in. She still refuses to go down, and that stubborn survival catches everyone off guard. The shock of it hits hard, as the others realize she is still alive. For all the brutality, this battle is far from over. 10 years earlier, the forest tragedy began with blood, fire, and a wounded woman still talking through the pain. Even with everyone stunned, the blonde intruder realizes Ghost Knight might be the only one who can help. Ghost Knight steps in, and Saria freezes at the sight of him like the situation just got far worse. A roaring strike surges down, and the blonde fighter barely manages to react before getting crushed by the blast. In the burning clearing, Ghost Knight and Saria face the inferno as she admits the flames cannot be stopped. She turns toward Karaha and the others, while Ghost Knight drives forward through the fire without hesitation. The impact finally lands on Cumulonimbus, leaving her trapped and reeling under the strange glowing seal. She realizes even moving or speaking is impossible, and that smug little pause only makes the humiliation sting harder. Cumulonimbus then decides they may pass, and the blonde intruder instantly understands just how dangerous that mercy is. With the dungeon's next floor warning echoing through the chaos, Ghost Knight and Saria hurry on as the newcomer scrambles to keep up. The burning forest still rages ahead as Jinsung pushes deeper through the chaos. A sudden strike tears across the ground, and the blast leaves him scrambling. He reels in disbelief, realizing something in the darkness just blocked his path. Even with the flames around him, he notices the forest has swallowed the others completely. His panic spikes as the Shadow Thunderland feels far less like a tutorial and more like a trap. Then the truth sinks in. This supposed beginner dungeon is anything but simple. He steadies himself, already worrying that Ghost Knight may clear the place before he can catch up. The thought only makes him rush harder, since falling behind now would be a disaster. He keeps moving through the wet, suffocating woods, every shadow setting his nerves on edge. Down below, the path opens into darker depths, and the dungeon's next danger is already waiting. Jinsung freezes for a split second as the darkness answers him with a swarm of red-eyed corpses. The so-called mobs close in fast, and he realizes the dungeon's enemies are anything but harmless trash. He panics and shouts for them to stay back, but the monsters keep pressing through the forest path. One beast lunges at him before he can breathe, forcing the fight into brutal, point-blank chaos. The white-haired gunslinger darts in and drives her blade and shots into the nearest ghoul, refusing to be cornered. She lands clean hit after clean hit, then notices the creatures here are far nastier than the game ever made them look. Jinsung hears Saria scream somewhere ahead, and instantly understands Ghost Knight must already be deeper inside. That realization sends him sprinting harder, because losing ground now would leave everyone trapped in this nightmare. The gunslinger keeps cutting through the pack, even as the forest spits out more snarling monsters from every side. And with the dungeon still swallowing the path ahead, she pushes onward, knowing the real danger is only getting closer. The gunslinger finally spots Ghost Knight ahead, and the chase turns into a direct hunt. A frozen figure watches the battlefield as the stormlight keeps warping everything around her. The monster's face twists under the pressure, already looking less like a boss and more like a disaster. Ghost Knight steps into view at last, and the hunt suddenly has a name. Jinsung stares blankly, realizing this strange man is not some random survivor. Bloody Ghost Knight acts almost casual, as if this ridiculous storm is just another bad day. Jinsung blurts out his panic, while Ghost Knight and the gunslinger seem more interested in talking than dying. The gunslinger lunges in again, refusing to let the monster recover even for a second. Jinsung keeps calling after them, but the answer is another brutal clash of steel and storm. A final blast of ice and lightning tears through the path, and the whole hunt tips deeper into chaos. Ghost Knight finally steps in, and Jinsung's panic spikes as he realizes this monster hunt has a name. The forest beasts keep rushing forward, but the warning to stay out of the way already sounds far too late. Jinsung flails and shouts at the chaos, while the gunslinger keeps pressing Ghost Knight's icy opponent. He still thinks this guy is basically away from keyboard, which makes the next exchange look even more ridiculous. From both sides, the clash turns into a blur of steel and storm, with neither fighter backing off. Ghost Knight takes a brutal hit and barely budges, proving this fight is nowhere near simple. Jinsung screams again as the pressure keeps building, and the battlefield starts closing in on him too. One exchange after another, the monster drives in with savage force, but Ghost Knight keeps meeting it head-on. The white-haired gunslinger keeps fighting through the pain, refusing to let the beast or the storm win. By the end, even he admits it hurts, and death feels a little too close for comfort. The monster lunges with a blade in its face, but the desperate cry for it to stop only makes the killing pressure feel worse. Another terrified scream follows as death closes in, and the intruder finally realizes this fight is anything but survivable. Jinsung barrels in with his sword, cutting down one beast as the forest battle erupts into pure chaos. He flinches at the next opening, confused for a split second as the monster's movement turns absurdly unpredictable. The pack keeps swarming him, forcing him to hack and dodge while his panic starts turning into raw survival instinct. Then it clicks for him, and he realizes this body is reading the monsters far better than expected. His expression hardens at once, calm settling in where fear was a moment ago. With that realization, he starts slicing through the swarm like he finally knows their rhythm. He treats the monster's attacks like skills he has seen every day for over a decade, and the gap in experience finally shows. Even the beast's feral glare cannot hide it now, because he has already started dismantling their pattern. His movements stamp themselves into memory as the monsters keep diving in. One after another, their skills light up like patterns he already knows by heart. He keeps slicing through the swarm, telling himself the body will follow the mind. A blonde ally steps in beside him, greeting the other fighter with smug ease. That confidence barely wavers as he warns the intruder to start praying. The storm of strikes continues, and the winged monster is forced back through the barrage. Jinsung's eyes sharpen as he recognizes those attacks as ordinary cuts and brief openings. The Bloody Knight's assault keeps overlapping them, turning the battlefield into a blur of cloned rhythms. He starts reading every strike as a normal attack, then punishes the gaps without mercy. Before long, even the same pattern repeats again, and he dismantles it all over again. Jinsung keeps carving through the swarm, trusting his body to follow the sharp pattern he has already read. The storm answer comes crashing down, but he refuses to slow, forcing the monster to keep retreating. A jagged surge of lightning erupts through the forest, turning the battlefield into a glowing disaster. Cumulonimbus snarls through the pain, still trying to swing back with raw fury. Jinsung lands another clean opening, and the monster's momentum starts to crack. He slips inside the next attack and cuts again before the beast can reset. The winged monster reels backward, clearly losing control as the pressure keeps mounting. Blood and steel scatter through the chaos while Jinsung drives the assault even harder. Cumulonimbus staggers, her power wobbling as the repeated pattern gets torn apart. At last, even her glare turns frantic, because the hunter has become the one breaking her down. Jinsung catches the rhythm of skill chaining, realizing it can cancel attacks and slip him a short distance ahead. A burst of power tears through the forest, and the battlefield keeps unraveling under the pressure. The skill combo system kicks in as he triggers Time Break, freezing the tempo around him. He studies the wreckage below and recognizes the old Dark Knight technique behind the movement. The monster reels in pain, still trying to recover while Jinsung stays one step ahead. Blood sprays across the ground as he slices in again, mocking how stubborn ghouls can be. Cumulonimbus starts muttering about a magic circle and desperately tries to restore her form. Jinsung notes the dungeon break event has begun, and the Ghost Knight quest seems to have been cleared by accident. The vortex swallows a glowing purple relic, and the storm keeps twisting out of control. Jinsung stands alone in the chaos, calmly letting the final surge sweep past as the monster's collapse continues. Jinsung freezes, startled by the force behind the relic's strange pull. The glowing purple object twists in his grasp, and even he can't hide his confusion. His next strike lands cleanly, blasting through the monster's defenses in one brutal flash. The shattered light clears as he keeps pressing upward, no longer letting the storm control the pace. Jinsung screams in frustration, still haunted by the same disaster repeating itself. Namir watches with quiet approval and finally reveals herself as the goddess of wisdom. She explains that this enlightened being can travel across worlds, and Jinsung realizes this is no ordinary summon. Jinsung protests that a game should not be able to pull in someone real, but the answer is already turning in his favor. Namir says she has been watching him, the sharpened blade meant to finish the mission. Then she names the path ahead. If he serves Arid with everything he has, he can become the true blade of this world. Namir insists he must not stop at being only a blade, and Jinsung is left baffled by the warning. She explains that a blade means an adventurer here, while the people controlling them are the users behind the game. That leaves Jinsung stunned, because she summoned a user to become something beyond an adventurer. Nemur singles him out with eerie certainty, and he immediately senses this is heading somewhere dangerous. When he tries to refuse, she shuts him down without mercy and keeps the pressure on. Jinsung insists he wants no part in her plan and demands to be sent back home instead. Namir answers that this burden belongs to him, and her power surges with a sharp, blinding force. Jinsung snaps under the strain, realizing she is trying to force him into a role he never chose. His panic erupts into blame and regret as he accuses himself of ruining everything. Namir stands unmoved, still pressing the attack while his sword closes in through the chaos. Jinsung staggers under the force of the attack, still reeling as the pressure closes in. He bends forward in pain, while the strange crystal shards keep tearing through the air around him. Namir calmly continues, revealing that the blade he destroyed was tied to a human from his world. She drives the point deeper, claiming that arrogance against the blade's fate brought the Time Lords into motion. Jinsung's face tightens, as Namir pins the blame on him and calls the burden his responsibility. The shock hits hard, and he realizes that the ranger was a living human just like him, not some disposable tool. Namir then explains that this corruption has already derailed the trials and pushed the blade off course. Jinsung finally catches on, understanding that the corruption is spreading through Arad itself. Namir warns that if it keeps going, the trials will twist the future into something far worse. Jinsung stares ahead, grimly seeing that the path is already leading toward that ruined future. Namir pushes the forging Tong role as the one who must guide the blades through proper trials. Jinsung catches the strange wording, already suspicious of this whole setup. In the dungeon, Bloody Ghost Knight holds Saria back while the ritual path seems to demand her stillness. Jinsung realizes Saria's role matters, and without her, the next quest would stall into a bug. The meaning sharpens fast. The forging Tong is meant to stop those bugs before the story collapses. Nemur then launches him onward, ordering him to deal with the corruption and find its source. Jinsung nearly loses it, furious that a low-level character is being forced onto him like a burden. Namir answers by promising to return him home once his duty is done, and that only makes him protest harder. She refuses to back down, demanding he help the blades and purge the corruption as the path surges ahead. Jinsung keeps struggling in that blaze of power, still raging that this mess came with no proper ability to match it. The blazing force keeps surging forward, and Jinsung is dragged deeper into Nemur's overwhelming trial. Namir explains that she cannot grant him reality-splitting power, only one reward, so he had better choose carefully. Jinsung stares at the rare avatars and equipment, stunned that even Master Gear shows up in the options. A jolt of hesitation hits him, because the choices are absurdly strong and the decision could shape everything. Namir calmly cuts off the uncertainty, refusing to hand over more than the trial allows. Jinsung locks onto King's contract and demands it permanently, choosing raw advantage over the rest. The weapon answer comes instantly, and the trial power slams into him with violent force. Jinsung reels as the energy surges through his body, finally feeling the item's brutal weight. His aura erupts brighter, and even he seems startled by how much power is being forced out. By the end, the pressure turns feral, and Jinsung's sudden strength leaves the battlefield trembling. Namir cuts in before Jinsung can ask for more, shutting down his greedy little hope for extra rewards. Jinsung still tries to bargain for something absurd, but the goddess flatly refuses to go beyond the trial's limits. He finally commits to King's contract, choosing raw strength over every safer option. The reward answers at once, and the trial's power slams into him like a brutal wave. Jinsung staggers under the surge, feeling the item's weight turn real instead of theoretical. His aura flares hard enough to make even him pause, and the pressure starts to turn wild. Elsewhere in the burning forest, the aftermath hangs heavy as Jinsung lies stunned in the dark. Bloody Ghost Knight spots him and immediately wonders if the event is still being cleared. Saria starts connecting the dots, suspecting that lag is what kept him from moving. Bloody Ghost Knight narrows his eye and notices the magic circle, realizing something is still very wrong. Jinsung decides to follow the others, and the hunt through the forest picks up at once. Ahead, the twisted trees and dead silence make this place feel even more wrong. Back in the village, Bloody Ghost Knight and Saria keep staring at Jinsung, still trying to make sense of the chaos. Jinsung studies the settlement and realizes it really is the Elfguard village. For a moment, the strange beauty of Arad almost makes the nightmare feel unreal. But the weight on his wrist reminds him this world is real, and every step still matters. He remembers the forging tongs and the corruption tied to them, and the truth starts sinking in. Then he closes his eye, steadying himself as one fact becomes impossible to ignore. If this world is arid, he will have to live as its forging tongs and push forward anyway. With that resolve burning hot, he swears he will keep moving and make it out alive. The forging tongs mission finally clicks, and heading for the village becomes the only way forward. On the road, Jinsung starts digging into the strange system and realizes there are more rules than he expected. He triggers a translucent interface, proving this world really does hand him a game-like window. His inventory opens next, and the old practice sword shows up, making him realize it was never truly gone. Jinsung catches on that Namir must have returned it, and that small kindness feels annoyingly generous. He checks the item slots, sees a few simple supplies, and starts believing he is almost done for now. Then the status window appears, and his weak-looking level makes the whole system feel less glamorous. He notices the minimap and auction are missing, leaving only inventory and info as usable windows. That narrow setup leaves him staring harder, already sensing this world is hiding plenty from him. When his adventurer rank and reputation show up, he accepts the brutal truth that he is still utterly pathetic. Namir reveals the Archmage's dimension corridor, and Jinsung realizes that reaching it is the only way back home. The system slaps him with the ugly truth anyway, since entering dungeons demands far more reputation than he currently has. His info window confirms the brutal gap, and that pathetic level makes the whole game-like setup feel less like a blessing. Out in the forest, he admits the road is still long, while realizing Namir is far less helpful than she pretends. Even after finding the corridor, he suspects she will not hand him a clean return without another catch. The absurd answer arrives next, since he no longer needs food and realizes Nemr meant freedom from ordinary limits. Her warning turns darker, as corruption is tied to her help and could drag Arad itself to ruin. The real objective finally surfaces. Namir wants to revive the creation god and remake the world from scratch. That revelation lands like a curse, because her true plan is far bigger than guiding one stubborn adventurer. And just like that, the corruption starts tearing through everything, leaving Jinsung staring at a world ready to crack apart. The blast tears through the land as Jinsung's fears of helping Namir's madness finally feel justified. Her plan to destroy Arad hangs over the chaos, and he realizes this is far bigger than one escape route. Back in the forest, Jinsung lies stunned for a beat, still hearing that absurd promise in his head. He brushes it off with ugly confidence, deciding survival comes first no matter how twisted the game is. Then he hardens his resolve and starts moving again, knowing surviving this world means adapting fast. Crossing the sky, he pushes toward Hendenmeyer, already chasing the next place that might hold answers. At the capital's entrance checkpoint, his patience evaporates at the slow line and the pointless delay. He scoffs that the same trip would take seconds in the game, then gets stopped by the guards anyway. Surrounded at the gate, he freezes for a moment as the soldiers silently size him up. And just like that, his smug grin slips, because even here, the world still knows how to make him wait. Jinsung freezes under the checkpoint's glare, already annoyed that this city can still waste his time. He grumbles about the entrance fee, then remembers he had completely forgotten about the guards waiting here. The gatekeeper steps in and demands to know what it takes to enter Hendenmeyer, cutting off his swagger fast. Jinsung stares back, caught off guard as the man calls out Linus by name, and proves he is no random bystander. Linus acts smugly familiar, and Jinsung realizes the man actually knows him, which only makes this mess more annoying. The blonde finally remembers Linus is the NPC who handles the entrance fee, and that tiny detail turns into a huge problem. He tries to negotiate, asking for money, but Linus instantly pushes back and refuses to hand over anything for a wanderer like him. Jinsung quickly scrambles for an excuse, realizing too late that the payment is tied to the reward for saving Saria. With his cover unraveling, he panics over what to say next and starts wondering how to earn Linus' trust before this gets worse. His nerves completely crack as Linus keeps pressing him, and the so-called fearless traveler is left begging not to be turned away. Linus falls silent for a beat, and Jinsung's swagger finally starts to crack. His panic deepens as the plan to play on emotion clearly backfires on the gatekeeper. Jinsung spots a strange slip in the dirt and realizes Linus has started checking him harder. The gatekeeper swipes at his face and keeps pressing him, while Jinsung reels under the pressure. Linus corners him about the entrance fee, the food, and even his greatsword, making the lie impossible to hold. Jinsung blurts out Linus' name, while the old man brushes him off and charges ahead anyway. The rough grab nearly drops him, and Linus leaves him scrambling in a cloud of humiliation. Before leaving, Linus mentions a friend of his, and seems to hope Jinsung can still save them. At last, Jinsung staggers back into the gate area, breathing hard and realizing he is finally through. He clutches the license in relief, grateful he remembered the official profile before Linus caught the bluff. Jinsung catches himself feeling guilty for using another man's hardship, but the gatekeeper still waves the next traveler in. He flashes the license and leans on the official profile, pretending he belongs here, while the old man's warning lingers. The illusion of a calm entrance collapses into a chaotic rush as the port crowd floods past him. At last, Hendenmeyer opens before him, and Jinsung stares in stunned relief at the bustling city. He wanders into the streets wide-eyed, nearly losing himself in the strange, lively atmosphere. Chobung spots him at once, recognizes the tournament champion, and decides to stir things up. She sizes him up, praises his strength, and casually challenges him to a fierce clash. Jinsung freezes, then blurts out a startled acceptance, half embarrassed and half flattered. Her laughter echoes over his flustered face as she keeps smiling like the whole thing is a game. Jinsung turns to meet her gaze, still dazed, while Chobung looks back with a pleased little pause. The crowd instantly turns his arrival into a joke, and Jinsung realizes his awkward entrance is being watched by everyone. He panics as the chatter keeps piling on, each teasing remark making his embarrassment worse. Mortified, he bolts onward, determined to get out before the humiliation spreads any further. A stray blast or impact cuts through the street ahead, and the city's calm atmosphere finally starts feeling less welcoming. Jinsung pants hard, blaming himself for overdoing it and hoping nobody followed him. His muttering makes it obvious he has been spiraling in his own head since the moment he arrived. He catches himself again, sensing something familiar ahead, and slows down in cautious confusion. Moonlight Tavern comes into view, and he recognizes it at once as a place he used to visit while underleveled. That memory hits him with a rush of nostalgia, reminding him how often he relied on this place back in Sky Castle. Now, standing outside again, he looks around with quiet surprise, already feeling the old habits returning. Jinsung realizes Moonlight Tavern is packed with Sky Castle quest users, making it perfect for digging up rumors. Inside the tavern, he slips in among the regulars while Chobung and Linus quietly clock the newcomer. Chobung turns toward him with a teasing smile, and Jinsung immediately feels the room's attention shift. He nearly backs off, but stubbornly decides this is exactly where he should start asking questions. Chobung catches his hesitation and steps in before he can retreat, while Jinsung keeps trying to act normal. He awkwardly asks for milk instead of something stronger, and she stares at him like that answer has no dignity at all. Recovering fast, he changes tactics and asks about anything suspicious in the tavern, even if it sounds absurd. Chobung lights up at the opening, while Jinsung can only admit the strange thing she means is standing right in front of her. She presses him for the price, and his embarrassed reaction makes it obvious he has walked straight into her game. By the end, the whole exchange has turned into a flirty little interrogation, and Chobung keeps smiling as if she already won. Saria steps in and introduces herself to the tavern owner, putting Jinsung on alert as the room's attention tightens. He realizes her mention of the Sky Castle quest means she is a player, not just another local. A quick class check confirms she is a female grappler, and Jinsung files that away fast. The whole table starts moving as she pushes him along, while he keeps wondering where he heard that voice before. She keeps tearing into his hesitation, and his patience starts to crack under the pressure. Jinsung finally turns the challenge back on her, but she answers with even more smug confidence. Her sharp warning about the captain's orders leaves him rattled, because the woman clearly knows exactly how to control the pace. He recoils in disbelief, yet the scene around her makes the answer even harder to ignore. The Iron Wolf Knight order appears, and the explanation lands. They serve the Imperial family and now patrol the Sky Tower. That is why their members show up in player quests, and why their presence in a tavern suddenly feels far more dangerous. Fiona and Dan are named as low-rank NPCs captured by the puppets, tied to the Sky Tower's Puppet Museum. The explanation widens, and Lenny is added to the list of Puppet Museum NPCs Jin-sung should have never met. The warning turns sharper, as the three are said to belong to a storyline that should not exist in the bar event. The scene shifts to the aftermath, where those users are explained as people caught in events after both dungeons are cleared. Around the tavern, the others fumble through the chaos, and one finally admits she is out of magic stones. The blonde fighter brushes off the mess, while Shusia thanks her, and the story makes it clear those three are now removed from his route. Jin-sung immediately wonders which one of them is actually corrupted, because the answer still feels hidden. Outside, he realizes he has to stop whatever is coming next before it reaches them. His warning comes too late, as he spots the captain already moving on the upper floors and starts chasing after them. Caught off guard by the crossed blades in front of him, Jin-sung finally notices the situation is far stranger than simple corruption. The entry check turns ugly fast, and the guard flat out threatens to ignore any request without proof of permission. Jin-sung falls quiet, already sensing this whole gatekeeping routine is more suspicious than it looks. The guard explains that an entry pass is the only thing that matters here, putting an NPC merchant named Roger Levin at the center of the mess. Roger Levin steps in with a smug sales pitch, but the blonde fighter lunges first and starts demanding that the pass problem be solved. Another woman calmly says Roger is away on business, then dodges the request by claiming she lacks the authority. The blow lands anyway, and the stunned blonde realizes the merchant NPC should not even be able to leave his own shop. Jin-sung's confusion deepens as the situation keeps breaking the rules, making the Sky Tower feel even more unnatural. He faces the guard again while Roger's entry pass is finally checked and confirmed, restoring just enough order to continue. The guard then permits entry, and Jin-sung accepts the pass with the uneasy look of someone guessing the trap is far from over. Even as the paper changes hands, he remains wary, because every answer here seems to hide another lie. Jin-sung snatches the opening and tries to slip through on pure momentum, but the pass check is already turning into a mess. Chobung throws his head back laughing, clearly deciding the easiest fix is to drag someone else into the party. He keeps grinning as he pokes at Jin-sung's reputation, while the other man goes silent and starts regretting every second of this. Jin-sung stiffens, realizing the whole thing feels less like a system rule and more like a joke aimed straight at him. Chobung leans in harder, mocking his awkwardness until Jin-sung finally snaps back with his own sarcasm. The blonde fighter tries to save face, insisting this is just how he normally talks, but the embarrassment is already obvious. Jin-sung cuts through the act and keeps pressing, making it clear that help dressed up as a joke still counts as help. Chobung rattles off another dramatic excuse, then suddenly throws out a hard cancel when the whole setup starts slipping. Jin-sung stands there in the middle of the absurdity while the strange scene behind him keeps hanging like a bad omen. Even with the hand raised in protest, the trap only gets uglier, and Jin-sung realizes this entry is still far from normal. The whole teasing act finally ends, and the room falls quiet, with a faintly embarrassing aftertaste. Chobung keeps grinning at Jin-sung's missing username, while Jin-sung starts regretting every second of this exchange. Sky Tower looms ahead like a test built to waste patience before it ever rewards strength. Jin-sung pushes onward, muttering that his username better not become another trap in this absurd place. Chobung keeps walking, still trying to laugh off the awkwardness, as if that makes him look less suspicious. He hurries deeper inside, and the towering stairs make it obvious this place was designed to humble newcomers. Jin-sung realizes the setup is far bigger than a simple entrance check, and the so-called helpers are already slipping away. A few of the tower's odd attendants and knights appear, making the whole entry feel more like a staged performance than a gate. Jin-sung notices the low-ranking knights leaving the user behind, and the thought of corruption flashes through his mind. That suspicion hardens fast, because the real problem may not be the knights at all, but the one commanding them. The tower corridor erupts with impact after impact, as Jin-sung presses deeper without slowing down. He keeps sprinting through the blazing hall, turning the tower's welcome into a one-man escape route. Even as the chaos rises, a creepy warning hangs over the tower, and Jin-sung realizes the corruption may spread beyond one bad night. That fear becomes real fast when he spots the monsters ahead and commits to moving even faster. He charges in, shouting for himself to hurry. Just as the first winged beast dives at him, the clash turns vicious, and he starts cutting through the swarm before they can box him in. One monster tears across his face, leaving him rattled for a split second before he bites back the pain. He catches the next attack on his sword, only to realize too late that this place is already warping into a dungeon. The monsters keep swarming from every side, but he refuses to give them the opening they want. By the end, Jinsung is still standing, driving forward through the beast pack instead of backing away. The first beast dives in, and Jinsung answers with a brutal slash that tears it apart mid-lunge. He keeps the momentum, cutting through the next attacker before it can even finish its charge. One monster clips him hard, but he twists through the pain and keeps his blade up. Another rushes in close, only to get met by a sharp counter that sends the fight even faster downhill. Jinsung slips between two strikes, refusing to let the swarm box him in. A violent clash blooms around him as he shatters another attack and drives forward anyway. The monsters hesitate for a heartbeat, clearly thrown off by how quickly he keeps adapting. But the pack keeps coming, and Jinsung has to carve a path through the pressure from every side. The tower's beasts still crowd the lane, snapping at his openings as he holds his ground. Even surrounded, he keeps moving, pressing deeper instead of giving them a single step back. Jinsung's face tightens as he realizes the swarm is still closing in, and for once the pressure starts to bite. The tower beasts dive in from every side, and he answers with a slash that keeps them from overwhelming him. One monster crashes through his guard, but he twists away just in time and keeps the blade moving. Another strike lands hard, yet he follows through with a brutal counter and sends the fight spiraling faster. The pack still refuses to back off, and Jinsung starts to feel the drain, wondering if his mana is running dry. Even then, he digs in and admits he should have powered up more before stepping into this mess. A strange red statue looms ahead, and he finally realizes the tower has another gimmick tucked into the chaos. He keeps grinning through the pain as the beast charges, already seeing the trick behind its attack. Two monsters lunge together, but he slices into them and turns their rush into another opening. The red beast comes right up to him, and Jinsung meets it head-on instead of giving an inch. Jinsung finally recalls the line of statues and spots the tower's next trick. A beast lunges in, but he twists through the charge and keeps the blade moving. The full recovery magic circle appears, and he realizes the dungeon was hiding a reset. He grins through the chaos and steps in, meeting the monster's rush head-on. His counter tears through the swarm, and blood starts painting the floor red. With enemies dropping around him, he feels the fight easing and suspects a level up is close. He decides there's no point waiting and commits to finishing it right now. Dark Cross bursts out in a vicious slash, cutting across everything in its path. The nearest monsters are split apart before they can recover, their formation collapsing fast. The last beast gets carved open too, and Jinsung keeps pressing forward without slowing down. The monster lunges in close, but Jinsung meets it head-on and keeps the pressure on. His blade carves through the first opening, and the beast starts losing the exchange fast. Triple step carries him through the counterattack, letting him slip inside the monster's reach. He spins through the air and tears into the creature again, turning the fight into a massacre. Grinning through the chaos, he feels like a lead in some ridiculous web novel and keeps moving. He remembers choosing King's contract back when he was still weak, and the rare skill suddenly feels worth everything. With the monsters still coming, he laughs like a madman and dares the rest to rush him. Blood and steel flash across the hall as another strike lands, and the ambush starts collapsing. The beast reels under his final cut, and Jinsung smugly tells himself it came out too late. By the end, he is still standing over the wreckage, already looking stronger than he was a moment ago. Lacheus, the Draconoid chief of Dragonoid Nest, catches the outsider in the Sky Tower and starts the purge. His order sends the Dragonoids crashing in on Jinsung, trying to erase him in one brutal sweep. But Jinsung is already moving through the gap, turning their first rush into a sloppy opening. He keeps spinning through the melee, carving the swarm apart before they can settle into rhythm. One beast roars in disbelief as Jinsung slips past its reach and keeps the pressure on. Then his blade flashes with Dark Slash, and the ambush starts losing pieces fast. The Dragonoid calls him too slow, but the smugness only lasts until Jinsung shifts under its nose. Jinsung begins another strike, only to have the creature's counter cut straight across the moment. Even that hit does not stop him, because the next blow comes screaming in with far more force. By the end, Jinsung is still grinning through the chaos, already too sharp for their little trap. The Dragonoid bares its teeth, but Jinsung is already inside its guard. One clean hit sends him spinning through the burning hall, yet he keeps moving. He lands in the middle of the pack, and the monsters hesitate for a split second. Their smugness cracks as Jinsung grins through the chaos and drives in again. A brutal strike crushes one beast's rhythm, and it finally starts to panic. His slash blooms into a huge cut, tearing deeper before they can answer. The swarm is blasted apart, and Jinsung slips through the opening without slowing. More Dragonoids rush in, but his blade and footwork keep shredding their formation. One monster lunges too late, only to eat a spinning kick that throws it back. The last beast roars in fury, but Jinsung is already pushing past it again. Jinsung laughs through the swarm and kicks the first dragonoid's confidence to pieces. His blade carves open their formation, and the monsters finally start hesitating. One beast catches his fist squarely, only to regret it a heartbeat later. The Dark Knight combo system flashes across his mind, exposing the skill order as a trap. He keeps shredding forward, but the limitation makes every choice matter. Realizing the cost too late, he admits the combo order has already been wasted. A brutal strike lands, and his panic spikes as the next hit threatens to decide everything. The monsters pile on, and the fight turns into a messy exchange of claws and steel. Jinsung grits his teeth and keeps swinging, refusing to let the swarm regain control. Even as another impact rocks him back, he still forces his way through the pack. Jinsung drives a knee into the monster, and the brute finally eats the counter it asked for. The blonde fighter keeps chaining pressure, forcing the beast to reel instead of regroup. One savage strike tears through the dragonoid swarm, and blood splashes across the tower floor. Jinsung's face tightens when the wounded boss refuses to drop, proving this fight is still ugly. A spear snaps in toward him, but he slips the attack and keeps the blade moving. The dragonoid commander lunges through a purple surge, trying to swallow him in raw force. Jinsung meets the charge head-on, carving through the gap while the monster starts panicking. The boss swings back with everything left, yet the counterattack still looks desperate. A grim realization sets in as the monster endures the hit, and Jinsung knows it will take more. Even now, he keeps advancing, because this boss is stubborn enough to demand a real finish. Jinsung's blade rips through another dragonoid, and the tower floor is left splashed with blood. The commander still refuses to fall, so the fight stays ugly instead of ending cleanly. A spear snaps in, but Jinsung slips it and keeps his pressure up without hesitation. Lakius surges forward through purple lightning, trying to crush him with raw force. Jinsung meets the charge head-on and cuts through the opening as the monster starts to panic. The boss swings back with desperate force, yet even that counter looks more frantic than fierce. Jinsung lands another brutal hit, and Lakius realizes this punishment is not enough to stop him. The dragonoid commander staggers, still clinging to his pride while the tower shakes around him. Jinsung keeps advancing through the chaos, refusing to let a stubborn boss buy any more time. Breathing hard, Lakius finally looks cornered, while Jinsung's finish is already closing in. Lakius gasps for air as the relentless barrage finally starts wearing him down. Jinsung slips another spear strike, and answers with a clean, punishing cut. The dragonoid commander throws out a desperate counter, but it looks ragged now. Another hit drives the point home, and Lakius finally feels the pressure turning crushing. Jinsung keeps the momentum, striking again before the boss can regain his footing. Lakius reels backward, still trying to force one last opening through the pain. But Jinsung is already on him, and the next blow lands before that hope can form. The commander falters, muttering in disbelief as his pride starts cracking with his body. Jinsung stays cold and close, forcing the monster to confront just how deep the damage has gone. By the end, Lakius is cornered in every sense, and Jinsung's finish is practically here. Jinsung's fourth hit lands cleanly, and Lakius is sent reeling as the pressure starts to crush him. Another brutal blow drives him deeper into panic, his body buckling as the momentum keeps slipping away. He stares in disbelief, realizing this battle has already turned against him. Jinsung cuts in again, and the combo system's true purpose becomes clear. Not dodging, but overwhelming. The commander's guard shatters as Jinsung's strike surges through him with impossible force. Lakius snarls in shock, finally feeling a weight far beyond anything he expected. His face twists as he realizes that surge of power did not come from luck. The follow-up strike tears through the formation, proving every counter only makes Jinsung deadlier. Lakius coughs up blood and screams in pain, his body trembling under the barrage. One last impact crushes the opening shut, leaving the commander broken and cornered at last. Jinsung's fifth combo lands cleanly, and the commander finally starts to feel the fight slipping away. His stare hardens in disbelief as Jinsung drives through him instead of backing off. The combo system's real purpose becomes obvious now, not defense, but relentless pressure. With each hit, the damage keeps stacking higher, turning every exchange into a trap. Jinsung pushes into the fifth use, and the attack surges past anything Lakius expected. The dragonoid formation warps under a massive purple sweep, while Jinsung keeps advancing. One brutal strike cuts deeper, and the shock on Lakius' face as he finally understands the gap. The wave of force explodes through the tower path, shredding monsters and breaking his line apart. Blood and debris fly everywhere as Jinsung stays standing, unshaken in the middle of the ruin. The final impact slams Lakius down hard, leaving the commander crushed and cornered at last. Jinsung finally recognizes this place for what it is, a dragonoid nest, and a nasty one at that. The combo's pressure pays off as he crashes through the last resistance and leaves the floor in ruins. Outside, the Sky Tower Knights rush in, stunned by the noise and the carnage below. Their shock deepens when they realize the corpses were all shredded from beneath the floor. The vice captain stares at the aftermath and starts putting the pieces together. Jinsung barely gets back up, but the dragonoid nest is already marked as cleared. He catches his breath, grumbling that carrying him would have been the smarter choice. Even in that state, he keeps fighting, and the tower's defenders finally see how brutal the battle was. His status window flashes a level up, and the restored health comes just in time. With a grin, he decides to grab the loot and head straight for the next floor. The dragonoid corpses lie everywhere, and Jinsung can only stare in stunned silence. He gets up, sees no loot at all, and starts complaining that this victory is embarrassingly empty. That greedy slip catches Lakius' attention, and the commander immediately moves to interrogate him. Jinsung freezes when he recognizes the voice, while Lakius presses harder and demands answers. The tower's strikes keep flashing around them as the pressure mounts, and the knights begin closing in. Lakius narrows in on him, asking who he is and how he slipped into the Sky Tower. Jinsung is thrown back by the force of the exchange, but he refuses to look rattled for long. The silence stretches, and he keeps backing away while weighing the absurdity of being recognized here. Lakius stays cold and watchful, waiting for a name and an explanation that never comes easy. At last, Jinsung steadies himself and decides that if the man knows him, then the hunt is about to get interesting. Lakius loses patience fast, barking at Jinsung for daring to speak to him at all. The commander keeps pressing, while knights tighten the circle, and Jinsung realizes this could turn ugly. Jinsung fires back with sarcasm, calling out Lakius as the Iron Wolves vice captain and exposing that he knows his name. That forces the real question out into the open, and Lakius demands to know how Jinsung got into the Sky Tower. Jinsung finally answers that he got in through Roger Levin's pass, trying not to look as shaken as he feels. Lakius immediately orders him to hand it over, but the pass is missing, and Chobung smugly catches the loophole. Chobung blurts out that the pass is with a friend, then freezes when Lakius demands to know which friend and where they are. He stammers that the friend is probably downstairs, and Lakius warns that lying will bring consequences. With the knights still advancing, Jinsung grits his teeth, realizing of all the people he could have run into, it had to be this one. And just as he connects the Moonlight Tavern and the cleared vestibule of darkness, the Sky Tower's route snaps toward Castellan's chamber. The tower still holds its breath as Jinsung's next obstacle appears. The NPCs he's supposed to meet on the way up, led by the captain Bon Wallerstedt. Lakius immediately sizes up the situation, realizing Jinsung should have reached the top floor by now if the climb had gone normally. Jinsung's eye sharpens with suspicion, because if Bon is really corrupted, then every second wasted here only helps the enemy. The tension snaps as the knights crowd closer, and Lakius' patience starts wearing thin. Jinsung suddenly moves, slipping into the opening with brutal speed before the tower soldiers can react. Lakius catches the slash only to realize too late that Jinsung has drawn another blade, and the trick only makes him angrier. The commander snarls in disbelief as Jinsung keeps pressing forward, while the blade dance turns the corridor into a storm of steel. Jinsung refuses to back down, declaring that he'll gladly take them on, even as the knight in front of him reels from the pressure. Lakius' frustration spikes when his own counter gets twisted aside, and for a moment he looks more annoyed than dangerous. Jinsung answers with another reckless burst, ready to bounce the fight back at them before the tower can swallow him whole. Jinsung slips away at brutal speed, leaving the nearest knight stunned as the tower's pressure starts breaking. The soldiers rush to cut him off, but he already carves through their line and keeps moving forward. Even in the middle of the chaos, he spots another opportunity and reaches into his inventory without hesitation. A blue slash tears into the airborne monster, and Jinsung turns the tower's predators into little more than targets. One knight tries to stop him up close, only to get smashed aside as Jinsung refuses to yield. Another desperate counter meets the same fate, and the commander's anger only makes the opening wider. Lakius' eyes narrow in disbelief, because the easy answer is starting to look embarrassingly wrong. Jinsung keeps standing there like a nuisance that refuses to die, while the tower's own force begins to falter around him. The commander's confidence finally cracks as he realizes this so-called weak man is still fighting at full force. And with the floor slick beneath his boots, Jinsung surges again, ready to bounce the entire battle back at them. Jinsung keeps moving through the wrecked tower floor, already reaching for the next trick. His oil flask and bomb combo lands perfectly, and the little nuisance turns into a brutal opening. Lakius stares in disbelief as his knights rush in behind him, only to look even more useless. The blast surges down the corridor while Jinsung keeps charging, wearing that infuriating grin. He shrugs it off as loud noise, even mocking the setup as an old trick that still works. The tavern gear proves its worth, and he even tosses a silent thanks toward Shusia. Outside, the sky tower looms in the sunset, calm on the surface and rotten underneath. Back inside, Jinsung pauses on the stairs and realizes the day is nearly gone. Ahead, more fighters close in, while a hooded man and 2 women brace for the next clash. Jinsung's eyes harden, because this fight is far from over. A cautious woman spots another explorer, while a gonzo looms behind her on the stairs. He tells her to hurry to safety, and she answers with relief, already treating him like a familiar ally. The blonde fighter hears the name Agonzo and starts sizing him up, coolly dismissing the man's caution. Bon Welistet makes his stance clear. He is not after glory, only enough strength to stand above the rest. The blonde man recognizes the name at once, and the surprise on his face is almost embarrassing. Then Bon grins and cuts straight through the tension, as if the chase has finally turned fun. He spots Jinsung on the stairs, and the whole corridor snaps from chatter into pursuit. Jinsung catches the commotion in time, while the cloaked man and the girl behind him freeze at the noise. Bon's shout carries down the hall, and even the others realize he has just put a target on Jinsung. Unbothered, Bon holds that smug look, already moving like the fight belongs to him. Bon and the tower enforcers keep the stairs pinned down, making the blonde fugitive realize the escape is already collapsing. Jinsung catches the pressure head-on, while the blonde fighter and the others freeze as the corridor turns into a trap. Bon stays smug and fearless, promising trouble as he prepares to throw himself into the chase. Jinsung's eye sharpens in the distance, already reading the next attack before it lands. The stairway erupts in panic as the outsiders spot a flying enemy, and the whole chase starts unraveling. For a heartbeat, the tower seems empty again, but the silence only makes the danger feel worse. Something slams through the corridor in a violent burst, and the clean escape is smashed apart. Jinsung is hurled upward in the chaos, still fighting to stay upright as the tower groans around him. Lakius and Bon surge back into view, turning the stairway into a brutal 3-way collision. A final strike tears through the air, and the impact leaves the corridor reeling under the force. Jinsung keeps dropping through the shattered corridor, still fighting to steady himself as the impact hammers the tower apart. The stairway briefly empties, and that silence makes the danger feel even worse. A violent burst tears through the corridor, and the escape route is wrecked in an instant. He is launched higher by the blast, but refuses to lose his footing completely. Jinsung finally catches on that the corruption is still contained, and knows time is running out. He decides the next dungeon has to be purified before whatever is behind this spreads any farther. Behind him, the group pushes forward through the purple-lit stairway, with the women and the hooded man trailing the lead fighter. Bon stays cocky enough to joke about a break, even as exhaustion starts catching up to everyone. The tower's long climb keeps dragging on, and Jinsung can already feel the groans of another collapse coming. Bon's confidence cracks as he wonders where the grappler vanished. Realizing the next dungeon may already be ahead, Bon's shout cuts through the purple stairway as Jinsung is blasted higher, still refusing to lose control. He steadies himself mid-air, realizing the corruption remains contained, but the window to act is shrinking fast. With the next dungeon in his sights, Jinsung decides it has to be purified before the rot spreads any further. Behind him, the group keeps climbing through the glowing corridor, with the woman and hooded man trailing the lead fighter. Bon still tries to sound relaxed, but the strain is catching up, and the climb is wearing everyone down. Another collapse feels close, and the whole tower groans like it is one step from breaking again. Bon's smugness finally cracks as he wonders where the grappler vanished. The bad feeling settles in hard, because the next dungeon may already be waiting ahead. At the same time, the missing pieces start making sense as Bon and the others close in on the wrecked path. Even the tower enforcers start closing in now, and the chase turns into a full-on siege. Bon watches the group ahead and smugly assumes this whole mess is still under control. The blonde fighter keeps grinning, but the confidence already feels a little too forced. Down in the corridor, the party decides to map the place first, hoping that will expose the master behind it. Bon moves with them anyway, claiming he will investigate one side while the others take the rest. His footsteps tighten as the climb drags on, and even the faint groan of the tower sounds dangerous. Jinsung clashes with the black-armored knight at point-blank range, refusing to give the tower any breathing room. The exchange ends in Jinsung's favor, and even Bon starts to notice that the enemy has not done anything suspicious. That doubt spreads fast, because if Bon and the low-ranking knights are not the traitor, then someone deeper in the tower is hiding it. Jinsung pieces it together from experience, realizing the tavern order may have been part of the game's missing logic all along. As the guards keep closing in outside, he concludes the tower may not be corrupted at all, just hiding something the game left out. Bon and Aganzo cut through the first wave, smashing the tower's scouts before the corridor could fully close in. Ahead of them, armored dragonoids swarm the hall, forcing the fight into a brutal choke point. Bon mocks the resistance, acting like the owner is hiding behind hired grunts instead of facing guests himself. Agonzo stays steady beside him, but the clash keeps tightening as more enemies flood in from the sides. Jinsung answers with a clean finish, then starts examining the dropped Gulguish card like it is a clue. That makes the pattern click, and he realizes a corrupted target may only drop a card after being killed. Bon keeps pressing forward, dragging the fight into the stairway, while still hunting for hearts. Jinsung pieces it together fast, suspecting that if Bon falls here, the tower's whole story may break. He decides the tower is not simply corrupted, because something is being hidden behind the game's missing logic. With that thought, he looks for a way deeper inside before the knights seal off every route. Jinsung's blade slams through the pressure head-on, and the corridor fight starts to tilt in his favor. He keeps carving forward as broken enemies scatter, refusing to let the stairway become another dead end. The tower's monsters are still getting shredded, and the old veteran finally gets a chance to breathe. Amid the wreckage, a mysterious woman toys with the fight, smiling like the chaos barely deserves her attention. She casually needles the bald swordsman, and his uneasy posture says he already knows this is no ordinary opponent. The pair trade sharp words while the battle drifts deeper into the tower, and her mockery barely covers the danger underneath. Jinsung follows with a brutal burst, tearing through the pressure before the enemy can fully settle. Even after stopping that strike, the veteran realizes the boy's skill is real, but the power pulsing from his ghost arm is still unstable. He narrows it down fast, sensing that Jinsung's strength is surging in waves he can barely control. That leaves one ugly truth hanging in the air. The enemy is dangerous, but the true threat may be the power itself. Jinsung barely survives the old veteran's strike, sweating as the blade passes too close for comfort. The Black Fairy Magician, Sharon, and GSD are introduced as the strange pair blocking his path. Sharon's true identity and GSD's hidden legend are spelled out, turning the rumor mill into a warning. Jinsung realizes these old monsters are also NPCs tied to the captain's final fight, which makes them even harder to fool. He quickly decides that earning their trust matters more than blustering his way in. Sharon throws his distrust right back at him, and GSD quietly sees through the act. Jinsung admits the obvious. Barging in like this would get him rejected, so he needs another angle. He reaches for the tower's new announcement, figuring a month-long break will give him room to work. Then he leans on his own reputation, knowing they will need his help sooner or later. GSD stares him down, and Jinsung answers with a grin, ready to prove himself the hard way. Sharon throws the hidden legend back in GSD's face, and the old swordsman only answers with that same unreadable calm. Jinsung watches the exchange and nearly snaps, realizing the name problem is still ruining his little performance. GSD presses harder, exposing the awkward truth that Jinsung walked in with a reputation but no proper name to back it. Jinsung catches himself and starts thinking fast, knowing brute force will get him tossed out of the tower's inner circle. The tower's strange update twists the old records, and that only makes the situation messier instead of safer. Jinsung turns that confusion into an opening, while the nearby knights and Lackeus side keep gathering around the fight. With the pressure rising, he decides the only way forward is to stay sharp and read the old monsters properly. He then connects the initials, slowly realizing GSD is far more than a random legend from the tower's history. The hidden swordsman stands revealed as the Grand Son from the Tower of Despair, and Jinsung feels the weight of that title hit hard. Even Sharon keeps circling him like a smug predator, pushing him to prove himself before anyone gives him a single ounce of trust. The hall erupts in blue lightning as GSD tears through the chaos, and even Jinsung is forced to keep moving. The blast keeps hammering the tower floor, leaving wreckage everywhere while the fight tightens around them. Sharon nearly snaps at the realization, because GSD is no ordinary name at all. GSD finally turns his attention to Jinsung, greeting the newcomer with blunt, old man confidence. Jinsung answers without flinching, then keeps his own name simple instead of hiding behind the reputation. GSD takes that in, and the old swordsman's expression says he is already sizing the boy up. Jinsung stands his ground, ready to prove that he belongs in this circle through action, not talk. Sharon stays close, amused by how directly he keeps answering instead of stumbling like the others expected. Even GSD seems impressed now, noting that he has never seen Jinsung this serious before. At last he asks what Jinsung wants, and the answer is pure ambition, to climb Sky Castle as his apprentice. Jinsung's blunt request lands cleanly, and the old swordsman starts moving with him at last. Sharon can hardly believe he agreed so easily, while Jinsung heads forward without looking back. She calls after Mr. Jinsung, but he only answers with the same calm, stubborn focus. Sharon leans in with silky praise and a tea-time invitation, trying to turn charm into leverage. Jinsung shuts it down fast, making it clear the Tower of Despair is one topic she will never get from him. Her annoyance spikes, then she switches tactics and dangles the benefits of a magic guild deal. Jinsung catches the real opening and asks about a colorless cube piece instead. Sharon finally produces one, and the little item glints in his hand like a useful key. She complains as he takes it, but his attention stays fixed on the prize, not her outrage. The old swordsman ends the exchange with one cold warning, and the teasing finally dies down. They finally reach the inner palace, and the air already feels like the fight's real destination. Sharon coolly names it the Lord's Palace, the boss room, while Jinsung keeps his focus on the prize. With the talk over, the group pushes forward through the tower's ornate corridor. New faces catch up behind them, and the tense exchange turns into a confused search for the next move. Agonzo checks on Bon as the blonde fighter shrugs off the impact and keeps pushing. Then the sky splits with blue light, and a towering presence answers with the claim that he is Sigart, the Lord of Light. The intruders stare up at the enormous armored figure, realizing this is no ordinary guardian. Sigart's power erupts again, swallowing the hall in a violent wave of light. Even the hardened fighters are forced to brace themselves as the Lord of Light asks who dared to climb up. At that point, the tower stops feeling like a quest and starts feeling like a trial meant to crush them outright. Sigart's voice rolls through the hall, claiming the tower as his domain and ordering the intruders out. The Lord of Light's power swells again, turning the whole corridor into a warning no one can ignore. Even the interface-like prompt gets tossed aside, and the tower makes it clear there is no skipping this trial. A fighter lunges forward, only to be cut off by the chaos as the group finally scrambles to act. One terrified woman freezes, while the hooded veteran and the white-haired ally push the others onward. Agonzo and Sharon catch up behind them, but the mood only gets messier as everyone talks over the tension. The blonde fighter snaps at Agonzo's interference, furious that the path forward keeps getting blocked. Jinsung is finally recognized, and the accusation lands hard enough to make the whole clash sharpen. Bond snarls about the yellow-haired intruder, ready to kill on sight before anyone can explain. The bald swordsman cuts in before the situation explodes completely, forcing the fight back into uneasy restraint. The veteran snaps back at the vice-captain's call, and the fight surges forward instead of collapsing. Monsters flood the hall from every side, forcing the group to brace and keep moving. One dragonoid closes in and warns that the rest are coming fast. The rush hits hard, and one fighter gets cut off in the chaos. A white-haired ally answers with a brutal counter, carving through the swarm. The blade work keeps stacking up, and the tower's beasts start dropping one after another. Bon realizes he was dragged into the boss fight by GSD, and his confidence cracks. Jinsung explains that the game hid the truth, with the ruby pillars marking the real boss room. The hidden side room becomes clear too, and even the users outside cannot see the battle inside. Then the weapons clash again, and the tower's final barrier finally starts to buckle. The first clash lands hard, and the tower's defenders reel as the counter keeps cracking through them. Bon answers with a brutal seismic strike, smashing the enemy line apart without giving them room to breathe. One armored knight freezes at the sight of the damage, realizing the battlefield has already turned ugly. Bon and Agonzo notice the monsters have stopped moving, and even they start wondering whether the leader has fallen. The floor buckles under the aftermath, but the white-haired fighter still presses on through the rubble. A massive blue surge swells through the palace, and the tower's barrier starts to tremble under the pressure. One guardian declares that the palace must be protected, then vows to burn down anyone who gets in the way. Bon mockingly blames the chaos on bad luck, while Agonzo can only sigh and keep pushing forward. The hooded fighter studies the dragonoids and wonders whether the enemy cannot die, but the swarm is only growing. Even so, he confirms the first stage still holds for now, which only makes the hidden trap feel worse. The floating castle becomes the real target now, and the plan shifts from escape to breaking its magic circle. Sharon orders a retreat, but the chaos already smells like a trap, and Jinsung keeps moving through it. The tower interface flickers with a choice between the floating castle and returning to town, proving the climb is no accident. A checked route points straight to the floating castle, and the party keeps heading for the second stage. The evil eyes gather around the magic circle of immortality, and the whole tower starts feeling like a sealed slaughterhouse. Jinsung cuts through one of the monsters cleanly, leaving the rest to panic as the line begins collapsing. The circle finally cracks under the pressure, and the path to the floating castle opens wider than before. Sieghardt surges in with overwhelming light, ready to stop the intruders before they can advance any farther. Jinsung stares him down from behind, already reading the next exchange as the gap between them closes. The clash lands hard, and the fight for the castle's second stage finally explodes into full force. Jinsung strikes tears through the first monster cleanly, and the swarm starts losing its nerve. Another fighter surges in beside the chaos, throwing herself into the counterattack without hesitation. She barrels forward through the lightning-streaked wreckage, refusing to let the tower monsters slow the advance. Above them, the sky castle still burns with collapsing force as the path keeps cracking open. Saria's system message floats in, acting far too cheerful for a tower that has clearly turned into a slaughterhouse. The battlefield answer comes fast, and Jinsung realizes something is already wrong with the grand magic circles. A heavier blow lands, blasting the monsters apart and leaving the tower's defenders staring in disbelief. Jinsung freezes for a beat, sensing the result was not what anyone expected. He catches the ugly truth a moment later, realizing the entry card never dropped where it should have. With the skies filling with fleeing beasts, the tower fight keeps spiraling, as one more surge of power tears through the line. The party stares up at the shattered grand magic circle, stunned that the barrier has become this terrifying. Saria's cheerful system message clashes hard with the slaughterhouse below, while the others realize the tower's guidance is already off. Jinsung keeps watching the circle and starts suspecting the corruption was supposed to trigger here. A heavier burst rips through the monsters, and the tower's defenders can only stare as the line gets blown open. Jinsung freezes, then realizes the corruption card never appeared where it should have. Before he can press that thought further, Lenny reappears and panics at seeing him there. She blurts out his sudden return, then acts as if the captain's right hand should naturally be beside the captain. Jinsung snaps back that he should not be there, which only makes her insist she will earn promotion once she builds enough achievements. She still grumbles that Dan ruined the chance to go up together, exposing just how messy the tower's rearranged movement really was. By the end, it becomes clear the injured were being moved around and pushed back into the battle again. Lenny panics at the magic circle above, sensing something is wrong as Jinsung finally notices how the tower has stalled around Sieghart. A black force snaps in and shuts her up, and the little room's tension spikes instantly. Jinsung realizes she is scrambling for control, while the others nearby start catching on to how warped the event order has become. The breakthrough hits him at last. The corruption is not random, but something tied to this stage of the tower. Lenny's face twists in confusion as Jinsung calls her out as the corruption itself, and that accusation lands like a hammer. She tries to cover it with nervous chatter, but even she can feel the tower's flow coming apart. Jinsung immediately thinks the missing card explains everything, and the tower's rearranged path starts making ugly sense. Lenny protests and tries to drag things back on track, acting like she still has the authority to keep the party in line. Below them, the party shifts into motion again as the defenders and injured are pushed back into the climb. Then the air trembles hard, and Jinsung knows something massive is charging straight toward them. The emergency escape lifeboat barrels in, and even from afar Jinsung can tell this is no ordinary drop. Lenny panics at the sight of the airship, while Jinsung realizes the final event has started at last. The tower system twists the disaster into a so-called scripted escape, and the next storyline begins with a crash landing. As the lifeboat slams toward them, the others try to dismiss the danger, but the thing is already falling apart. Jinsung insists the ship is supposed to descend, yet the impact leaves Lenny rattled, and the excuse sounding thinner by the second. She keeps yelling for him to back off, but he only pushes harder, convinced the airship is heading straight into trouble. Jinsung counters that the route is intentional, though his stare says he no longer trusts the tower one bit. Lenny stares back in confusion, realizing even she cannot explain why the lifeboat is veering this way. The airship streaks past the tower with lightning trailing behind it, and Jinsung finally sees how wrong the path really is. His shock turns into a grim realization. Whatever is steering this disaster, it is leading them exactly where it wants. Jinsung finally understands the corruption is real, and the sudden blast only confirms how wrong this route has become. Lenny keeps shouting for him to stop, but he presses on, convinced the lifeboat is heading straight into disaster. The tower labels it an emergency escape lifeboat, but the situation already feels more like a setup than a rescue. The system calmly declares that the NPC Ophelia will crash land in front of the party, kicking off the next story. Jinsung's eyes sharpen as he realizes that short pause was enough to see the truth behind the script. He thinks only of keeping Lenny safe, while the shape lands below at the exact same moment. The tower's own narration insists this crash is happening for the story's progression, as if chaos is just another tool. Jinsung stares ahead in disbelief, half laughing at how impossible the whole thing looks. Even the system chatter turns mocking, stacking failures and success conditions like the tower is toying with him. His face tightens in silence, and the realization settles in that this disaster was never random at all. The tower rockets upward in chaos, as if the whole structure itself is trying to outrun the disaster inside it. The escape lifeboat slams down anyway, cracking the floor and kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Inside the wreckage, the fake rescue looks worse by the second, and the system keeps pretending this mess is progress. Baek Jinsung turns and mocks the absurdity of it all, still refusing to let the tower decide the pace. Lenny panics at the lifeboat's sudden stop, while the inventory window makes the whole thing feel even more scripted. Jin-sung catches the real trick fast, realizing the tower did not attack with force alone but with a thrown item. The item is revealed as a sky tree fruit, a harmless-looking fruit with a nasty kind of explosive misdirection. The fruit blasts into the tower's outer shell, and the explosion punches through the structure like it was paper. Jin-sung surges in through the opening and cuts down the first dragonoid before it can recover. Lacheus answers with a furious counter, but Jin-sung keeps advancing, smashing through the monster wave and dragging the fight deeper inside. The tower groans under the blast, and the whole rescue suddenly sounds wrong. Agonzo and Bond freeze when the noise hits, both sensing the plan has gone off the rails. Jin-sung tears through the opening, blasting the dragonoids apart as the tower shell cracks wide open. He keeps driving forward, and the monster wave gets shredded before it can regroup. The climb turns chaotic as another attack rips through the staircase, and Jin-sung refuses to slow down. Fiona panics at the damage, realizing the scripted rescue is collapsing into pure disaster. Jin-sung pushes higher anyway, swatting aside the last resistance and aiming straight for the top. Lenny loses even more control as the tower system keeps glitching around the wreckage. By now, the ascent is no longer a rescue at all, just Jin-sung forcing the tower to obey. Jin-sung barrels past the shattered tower edge, still forcing the climb while the structure keeps breaking around him. The moment the system window flickers, he realizes the run is already burning through its rules. Above him, the tower shell gets ripped open again, and the whole ascent starts collapsing into chaos. Fiona breaks composure as the crisis worsens. Sensing the rescue has turned into a disaster, Jin-sung answers by cutting higher anyway, refusing to let the tower slow him down. A brutal clash follows, and even his blade work starts looking less like defense and more like a warning. He drives straight through the exchange, meeting every hit with tighter, sharper counters. Fiona stares up in horror as the fight keeps escalating, unable to hide how badly the script has failed. And then the tower erupts once more, with Jin-sung still pushing forward through the wreckage. The white-haired gunslinger tears through the storm of debris, still pushing higher as the tower keeps breaking apart. Fiona can barely hold herself together, staring in shock as the rescue she expected turns into a full disaster. Jin-sung drives harder into the chaos, and the system's 200% warning makes it clear the run is spiraling out. His blade slams into the glowing circle, and the tower's magic starts cracking under the force. A blast hits the white-haired fighter head-on, but he refuses to stop and keeps forcing the way forward. The impact widens into a full explosion, and the whole battlefield shakes under the backlash. Jin-sung keeps pressing through the blast zone, cutting down anything that tries to hold him back. A massive enemy body is sent crashing down, and the tower starts collapsing around the impact. Above the wreckage, a divine presence rises, and Sieghart finally moves to crush the climb outright. The tower comes apart in fire and rubble, and the survivors freeze as the disaster finally reaches them. Even with the warning signs everywhere, Jin-sung spots the corruption clearing and sounds far too relieved for a man standing in a collapsing nightmare. That relief lasts about a second, because the next shock hits hard enough to leave him hanging in midair and wondering what comes next. He is still scrambling when the force of the impact sends him spinning through the ruined tower, completely losing control. A blurred weapon tears past as he braces himself, and the chaos only gets uglier from there. Jin-sung manages to catch himself just long enough to stare in disbelief, realizing the next threat has already closed in. Fiona suddenly flips from panic to violence, driving straight into him with a sharp, ruthless strike. The pink-haired guide follows through with a smug little grin, clearly enjoying how badly she caught him off guard. Even as she keeps pressure on him, she presses the moment hard, and the message is obvious enough without saying it twice. One day earlier, the Sky Tower entrance stood silent, already looming like trouble waiting to happen. Jin-sung looked completely lost, still trying to process what the others were accusing him of. Fiona snapped back harder, twisting the airship rescue into a debt he supposedly owed her. Then she shoved the point home, demanding payment like she was collecting rent on his misery. Chobung threw in another jab, mocking the whole mess and making the argument even uglier. Fiona only got sharper, threatening to expose that he had climbed the tower alone. Jin-sung finally stiffened, because that little threat landed exactly where it hurt. Before the tension could explode, a bald swordsman and a pale-haired man stepped in. The pair acted annoyingly casual, as if they were just here for a polite farewell. But their arrival made it clear the tower's trouble was only getting started. Lacheus bared his teeth and turned the warning into a savage threat, clearly enjoying Jin-sung's discomfort. Jin-sung stayed frozen for a beat, then forced himself to keep listening as the strangers closed in. The blonde woman's stare sharpened, and her calm little greeting sounded more like a trap than courtesy. Jin-sung answered by moving with the pair, realizing this so-called farewell was really a confrontation in disguise. The bald swordsman finally spoke up as Bon arrived too, and the tower's cast of troublemakers kept growing. Bond quickly judged that the man in front of him was far more dangerous than some ordinary corrupted fighter. The bald swordsman cut through the tension with a dry challenge. Acting polite, while clearly sizing everyone up, Sharon slid into the exchange next, smugly claiming the Sky Tower was still in good hands. Jinsung bristled at the nonsense, but Sharon only kept smiling, as if his irritation proved her point. Even with the joke over, the two newcomers made it obvious that this tower meeting had only just begun. Jinsung follows Sharon's lead, already sensing this polite little farewell is really a trap. Her quiet remark lands like a jab, and he catches on that she wanted him to hear it too. She keeps talking about the airship chaos, as if he somehow dragged that mess to her doorstep. Jinsung stays on edge while the whole exchange turns into a slow, mocking test of his patience. Sharon calmly invites the bargaining to continue, looking far too amused for someone in control. The city tower looms ahead as they arrive at the Mage Guild, and Jinsung realizes this place is no small-time hideout. Inside, the lavish halls and waiting mages leave him genuinely thrown, because this is absurdly grand. Even he has to admit the scale is bigger than expected, and that realization hits a little late. Sharon simply keeps walking, still playing coy while the guild staff watch the stranger she brought in. Jinsung can only keep moving, now understanding this meeting is less a visit and more a new battlefield. Jinsung reaches the Mage Guild's ornate entrance, and the scale alone already tells him this is no ordinary meeting place. Sharon keeps pressing the bargain, while the exchange turns into a sly test of how much patience he still has. She makes it clear that what she really wants is information, not gold or weapons. Jinsung hesitates, realizing her demands are getting too close to the things he cannot casually reveal. Sharon simply smiles and keeps him cornered, amused by how fast he is starting to sweat. The guild's interior opens around them in lavish grandeur, and the waiting staff only makes the place feel even more unreal. Another woman appears as Iris Fortunesinger, the Mage Guild's diviner, and the introduction catches Jinsung off guard. Jinsung stiffens at the name, clearly realizing she already knows far more than she should. The pressure in the room spikes as his unease spreads, and even Sharon seems to enjoy watching him unravel. Iris' shadow stretches across the floor as the strange, ominous mood settles over the guild. His hesitation spikes as something in Iris' presence feels far too familiar, like trouble wearing a smile. Jinsung stays rigid while Sharon keeps him boxed in, and the room's luxury only makes the pressure worse. Iris Fortunesinger is finally named, and even that simple introduction lands like a warning. Jinsung freezes at the name, realizing she already knows more about him than she should. He pushes back carefully, but Sharon only keeps smiling, clearly enjoying how quickly he starts to sweat. The guild's lavish interior surrounds them with unnerving grandeur, and the waiting staff makes everything feel even less real. Iris senses his discomfort at once and calmly presses into the thing he is trying hardest to hide. Her shadow stretches across the floor as the mood in the guild turns heavy and ominous. Jinsung's unease keeps spreading, and the silence around him starts to feel like a trap closing shut. Then Iris calmly admits that she sees him as someone who questions everything, and that realization hits exactly where it hurts. Iris' warning lands hard, and Jinsung realizes the game-like line is tied to something far stranger than he expected. His nerves spike as the guild's strange calm hangs over him, and Iris keeps listening like she already knows the answer. He tries to recover, but the moment only makes him look more cornered, while Sharon keeps that infuriatingly amused smile. The pressure builds, as Iris' words start circling the future, and Jinsung feels the trap tightening around his secrets. He finally admits more than he wanted to, realizing Iris has already dragged him into a conversation he cannot control. That single slip leaves him scrambling, while Iris and Sharon keep him boxed in with effortless poise. Jinsung's panic turns ugly when he realizes the guild's elegance is just another kind of snare, polished and patient. The silence stretches, and even his next attempt to explain sounds weaker than the last, which only makes Iris more certain. He starts to piece together why she asked so little and understood so much, and that realization makes his stomach drop. By the time Sharon steps in with her own reveal, Jinsung knows this room was never about introductions, but exposure. Jinsung catches the warning too late, realizing this future seer has turned his information into a business deal. A few days later, the Mage Guild looks serene on the outside, which only makes the coming mess feel more deceptive. Inside, something has already gone wrong, and the corridor's rush of motion suggests panic spreading fast. The noise keeps racing deeper through the guild, as if the whole place is being shaken by bad news. A guild girl finally bursts in, calling for the guildmaster and dragging the trouble straight into the room. She blurts out that Lorien has vanished, and even her frantic face says this is far beyond routine. Sharon can only stare as the missing man story sinks in, looking far less amused for once. Her unease deepens when she hears the troublemaker is gone too, and now the situation feels suspiciously empty. The broken magic stone in her hand leaves no room for denial, because its light has completely died out. With no response from the missing girl, the guild realizes yesterday was normal only because the disaster had not started yet. The guild moves out at once, already treating the disappearance like a search operation. Jinsung slips through the corridor, silent enough to draw notice without saying a word. His warning lands. Lorian Cornaro is 18, gifted, and infamous for her arrogance. He keeps going, already tracing her future disappearance back to this exact mess. The realization sharpens. This is no random vanishing, but a case tied to the Sky Tower incident. He admits the timing is convenient, and the missing girl may have handed him the perfect opening. Still, he does not bother chasing the rumor itself, since the disappearance was always part of the plot. Sharon starts doubting him, clearly unconvinced that he can read the situation that well. Her expression tightens as he keeps pressing the idea that he knows the future too well. By then, even she has to wonder whether this man is bluffing or seeing something nobody else can. Kargon cuts the talk short and tells them to meet him soon, leaving the room hanging with tension. The dark fairy finally appears, and Jinsung notes the name with wary surprise. Kargon's sharp glare makes it clear he has no patience for stragglers or excuses. A delivery poster and a rushed agreement hint at a bigger route through Margatha. The sprawling city stretches below, and the warning lands that Margatha will matter soon. Inside the guild's strange magic circle, the others look up as the place starts feeling more like a system than a city. Jinsung decides Sharon is almost convinced, so he keeps feeding her just enough truth to stay ahead. He starts weighing the reward he can squeeze from the guild, even if the whole thing is basically a scam. Greed wins out, and he leans into the lie, thinking he might as well go all the way now. The gamble backfires immediately when someone strikes him from the side, and his smug act ends in pain. The side hit leaves Jinsung blinking in pain, and even the smug act around him starts to crack. A woman nearby hesitates, then recognizes the Dark Knight from Sky Tower, making the tension jump fast. He plays along just long enough to confirm the identity, then asks if Jinsung really thinks he can fool anyone. Jinsung finally snaps back, demanding to know why this stranger is acting so familiar. Instead of backing off, the Dark Knight keeps needling him, mocking the weak disguise and pushing him to carry the whole charade. Jinsung rushes forward in anger, but the other man slips past his guard and keeps the pressure on. The Dark Knight then leans in with a cruel laugh, calling out how badly Jinsung is panicking over a whisper. Jinsung recoils, furious and confused, because the man's tone feels far too casual for an enemy. The Dark Knight only twists the knife harder, leaving Jinsung scrambling as the whole exchange turns into a humiliation. By the end, Jinsung is left staring at him, stunned that this stranger already knows his name. Jinsung freezes as the stranger casually exposes his real name, and that smug little game suddenly stops being funny. The reveal lands harder when the system displays his full profile, leaving him realizing this place never had that information before. He starts connecting the dots and remembers the Sky Tower, where that kind of status window should never have existed. The Dark Knight keeps smiling as he repeats Jinsung's name, making it clear this was never a random guess. Jinsung finally snaps, wondering how this man knows his username and why the link to GSD feels so exact. The exchange turns into a sneaky recruitment pitch, with the Dark Knight bragging about endless supplies and dungeon access like that would impress anyone. Jinsung refuses flatly, but the Dark Knight keeps pressing from behind him, determined to drag him deeper into the trap. Before the pressure can settle, a red-haired swordswoman crashes in, shouting her revenge and cutting straight into the confrontation. Jinsung recognizes her as Ophelia Vagrants, a survivor from the burning airship, and that only makes the situation stranger. He peeks around the corner and watches her rush after him, now caught in a mess that is clearly far bigger than a simple guild invitation. The clash lands hard, and the newcomer reels as the pressure finally bites back. A smug warning follows, but the massed crowd around them already signals this story is getting bigger. The system finally names the quest user. Muse, the archer, class girl, at the center of this behemoth mess. Jinsung slips away from the scene, and the others are left staring into the sudden gap he made. The Dark Knight notices at once, still smiling as he wonders where Jinsung vanished to. Ophelia cuts in without hesitation, declaring the temple above Behemoth the place she calls home. Her grief runs deeper than revenge, because every soul in that temple was family to her. Then Lotus enters the blame, and the truth turns uglier as the believers are said to have butchered each other. Ophelia breaks under the memory, her rage and pain spilling out all at once. The lore widens again, linking Behemoth to the flying whale and the GBL order guarding its relics. The truth comes out fast. Ophelia surfaced on the airship because Behemoth is under Lotus attack right now. The threat is clarified even more. Apostles are rulers of the demon realm, and the whole world knows to fear them. Lotus is framed as one of 12 apostles, the kind of monster even experts would rather avoid head-on. Jinsung decides not to chase that nightmare personally, focusing instead on the corrupted forces still dragging the dungeon into chaos. Muse's presence finally clicks into place, but the name only makes the situation messier for anyone hoping for an easy answer. Jinsung slips away, and the others are left staring at the gap he vanished into like he never existed. The Dark Knight notices the disappearance at once, while Bon and Agonzo are left to deal with Behemoth once they regroup. The conversation cuts loose into confusion as Jinsung's absence rattles everyone, and the script of the scene starts breaking apart. Ophelia barges in furious and grieving, demanding attention and throwing the whole room into panic with her raw rage. Even Lenny gets dragged into the mess, and the moment turns from tense to ugly in a heartbeat. After Ophelia's outburst, the squad heads for the outer temple walls, a dungeon stacked on Behemoth itself to bring Lotus down. Bon, Agonzo, and the adventurer set off together, already looking like they expect trouble to find them first. Lenny gets cornered next, and the tension spikes as someone realizes she was never supposed to be part of this mission. She still tries to force her way in, but the warning lands fast, and even her excuse starts sounding desperate. Agonzo grabs her before the situation can get worse, while Bon snaps that this is not the kind of enemy she can face. Jinsung cuts in with a cold stare, deciding the whole plan is already corrupted if Lenny is really coming along. The group stalls on the spot, and the awkward silence says everything about how badly the script has cracked. Lenny thanks them through the panic, while Agonzo drags her along, and the whole thing turns into a grim joke. The last condition finally drops. They were told to leave at dawn, which only makes the lie look even shakier. Above the city, something dark hangs in the sky, and the mission keeps moving toward a disaster nobody can avoid. The airship groans through the sky, carrying the crew deeper into a mess that already feels unstable. Sharon greets the morning with that too confident smile, acting as if nothing is wrong. Jinsung gets dragged into the guild chatter again, and the excuse about that vagrant sounds thinner by the second. Chobung keeps talking over the problem, while Sharon lets him dig the hole even deeper. The whole plan shifts to Margatha, with the ship's boarding suddenly sounding far too convenient. Sharon realizes this is not meant for her, but the panic in her voice says the script is already slipping. Jinsung bursts in and warns that the future has arrived early, turning the quiet into an alarm. He pushes the Behemoth talk further, and Sharon starts sensing there is more behind his calm than she expected. When the loot comes up, Jinsung only grins, treating every reward like pocket change compared to the real payoff. Even then, he keeps moving with that shameless confidence, already looking ready to take whatever comes next. Sharon tries to keep the mood light, but her smile already looks forced as the guild chatter keeps circling Jinsung. His answer lands beside Muse, and the little excuse around him only grows thinner and more suspicious. Jinsung turns to the old armored display, still sizing up the room like he already knows the real trick. He brushes off the value of the loot, calling the whole pile junk while everyone else stares in disbelief. Then the vagrant insult finally snaps, and Cumulonimbus lunges in, furious enough to make the whole room shudder. Jinsung gets hammered back, but he still shrugs through it and keeps acting like the cost means nothing. Even as the others panic over the mess, he laughs it off and says it will all be paid for. Somehow. The door slides open, and a hooded stranger steps in, asking after Kargon with far too much confidence. He introduces himself as a knight of the principality, while the nearby group stiffens at the name drop. Outside, the ships wait in the harbor, and the whole board to Margatha plan feels ready to sink or sail. The expedition suddenly fills with passengers, and Jinsung keeps his cool while the ship's crew scrambles around him. Agonzo recognizes him at once, and Jinsung plays it off as if he is only along for the ride. Sharon's name hangs over the room, but Jinsung already knows this is no ordinary invitation. Fiona snaps into panic, realizing he has accepted the escort role far too smoothly. The guild crew turns to Lenny, clearly deciding she is the easiest one to dump the problem on. Jinsung grins as the plan lands in his favor, because now he can watch Lenny without raising suspicion. Fiona immediately suspects something, but Jinsung just smiles like he has already won. She presses him to move faster, and he lets her take the lead while the tension keeps building. Nearby, the guild's strange escort pair finally comes into view, and the whole meeting feels one step from chaos. Muse arrives with the others, and Jinsung realizes the board has finally started moving again. The sky swallows the last trace of the old path as the lift surges onward. Below, the dungeon churns into chaos, but the escape keeps moving. Even with danger behind him, the white-haired gunslinger grins and pushes the ride forward. The route twists hard, carrying them toward the next stop without slowing for anyone. Destination Behemoth appears at last, and the system starts to reframe the whole journey. The loading space warps around them, a reminder that this world loves skipping time when it suits the game. Jinsung tries to force a clean pass through the opening, but the gap is already turning ugly. The towerside fighters rush in, while the pink-haired guide starts losing her composure. Another clash follows instantly, and even the weakest protest just gets drowned out by the momentum. Before anyone can breathe, the tunnel ahead flares open again, daring them to keep going. The behemoth's massive eye fills the path ahead, and the whole journey starts feeling even more wrong. Agonzo and the white-haired gunslinger both stare up, realizing this stop is far more dangerous than it looked. Muse cuts in mid-panic, already sensing that something ugly is waiting inside. The behemoth finally reveals itself as a huge moving island, and the dungeon's next trial stops being a rumor. Behind the wreckage, the route is already torn apart, leaving only rubble and blood in its wake. Jinsung keeps his distance while Muse slips into view, and the system coldly announces the opening event has begun. The dungeon's loading phase drags on, and even the survivors can feel the place grinding them down. Agonzo studies the heavy air and quietly admits this place feels worse than the Sky Tower. Jinsung catches the name Lotus from Ophelius' warning, then spots the masked man collapsing and begging for help. The broken intruder keeps pleading on the ground, and that pathetic sight only makes the situation look more cursed. Jinsung narrows his eyes at the mask, realizing it was modeled after the behemoth and tied to the GBL Order survivors. The broken intruder keeps choking out threats, but the terror in his voice only makes him look more pathetic. Jinsung answers with a brutal counter, cutting through the monster before it can gather itself. The dungeon erupts into a full-pack assault, yet he keeps carving a path through the chaos. As the monsters thrash around him, the warning about Lotus turns the whole mess even uglier. He tears through another wave, while the crawling beast still begs for death like a cornered worm. Jinsung refuses to slow down, and every step forward only drags him deeper into the cursed swarm. At last, he guides Muse into position, telling her to stay close while the trial keeps grinding on. Muse panics over his empty hands, but he coolly claims he still has a weapon. That smug little answer says enough, because Jinsung has already turned the whole battlefield into his blade. Jinsung casually reveals a new sword, leaving the battered foe stunned and confused. As the blade catches the light, even the monster's broken grip can only stare at it in disbelief. Then he cuts in hard, and Muse looks on while the strike tears through the creature. The monster reels under the blow, and the attack drives straight through its defenses. Green energy keeps ripping across the battlefield, shredding whatever the curse left standing. The remaining beast chunks collapse under the relentless slash, begging for death with what little strength is left. Jinsung finally slows just enough for Muse to catch up, and Chobung trails beside them, still wary. He checks on her with a smug grin, pretending the weapon was obvious from the start. Muse stares at him, rattled by how calmly he handled that mess. Lenny also remains caught in the chaos, as the whole trial keeps spiraling out of control. The tower ruins tremble in the distance, and the whole trial feels like it is holding its breath. Muse watches in shock as the attack rips the monster open and the curse starts collapsing. With the beast finished, Jinsung slows long enough for Muse and Chobung to catch up. Chobung keeps talking like he saw the whole thing coming, while Muse remains rattled by his calm. Agonzo and the hooded man stay hidden nearby, confirming the party has been watched since leaving the outer walls. The group pushes toward the jungle route, and the next warning lands on Jinsung like a fresh threat. From the lookout, the path ahead stretches into the jungle area, where the tower is already turning hostile. The arena below erupts with fire and ice as Lenny stiffens, realizing the brain-dead monsters can use magic too. Jinsung studies the purple shard in his hand and realizes the strange damage came from that woman's fight. He narrows his eyes, seeing her interference as just another clue in a much uglier setup. Isadora emerges as the one-member Lotus has not broken yet, already stalking the adventurer party with murder on her mind. She closes in on the wrong group at the wrong time, and the ambush catches them off guard in the Dendroid hub. Magic explodes everywhere as the fight breaks loose, and even the newcomers freeze when Isadora's attack lands. With no corpses in sight, the survivors start to realize nobody actually died, which only makes the setup look more suspicious. The battle ends with Isadora shifting sides, and now she is the one leading the way toward Lotus. Jinsung immediately sees the danger in that, realizing the fight with Isadora is over only because the next dungeon is already waiting. A sudden blow snaps him back to reality, and Chobung keeps pressing him to answer instead of wandering off in his own head. Jinsung stays quiet, but the silence says enough as Isadora keeps warning him that if nothing changes, Lenny is finished soon. Her face darkens as she pushes the path forward, and the whole route toward the Forbidden Shrine feels like a trap dressed up as progress. By the end, Lenny is left bloodied and miserable, looking exactly like someone the story has already decided to discard. Jinsung keeps moving anyway, even as the damage around him makes it clear this path was never meant to be safe. Isadora strides on with grim certainty, acting like the ending had already been written. Jinsung finally turns back, only to catch Chobung hovering near him with that annoying, insistent concern. She warns him to stay put before he gets jumped again, and he is barely recovering from the last ambush. When she snaps that she was fine last time, he dryly points out that getting jumped is not exactly the same as winning. Her mood flips in a heartbeat, and she suddenly asks if he has a girlfriend like the answer might matter. Jinsung freezes, genuinely caught off guard by how blunt she gets. Chobung only digs deeper, awkwardly pressing the question until the whole conversation turns painfully obvious. He stands there stunned, realizing she had just asked him outright, without the slightest shame. Before he can recover, the fight slams back in around them, and Chobung tears into the chaos beside him. Chobung cracks through the roots, surprise attack, and Jinsung finally spots how ugly this ambush has become. The path erupts with twisting timber, and the hidden monster keeps forcing them deeper into the trap. A massive dendroid crashes into view, making even seasoned fighters realize this dungeon has turned into a forest nightmare. Jinsung catches himself just in time, seeing that the real threat still hasn't finished showing itself. Chobung throws himself back into the fight, barking that the monster has to be challenged head-on. A shadowy brute tears past him, and the whole scene turns into a messy brawl of claws, bark, and panic. Chobung swears at the chaos, stunned that the dungeon has somehow become a jungle full of monsters. Lenny panics as she explains that the beast is a hunter who resisted Lotus brainwashing and became a monster, while the tree is a dendroid in human form. Chobung snaps back at the monster, still moving forward even as the danger keeps multiplying around him. And with the explanation done, the fight only gets worse as the forest creature lunges again, leaving no room to breathe. Jinsung and the pink-haired guide end up back-to-back, both exposed as the fight turns ugly, and her smugness only makes the slip-up sting harder. The dungeon answers with a savage charge, as the beast swarm barrels in and turns the path into a full-blown massacre. Jinsung and Chobung lock eyes for a split second, both reading the same danger before the next rush hits. Chobung cuts through the chaos while Jinsung keeps pace, and the two finally move like they know the jungle will not give them a break. A massive blow lands somewhere in the melee, and the whole swarm starts buckling under the counterattack. Chobung finishes another strike, still loud, still reckless, and somehow still standing when the monsters should have already buried him. Jinsung looks back, rattled, as the pink-haired guide gets swept into the wreckage and starts checking whether she can still move. The guide insists she is only tired, but her panic makes it clear this rescue story is falling apart fast. She keeps talking through the debris, trying to steady the situation, while Jinsung stares down the aftermath with a grim little pause. Even now, the battlefield keeps breathing around them, and the survivors realize this dungeon is nowhere near done with them. Fiona winces on the ground, admitting her ankle is hurt and asking for a hand. Jinsung stares back, already sensing this messy detour is getting ridiculous. She blurts out that Lenny should know this too, then awkwardly admits she already has a girlfriend. When Jinsung seems stunned, Fiona only grows more embarrassed and starts to backpedal. Another hand reaches in, and she quickly explains she was planning a date that weekend. Jinsung's expression hardens as he tells her not to waste time on shallow pity. Fiona looks away, mumbling that she may be doing the wrong thing, but she still cannot fully stop herself. Jinsung dismisses the whole complaint, then says he does not care as long as Lenny can make happy memories. A sudden strike cuts through the conversation, and the whole scene snaps back into chaos as the two react. The aftermath leaves the path exposed ahead, with the dungeon still sprawling like it is waiting for the next disaster. Jinsung keeps sprinting through the ruined corridor, pushing deeper as the dungeon noise swallows everything behind him. Fiona tears through the monsters ahead, clearing the path with ugly efficiency, while the chaos keeps tightening around her. She calls out to Jinsung, still trying to steer him toward Lotus like the route was always meant to end there. The trail finally settles on the White Knight route, and the map makes it clear this is the next stop on Lotus Path. Jinsung catches sight of something shining ahead, and even he freezes for a beat. The glowing loot turns out to be a rare magical chainmail, and the sight makes the whole mystery feel a lot less ordinary. Fiona and Jinsung both lean in, realizing the chain is sealed with magic instead of being a normal drop. She explains that higher-ranked items can be magically sealed, which means this wasn't just dropped here by accident. The item ranks line up in his mind, and Jinsung starts to suspect the missing loot is tied to Muse. The whole thing suddenly feels like a clue, not a reward, and the dungeon's next trap is already waiting behind it. Fiona studies the sealed chainmail and realizes only a mage can undo it, which makes the loot feel far less ordinary. Jinsung freezes at the revelation, because this is nothing like the game's normal drop system. As he moves on, he starts thinking the missing equipment trail must be tied to Muse after all. Fiona and Jinsung both stare at the scattered gear, and the puzzle suddenly looks like a setup instead of a reward. The trail finally points to Muse herself, and the missing piece of the quest lands in place. Her laugh and the pile of gained items make the situation even uglier, because she was never playing clean. That leads straight into the Forbidden Shrine boss, High Priest Alsor, and the whole route turns deadly. The ruined shrine and fallen boss confirm how badly the trap has already torn through everyone involved. Elsewhere, the hooded guide warns that transformation might resist the brainwashing, but returning to Emily like that is not an option. Isadora keeps pressing the issue, exposing Alsor as another certainty in the bloodstained path ahead. Jinsung finally catches up, and the line about forbidden knowledge makes it clear the next stop is the boss event for Alsor. Fiona and Lenny trail behind him as the route narrows, while the hooded guide decides staying out of the way is the smarter move. A corrupted boss stands revealed at the far end, snarling like the whole shrine was built to spit on anyone who entered. The group freezes for a beat, then pushes forward when the hooded man insists they have no time left to hesitate. Jinsung checks the area and realizes nothing has been corrupted yet, but one last scripted event still has to trigger. He charges through the wrecked hall, and the others scramble after him as the shrine fight explodes into chaos. Fiona and Lenny get knocked off balance in the mess, and even the pink-haired guide starts losing her composure. Jinsung spots a damaged book among the loot and realizes the whole setup has been pointing at some hidden clue. His expression hardens as the answer lands too late, because the book seems tied to Muse and the missing reward trail. The final shock hits when he realizes the truth might be bigger than the boss itself, and the whole route turns ominous. The sealed tome lands in the chaos, and the title on its cover makes the whole setup feel far bigger than a simple drop. The ancient text reveals itself as the Book of Genesis, a holy relic said to foretell both the apostles and Arid's fate. The warning only gets uglier from there, because the book is tied to DFO lore, and somebody has already gone after it with brutal force. Chobung and the others explode in outrage as the book's importance sinks in, while Jinsung stares ahead and realizes the clue was hiding in plain sight. He starts connecting the damage to the missing trail, and the answer lands with a nasty edge. The book is tied to Muse. His suspicion deepens as he senses a voice in the distance, and the corridor suddenly feels less like a route and more like a trap. Jinsung pauses at the next turn, still uneasy, because even the silence around him feels staged now. The hooded man calls for Bon, but the answer comes from elsewhere, sharp and casual, as if the danger is still one step ahead. Fiona, rattled by the mess, starts losing her composure while the entire scripted rescue keeps collapsing around her. Jinsung's team tightens up again, and with every clue pointing back to Muse, the shrine route turns into a warning instead of a prize. The stolen pages are finally confirmed as the Book of Genesis, and the failed event makes the danger look even uglier. Lenny and Fiona panic as the corruption threat keeps spreading, while the rescue script starts falling apart around them. Jinsung studies Muse's face and realizes the missing trail was leading straight back to her all along. The mood turns tense as he closes in, and Muse immediately senses that something is very wrong. She tries to back away, but he corners her and tells her to keep still before she can raise a fuss. Muse stiffens under the pressure, rattled by how close he gets, and the moment turns painfully awkward. Jinsung keeps pressing, making her flustered enough to finally admit that she should not have let him near. The old lines of the book start making sense as he recognizes the first chapter and the story behind it. Lenny laughs nervously while Fiona demands answers, but the talk shifts into a brutal warning about killing him. That answer lands hard, because whoever stole the Genesis book clearly came for blood, not just a hidden reward. The white-haired man stiffens as he senses trouble, already realizing something about the hidden trail is wrong. Jinsung spots the book at last, and the missing clue starts clicking into place. Chobung flashes a grin beside Fiona, but even his confidence can't hide how messy this situation has become. Jinsung pieces the first lines together and realizes the Book of Genesis is talking about gods who never became gods. His stare sharpens as the next line lands, and the meaning behind the book suddenly turns heavy. Jinsung jolts back in alarm, sensing this is more than a legend and far from finished. The old story keeps unfolding, and he realizes the book may be coming for him next. Fiona and Lenny both recoil as the mood sours, and their excuses start sounding weaker by the second. Lenny keeps spiraling, remembering every awkward disaster that already exposed how little control they really have. And the more Jinsung listens, the clearer it becomes that this whole book was never a harmless relic, but a trap with blood on its hands. Jinsung's glare hardens as the strange text sinks in, and whatever he showed with the book clearly pushed someone over the edge. Chobung and Fiona trade nervous guesses, but even they can tell the Book of Genesis has made things worse. Chobung admits the in-game art never changes, yet the missing card and the corruption trail make the truth uglier by the second. Fiona sees the pattern too late, realizing the corruption has not ended, and that the book is still tied to it. The warning only grows sharper as Jinsung senses the pursuit closing in, and he knows chasing any farther could get him killed. He is interrupted when the floor shakes and the tower starts collapsing into noise, forcing even the others to stumble. In the middle of the panic, the hooded veteran and Isadora react to the quake, both realizing something far worse is about to break loose. That fear pays off fast when the behemoth finally erupts, roaring in pain like the next disaster has already begun. The tower keeps trembling under the creature's scream, and the whole route feels like it is spiraling toward a massacre. Jinsung stares ahead in shock, and finally names the source of this mess, realizing Lotus is tied to it all. The behemoth's eye swells with pain as Lotus control surges, and Jinsung realizes the monster is about to become the disaster ahead. The beast's face twists harder, proving the tower is still being dragged toward a slaughter. Jinsung breaks under the pressure, realizing the brainwashing has reached this far, while the crowd around him starts buckling. The shaking finally eases, but the tremor leaves him, and the others bent over, coughing through the wreckage and realizing they need a plan fast. He senses something even worse inside the chaos, then snaps back toward the others, and decides retreat is wiser than dying here. Jinsung turns to Lenny and orders a retreat, already seeing that whatever just happened has contaminated the whole route. A white-haired noblewoman spots the distant disturbance and stiffens, realizing the tower's broken rhythm is still spreading. Jinsung catches a strange signal, and the pink-haired guide recoils as he realizes Sharon has marked the path for Margatha. Smirking through the panic, he confirms the signal worked, while the guide behind him looks even more trapped by the second. The trail is finally making sense to him now, and that smug little victory only sharpens the danger waiting ahead. The wreckage quiets just enough for the truth to start surfacing, and the trail finally points toward Lotus' destination. From there, the answer sharpens into the Middle Ocean, a place Lotus can actually use instead of the dry temple. Fiona stiffens at the revelation, already seeing how badly this scripted rescue is slipping out of her hands. Muse gets dragged deeper into the same ugly truth, and the route ahead stops looking like an accident. Shusia spells it out with chilling ease. Lotus lived in water, so this temple was never his real battlefield. Jinsung pieces it together fast, realizing the behemoth was steered toward the Middle Ocean on purpose. The book confirms it, and he decides the plan can still work if the next move is made before the disaster fully closes in. Then the backlash hits as he stares at the impossible truth, and Lotus' future suddenly looks a lot less negotiable. The next blow lands harder, revealing that Lotus is recovering the Apostle's power and dragging a rod toward ruin. Even the giant beast collapses under that revelation, but the prophecy hanging over the tower is already in motion. The white-haired noble snaps at Jinsung, refusing to accept that Lotus' fate has already been sealed. Jinsung falls silent for a beat, feeling the answer land heavier than any blade. He hardens his stare and decides the only way forward is to keep pushing. The price comes next, and of course it is absurdly steep. Lenny swings back into the mess, dragging him away from the behemoth problem and straight into Hendon Mire. She keeps walking him onward, brushing off his confusion like this detour is completely ordinary. By the time they reach the market, she is calmly showing off the place as if the chaos never existed. Jinsung stays wary beside her, wondering why nobody seems suspicious of a guide who should not even be here. Her explanation about resisting Lotus' power reveals the real reason she brought him here, and when the monstrous pressure hits back, Jinsung realizes that was definitely Lotus. Kana greets them with a bright pitch, and Jinsung immediately gets hung up on the ice cream. She keeps smiling, clearly used to this, while Lenny stands by and watches the odd little exchange. The vendor proudly shows off her stall, trying to sell him on everything without missing a beat. Jinsung hands over the list, and Kana starts reading it with the kind of focus that makes the joke land harder. She says it will take time and tells them to come back in the evening, catching him off guard. Jinsung protests the delay, but Kana refuses to budge and keeps the schedule on her terms. He finally gives in, already deciding to wait, while she reassures him with unsettling confidence. Jinsung suggests they stay until evening, and Kana instantly pushes him back toward the next errand. He tries to leave with a promise of food, but her frantic reaction only makes the whole scene funnier. As he heads off, Kana is left grinning over the old times. Like this little detour was always the plan. The loud vendor keeps flaunting his stall, even dangling a giant fish like it seals the sale. Jinsung and Fiona listen in, while the whole pitch starts looking less like business and more like a setup. Jinsung finally gets the fish at the center of the joke, and Fiona looks ready to complain before the moment slips away. The deal turns messy fast as the stall erupts into splashing chaos, but nobody there looks truly bothered. A green-haired onlooker bursts out laughing, enjoying the spectacle like this is the best entertainment in town. Fiona hypes up the prize with dramatic flair, holding out a cute mascot as if it were some rare treasure. Jinsung leans in and accepts the ridiculous offer, and Fiona practically glows with smug satisfaction. Fiona hugs the prize tight, grinning like she already won the entire exchange. Jinsung ends up trapped under the mascot's absurd weight, his patience taking the hit as the joke lands cleanly. Even with Jinsung half buried in the gag, Fiona stays smug, proving she was having too much fun to stop. The market is peaceful at sunset, but the stall's chatter is already pulling everyone into trouble. Fiona starts bragging about the snack, and Jinsung catches the hint that something about her family is different. Her background comes spilling out next. A poor home, a younger sibling, and the kind of pressure that never really leaves. That weight explains why she pushes so hard for promotion, and Jinsung is left reading between the lines. She softens just enough to call out Lenny by name, thanking him for making time while keeping the teasing alive. Jinsung gets hit with the Grandmaster joke next, because even a weapon master is not spared from her mocking logic. Then she folds the mascot into her arms, and complains that she would only be grateful if Behemoth did not kill her on the way back. Beneath the whining, she admits family still makes her anxious, and that crack in the act feels strangely real. But just as fast, she decides today was fun, and the prize ends up squashed in her arms like a victory trophy. She crowns it all by suggesting De Lost Empire for their next date, while Jinsung just stares, stunned by how far this prank has gone. Fiona's prank ends with the mascot crushed in her arms, and Jinsung is left staring at the wreckage. She keeps pushing the joke, casually sliding from Behemoth talk into an invite he never saw coming. At the same time, her teasing softens into something real, and Jinsung catches the pressure hiding underneath. She brushes it off just as fast, then turns the whole mess into a triumphant little victory. By nightfall, the tower root hangs over Behemoth's lair, a white knight dungeon sitting on top of disaster. Somewhere inside that mess, the white-haired man confronts Isadora and names Lotus as the target. The first sign of the trap appears as strange eggs start swelling through the corridor and the air turns ugly. The creature inside the shell mutates fast, proving somebody left out a very important detail. The hooded veteran spots the nest and blurts out the obvious question before the situation gets worse. A final egg twitches under the darkness, and the whole root feels one breath away from hatching into chaos. Muse and the hooded veteran stare up at a shape in the dark, and the worst guess suddenly feels right. The thing lunges forward, and the root is already turning into a slaughter. Jinsung gets dragged into the assault as the beast crashes down through the corridor. He narrows his eye, realizing that only an apostle-level monster could hide this well. The corrupted woman keeps her cool for a heartbeat, but the pressure around her only grows uglier. Jinsung cuts in, grumbling that the culprit list is getting painfully familiar. The monster bites back with savage force, while he keeps pressing through the chaos. A barrier of raw power rises, and the fight turns into a test of who blinks first. Jinsung senses something off, suspecting a mind reader among the apostles. The next strike lands as he decides that kind of trick is exactly the sort of enemy nobody should underestimate. Jinsung lands the first real hit, and the so-called ruler of the ocean starts sounding a lot less untouchable. Lotus sneers that Sirako's abilities are useful, yet still inferior to his own. Jinsung keeps cutting in as Lotus brags about dragging out buried memories the moment he returns to the sea. Lotus pushes the pressure harder, insisting Jinsung cannot use that trick right now. Jinsung realizes Lotus cannot read minds, which makes the whole strategy suddenly make sense. Lotus acts confident, but the thought of adventurers eventually slashing him down clearly gets under his skin. Jinsung spots the hidden box and needles Lotus into admitting there is something inside worth hiding. Lotus panics, snapping that it is no ordinary box, and throws the blame at the countless people who wronged the Great Lotus. Jinsung demands answers, while Lotus hesitates long enough for the lie to start cracking. Lotus finally gives in, warning that even a single answer could be dangerous as the sea itself looms around them. Lotus snarls that a human dares speak of his fate, but Jinsung only answers with a cold challenge. The monster bares his fangs and swears he will crush that tiny body without mercy. Jinsung feels the pressure shift and decides this is no longer the time for Lotus games. He tells the sea monster to keep trying, and the threat only makes Lotus more vicious. Lotus hisses for him to leave this place or face the consequences, then promises true destruction. Jinsung drives in, and the swirling sea power suddenly loosens around him. Lotus stares in shock, realizing the attack is slipping and that Jinsung is being let go. Confused, Jinsung wonders what changed, while Lotus seems unable to keep control. The focus snaps to Muse as the next route opens, and the looming threat of the behemoth hangs over the trial. Jinsung's eyes widen at the final shock, and Lotus' confidence finally starts to look pathetic. Jinsung comes to groggy and confused, while a black uniformed woman realizes he is finally awake. Dan rushes in with urgent news, and the tension spikes the moment Fiona turns toward him. The adventurer has gone missing, and Jinsung's blank stare says he already knows this is bad. Fiona admits they need to hurry, but the whole situation has already started slipping out of control. The warning turns into panic as something goes wrong nearby, and the rescue plan starts looking useless. Muse is finally caught in the center of it, and the failing jammer makes the Lotus control even uglier. She realizes they may all be puppets now, with Lotus pulling the strings from somewhere deeper in the mess. Jinsung pushes forward anyway, refusing to waste time on Lotus games or the lie of a safe delay. Muse's warning lands hard as she admits, stopping the corruption matters more than saving Lenny by force. Even then, Jinsung keeps moving, knowing the moment he hesitates is the moment Lotus wins again. Jinsung spots the storm of shards ripping through the forest, and the whole dungeon starts feeling wrong again. The blast catches him off guard, but he keeps his footing, already sensing this is no ordinary attack. Muse and Iris finally appear in the chaos, and the reunion lands like a clue nobody wanted this early. Jinsung stares in disbelief, realizing Muse was never under Lotus control after all. Siran enters with that smug, unbothered air, acting like this disaster is just another familiar stop on the road. Jinsung quickly pieces it together, linking the strange clothing, accent, and sword to someone he has heard of before. The realization hits harder than the shock, because this man is no random stranger but one of the 4 weapon masters. Siran only doubles down, dragging Jinsung and the others toward a story that already happened once. He explains that around level 70, he brings the adventurer and Iris into an event buried in the past. And that means this mess is not a detour at all, but the beginning of the story of the future. Jinsung freezes in the forested dungeon, realizing this bizarre trial has started twisting time itself. Muse and Lenny suddenly appear ahead, and the reunion hits like a clue nobody wanted this early. Jinsung stares in disbelief, finally accepting that Muse was never under Lotus control. Siran steps in with smug ease, and Jinsung recognizes the face and sword of a true weapon master. The man keeps talking like this disaster is routine, dragging them into an event buried in the past. He explains that around level 70, an adventurer and Iris are pulled into this same incident. That makes the whole mess even worse, because this is not a detour but the beginning of the future. Jinsung's thoughts race as the warning lands hard. Touching the past could spiral everything out of control. Siran doubles down, insisting only observation is safe while the past remains off limits. And before anyone can argue, the tower erupts with violence again, proving the timeline is already cracking. Muse cuts back into the chaos with ruthless timing, and the tower's defenders barely get a breath. Jinsung steadies himself, sensing something is deeply wrong as the clash keeps twisting around him. The others catch sight of the target ahead, and the warning lands before anyone can relax. Siran stays infuriatingly calm, treating the whole disaster like routine as he makes his move. Jinsung finally sees the opening and throws himself into the melee, wondering what kind of enemy this really is. Siran tilts his head at the strange force on him, already suspicious that something hidden is at play. Jinsung realizes it could be an apostle, and that thought makes the whole fight turn uglier fast. He stays hidden behind the disguise, refusing to let anyone see through him just yet. When the disguise starts drawing attention, he snaps that it is not some ordinary item and keeps moving. Siran answers with a brutal burst of force, smashing forward as the tower battle explodes again. Jinsung panics as the disguise starts slipping, and the hidden menace on his skin threatens to expose everything. The clash erupts instantly, but his strike lands on something far stranger than a normal enemy. He freezes when nothing seems to change, and even he starts wondering what kind of trap this really is. Muse appears in the chaos, and Jinsung realizes the fight has already pulled someone else into the mess. Siran shuts down the warning with savage speed, forcing Jinsung to react or get carved apart. Jinsung swings back while demanding an answer, but Siran only keeps crowding him with ruthless pressure. A brutal counter sends the fight spiraling, and the tower's warped power starts swallowing the battlefield whole. Muse is hurled back by the shockwave, proving this battle is already too messy for anyone to control. Siran drives forward through the wreckage, roaring like a man who has no intention of slowing down. Jinsung answers with a feral shout of his own, and the two of them slam the conflict into a deadlier gear. The purple-haired fighter crashes into Siran, but his body barely budges under the impact. Jinsung catches the exchange and freezes, because even that opening looks ugly. The woman keeps screaming for Siran as if sheer desperation might hold the floor together. Siran answers by lunging forward, and Muse gets caught right in the middle of the opening. The two of them slam into the next exchange, with Muse trying to keep from being swallowed by the chaos. Siran's blow lands hard, and Jinsung finally realizes the fight has turned feral. He and Muse both reel as Siran keeps pressure on them, mocking hesitation with brute force. Dan and Fiona rush into the wreckage, and the timing alone says the tower is still spiraling. Fiona spots the pair and panics, while Dan stares ahead like this mess is getting worse by the second. Their shock says enough, because the chaos has already spread far past one fight. Jinsung stares down at the bloodied Iris, stunned as the tower's madness keeps getting uglier. Before he can recover, Dan and Fiona crash into the wreckage, shouting that they found the adventurer and Lenny. That only deepens the panic, because Jinsung can't even tell why Fiona and Dan are fighting these fanatics. Dan presses him from the shadows of the hall, while the blonde woman keeps screaming for help and dragging the disaster wider. Muse gets caught in the opening, and Jinsung realizes too late that this is no longer a clean fight. Dan's warning lands like a hammer, and Jinsung is left frozen, wondering what he is even supposed to do now. Then the pressure snaps back onto Muse, and the pink-haired girl takes the hit as the whole exchange starts spiraling. She snarls through the pain, but the blow leaves her reeling while the masked knight stays relentless. Muse finally looks up, and even her eyes say she understands this battle has turned desperate. By now, every hesitation is punished, and the tower keeps grinding everyone deeper into the same mess. Jinsung's eye hardens as the pressure spikes, and the next strike is already closing in. He snaps into motion, kicking through the exchange while the battlefield explodes around him. Lenny throws up a glowing barrier, trying to answer force with force. The blast tears across the hall, and the clash turns even uglier in an instant. Muse stares back in shock, already looking too hurt to keep pretending this is under control. Jinsung lunges again, racing through the wreckage while the others scramble behind him. The shockwave rolls outward and leaves the tower trembling under the aftermath. Lenny is left bloodied and wide-eyed, finally forced to feel how badly this fight has gone. The other fighters keep pressing through the corridor, refusing to let the chaos slow them down. Fiona and Dan both panic at once, and even the rescue team looks one step away from collapse. Jinsung looks over the wrecked hall while Lenny lies broken ahead, and the whole rescue already feels one blow from collapse. Her strained cries turn into a choking groan as the pressure keeps crushing her, mocking any hope of holding the line. The barrier's glowing core flickers for one desperate second, but it is already obvious the defense is failing. Muse's eyes widen in shock, and even before the smoke clears, she looks too battered to keep pretending this is under control. The moment twists into something bigger, a starting point that will drag them against Lotus and the fanatics, no matter how ugly it gets. Lenny staggers bloodied under the aftermath, finally forced to feel how vicious this battle has become. Muse and Jinsung keep moving through the ruin, but the corridor leaves no room for pride anymore. Jinsung's thoughts sharpen around the right path, and he realizes Lenny is tied to the answer he needs. He turns on that realization just as the situation closes in, knowing hesitation will only feed Lotus' trap. With both fighters stunned and the tower still trembling, the next step feels like the only chance left. The masked fanatics finally snap into place as Jinsung realizes the future Muse and Sierra were tied to this madness. The revelation only gets uglier as he sees those two were part of a larger illusion, and not some sudden accident. What looked like chaos turns into a memory he should never have had, with every detail matching too perfectly. One panicked victim starts to unravel under the pressure, proving the enemy had been reading minds all along. Jinsung's rage boils over as he decides this nightmare cannot be allowed to keep going. The proof lands hard when he realizes the fanatics were still buried inside his memories, twisting everything from within. And that is when the real pattern clicks, because the so-called future Muse was the reason the fanatics looked familiar. Even Lenny's role stops looking random, since she was the reason he was told to save her in the first place. The trap was rigged from the start, and the ugly truth is that someone had been playing with him the entire time. With that realization tearing everything open, Jinsung turns toward Lotus, ready to make the monster answer for it all. Lotus' monstrous body twists under the pressure, and Jinsung finally sees the corruption for what it is. Bloody Ghost Knight hardens his stare, realizing the fight is about to get even uglier. A fresh warning lands, but it only makes the showdown feel more inevitable. The battle shifts to the Behemoth Ruins dungeon, where this disaster was waiting to happen. Jinsung tears through the tentacles, refusing to let the monster keep the upper hand. Bloody Ghost Knight snarls that the blade is still too hard to cut through. The beasts close in from every side, but Jinsung keeps pushing through the swarm. He snaps back that 2 weapon masters are not enough to stop him. Muse crashes back into the chaos, and the timing makes the whole trap look even more rotten. She draws her bow and answers the fight, proving this nightmare is far from over. The beast realizes the so-called adventurer is no joke, and the trap starts breaking apart around her. Muse refuses to die for this mess, and lunges forward instead of backing down. The monsters crowd in, but she laughs off their threat and slices through the first wave. One enemy still thinks Destiny should win, until Muse's sudden fury makes that hope look ridiculous. She answers with a storm of arrows, forcing the pack to scatter under her fire. The blasts slam through the swarm, and their numbers start collapsing fast. More impacts explode through the dungeon, leaving the monsters reeling in panic. Muse drives deeper into the chaos, carving a path straight through the purple haze. The beasts vanish one after another, and even their confidence gets buried with them. By the end, Muse is still standing in the middle of the ruin, and the ambush has turned into her victory. The white-haired troublemaker barrels in mid-attack, mocking the chaos as teleportation proves this fight is already far from ordinary. Muse takes the hit in stride, her stare turning cold as the monster's bite only seems to wake her up. Her rage snaps back instantly, and a storm of arrows tears through the swarm before they can close again. One monster stares in disbelief, realizing too late that the prey it mocked is about to ruin everything. Even with the beast's massive body crashing around them, the hooded man and the white-haired fighter hold their ground. The white-haired fighter brushes off the danger and keeps calling the adventurer's timing surprisingly useful. The monster's lone eye tightens with anger, as if it still thinks intimidation can save it now. Its purple core flares hard, but the boastful rage only makes it look more desperate than threatening. The tower twists under the surge, and the whole battle starts pulling the next disaster closer. By the end, the portal-like distortion swallows the scene, hinting that this mess is only getting worse from here. The vortex tightens around the battlefield, and the whole disaster starts dragging everything toward Lotus Trap. Muse answers without hesitation, her arrows ripping through the swarm before the beasts can surround the group again. Jinsung snaps at Lotus' behavior, already realizing this mess has gone far beyond a simple ambush. His eye hardens as he keeps reading the fight, refusing to get swallowed by the monster's pressure. Another watcher narrows in on the chaos too, the tension rising as the hidden truth keeps surfacing. Even the pale-eyed woman feels the danger closing in, while the tower keeps feeding the nightmare back into itself. One brutal strike tears through the space below, and the clash turns uglier by the second. Muse pushes forward through it all, still calm enough to mock the madness while her bow keeps working. Below them, Lotus rages about destiny and tries to turn the whole ruin into a victory lap. But the defiance only gets sharper, because nobody there looks ready to let that monster keep pretending he still controls the board. Lotus keeps glaring from the shattered ruin, but Jinsung is already holding his ground instead of backing off. He drives the blade in hard, and the monster finally starts feeling the pressure. Jinsung's expression stays cold, like he already knows this fight has gone past bluffing. He tells Lotus the end is coming, and the arrogant monster can only keep raging in place. Lotus snarls about taking control, but Jinsung mocks him for needing a mind-reading crutch. The counter lands cleanly, and for once, Lotus looks genuinely stunned by how fast the situation slipped. Jinsung's own face tightens under the backlash, yet he still refuses to let the monster reset the pace. He snaps back that Lotus should stop asking questions and start reading the answer from the beating he is taking. Amid the chaos, Muse flickers back into view through the tower's warped flow, proof that the mess is still twisting around them. A resistance potion spills across the floor, hinting the next move may be the one that keeps Jinsung standing. Muse reappears with the resistance potion from Kana's shop, a small lifeline hidden inside the wreckage. Jinsung studies the hyperjammer's protections and realizes it can block hallucination and mind control, but not mind reading. Lotus instantly snaps at the trick, furious that his usual control games are starting to fail. The monster keeps lunging with brute force, mocking Jinsung for relying on a cheap safeguard. Jinsung answers with another sharp strike, fed up with hearing Lotus rant as the pressure keeps building. Lotus roars that he should have been crushed already, but Jinsung's blade keeps cutting cleanly through the chaos. The tower looms under the moon while the battle's shockwaves ripple outward, and the whole structure feels like it is about to split. A brutal impact tears through the floor, sending debris flying as the fight keeps punching deeper into the tower. Jinsung surges forward with a green flash, hammering Lotus hard enough to make the monster finally lose his temper. Lotus thrashes and snarls in pain, but even now he still tries to drown out the one fighter he cannot fully control. Lotus' body convulses under another clean hit, but he still keeps clawing through the darkness like a wounded beast. Jinsung stays in the monster's face, slipping past the crushing limb and landing another brutal strike without hesitation. The pressure only rises as Lotus howls through the chaos, still refusing to admit he is getting outplayed. Even with his smug ranting, Lotus cannot hide the crack in his confidence when Jinsung keeps reading every move. Jinsung answers the challenge with a sharp counter, making it clear that Lotus tricks are no longer enough. Lotus throws out a massive wave, trying to smother him with raw force and pretend that speed alone can save him. Jinsung cuts through the attack anyway, his blade flashing straight into the opening Lotus never managed to close. Lotus follows with a dark cross of pressure, but the monster's rage only makes his movements sloppier. Jinsung powers through the final blast, and Lotus is left reeling as the fight starts tipping hard out of his hands. Jinsung slips past the ambush and lands another brutal strike, leaving Lotus stunned that the trick was seen through. The monster's smug confidence cracks further as Jinsung keeps tracking every move, and Lotus starts plotting a desperate counter. Lotus dismisses the idea with mocking laughter, but the attack he feared is already coming together in Jinsung's mind. Jinsung's blade flashes through the opening, and Lotus realizes too late that no amount of trickery will save him. A massive area attack crashes down, yet Jinsung cuts through it as if the monster's power is already breaking apart. Lotus tries to force a fatal follow-up, only for the blow to land wrong and expose how badly his rhythm has fallen apart. Jinsung drives in again from the blind side, and Lotus is forced to scream that the attack came from the front after all. The monster reels from the hit, finally understanding that its enemy has been reading the battlefield this whole time. With Lotus still reeling, Jinsung calmly sees the next opening, because the right side is already his to take. Lotus jerks back in disbelief as Jinsung's slash lands cleanly, and that smug confidence finally starts cracking. The monster cries out in pain when another strike tears in from the side, realizing the battlefield has already slipped out of his hands. Blood sprays as Lotus reels, genuinely confused by how the attacks keep landing from the wrong direction. Jinsung's strange skill keeps shuffling the battle symbols around him, and the monster can barely process the pattern. He snaps in frustration, accusing Jinsung of hiding something while Jinsung keeps advancing with cold, measured focus. The barrage keeps hammering Lotus, and his body buckles under the pressure as he finally loses control of the exchange. A blazing hit smashes into his barrier-like defense, but Jinsung still slips through with relentless speed. Another follow-up crashes in from the blind side, proving again that Lotus reads are hopelessly late. By the end, Lotus is left staggering and exposed while Jinsung drives straight through the opening he wanted all along. The white-haired fighter coughs blood from the hit, but Lotus is already realizing the battlefield has slipped away. Jinsung keeps carving through the chaos, and Lotus finally starts catching on to the strange command-based skill trick. The hidden skill list makes it worse, since Jinsung has been reading the inputs instead of the names all along. Lotus rages that he has memorized every pattern, furious that the trick fooled him mid-search. A brutal strike lands hard, and the monster reels under the blow like his pride is breaking with his body. Jinsung stays cold and unreadable, while Lotus realizes too late that the intruder has already mapped him out. Another vicious follow-up tears across Lotus' defenses, leaving the monster shredded and off balance. The white-haired fighter barely flinches, and that silence says enough about how little fear is left. Lotus snaps into a feral grin, still clinging to arrogance even as the fight turns into a slaughter. Lotus finally notices the command trick, and Jinsung's reading of the hidden inputs makes the monster's confidence slip. A brutal slash tears through the body before Lotus can recover, leaving him stunned and scrambling. Even as Lotus taunts him about death and boldness, Jinsung keeps standing there like the warning never mattered. Another vicious strike lands, and Lotus starts hurling blame toward the woman he left behind. The monster's fury keeps rising, but the real wound is simpler now. The intruder has already figured out every pattern. Jinsung drives in again, and Lotus is forced to shout his name like that alone can save him. The counter keeps coming, and the giant eye finally shows real panic beneath all that bluster. Lotus lashes out with one last desperate shove, still trying to act offended instead of terrified. But the fight is already collapsing around him, and his own arrogance turns into a slow, humiliating defeat. Jinsung keeps leaning into the assault, ignoring the pain as another brutal opening carves through Lotus' body. The monster's follow-up swipe misses the rhythm entirely, and Jinsung stays glued to the pressure. Lotus tries to recover with a heavy stomp, but the counter keeps driving him backward. For a split second, even Lotus realizes something is wrong, feeling a hit pierce through an afterimage. His panic cracks open fast, and he starts screaming that Jinsung should have died already. Instead, Jinsung keeps cutting through the chaos, leaving Lotus to rage at whatever trick is hiding beneath the battle. The monster finally stares into the dark and admits he cannot understand how the intruder is still standing. Jinsung answers that confusion with another relentless strike, and Lotus starts unraveling in real time. By the end, the monster knows the truth too late, and Jinsung is already forcing him to figure it out at once. Jinsung keeps pushing through the assault, sensing there has to be a hidden memory behind Lotus' frantic rhythm. The monster's own attacks start feeling wrong, and Jinsung realizes the secret is buried somewhere inside all that chaos. Lotus stares toward the light, and finally senses the trap closing around him. His panic spikes as he realizes too late that Jinsung has found the key he could not hide. Jinsung then sees the skill windows themselves, and the strange system leaves him doubting what any of it even means. The game-like skills only deepen the confusion, listing powers that sound absurdly broken and impossible. Lotus can no longer make sense of the intruder at all, because every answer keeps slipping through his fingers. Jinsung answers with another vicious slash, cutting straight through the monster's momentum. Lotus is left unraveling under the barrage, while Jinsung keeps driving the fight toward its collapse. Lotus reels in disbelief as Jinsung slash lands cleanly, and the monster's confidence starts cracking. The next strike tears deeper, making Lotus panic over supposed invincibility that clearly was never there. Jinsung keeps the pressure on, winding through the monster's defenses with brutal, relentless precision. Lotus' enormous eye tightens on the blade as another hit drives him further into raw fear. Elsewhere, Lena's guilt turns ugly, and her apology sounds like a confession she already knows is too late. The truth keeps spilling out with talk of contamination, and her role in Lotus' mess grows darker by the second. Jinsung answers that rot with pure violence, declaring that every last thing tied to it will be purified. His blade crashes through the twisting darkness, shredding the monster's guard and forcing the clash toward its breaking point. Lotus is left hanging on the edge of defeat, still trapped under the relentless rhythm of Jinsung's final assault. Lotus' face twists in raw pain, and the monster's confidence starts cracking at last. Jinsung stays buried in the opening, his blade dragging straight toward the eye like he means to finish this. The impact blooms into a vicious surge of purple force, ripping through Lotus' body and the wreckage around him. Jinsung answers with another savage slash, and the darkness gets split open all the way through. The attack keeps tearing on, scattering debris as Lotus' body starts coming apart under the pressure. Leaves and wreckage spin loose in the wake of the blow, like the whole space is being peeled apart. In the middle of the chaos, Lena's quiet goodbye hangs in the air, sounding more like surrender than comfort. Her hat drops away beside the ruin, a small, ugly sign of how badly everything has fallen apart. Even her name landing there feels final, as Lotus is left shaking on the edge of collapse. The tower stands in the rain as the fight keeps echoing through its broken floors, and Lotus' collapse starts to feel inevitable. Blood and wreckage spill across the ground, leaving only the ugly aftermath of Jinsung's last slash. Lotus' monstrous face twists in pain, still trying to sneer even as the damage runs deep. His blue eye narrows, and the old confidence in that gaze starts to crack. Jinsung keeps advancing in silence, blade ready, looking every bit like the executioner this monster earned. Lotus mocks the situation, but even his contempt sounds weaker now, like a puppet realizing the strings are cutting into him. Jinsung answers with another brutal swing, and the darkness splits open again. Lotus shudders as the blow tears straight through him, spilling gore and forcing his body toward collapse. Jinsung's eye stays fixed and cold, already reading the finish before Lotus can recover. Lotus can only reel in shock now, with that final look saying the same thing the battlefield already knows. He is done. Lotus' confusion finally cracks the moment something feels wrong, and even the others start sensing the monster slipping. Muse keeps moving through the ruined path, sharp-eyed and wary as the chaos around her refuses to settle. Jinsung catches the trail of battle and realizes Lotus is still connected to the damage behind them. The stormy path stretches ahead, making it clear the chase has already left the battlefield far behind. The group reaches a nearby night outpost, where the situation has already turned into frantic triage. As the wounded are rushed away, the tower's atmosphere keeps worsening, and Lotus' influence feels uglier by the second. The tension spikes again, when the enemy admits the adventurer arrived just in time, as if survival itself was a bad joke. The pair disappears deeper into the forest, leaving only the rain and the uneasy silence behind them. Saran and the purple-haired woman continue the clash, with the hidden time loop finally starting to come into focus. The white-haired fighter stands by with that same cold patience, already reading the next opening before anyone else can blink. Agonzo and Bon push onward through the rain, both already looking like the tower has chewed them up and spit them back out. Dan barrels in with urgent news, while the wounded are hurried aside and the camp slips deeper into crisis. The whole group gathers at the makeshift outpost, where the field of injured makes the disaster feel brutally real. Muse watches the aftermath in silence, calm on the surface but clearly not fooled by how bad this has become. Jinsung stands rigid as the camp's losses settle in, and even the surrounding chaos cannot distract from the grim toll. The storm rolls overhead like a bad omen, as the tower's corruption keeps hanging over everything. Lenny is left among the other fallen, a quiet reminder that the rescue came too late for some. Her medal and the talk of promotion only make the tragedy sting harder, turning honor into a cruel punchline. Vaughn shrugs off the mourning and keeps the conversation moving, while Agonzo's stare says he knows that kind of attitude far too well. The blue-haired woman cuts in coldly, pressing the point about the dead and leaving the mood even uglier. The white-haired knight's cold refusal leaves no room for sympathy, even with death hanging over the camp. Jinsung stays rigid, listening as that cruelty feels less like law and more like a warning aimed straight at him. The words hang over the clash, and it becomes clear that Vaughn had been speaking to his own knights all along. Jinsung questions the move, determined to see Lotus' body with his own eyes before anyone slips away. Vaughn only sends him off with a smug, silent walk, already acting like the answer is beneath him. Jinsung catches the lie at once, realizing the man never meant to stop Lotus for good. Behind the calm act, Vaughn's real plan surfaces, and it is even uglier than the hero pose suggested. He intends to absorb Lotus' power through the ring, turning a fallen apostle into a weapon. Even then, the story keeps its course, and the monstrous truth of Lotus comes roaring back into view. At last, the behemoth chapter ends with the tower still looming, as if the disaster was only ever the beginning. The white-haired woman mocks how easily he can read the relic card, clearly enjoying the adventurer's shock. Jinsung studies the old mask and robe, realizing relics like these were once treated as gear. The next memory turns bloody, as he sees that late-game loot had to be torn from monster corpses. That explains why the Sky Tower never paid out for him, and why the old drops vanished with the monsters. Jin-sung decides the system is still worth exploiting if discontinued items can be taken this way. The woman casually asks whether he brought anything else, and the awkward silence says enough. A nearby man panics at the ringing crash, while the tower keeps trembling around them. Jin-sung grits his teeth, blaming super armor for the hit, but realizing the damage still lingers. She needles him for complaining when he was the one who fought Lotus, and he can only swallow the truth. In the end, the rumor spreads fast anyway, and Jin-sung's card appears cleanly, leaving no punishment from the Time Lords. Sharon studies him with cool amusement, as if she already knows he has changed. Jin-sung stays silent, and she realizes his empty bravado has finally gained real weight. He cuts through the nonsense with one clean move, leaving her joke to die in the air. Sharon quickly yields, then formalizes the deal, as if she had been waiting for this moment. With the contract laid out, Jin-sung reaches for the payment without wasting another breath. Sharon spots him trying to leave, and immediately calls him out on it. He answers that he needs to check something, and will be back in a few days. She watches him go, then warns him not to disappear with the gold. Jin-sung keeps moving anyway, while her laughter and the open guild door hang behind him. Sharon plays it off like nothing happened, but the deal is already sealed. Jin-sung steels himself, convinced he has a reason to go all in now. The ruined path to Elvengard comes into view, and the forest route looks all but cut off. He grimaces at the mess, realizing the rain has wrecked the way to Elvengard. When the white-haired woman asks about the forest, he admits he needs Linus, and a quick stop there. He hesitates over the bottle in his hand, already wondering if Margatha should be his next stop. She casually offers him a drink, like the timing is nothing at all. Jin-sung studies the vial, and suspects there is more to it than she is letting on. Before he can take a sip, she cuts in again, clearly knowing exactly what he is about to do. The moment stretches, and her usual confidence cracks into genuine shock. A violent surge erupts from the bottle, turning the whole exchange into a nasty surprise. Jin-sung reels from the blast, already realizing Sharon handed him something far nastier than it looked. The potion's power yanks him into Elvengard's forest, and he stares up at the impossible terrain in disbelief. He lands running, then remembers too late that the vial may have hidden a dangerous restriction after all. A sudden strike tears through the path ahead, making him freeze as the forest route turns hostile again. Linus appears in the wreckage, and Jin-sung calls his name like he has finally found the right stop. The stocky gatekeeper only squints back, clearly not impressed by the chaos around him. A pink-haired woman slips in with a bright grin, acting like this absurd timing is perfectly normal. She jokes about how long it has been, then casually brings up the friend Jin-sung came here to save. Jin-sung's expression hardens as he catches on, and she coolly assures him the danger around that friend is gone. He quietly takes that in, while her smug little smile says she knows far more than she is admitting. The forest finally opens up, and the awkward little talk makes it clear Jin-sung is here for more than gossip. Linus is the one waiting at the stop, looking more annoyed than impressed when Jin-sung blurts out his demand for a sword. Chobung jumps in next, still bright-eyed enough to act casual while asking where the yaiba Jin-sung handed over disappeared to. Jin-sung admits it got stolen, and the answer only makes the whole deal feel messier than before. Linus gives in, but his tone says this is already becoming someone else's problem, as he asks what kind of blade and materials are needed. Chobung practically lights up, treating the whole thing like a win, and forcing the smith to make it happen, without backing out. The lotus tentacle finally gets dragged into the discussion, and Jin-sung explains he had used the thing as a weapon not long ago. Linus nearly loses his temper, because crafting anything from that nightmare is obviously not normal work for a blacksmith. Jin-sung just takes in the reaction and calmly accepts that the request is absurd, like that was the answer he expected all along. Linus stays seated in the back, while Jin-sung and Chobung make it clear the crazy little trophy is staying in the forge's hands now. Linus finally gives in, already sounding like the whole blacksmithing nightmare belongs to someone else. The battered lotus piece gets shown off, and Jin-sung makes it clear the stolen thing is staying in the forge. Chobung jumps in all smiles, acting like the mess is already halfway solved. Jin-sung corners Linus about a weapon, and the smith can barely hide how absurd the request sounds. He shrugs off the outrage and keeps pushing, proving he expected trouble from the start. Then he goes straight for the real goal, asking Sharon to turn the potion into a shortcut home. Sharon appears with her usual smug timing, and even her warning feels more like teasing than concern. She explains the drink needs a destination in mind, casually hinting that the last coordinates were already set. Jin-sung realizes that bizarre detail actually saves him because the potion is still linked to his last stop. He thanks her with a grin, and the forest route finally snaps him back where he needs to be. Sharon brushes off the confusion as Jinsung starts worrying over the potion's color, and she keeps that same smug calm. One wrong assumption later, the potion cracks apart in his hand, proving his shortcut nearly turned into a disaster. Sharon snaps at his nonsense, and Jinsung panics over the so-called yellow potion, while she tears into the market knockoffs. He finally forces the real issue, begging her to undo the mess and send him back before this gets any worse. The forest falls silent as the potion drags him through space, and the spell finally locks onto a destination. He lands in a room that looks far too empty for comfort, then realizes it is supposed to be his. Sharon's servant delivers the completed item, and she keeps acting like this rushed setup was never a big deal. Jinsung takes the package with awkward gratitude, already looking like a man who knows he owes her a favor. Sharon lightly dismisses the thanks, and the exchange ends with her as composed as ever. Jinsung can only stand there, still embarrassed, while the whole ridiculous transfer finally settles in. The warning plaque for the abnormal phenomenon gets stamped with emergency authority, and the whole thing already feels like bad news. Sharon sizes it up and casually calls it Jinsung's new job, which only makes him look more alarmed. He nearly loses his mind over the ridiculous title, insisting he made it himself while Sharon keeps needling him. The teleport finally kicks in, ripping him away in a blink, and leaving the tower corridor eerily still. Back in his room, Sharon's servant delivers the finished item while she acts like the rush was nothing. Jinsung takes it with awkward gratitude, and she immediately turns the exchange into a contract lesson. She orders him to work under the guild as the EPC, supply all danger reports, and keep the deal clean. He stiffens at the warning, realizing the real trouble is only starting to surface. Sharon explains that Behemoth marks the next disaster, and the strange metastasis behind it remains unexplained. The final warning lands hard. The apostles were dragged through that metastasis for a reason, and whatever is behind it is no accident. Hildur is blamed for the corruption, and the worst part is that her power can even twist the apostles themselves. The prophecy behind Genesis is laid bare, and a rod is meant to be the sacrifice that resurrects the demon realm. Jinsung immediately sees how absurd the plan is, but the revelation only confirms that Hildur's power is monstrous. He decides that getting stronger comes first, because going after her now would be suicide. Sharon starts explaining healing potions, and Jinsung realizes the real issue is something like a corrupting spirit, not a simple wound. She snaps that it is basically a plague, and that single word makes the danger hit even harder. Jinsung freezes at the name of Fennis, then hears the route lead straight into the underground city of dark elves. The white-haired woman keeps mocking the confusion, calmly laying out the old item system and the cursed route ahead. Jinsung sputters at the mention of Fens, but the explanation only sharpens the warning that the next destination is already trapped. Even as the city looms below, the corruption is already spreading, and the rescue is slipping into disaster. Dark Elf Kingdom teeters on the edge as the border guards catch the first sign of disaster. The warning spreads fast, and the city's fall starts hitting everyone at once. Jinsung looks on in silence, already realizing this kingdom is about to become a battlefield. The ruler's fury boils over, and he orders every force to gather near the border. Dark Elf troops answer the call, snapping into formation as the kingdom prepares for war. Above the ruined forest, the path ahead feels even more cursed, like the world itself is closing in. Jinsung freezes at the scale of it, finally seeing how ugly the next fight is becoming. In the flames, a warrior presses forward with brutal intent, refusing to slow down. Even the defenders start to buckle under the pressure as the clash turns savage. One last crushing strike lands, and the whole situation tips deeper into chaos. The lotus piece finally takes shape, and even Jinsung looks relieved that the long, messy forging is over. He recognizes the result as Lotus' discarded giant tentacle, and the fact that such a dead item can still be crafted surprises him. Linus points out that the strange mold really is the same item, and Jinsung's interest sharpens fast. The blacksmith explains the mold lets him change a weapon's appearance, but only if the weapon fits the tool's rules. Jinsung realizes the mold is valuable for making money, while Linus wonders what kind of trouble that plan will cause. The scene shifts to the lively market, where the stall owners and passers-by keep chattering like nothing dangerous is happening. Jinsung, meanwhile, declares the daily quest and weekly raid cleared, already bored enough to look for the next mess. A megaphone suddenly calls out to him by name, and he freezes, instantly recognizing that this is not random. He looks up toward the source, wary now that the public summons is clearly tied to him. The loud call repeats through the tower, and the next problem is already walking straight toward him. The blonde trader starts hawking a level 35 lotus tentacle like it is priceless treasure, and Jinsung immediately perks up. The loud call reaches him by name, and the white-haired gunslinger bursts in, still yelling through the commotion. Jinsung answers with lazy amusement, but the gunslinger nearly recoils as the whispering keeps rattling his head. He complains that the spirit-like whispering is unbearable, while Jinsung keeps needling him from afar. The trader confirms the mold works, and Jinsung realizes the weird lotus piece could turn into real money. Jinsung keeps pressing the sale, smugly asking where to find him while the stranger tries not to panic. The gunslinger finally admits the deal ended, and the name Jinsung lands on him like an unwanted alarm. Jinsung stares in stunned silence as the absurd avatar mismatch sinks in, because the whispering has suddenly stopped. A lineup of different character avatars appears, proving plenty of players are using wildly different forms. Jinsung accepts it with a dry calm, figuring the whole whisper exchange only failed because the man switched characters. The seller stares at the pink aura, then casually admits the weapon has already been pushed to level 13. Jinsung flinches at the number, and the explanation lands harder than the absurd glow around that overbuilt item. The dog shrugs it off, saying most people stop at 12 because 13 costs too much money. Jinsung jokes that such waste might only be worth it for a main character, but the dog insists it is not even his own. That answer leaves him blank for a beat, because the whole setup is getting stranger by the second. The dog keeps grinning and admits he only made the character out of curiosity about Ghost Knight, which makes the 13 weapon even harder to explain. Jinsung realizes the seller is completely unhinged, but still asks for the deal and tries to keep the pace moving. The dog finally starts handing over the gold, and the ridiculously expensive transaction actually goes through. Jinsung receives the payment and braces himself as the chaotic little joke turns into real business. Before he can settle in, the dog blasts him with another flashy present, and Jinsung is left staring in stunned disbelief. Jinsung freezes when the dog's pitch turns into a creature egg, because the whole exchange is getting more ridiculous by the second. The dog explains that creatures are dungeon companions with wild stats, far stronger than most equipment and oddly varied in form. He admits he only wanted the mold so he could buy one, then proudly shows off the expensive egg like it is no big deal. Jinsung laughs off the insanity and finally accepts that the seller is completely unhinged, but the deal still keeps moving. The dog hands over the absurdly priced goods, and Jinsung realizes the transaction is actually going through. Jinsung's face goes blank as the dog starts presenting another flashy surprise, clearly enjoying the chaos too much. The new gift turns out to be a miniature lotus creature with decent bonuses, and the seller acts smug about finding the perfect match. Jinsung stares at the tiny monster, then reluctantly admits the thing is cute enough while still looking completely done with this nonsense. The dog keeps needling him about bonding with the creature, acting like this whole mess is some brilliant sales pitch. By the end, even Jinsung is pushed to ask the obvious question, because joining the guild suddenly sounds more normal than this pet circus. Jinsung rejects the guild offer for now, fearing that joining only makes him easier to catch. The dog keeps pushing anyway, teasing him with rumors and dangling the idea of a famous guild. Jinsung reaches the Magician's Guild and realizes the place is far bigger than he expected. Inside, he asks for Sharon, only to find she is nowhere around. A letter is left behind, and he immediately notices it is addressed to Jinsung. Reading it, he accepts the ugly truth as the message reveals the Dark Elf Kingdom has fallen to a spreading epidemic. The disease turns the dead into monsters, and the Dark Elves mistake it for a human attack. That misunderstanding has already pushed the border region into open war, making a larger conflict look inevitable. Before everything collapses further, the Queen orders adventurers to investigate, and the search uncovers a possible cure. With that clue in hand, the whole mess finally starts pointing toward a way out. Jinsung finally reaches the Magician's Guild, only to learn Sharon already left a letter behind for him. The message confirms the Dark Elf Kingdom has been wrecked by a spreading disease, and Jinsung reads it without flinching. The letter makes the ugly truth clear. The dead are turning into monsters, and the Dark Elves mistook it for a human attack. That mistake has already ignited the border into war, while the Queen sends adventurers to uncover what is really happening. Some guild members immediately question why an unknown adventurer was chosen instead of an official noble-backed investigator. Jinsung cuts through the doubt, admitting the situation is serious enough that war could break out at any moment. Sharon's trust in him only irritates the others more, especially when she points out he saved her in Elvengard. Even as they mock his earlier goblin victories, Jinsung keeps his composure and insists he can handle far worse than that. The argument turns sharper, and the skeptics begin to realize he was never bragging without reason. With one last confident glance, Jinsung makes it clear he has already seen enough to keep moving forward. The woman softly gives her blessings to the adventurer and everyone else, turning the tense talk into something almost sacred. The crowd freezes at the revelation, blinking at one another as the name of a goddess lands harder than expected. Even Jinsung looks stunned for a beat, because this was clearly not the kind of support anyone saw coming. Then the scene shifts to the Ophelia Mountains, where the whole rescue setup starts looking absurdly overprepared. Linus people rack up another round of confusion, while the bald shopkeeper loudly praises the preparations like a proud carnival host. The stationed group checks the supplies and finally starts believing the cure might actually be possible. The mage answers with infuriating calm, acting like this level of preparation was obvious from the start. Curiosity turns into admiration, and the others press for the secret behind such ridiculous foresight. A dark companion slips into the exchange beside the white-haired noblewoman, making the whole conversation feel less harmless. She only smiles through the tension, as if every strange move was part of a plan already set in stone. Sharon catches the name at once, but the strange rescue already has her thrown off. Jinsung appears with the antidote plan, and the whole exchange gets even weirder. She waves it off, then pivots to the real problem. The road ahead is only getting uglier. The adventurer is already moving toward the Dark Elf Kingdom, clearing the way for supplies. With the first dungeon apparently finished, the clues now point straight to Hero's Catacomb. The story settles on Lungel's resting place, as if the next disaster has already been written. And that corpse is no ordinary dead end, because the disease will drag Lungel back from the grave. Jinsung asks for an antidote, but Sharon warns that rushing into the cave alone would be suicide. He only grins and claims he knows this place inside out, which makes her pause for once. Even the small creature beside her looks stunned, because nobody expected that kind of certainty. The corridor churns with sickly green energy, and the dungeon's air turns poisonous as the next push closes in. Lotus Swarm gets shredded mid-rush, but the fight only grows uglier as Jinsung keeps carving through the chaos. He drops another monster in one brutal sweep, refusing to let the tower's madness slow him down. Lotus finally catches a clean hit, yet Jinsung still answers with the kind of grin that says the monster is already falling behind. Even the monster's own body starts buckling under his pressure, and the whole advance turns into a slaughter. Jinsung laughs off the ghouls and smashes straight through the giant tentacle, calling out the damage like it is a punchline. The battlefield erupts again as he keeps darting through the wreckage, turning every counterattack into another opening. Lotus' special ability gets exposed at last. A ridiculous little chance to spawn a leg with every strike. And of course it is still enough to be annoying. The system card confirms the giant tentacle is unique and unexchangeable, as if the dungeon wanted to brag about the cheat itself. Then the beast lunges again, but Jinsung stays on it, tearing through the flailing limbs before Lotus can reset the tempo. Jinsung keeps carving through the wreckage, and every severed limb only makes the monster's advance look more desperate. The hidden truth finally surfaces. The disease spreads through Ophelia because both the Apostle's aura and the Death Dragon's aura are poisoning the land. Even while Lotus is getting torn apart, the fight starts sounding almost petty as Jinsung mocks how absurdly effective the weapon has become. He notices the boss room pillars ahead and realizes the route is leading somewhere far nastier than a simple hunt. The next revelation lands hard. This place is the grave of Lungel, and the empty coffin already feels wrong. The twist gets uglier from there, because Lungel has already revived, and the timeline is moving far too fast for comfort. Jinsung immediately realizes he may not catch up in time, and without the Time Lord's penalty, the corruption has not fully taken hold yet. The map makes the threat clearer. If Lungel never got corrupted, the route would have led to the Hero's Catacomb instead of the Spider's Lair. That would have been the nightmare outcome, because the Death Dragon raising the dead would become Ophelia's boss monster. And just to make the whole disaster official, the monstrous dragon roars forward at last, announcing Sparazzi's return. The so-called Hero's grave turns out to be embarrassingly small, with only a few coins and something rotten left behind. Jinsung even reaches for the trash before someone snaps at him to leave it alone, which only makes the scene feel more pathetic. Beneath the ruined path, the Dark Elves' new capital entrance comes into view, and the whole place already feels like a trap. The guards stare down the intruders, and one of them seems to realize too late that the wrong people have walked in. At the center of the council, Elder Saffron finally appears, the kind of old man who looks one warning away from a war. He confirms the path the outsiders cleared is exactly what the Dark Elf troops plan to use for their attack route. Jinsung keeps driving in, blade flashing, while the defenders thank him for doing half their work for them. The Elder refuses to waste time on human conflict, and the question of who this adventurer really is hangs over the room. When Jinsung's reputation is laid out, even the proud elders have to admit he is no ordinary intruder. The final verdict lands hard. He is the slayer of a monstrous dragon and the man who already finished Venus' 7 impossible missions. Elder Saffron finally steps forward, and the room learns the old warlord has no patience left for outsiders. Jinsung's reputation lands hard, but the Dark Elves still scramble to identify the strange figure before them. The name Lungel triggers instant shock, because even the defenders know that legend should not be standing there. The others freeze as the realization spreads that this ancient knight should have been impossible to find. Queen Maya appears, and her fury makes it clear the kingdom has already been pushed past patience. She calls the humans trick and illusion, while the court starts questioning the poison-like disease spreading through the dead. Maya then points at the terrifying truth, asking whether the enemy can even command the ancestors' corpses. Panic erupts at the warning, and the tower's whole defense line snaps into alarm. One desperate fighter lunges forward anyway, but the enemy's pressure only grows worse. The clash explodes into motion, and a brutal green strike tears through the darkness with no mercy left. The Death Dragon's seal shatters, and everyone realizes the ancient barrier was already hanging by a thread. The monster's ruinous body twists in fury, proving the seal is gone and the old prison has failed. Jinsung surges forward without hesitation, already pushing deeper into the wrecked passage. The route is revealed as the Grave of Sparazzi, and the warning lands hard. This is no ordinary detour. Jinsung quickly pieces it together, realizing the adventure is heading toward the last dungeon inside Ophelia. Sky Tower monsters dive him again, and the ambush finally confirms how badly the tower has gone feral. He cuts through the swarm with ugly efficiency, annoyed that these pests still think they can slow him down. The warning turns grim, as the Grave of Sparazzi name hangs over the fight like a bad omen. A massive dragon-like presence roars in rage, mocking the seal and showing it never truly held. Jinsung answers the blow by staying moving, refusing to let the tower's revived nightmare pin him down. The white-haired fighter unleashes Shadow Snake attack, and the monster line is instantly torn open. A green blast slams into the beast, knocking the ambush into chaos before it can regroup. One ugly creature staggers under the hit, but it is still snarling through the pain. She carves straight through the bigger target, and the strike lands with brutal finality. The others stare in disbelief, already sensing the fight is not over yet. The monster keeps regenerating anyway, proving it is far harder to kill than it looks. Panic spreads as the team realizes that no matter how many times they drop it, it keeps coming back. She stays calm under the pressure, reading the beast's movements and preparing the next cut. The impact erupts again, shredding flesh and stone as the battlefield blows apart around her. Refusing to back down, she drives in with another savage strike and forces the monster to flinch. The behemoth staggers from the hit, yet the brute still refuses to fall. Jinsung drives in hard, and the monster starts cracking under the pressure. Its body keeps regenerating, which only makes the whole thing uglier. Even then, the fight refuses to end, and the tower keeps groaning around them. Jinsung reaches the boss room pillars and realizes the grave is the real destination. A massive blast erupts as he charges in, catching the monster off guard. The impact tears through its chest, turning its body into a bloody mess. Amid the wreckage, the white-haired woman presses on, refusing to lose this chance. She sharpens her focus, reading the opening before the beast can recover. Then she surges forward, ready to finish what the chaos already started. The white-haired woman drives her blade in, leaving the dragon choking on blood as the monster's arrogance finally starts cracking. She spins through the counterattack and slashes again, turning the beast's struggle into a messy, desperate collapse. The wounded dragon lurches back while she lands clear of the blast, still refusing to let it recover. Its body sags under the damage, and even the survivors can barely believe the monster is actually falling. Jinsung stares ahead in disbelief as the victory sinks in, realizing the deadliest fight has already turned. The white-haired woman stands over the wreckage, calm as ever, while the dragon's blood keeps pouring out. Nearby, allies break into relieved cheers, loudly celebrating the death dragon's defeat and the end of the nightmare. Jinsung remains frozen, still trying to process how fast everything ended after such a brutal clash. Then the scene cuts to the Dark Elf Kingdom's capital of Fens, deep underfoot, where trouble is already brewing elsewhere. The city hangs beneath the stone like a buried secret, and the calm only makes the coming storm look worse. The death dragon is finally gone, yet the victory feels poisoned by the plague still hanging over the kingdom. The hooded elder refuses the human explanation, convinced the undead crisis and the disease are still tied together. A noble dark elf bristles at that suspicion, warning that the kingdom cannot afford to ignore the citizens at stake. The queen then cuts in coldly, insisting the humans and their so-called cure sound far too convenient. A hooded man lifts the pink antidote and argues that the whole chain of events is too neat to be a coincidence. The queen answers with icy doubt, pressing the idea that trusting the adventurer path might only make things uglier. He keeps pushing anyway, claiming the safer road is the one built on trust, not pride. That only makes the queen sharpen her tone, mocking the idea of easy paths and warning that innocence gets people killed. He does not back down, saying the real burden is making them swallow the truth about Nolfera and survive the trip. Above the buried capital, a massive shadow looms over the city, and the calm below suddenly feels laughably fragile. The sixth apostle, Delezi of the Plague, is finally named, and the story quietly puts a face to the disaster. Jinsung hears the reason behind the disease, but the real priority is still the road ahead. The Ophelia region should be done, yet the corruption still has not shown up, and that alone feels wrong. For once, the route clears without corruption, But the disease storyline clearly is not finished. Jinsung catches on to the strange naming trick, and something about this whole setup still feels off. He stops hesitating and pushes toward Noirfera before the trail can twist again. The entrance opens onto the dungeon, altar of the Tyrant Kings, and Jinsung realizes he has arrived at the right place. The dwarves live along the path to Noirfera, surrounded by broken ruins and the corpse of a fallen altar. Their struggle runs deeper than simple survival, with dark elves fighting for control while the disease keeps spreading. Even now, the dwarves refuse to leave the city's edge, clinging stubbornly to the place as the danger closes in. Intelligent or not, these dungeon creatures only see outsiders as enemies, and that makes every encounter ugly. Jinsung pushes on anyway, while the small monsters around him keep getting cut down by his relentless advance. The real reason the dwarves refuse to leave still hangs in the air, and he finally starts to notice the trap beneath their stubbornness. One warning look later, he realizes the underground situation is far worse than simple border trouble. Before the monster can recover, Jinsung tears through it with a brutal burst of speed and power. He keeps the pressure on, mocking the beast with a taunt that only makes the next hit land harder. The golden wealth of Noirfera finally comes into view, and he catches himself staring at something far more important than treasure. That object explains everything. The underground dungeon under the city is the reason the dwarves never left. Buried deeper below, the gold tunnel and its hidden riches turn the whole city into a glorified trap. So the myth of a safe refuge collapses fast, because what they guarded was never peace, but the treasure that kept them trapped. Jinsung finally catches on to the setting, and the hidden place behind the dwarf story starts to click. He reaches for the strange gold and confirms it can be touched, like the dungeon itself is handing over the answer. The inventory opens wide, and he realizes it can swallow far more than just a few scraps. Then the real prize appears. Gold bars marked as unique loot hidden by the dwarves. Jinsung nearly loses it, laughing as the riches spill out and the dream of leaving already starts to rot. He snatches up everything in sight, from gold to gems, while wondering how absurdly valuable all of it is. The loot keeps bursting into his inventory, and the cave turns into a blinding flood of treasure. For a moment, he looks blissfully wrecked by happiness, as if reality has become optional. The thought hits him hard. With this much money, there is no reason to ever go back. Even the final answer is simple, because after all that gold, staying here suddenly sounds perfect. Jinsung nearly chokes on the madness as the chamber erupts behind him and the gold haul keeps coming. The white-haired fighter carves through the swarm with ruthless speed, proving the path is still wide open. In the aftermath, Jinsung stares at the treasure and realizes the dwarves had been hiding it all along. One glance at the scattered coins is enough to leave him floored, because even he did not expect this much. Mine finally explains that the dwarves were digging for gold in secret, far from anyone's watchful eye. The route's guide and the white-haired man take in the haul, and decide there is no point lingering in shock. Jinsung catches on fast and follows them, while the others keep moving through the glittering underground path. The gold piles stretch farther than sight, turning the cave into a kingdom of stolen wealth. Jinsung starts stuffing everything away, and even his body language screams that common sense has already died. By the end, the treasure is still pouring in, and staying here suddenly feels like the smartest joke in the world. Jinsung freezes at the strange noise, and that calm treasure run starts feeling wrong. The ground suddenly caves in, hurling gold and rubble everywhere as the trap blows open. He gets thrown backward in pure disbelief, still trying to understand what just hit him. The fall keeps dragging on, and the once lucky haul turns into a screaming plunge. Darkness swallows the root, leaving him stranded in a warped void of drifting gold and black smoke. Black-purple corruption floods the path ahead, and the cave begins twisting into something far worse. Jinsung lands in a monstrous new stretch of terrain, realizing he has been dumped somewhere else entirely. Purple-tainted beasts start closing in, their claws and fangs ending any hope of an easy escape. He keeps backing away as the creatures crowd closer, and the whole place feels like a death trap. Just when the pressure peaks, two ominous figures appear ahead, and the nightmare finally reveals a face. A blue vortex tears open the darkness, and the route finally starts showing its true warped shape. The beast remembers the fight, snarling that nobody would just follow the scheme without resistance. Its body twists under black-purple corruption, and it vows to wipe the world clean like a curse. The shattered path behind it proves the entire route has been ripped apart by the outbreak. Debris and violet haze spread everywhere, leaving only a ruined corridor and a long, ugly scar of damage. The white-haired woman coolly names the spread an illusion of disease, as if the lie were almost too obvious. Another figure stands amid the black corruption, and the vision of destruction grows even more grotesque. The dark spell coils around the pair as the speaker promises to drown the lands in death and black plague. At last, the two survivors stand over the carnage, staring down the aftermath without a trace of panic. The old explanation lands hard, and the crowd is left realizing Noir Farah was only the beginning. She quietly admits the fortune teller was right, and the warning lands with an almost annoying amount of accuracy. The fortune singer continues the reading, presenting herself as a guide who has no reason to lie. She explains that the so-called apostle is only a sliver of Delazy's real power, which makes the situation far uglier than it looked. Then she puts the stakes in plain terms. Delazy is a monster that wipes out anything that gets too close. A firm handshake seals the uneasy agreement, and the Dark Elf Kingdom offers an alliance with the humans. With the misunderstanding settled, the adventurer leaves the Dark Elf Kingdom and heads straight for Delazy's location. In the northern region of Hendenmire, the path opens into Northmire, the so-called Green City, Grozny. But the route is already burning and collapsing, and the corruption is still chewing through everything in sight. Monsters swarm the shielded city route as fighters are dragged into a brutal defense, barely keeping the creatures from breaking through. The blue-haired leader panics at the numbers while the others call for help, because this battle is already spiraling beyond control. Michelle's name gets shouted over the chaos as the teal-haired leader braces for the next wave. The barrier holds just long enough for the defenders to smash one monster back, but the swarm keeps coming. She begs the line to hold a little longer, knowing this sanctuary is all the ciphers have left. Their curse runs deeper than pride, and this city became their only place to live without being hunted. If Grozny falls, the same old insults and discrimination will swallow them again, so she refuses to let it happen. Even so, the infection is already mutating bodies into beasts, and nobody looks close to winning. The defenders keep fighting behind the barrier, but the disease and the infected are starting to overrun everything. Her fear slips through for a second as she admits they may not last much longer. Something finally cracks through the barrier, and she snaps to the others, telling them to handle it. The threat surges in, forcing everyone to turn toward the breach before the whole route collapses. Jinsung bursts out of the twisted tunnel and lands in the hidden Green City, already sensing something is wrong. The familiar face of the cipher leader finally snaps into view, and her shock turns into wary disbelief. He tears through the last stretch in one relentless move, leaving her startled enough to call him a human. Bruised but alive, he realizes the golden tunnel nearly killed him, and that the giant tentacle power barely bought him time. By the time he looks back, Noir Farah is already a wreck behind him, proving the rescue came too late. The teleport potion is the only reason he reached this place before the rest, giving him a 2-day head start. Grozny, the first dungeon of Northmire, stands ahead of him, and he decides to take the lead from here. The cipher leader rushes to stop him, demanding why he is here while the city's barrier still groans under the disease. He notices the fear beneath her anger and realizes the outsiders have turned this sanctuary into a last refuge. She finally softens just enough to claim she is not suspicious, only here to investigate the plague before it devours everything. Michelle bars his way and tells him to leave the city, proving outsiders are still the last people she trusts. Yet her expression shifts a second later, like she has already seen a better angle. Jinsung pushes back, insisting he is here to help and asking for a safe place for his group. He hesitates for a beat, realizing just how desperate her appeal really is. Michelle seizes the opening and asks if he wants her help, already sounding a little too eager. Jinsung catches on fast, and his answer turns savage as he says he is here to hunt ciphers like her. That is when the corruption finally surges in, and Michelle gets thrown off balance as the situation explodes. He hammers the point home, calling her plea proof that the corruption is spreading through Grozny. The warning lands hard. If the adventurer gets involved, the original story cannot keep moving forward. Michelle snaps back in fury, calling him a disgusting mutant as the truth finally sinks in. Michelle realizes the disease traces back to outsiders, and that realization turns her smile sharp with panic. The green corruption on her hand flickers as she spits out that this is why normals always misread the crisis. Jinsung keeps pressing in, and Michelle's confidence starts cracking under the pressure. A smug burst of relief follows when the attacker thinks the opening finally worked. Even so, the swarm around him grows denser, and he starts wondering if he pushed too far. Michelle's face tightens as the battlefield around her warps, forcing her to rethink the stranger in front of her. She hesitates, realizing this adventurer is already too deep into the fight to dismiss now. Jinsung's reputation finally clicks into place for her, and that only makes her more uneasy. He gives up the act with a casual threat, then launches through the chaos without hesitation. Michelle freezes as the blow lands, stunned that the outsider keeps breaking through every barrier she throws up. Michelle stiffens when the outsider corners her again, and the pressure finally starts cracking her confidence. Then Louise steps in, introducing herself with a smug ease as the Poison Queen and a royal investigator of the disease. From the edge of the chaos, the group hesitates, but the silence already says the adventurer has forced a real opening. Michelle snaps for him to back off, yet Jinsung keeps pressing the attack instead of giving her room to breathe. He decides the situation is already settled, and that little missing card only tells him the real fight is elsewhere. The narration turns grim as the corruption is revealed to be a warning sign, with Hildur finally starting to move. And that makes the old tower mess look familiar, just like the knights in the missing book that never appeared when it should have. A stray hat flies through the air as the battlefield tilts harder, proving even the setup is falling apart. Still, Louise insists they are not there to fight, and only want to talk, while the adventurer's path stays wide open. By the end, it looks like he will make it to the next dungeon after all, no matter how messy the road gets. Jinsung refuses to waste time thinking, already hunting the next corruption source before the trail slips away again. The search narrows to the last dungeon of North Mire, where Delisi waits inside the wounded village. That warped pressure keeps spreading through the route, and the whole place starts feeling like a trap with teeth. Michelle snaps that the plague really is being held back, but the tension only makes her look more cornered. Jinsung still demands answers, while the others back off and let the teal-haired leader keep talking. Azalea Lot cuts in with a smooth warning, dragging Jinsung's attention straight to the Grim Seekers. She lays out the deal with a grin, making it clear the organization expects him to choose the world's side. Then the truth sharpens. Hildur wants the adventure to kill the apostles, and the bait is built to steer him there. The hooded figures are finally named as the Grim Seekers, the secret group made for exactly this kind of twisted plan. And just like that, the conspiracy stops being a rumor and becomes the ugly road leading straight ahead. Azalea keeps the pressure on, and Jinsung finally points straight at the strange leash around her motives. He realizes she is shadowing the adventurer, while the warped route behind her only gets uglier. She explains that potions and antidotes will not be enough for long, because Delisi's corruption grows worse near the end. Jinsung cuts through the excuse and insists he needs this NPC's help, not another pretty warning. The real trap surfaces next, as the Grim Seekers are tied to Hildur's plan and Delisi must not be killed. Azalea pushes back, making it clear her side is meant to protect Delisi, even if that sounds insane to normal ears. Jinsung calls out the contradiction, and her surprise shows that he has already seen through the setup. He answers with brutal simplicity, saying his only goal is stopping Hildur's plans, whatever form that takes. Azalea falters as he turns the logic on her, admitting the end result is the same no matter the method. In the ruined forest, she finally turns away and heads toward another figure, with the whole scheme still hanging over the path. Azalea finally gives in, and Jinsung's pressure gets the answer he came for. She points him toward Reshpan, sending him after Delisi before the trail goes cold. He accepts the lead at once, while Azalea's earlier hesitation turns into a grim, practical warning. She finishes the briefing and makes clear that reaching Reshpan may be the only real chance left. Before he leaves, she slips him a safeguard against the plague, and even he looks stunned by the gift. Azalea watches him go, already thinking he might reach a place she never could return to. A fresh status board flashes up. Jinsung is already level 38, with his reputation climbing too. He catches himself, baffled that the system rewarded him without a single proper fight. That realization hits hard, and he starts suspecting that simply living through events can still make him stronger. Then the calm breaks, as Jinsung and Tako plunge back into corruption, with monsters closing in again. The tower air turns heavy as the corruption stirs, and something far worse finally answers Jinsung's advance. Delisi, the sixth apostle of plague, emerges and calls the hidden puppets of Hildur to the slaughter. Azalea warns that his body is the plague itself, so even death will not finish him cleanly. Jinsung asks how such a monster can be beaten, only for the answer to land colder than the question. The interdimensional rift is already opening, a storm-racked space where Delisi keeps being dragged apart and rebuilt. He is left with no clean victory, only a seal that must bury the apostle forever. Yet Delisi still claws back with one last surge, ripping open the rift again through sheer corruption. In the chaos, he vanishes with the adventurer, taking Jinsung straight into the warped breach. Jinsung barely holds on as purple force lashes past him, and the attack turns into a brutal ambush. Even then, Delisi keeps laughing through the pain, mocking the mishap as he crushes the fight into a desperate struggle. Delisi's corruption hurls Azalea into the rock, and even her warning dies in the impact. Still trapped in the purple haze, she realizes the apostle is already breaking free again. The rift answers with a wet burst of blood, proving the monster's body is no normal wound. Jinsung gets dragged into the purple storm, cursing the barrier as the attack keeps chewing through him. His inventory flickers at the worst moment, and the only answer left is to keep Delisi sealed. Delisi rises roaring through the breach, swaggering like the battlefield already belongs to him. He floods the tower route with plague, forcing Jinsung to fight through a storm of corrupted spikes. The apostle snarls that the plague will never disappear, even as the counterattack keeps landing. For a split second, his eye widens under the pressure, but he still refuses to go down cleanly. Then the space shatters around Jinsung, leaving him adrift in the rift's wreckage as the hunt turns nastier. Jinsung drifts inside the shattered rift, still grinning through the chaos, as if introducing the next impossible fight. The shock finally catches up to him, and his body hangs helplessly in the wreckage. Fragments of old battles and faces rush past him, as if his life is being dragged through memory at the edge of death. A warning cuts through the dark, telling him not to accept dying so easily. The blast tears through the space, hurling him and another fighter through the collapsing storm. Barely conscious, he hears that only he can decide what comes next, and the words hit harder than the wounds. A blonde fighter reaches in, steady-eyed and relentless, as if refusing to let the story end there. Jinsung stares back in confusion, still trying to understand where the hell he even is. The last of the poison haze starts to thin, and the pressure around him finally loosens. At last, the fumes clear, and even breathing feels like a victory. Jinsung finally realizes the worst may be over, but the silence feels too strange to trust. The others confirm Delezi is gone, though the rift's opening still leaves everyone uneasy. Jinsung's dazed stare says plenty. He is alive, but barely processing what survived with him. The white-haired woman reacts in disbelief, wondering how Jinsung is still here at all. Even the little dog starts to panic, sensing the rift's aftermath is far from harmless. Jinsung catches on to the corruption's danger, knowing the plague would finish him without protection. With no potions left and no barrier to lean on, he realizes leaving the others exposed would bring another penalty. So he tells the others to stay quiet, forcing himself to focus before the whole mess spins out again. A blonde fighter cuts through the haze beside him, steadying him just enough to keep going. Jinsung, still half broken, clings to that support and keeps forcing the aftermath towards something survivable. He finally senses it, and the tiny break between dimensions starts tearing the air apart. The opening pulses with unstable power, like reality itself is trying to stitch shut. Jinsung catches the danger at once, while the others hesitate and wonder if they should retreat. Half broken but alert, he stares ahead and realizes the corruption is still active. The white-haired woman snaps him back to the threat, while the others freeze at the sight. She points out the breach ahead, and the group realizes the escape route is anything but safe. Jinsung lunges forward and carves into the purple mass, refusing to let the poison close in. The moment he recognizes the poison, the pain hits harder, and his face twists in a grimace. The white-haired fighter surges in beside him, slashing through the chaos as magical fire fills the space. The monster gets driven back under the barrage, and the battlefield finally starts to tilt in their favor. Jinsung catches the poison surge at once, and the others finally realize retreat would be too late. The white-haired fighter keeps driving in beside him, snarling at the corruption as the breach starts to crack. Jinsung drops to one knee, barely holding himself together, but even he knows the strike worked. The beast is shoved back, and for the first time, the danger feels a little less unbeatable. Jinsung forces a grin through the pain, while the white-haired fighter praises the potion that kept him alive. With the worst of the poison gone, she pushes for a quick return to the guild before things get ugly again. The collapsing rift flares open behind them, and Jinsung realizes the exit itself is still unstable. Nearby, the others freeze as they notice the adventurer has vanished, leaving only confusion behind. The purple-haired woman turns, stunned, as the surviving creatures scatter and the battlefield starts to clear. Jinsung finally breathes out, while the white-haired fighter reminds him that without that potion, he would have been done. Jinsung's strike tears the rift wider, and the unstable gateway starts swallowing everything in violet light. Even he freezes for a second, realizing the thing is still shifting instead of closing. The shockwave blasts through the group, and the chaos makes the dimensional breach feel even more wrong. Chobung gets flung through the storm, screaming as the rift drags him deeper into the mess. He finally realizes too late that this is the other side of the dimensional tear, and his body starts buckling. The storm keeps hammering him without mercy, leaving him unable to keep his footing. Jinsung drives another brutal hit through the swirling space, refusing to let the opening stabilize. A flash of purple energy erupts as the battered fighter powers through the backlash and keeps the assault going. The torrent swallows Jinsung next, but he holds on long enough to force the collapse forward. By the end, the rift is still raging, and the whole battlefield feels like it is one step from imploding. Jinsung takes the backlash head-on, and even through the purple storm, he refuses to let the rupture settle. Chobung is still being swallowed by the warp space, finally realizing too late that the tear has turned on him. The white-haired fighter lands inside the shifting barrier field, still cool enough to keep pressing the assault. A barrier starts rising around the tower path, but the whole space keeps trembling under the pressure. The sphere of purple force swells wider, and the battlefield feels one breath away from snapping shut. Jinsung barely holds his footing on the broken platform, already seeing the closing window ahead. He grits his teeth and drives forward anyway. Pushing through the storm like stopping now would be a joke. The last opening narrows fast, and he lunges harder, knowing hesitation would lock him out for good. He hangs in the center of the shifting seal, forcing his way through while the surrounding space folds inward. With a final furious strike, he tears through the collapsing barrier and keeps the exit from sealing behind him. The purple barrier tears open as Jin-sung slips through at the last instant. He lands hard, catching his breath, relieved the exit did not seal behind him. One last shockwave erupts behind him, and the collapsing rift keeps shrieking. Nearby bodies tumble in the wreckage, proof the battlefield is already paying for that escape. Jin-sung surges back into the fray while the white-haired woman drives in with him. She coolly mocks the Imperial soldiers as if their ghost arm tricks were pathetic. Jin-sung snaps back on guard, demanding to know who the intruders are. The white-haired woman answers the only way that matters, treating the whole disaster like an adventure dungeon. She finally names it a temporary dungeon for awakenings, where the rift drags in outsiders and forges power. The explanation lands like a verdict. This is where an adventurer overcomes old trauma and unlocks a first awakening. Blade realizes the illusion is being treated like a cruel experiment, while the white-haired woman barely flinches. Jin-sung stands beneath the failing barrier, and for now that shield is the only thing keeping the dimensional storm back. The calm almost breaks as black claws rake across Jin-sung, and he sees just how close death still is. He grits through the pain, hearing something off in the storm and realizing the danger is changing again. A black mass surges out, and Jin-sung instantly recognizes Delezi before the thing can fully close in. The monster keeps tearing apart and reforming in the chaos, proving that killing it is going to be a joke. Jin-sung decides the beast can wait, because following the adventurer has become the only thing that matters. The white-haired woman uses her awakened power to tear open a way out, with the others watching the escape finally form. Jin-sung understands the trap at last, and knows he will be stuck forever unless he leaves with her. So he stays quiet, follows her through the opening, and steps into the next disaster. Jin-sung barely registers the crack in space before another threat starts forming overhead. The black mass lurches and splits, proving the monster is still refusing death. Jin-sung's face hardens as he realizes that tiny crack is where the thing crawled out. The corruption twists again, swelling into another ugly rebirth right in front of him. For a moment, even he looks rattled, because this fight is already going nowhere. Delezi keeps roaring about the demon realm, then dives back at him through the storm. Jin-sung finally snaps into motion, slashing out with blue force to halt the charge. The counter lands, but the red stain in the chaos makes it clear the beast is still clawing onward. He stays planted anyway, fighting through the pressure as the rift trembles around them. And just as the monster keeps coming, Jin-sung realizes this nightmare is far from over. Jin-sung's strike tears through the corruption, but the monster's body only ripples as the rift keeps bleeding purple chaos. Delezi twists back into shape, and even Jin-sung can feel this battle slipping further out of his hands. The beast hisses that the adventurer is just another puppet, then lunges in to finish him off. Jin-sung braces and snaps the counter back, forcing the plague monster to eat a brutal burst of blue force. The impact sends Delezi reeling, and for a second the fight looks like it might finally break open. Jin-sung realizes the plague did not fully take hold the first time, and starts questioning the warped space around them. That hesitation vanishes fast, because this is his chance, and he commits to a grand slash before the monster can recover. The blow detonates across the chamber, shredding the broken floor and leaving nothing but violent shockwaves behind. But the relief is brief, since Jin-sung already knows he still has to finish Delezi for good. He drives the last surge of power forward, turning the collapsing rift into one final, desperate opening. The corruption twists tighter as Delezi's memory finally surfaces, and the beast remembers Hilder and everything that went wrong. It keeps roaring through the rift, blaming that damned woman while Jin-sung stays locked in front of it. A white-haired woman appears in the ruined memory, her cold presence hanging over the whole mess like an old wound. Jin-sung's counter comes crashing down, and the monster starts screaming that the attacks are impossible to predict. Even when he lands solid hits, Delezi just keeps healing, proving it is still clinging to life by sheer plague power. Jin-sung finally cuts through with a massive strike, shredding the dark body and sending the whole space into chaos. Delezi still refuses to go quietly, snapping back with fresh malice as the pressure keeps building. The beast lunges again, trying to drag Jin-sung down before the seal can fully take hold. Jin-sung powers through the blast and keeps driving forward, refusing to let the monster reset the fight. At last, the final blow lands, and Delezi's last guttural cry tells everyone the nightmare is finally breaking. Delezi's body caves in under a brutal strike, and the rotten space around it starts cracking apart. Jin-sung steadies himself through the pain, already reading the fight as a race against the monster's regeneration. He decides killing isn't the point anymore, Breaking Delezi fast enough is the real win. In that pause, he slips around the counter and drives in before the beast can reset. The blow lands clean, and even Delezi's smug confidence starts to look shaky. Blood spills as Jinsung confirms the monster's senses are sharp, but not sharp enough to save it. Delezi snaps that it would have been easier to just die, as if pride can still bargain with death. Jinsung keeps tearing through it, forcing the body deeper into collapse with every hit. The wound in the corrupted space widens, and Delezi finally realizes the end is closing in. One last hit sends the monster reeling, and the nightmare finally starts to break for good. Jinsung's eyes widen as he realizes the dungeon is collapsing, but he keeps driving Delezi back through the cracking space. The white-haired woman looks stunned, already catching on that the adventurer's awakening is finished. Jinsung slips past the beast's reach and starts carving open the way out without giving it room to breathe. Delezi crashes hard and still tries to sneer through the pain, but the blood says the wound is far worse than it wants to admit. Jinsung answers the monster's taunts by hammering it again, and Delezi spits back that the storm itself will tear him apart. Jinsung barely flinches, mocking that claim as the beast's body keeps failing around him. Delezi rages that the world has already buried thousands, and Jinsung is the reason the fight turned this ugly. Even with everything collapsing, the monster keeps clawing upward, still pretending it controls the disaster. Jinsung stares it down and refuses to let the beast decide who deserves to live or die. Delezi snarls back in pure fury, but the nightmare is already cracking under the pressure. Jinsung slips inside Delezi's guard and keeps carving forward, refusing to let the monster breathe. Delezi crashes and still tries to sneer through the pain, but the blood makes the damage impossible to hide. The beast snaps back with desperate fury, hurling the storm warning at him as the collapse keeps widening. Cut off from the battlefield, the city-side rescue begins moving under Sharon's direction, with supplies and refugees being organized in the background. The white-haired woman finally exhales, admitting she has not had a real rest since Ophelia dragged everything into chaos. Her patience thins even more as she wonders where Jinsung vanished to in a situation this ugly. When someone mentions Sharon, her gaze sharpens, and the missing connection starts to make the mess feel even worse. Elsewhere, Jinsung grabs Chobung by the collar and demands to know whether any potions are left. Chobung looks rattled for once, realizing this is no time for bravado with the tower still falling apart. Jinsung keeps the pressure on, treating the answer like another opening before the next strike lands. The white-haired woman's snapping tone makes it clear the chaos has already worn her patience thin. Jinsung wakes in a guild room, dazed and stripped of the battlefield's urgency. She leans over him, checking his condition while he struggles to understand where he landed. He slowly realizes he is inside the guild leader's room, and that only makes the situation stranger. Her calm warning about his injuries lands just as he notices the strange vial and the body at his side. Jinsung finally admits he feels stiff, and she answers with the kind of dry confidence that keeps the room under control. Then she drops the real problem on him. A whole week has passed since he blacked out. Jinsung freaks out, realizes the adventurer must have moved on, and panics over his missing gear. She cuts off the panic by saying she is already handling his equipment, leaving him no room to argue. Jinsung exhales in relief, but the white-haired woman instantly shuts down any hope of returning the item. Her tone stays cold as the room fills with dark magic, and the real interrogation begins. She demands honest answers, forcing him to face the danger tied to the fragment of Delezi. Jinsung hesitates, then admits he can't excuse himself from the mess he dragged into town. He finally confesses that he fought against Delezi, and the woman's expression sharpens. She pieces it together, realizing Delezi was forced into corrupting the land through a spread of pestilence. The memory turns grim as the source of that corruption is revealed as an attack on Arad itself. She explains that Delezi had no choice but to defend himself, which only makes the truth uglier. Jinsung snaps back, furious that she sounds like she is defending Delezi after so many deaths. He starts justifying a filthy deal, claiming the wrong target gets blamed when a crime is committed. The fragment keeps acting like a watcher, and he looks rattled as its corruption crawls over his body. When Sharon is mentioned, he begs for help, desperate to drag her into the mess. The white-haired woman cuts him off, asking whether he realizes what bringing Delezi to the city would unleash. He stammers that he is not saying any of it lightly, and insists the city cannot take another disaster. Her silence says plenty, but the glare in her eyes makes it clear she knows the suffering already runs deep. He finally lowers his guard and says he will pretend none of this was said if it keeps the city safe. She stands there over the chained corruption, cold as ever, while the argument hangs in the poisoned air. And then he squares up again, trying to look confident, even though the whole exchange has already exposed him. The white-haired woman drives her power down with a cool, merciless glare, and the corruption erupts under the pressure. The blast tears through the chamber, but she still treats the whole mess like a problem she can conveniently deny. Jinsung thanks Sharon for the save, only for her to flatly reject his confidence and call him out for being wrong. She insists she was only repaying a favor from saving Fens, which only makes the whole exchange feel even more tangled. Jinsung immediately notices the real problem, because if the equipment is gone, then the next step already looks ugly. The ruined armor lies there like proof that the seal held, but the disease still slipped free anyway. He panics over the fallout while she confirms that sealing it with the armor only made the sickness spread. Dropped into the wreckage, he looks around and realizes there is no clean way forward, not even by going to Linus. With no material left to work with, the fight has turned into a grim dead end, and even his usual confidence starts cracking. Jinsung stares at the avatar screen and decides that if the giant tentacle is useless, he can just buy something new. With money to burn, he dives into the shop and starts grinning at every ridiculous option. The avatar smears his appearance into a flashy new look, and the whole thing already feels like trouble. Even the system explains that avatars are equipable items, not simple skins, and they can boost stats too. Jinsung realizes the options are more dangerous than they look, while Lenny reacts like this is somehow his fault. The avatar list gets even sillier, turning him into a parade of costumes that can raise different abilities. He quickly understands the point. The right outfit can change his build faster than any normal upgrade. Lenny keeps staring in disbelief, already regretting ever seeing this nonsense up close. And just like that, Jinsung treats power itself like shopping, because apparently the next evolution is fashion. Jinsung decides to test the strange new power for himself, and the shopping trip begins. The boutique's emblem welcomes him like a grand opening, as if trouble wears perfume here. Hills and Dalvi greet him with exaggerated cheer, already sizing him up as easy money. Jinsung stares in stunned silence while they push him to look around the whole place. Hills brags that the boutique has everything, from the newest drops to the old classics. The racks and displays turn into a parade of bizarre styles, and Jinsung quietly realizes the options are endless. One screen tells him the auction hall is unavailable, but the avatar market still works. That only makes him grin harder, because now he knows he can still build himself a better form. The first avatar slams into place, and even the onlookers look shocked by how ridiculous this shopping power is. Hills keeps flaunting the newest avatar drops, and Jinsung is already getting dragged into the hype. Dalvi offers a softer style next, while the absurdity of the fitting process keeps climbing. Jinsung starts feeling what an avatar really does, but even he notices the fit is uncomfortably tight. Hills insists the whole thing is essential if he wants to stand out as the main character. Jinsung recoils when a ridiculous rare clone avatar gets shoved into the spotlight. Dalvi calmly asks what he is actually looking for, as if this chaos is perfectly normal. Hills points him toward the rare items and treats the catalog like a treasure hunt. Jinsung realizes the search function is basically a game system and starts asking for better filters. He even pushes the staff to sort everything by price, proving he has fully embraced the shopping madness. Jinsung keeps piling on pieces, already bargaining for just the hair and belt from one set. Dalvi studies the next option, and Jinsung asks to see the first item they dragged out. The avatar test tightens around him, but he still forces a strained thumbs up through the awkward fit. His stats surge anyway, and the flashy form starts looking like a real bargain. Of course, Hills proudly unveils the rare clone avatar, grinning like this scam is a masterpiece. Jinsung is sold immediately, while Dalvi calmly waits for the final price without blinking. Hills demands 200 million gold, and Jinsung's confidence finally starts cracking. He hesitates just long enough for the sales pitch to keep twisting the knife, as Dalvi watches the reaction. Then Jinsung snaps at the last image, and even the boutique chaos can no longer hide his annoyance. The Magician's Guild leader room is already in chaos as the seal keeps tearing apart around her. She drives her power into the barrier, trying to hold back the corruption before it swallows the room. When the monster starts devouring her mana, her calm finally cracks at the absurdity of it. She snaps in annoyance and answers with more force, refusing to let the thing feed any longer. Her magic surges forward like a spear, blasting straight into the growing anomaly. The chamber flashes under the impact, and the seal begins to buckle under the strain. She keeps pressing harder, knowing a half measure will only make the disaster worse. The blast swells into a near-blinding burst, turning the whole room into a storm of purple light. Even as the energy whips around her, she stays planted and pushes through the backlash. For a moment, it looks like the seal may finally break or hold, and she has to find out which. Her calm shatters the moment the monster starts devouring her mana, and the seal strain suddenly feels far uglier than before. Jinsung lands beside her as the purple power keeps whipping through the chamber, forcing her to brace and keep fighting. She barely catches her breath, and even Jinsung sounds stunned that the danger came that close. The room darkens under the backlash, but both of them realize the blast is still grinding at the barrier instead of ending it. Jinsung finally cheers Sharon on, as the dark armor materializes, and the reward window makes the absurd prize very clear. The newly equipped wolf armor snaps into place, and the poor guy realizes too late that the level restriction still applies. While Jinsung starts thanking her for saving him, the smiling attendant casually interrupts with a reminder that the customer still owes a ridiculous bill. She takes the joke in stride, but Jinsung starts sweating as he nervously asks whether he can borrow even more gold. The awkward haggling only gets worse as the attendant keeps teasing him, enjoying every second of his panic. By the end, he is laughing through the embarrassment, still stuck wearing the absurdly strong armor and hoping the price of survival was not this ugly. A fresh bill lands like a knife wound, and the price of survival finally starts to look ugly. Jinsung eyes the gold tunnel plan, relieved that the avatar purchase at least spared him one disaster. The armor issue seems solved, and he admits the old Arti Marpisa set still feels strangely familiar. The system confirms the rare spider-made armor, and the little mascot smugly credits Jinsung's habit of picking up trash. With defense handled, he decides a weapon is the last missing piece before the real hunt begins. At the auction square, he realizes decent weapons are rare, which means the hunt is already going to get expensive. When the site glitches on him, he starts blaming lag and bug nonsense, then tries to rope someone else into buying for him. Jinsung shuts that idea down flat, leaving the shady request hanging in the air. The elf woman answers with a cold refusal, clearly deciding the whole deal smells wrong. Even the masked onlooker stays quiet while she presses the suspicion further, and the bargain keeps going nowhere fast. Jinsung keeps moving, and the little mascot's squeak only makes his decision harder to ignore. He starts guessing wildly, then calls out for the guild leader when the signal refuses to answer. The search hits a dead end, so he realizes the whispers are broken and that he has to push to the next area. With no better option, he commits and charges forward through the stormy mountain pass. At last, the route name appears: Snow Mountain, Storm Pass, and the climb turns brutally real. Ahead, the boss monster waits in the frozen depths, a massive ice dragon named Skasa. Its presence alone is enough to make the path feel cursed, like the mountain itself is guarding the gate. Then the creature's other forms emerge in the darkness, proving this pass is crawling with more than one nightmare. Skasa's hiss rolls through the cavern, and the whole place feels one breath away from a massacre. The monster stands ready to unleash its minions, because this climb is about to become a slaughterhouse. Skasa's command rings through the cavern, promising fear and daring Arad to grow sharper through it. The mountain answers with blood and chaos as the first slaughter lands without mercy. The ice dragon looms over the wreckage, and the path suddenly feels like a graveyard built for outsiders. One of its spawn twists into view, proving the boss was only the beginning of the nightmare. Saria reels at the sight, realizing the brothers have been swallowed by something far worse than a normal hunt. Skasa lashes out at the confusion, mocking the idea that the humans could survive this pass. The dragon bares its fangs and swears to wipe them all out for its lord, Bakal. The swarm answers in kind, pledging everything to Bakal as the assault tightens. A crimson core ignites under the ice, and the beast's power starts to surge from within. The frozen chamber shakes as Skasa powers up, ready to bury the intruder under pure destruction. The dragon's core ignites under the ice, and Skasa starts twisting its ruined body into a deadlier form. Its battered minion coughs out Bakel's name, proving this slaughter was only a loyalist's opening act. Snowy peaks stretch ahead like a burial ground, and the pass feels even more hopeless now. Down the path, the Bantu family finally comes into view, looking far too casual for a place this deadly. Their chatter turns uneasy as they realize the outsiders are still lingering in the mountains. One of the warriors snaps that something is wrong, because a week has already passed since the North Mire incident. The blonde fighter cuts in hard, demanding to know why they are still here instead of moving the story forward. His companion stares coldly from behind him, making it clear this territory is not open to wandering guests. The Bantu warrior pushes back with more force, warning that this is their land, and the intruders should leave. He finally notices the full group and bristles at the sight, as if he cannot believe they are still standing there. Jinsung warns them to run from Skasa, and the Bantu side sounds stunned enough to question who could scare them off. When they hear Skasa's name, the mountain family finally understands why the outsiders look so reckless. Jinsung keeps pressing forward, mocking how this place should have been reduced to rubble by now. The first Bantu warrior lunges in, only to get blasted backward as Jinsung tears through the opening. He twists into the next clash with ugly confidence, letting the defenders realize he already knows their weak points. The mountain warriors respond with savage force, but Jinsung keeps the momentum and refuses to be boxed in. He barrels through another attack, dragging the fight forward while the pass fills with flying debris. One more strike hits clean, and the defenders finally lose the smugness they started with. Jinsung lands hard from the exchange, already preparing for the next counter instead of backing off. Even with a blade at his face, he grits through it and stays locked on the fight. Jinsung drives straight through the first Yeti's guard, smashing the monster aside with ugly confidence. The Bantu pair recoil, stunned that a sword is already ruining their clean little ambush. Another strike lands too fast to follow, and the beast barely understands the pain before he keeps moving. The next blast tears through the line, forcing the defenders to realize he is not slowing down. He grits through the pressure and admits the hit hurt more than expected, but stays on his feet. Glad he spat out the poison in time, he keeps the momentum before the mountain can crush him. One Yeti gets folded under the impact, leaving the snowfield in pure chaos. Jinsung plants himself atop the huge furred monster and keeps carving through the pack. The creatures panic as his blade comes down again, and even their charge starts looking pathetic. At last, the truth of the past shows itself. These are just snow mountain Yetis, and they picked the wrong man to corner. The blonde fighter barely recovers after the save, already snapping that they were too slow, while the white-haired man stays annoyingly composed. A brutal follow-up lands clean, and the cocky beast finally learns that getting hit by Jinsung is the same thing as getting humiliated. The snow monsters keep tumbling under the pressure, and the one in front starts panicking as the fight turns into a rout. Even as the pack scrambles, Jinsung keeps the momentum, and the beasts look less like hunters and more like unfortunate target practice. He still presses for an answer though, demanding to know what kind of deal this is and refusing to let the conversation die. The white dog cuts in with a practical answer, pointing out that unique rank gear can be handled through monster drops instead. Jinsung only needs a moment to consider it before the strange little guide says it will check after a quick search. The offer lands, and the man finally decides that waiting beats arguing, even if the whole exchange still feels ridiculous. The dog stays cheerful and keeps talking through the shop's absurdity, while the white-haired man listens like this was somehow worth the trouble. In the end, Jinsung accepts the advice and lets the deal move forward, because even chaos has to wait its turn. Jinsung's face tightens as he digs through the situation, already smelling trouble beneath the shop's odd little bargain. The recap pulls back to the snowy storm pass, where Skasa sleeps above the Bantu tribe, and the mountain route turns grim. That calm did not last, because Skasa's awakening sent the tribe scrambling and the whole pass into panic. Driven off the mountain, the Bantu end up clashing with outsiders, and pride leaves Jinsung forced to climb after the truth himself. The story barely begins before Skasa's power looms over everything, and even Jinsung starts wondering who is supposed to wake that monster. The white dog finds the answer first, discovering something useful and casually mentioning the price like 10 million gold means nothing. Jinsung agrees without blinking, which only makes the whole exchange look even more suspicious. That number rattles the others, because nobody normal asks for 100 of anything useless without hiding a bigger agenda. The blonde fighter stares at the absurdity and starts realizing this deal smells far fishier than it first appeared. By the end, even the suspicious glance says it all, because whatever this person wants is definitely not simple. The old armor set and avatar pieces leave everyone staring, because Jinsung somehow keeps surfacing with relics nobody should have access to. That suspicion only deepens as the blonde fighter realizes this looks less like roleplay and more like some kind of hacker trick. Jinsung falls silent for a moment, while the others keep watching him like he just pulled off something impossible. The white dog cuts the tension by chattering at him again, and Jinsung answers by handing over food to shut the squeaking up. A nearby attendant watches the exchange in uneasy silence, already sensing the whole deal is getting stranger by the second. Jinsung decides not to get too involved, but the dog happily waves him off and sends him onward anyway. He finally exhales, clearly relieved that the awkward bargain did not collapse before it even started. With the deal settled, he starts piecing together where Skasa's nest must be hidden behind the Bantu village. The teleport potion turns out to be limited to visited towns, which makes Margatha sound like a bad route and not a clean escape. Jinsung pauses at the next stop, spots the tavern sign, and realizes the shop exchange is still dragging him deeper into trouble. Jinsung spots the Moonlight Tavern and figures a bar is still the best place to dig up information. He follows the white dog's chatter and keeps the bargain alive with a quick handoff of food. The strange little crowd watches in silence as the deal gets more awkward by the second. Jinsung tries to back away from the chaos, but the dog cheerfully sends him onward anyway. At the tavern, he hears the first rumor about Caracas and immediately starts weighing its value. A grizzled man challenges the story, and Jinsung pushes him to spell out every detail. The man finally cracks, realizing the mole rumor sounds too ridiculous to dismiss outright. Jinsung stays calm, pressuring the explanation until the discussion turns from skepticism to caution. The tavern outside glows with warmth as the odd exchange hangs in the air, almost too clean to stay peaceful. Then the whole place seems to open up with a heavy exhale, as if the night is about to reveal its next trick. The tavern deal grows messier, and Jinsung already looks ready to back out. He starts probing the mole rumor anyway, while the grizzled man gives in and explains. Chobung watches as Jinsung keeps pressing, pretending the story might still be useful. Jinsung casually asks for a ride on one of the moles, and the request lands like a joke with teeth. Night falls over the forest as the strange route finally opens up. The hooded veteran surprisingly agrees, deciding the absurd plan is good enough. Jinsung starts working out the destination, and the tiny guide on his shoulder only makes it stranger. He narrows it down with a dry little pause, already thinking past the next excuse. At last, he reveals the real target, the snowy mountains of Storm Pass. And just like that, the road is set, with the mountain waiting ahead like a bad idea nobody can avoid. Jinsung reaches the empty forest route and casually wonders if this is where the giant moles are hiding. Something heavy lunges in from the dark, and the joke turns sharp fast. The mountain fighter crashes into him, and Jinsung takes the blow head-on without flinching for long. The gray-haired guide dismisses the place as so remote that even a death here would vanish without a trace. The Bantu defender snaps that the intruders are causing trouble for his tribe, and the mood sours completely. Jinsung gets grabbed hard enough to complain, but even then he keeps trying to talk through the mess. The older man loses patience and smashes the excuse out of him, making his stance clear. Jinsung fires back that he has already listened to enough stories, and starts swinging instead of negotiating. The two clash in a blur of fists and grit, neither willing to yield an inch. The battered guide recoils, yet the fight is only making him angrier as the mountain path finally turns violent. Jinsung keeps bracing through the mountain clash, refusing to budge even as the strike lands with enough force to shake the pass. The impact erupts in a flash, and the defender's footing breaks as the fight starts to spiral out of control. Jinsung lashes back with savage timing, while the mountain fighter starts realizing this is no easy shortcut. The older guide gets shoved back hard, and the irritation on his face says the excuse is long gone now. Jinsung drives in again, forcing the fight to stay close instead of letting anyone reset the pace. A distraction finally opens the gap, and the gray-haired guide's expression twists as he realizes the trick too late. The opening does the damage it was meant to do, scattering the pressure and throwing the defender's rhythm apart. Jinsung swings through the chaos with brutal confidence, pressing the advantage before the mountain men can recover. The guide swings back in fury, but the exchange only confirms he has lost control of the fight. In the end, he realizes too late that the whole clash was just a setup. Jinsung drives a brutal hit into the massive beast, and the mountain fighter finally starts losing composure. The blonde striker snaps back into motion, forcing the fight to stay ugly and close. Agonzo looks rattled as the pressure keeps climbing, and his usual calm starts cracking. The giant beast looms over the clash while he admits the old excuse is gone. Another opening sends the defense scrambling, and Agonzo realizes the trick far too late. Jinsung keeps the tempo savage, and the mountain elder can only bark for everyone to continue. The black strike lands again, and the defenders finally scream that it has to be a misunderstanding. Jinsung cools the tension just enough to say the strange guild connection makes sense after all. He reveals himself as a mage guild chairman, and Agonzo immediately checks whether it is really Sharon's guild. Jinsung answers with a far stranger claim, insisting he is here to save the Bantu tribe, not destroy it. Jinsung finally claims Sharon's orders, and Agonzo's guarded expression says this stunt is already getting too familiar. The blonde fighter lowers his head, silently choosing to trust the message instead of wasting another second arguing. When Agonzo asks about reaching Storm Pass summit, Jinsung turns the monster into transport and the plan turns ridiculous fast. The beast offers a costly ride, because apparently even survival in this world comes with a guild invoice. Jinsung nearly loses his temper, realizing he already paid once and does not plan to be robbed twice. The giant beast tears through the mountain as Jinsung clings to its back and immediately starts feeling sick. Even trapped in the tunnel, he keeps pressing forward, hoping the twisted path ends before his stomach does. Agonzo stays clipped and skeptical, repeating the mage guild name like that alone should explain the madness. The beast barrels onward through the rock, and Jinsung can only endure the shaking chaos without falling off. As the tunnel keeps stretching ahead, he can only hope they arrive soon before this whole ride kills him first. The beast claws deeper into the rock, ripping open the tunnel as blue energy erupts around its body. Jinsung is already regretting this ride, because the monster keeps shaking him like cargo. The beast surges forward in a storm of force, and he can only brace as the passage keeps collapsing behind them. Hanging on for dear life, Jinsung snaps at the monster for stopping so suddenly. The beast groans under the strain, and the whole tunnel starts rumbling like it might cave in. Jinsung nearly loses his grip as the beast lurches, and the ride turns even uglier. Below them, the cavern opens into a frozen drop, making it obvious this is nowhere near the summit. He shouts for the monster to stop, realizing the path has veered into something far more dangerous. The beast barrels onward through a towering ice shaft, ignoring every warning as the terrain changes around them. Jinsung is launched through the chaos ahead, still trapped in this ridiculous shortcut to the top. Jinsung staggers into the ice cave, cursing that damned mole while realizing the mountain shortcut has turned into a frozen trap. He catches his breath and notices Skasa's aura nearby, which means the dragon's nest is probably inside this cave. The place opens into a crude Bantu camp, complete with a tent, supplies, and a signaling horn left out in the cold. He kneels by the campfire pit, reading the signs fast enough to understand it was built as a lookout post for Skasa. A small Bantu tribesman jolts him with a warning, and Jinsung immediately wonders where the rest of their people went. The answer comes the hard way as icy strikes tear through the air, launching him straight into a fight. The Bantu warrior grins like this will be easy, laughing off Jinsung's shock while the assault keeps coming. Jinsung finally pieces it together and realizes the blue skin and ice-clad look point to the Bantu tribe after all. Before he can steady himself, more Bantu fighters close in, and the whole cave turns into a brutal ambush. Even trapped in the chaos, he still stares ahead, knowing this is only the beginning of Skasa's slaughterhouse. The clash turns savage, as the blue-skinned Bantu warrior and his cursed ally press in with ugly confidence. Jinsung tries to pull back, but the two monsters keep boxing him in from both sides. Even then, he realizes that cocky grin means the enemy has already decided this fight is finished. The source of the madness finally surfaces, a deep sleep cursed by dark nightmare. Once awakened, that curse devours reason and leaves only a hunger to destroy everything nearby. The infected Bantu warrior swings again, fully consumed by the nightmare now twisting his body. Jinsung barely escapes the assault, but the fight keeps spiraling as the curse spreads. He spots the problem fast enough to know this is no ordinary enemy anymore. Then a white-furred yeti crashes into the chaos, making the whole ambush even uglier. With monsters closing in from every side, the mountain pass becomes a slaughterhouse in full bloom. Jinsung carves through the charging beast and snaps that the monsters are finished. The hulking yeti surges in, while Jinsung realizes escape might still be possible. A corrupted voice hisses down at him, mocking his panic from the shadows above. Jinsung looks up, rattled, as the voice needles him about bigger worries than the beast. He recognizes the name Delezi, and the monster's next blow sends the chaos spinning. The yeti crashes hard through the tunnel, forcing the fight into a new cavern. Jinsung reels at the strange cave, still tracking the unseen threat closing in. The cursed creature keeps pounding forward, and his shout shows the ambush is nowhere near over. Amid the wreckage, Jinsung keeps pressing on, sensing the real enemy has been watching all along. The mountain pass has become a slaughterhouse, and now the cave only deepens the nightmare. Jinsung snaps up at the mocking voice, but even rattled, he keeps moving and tries to explain later. The yeti barrels in without mercy, and the cave fight turns nastier by the second. Jinsung cuts into the beast's face, refusing to let the ambush swallow him whole. A violent burst of red power tears through the dark, forcing the monster back in an instant. The yeti reels and roars, bleeding hard but still refusing to go down. Jinsung lands amid the wreckage, breathing out for a second while the swarm closes in again. The hidden corruptor keeps jeering, realizing the hunter is still trapped in its filthy little game. Jinsung is surrounded by flying monsters, yet he keeps carving a path through the cave. The beast taunts him with the growing horde, but Jinsung answers with cold confidence and no hesitation. Even with the crowding monsters behind him, he stays planted and ready, forcing the nightmare to come on. Jinsung tears through the beast's guard in a burst of red power, already saving strength for the other adventurers. Deeper inside the cave, the dark nightmare hangs over the whole route like a rotten omen. The yeti reels while the corruptor needles him about corruption, but Jinsung refuses to buy the bait. He pieces together the disease's real purpose, realizing it was meant to spread monsters across the area. Even as the curse keeps laughing through the cavern, Jinsung stays locked in, hunting the source. With the taunts turning sharper, he heads straight for the nest and starts asking the only question that matters. The corruptor mocks Lotus' failure, and Jinsung finally says the obvious. This thing is not Lotus. He spots the trail at last and presses toward the nest, ignoring the monster trying to block him. The cave opens into Skasa's nest, and the truth hits hard. This whole pass was built as a slaughterhouse. Jinsung answers with a brutal strike, detonating the target in one clean, savage blow. The last of the corruptor's red glare fades, but the taunting still hangs over Jinsung like a bad smell. Outside, the snowstorm keeps hammering the mountain, as if the whole pass is waiting for blood. The cavern trembles under the growing pressure, and the fight keeps dragging him deeper. Jinsung answers with a clean, savage blow, and the nest starts tearing apart around the impact. The beast's body jerks under the hit, finally forced to show how badly it was hiding the damage. Skasa erupts in fury, and the entire mountain seems to shake with its rage. Jinsung pauses just long enough to realize the thing waking up was never ordinary prey. The dragon's eyes lock on him, and it snaps awake to the truth of an intruder in its lair. The corruptor's presence hovers nearby, still whispering through the chaos as if this mess was meant to happen. Jinsung does not flinch, because now the source is exposed, and the hunt has only gotten more serious. He feels the same tainted force those monkeys carried, and the beast's buried corruption starts to surface. Beneath the rage, something still suppresses it, which only makes the monster look even uglier. Jinsung is stunned when the hidden sickness is sensed so easily, and the answer comes with ugly confidence. He realizes the corruption is what has been keeping Skasa sane, turning the whole thing into a twisted leash. That only confirms the obvious to Jinsung. The cure is not mercy, just a way to make the dragon lose its mind. The moment he commits to that weakness, the dragon claws through the cavern with murderous speed. Jinsung reads the opening fast and shifts with cold focus, refusing to let the roar shake him. The dragon screams that he will not escape, but the pressure only makes the fight messier. Lightning and force slam through the pass as the beast lunges again, desperate to overwhelm him. Jinsung keeps driving forward anyway, even with the dragon's fury closing in from every side. Jinsung's strike lands hard, but the beast only seems to wake up angrier than before. Skasa surges overhead, and Jinsung faces the full weight of its freezing fury beneath the magic circle. The cavern erupts as the dragon's power crashes down, trying to bury him in raw force. It sneers at him like prey, but Jinsung keeps firing back and refuses to be shaken. The dragon's body shudders under the hits, and that confidence starts to crack. Jinsung forces the issue, demanding the truth out of the monster before it can recover. Skasa snarls through the pain, realizing the voice in its head has been waiting for this moment. The hidden corruptor finally drops the act, reminding him that the leash was never gone. Jinsung's expression sharpens as the meaning hits him at last, and the twist becomes painfully clear. So the cure was never salvation at all, just a way to drive Skasa straight into madness. Jinsung drags out a rare berserk dragon cry, and the item's roar hints at a dragon power built for mayhem. Skasa erupts in fury, lashing out through the cavern as its rage starts to crack under pressure. The blonde fighter keeps taunting the monster, mocking its dead brothers while the blows keep landing. Skasa snarls back, still clinging to its pride even as the fight turns uglier by the second. A dark curse answer cuts in from the shadows, insulting the dragon's master and showing who is really pulling the strings. Jinsung is slammed backward by a brutal blue surge, but he refuses to give the beast even a breath to recover. Skasa surges after him with full force, furious that he keeps disrespecting its brothers and master. Jinsung realizes words are useless now, and the dragon's body keeps smashing through the ice like a moving disaster. The fight narrows into a desperate exchange of speed and force, with the dragon trying to crush him before the truth spreads any further. Jinsung answers with everything he has left, and Skasa finally starts looking less like a ruler and more like prey. Jinsung grits through the pain as the dragon's blow tears him open, but he stays standing. The beast snarls that its slaughter will be cruel, yet the blonde fighter keeps hammering it without mercy. Jinsung's stare hardens. He realizes hesitation is dead weight, so he drives the pressure higher. Skasa lashes out in panic, only to get buried under a storm of purple energy and relentless strikes. The curse in the shadows cuts in again, mocking the dragon's master and exposing the real strings behind the rage. Jinsung is still forced back by a brutal surge, but he refuses to give Skasa even a heartbeat to recover. Skasa barrels after him, furious that the disrespect keeps coming, while the fight turns into pure speed and force. The dragon roars that Bakal and the dragons have been dead for centuries, but even that fails to excite him enough. So he decides to use the cube fragments as fuel, gathering mana and preparing something far bigger than brute force. With a savage grin, he swears to rip open time itself, and Skasa finally looks less like a ruler and more like prey. The dragon sneers at the rookie, but the fighter keeps pressing harder, refusing to let Skasa breathe. A barrage of purple force slams in, and Skasa starts cracking under the pressure. Even with the curse lurking nearby, the attack keeps ripping through the dragon's defenses. The dragon's stunned eye says it all. Something it feared has finally been dragged into view. The ruined bodies around the chamber prove how badly the battle has already twisted. Skasa's nightmare snaps into focus, and the fighter mocks the dragon for hiding while its brothers died. The dragon panics as it realizes this is no dream, just a truth it cannot outrun. The taunting only gets crueler, with the fighter calling out Skasa's pathetic delusion. Skasa finally roars that this is reality, but the red eye betrays how badly it's breaking. And with that last rage-filled glare, the dragon looks ready to tear time itself open rather than lose. Skasa reels in horror as the blood-soaked truth lands, and the dragon's panic finally cracks. The cavern erupts in red lightning, while the monster stares down the nightmare it can't deny. The fighter keeps pressing forward, mocking Skasa for hiding while its brothers died. That taunt hits hard, and the dragon lunges in fury as the little white companion stays close. A card flashes into place, forcing the beast to hesitate for just a second. Skasa's red eye tightens with rage, realizing the trap is already closing. The blast hits with brutal force, and the fighter drives it through with savage momentum. Even after the impact, Skasa still tries to crush him, but the counter keeps coming. The dragon's body starts buckling under the pressure, and the fighter refuses to yield. With one last roar, he keeps the assault alive, fighting like Skasa's lord is already watching. Jinsung twists hard through the falling ice spears, barely keeping one fatal strike from ripping him open. One spear tears through his leg anyway, and the pain hits just as the dragon's assault keeps closing in. He grits his teeth, eyes wide, realizing this pressure is one mistake away from ending everything. Then a strange reflection flashes in his eye, and the battlefield suddenly feels far less normal. His gaze tightens on the shifting pattern, as if something invisible has started moving around the fight. Skasa snarls in outrage, still trying to force the advantage, but its panic is already showing. The dragon freezes for a beat when something clicks, and even its own confidence starts to crack. Jinsung stares ahead in disbelief, wondering if time itself has just slipped out of place. Behind the chaos, the arena's mechanism turns like a giant clock, twisting the whole battle into a trap. Jinsung finally snaps, because whatever this is, it is moving fast enough to swallow him whole. Jinsung is still caught in the spinning trap, as the golden gears tear the space apart around him. He clenches his jaw, sweating through the pressure as the strange timing starts to feel wrong. His eyes narrow on the shifting pattern, and he realizes something invisible is moving with the fight. Skasa keeps roaring in fury, but even its confidence is already starting to crack. For a beat, the dragon freezes, and Jinsung feels time itself slipping out of place. The mechanism keeps turning behind the chaos, like a giant clock dragging him deeper into its design. He drops into a warped chamber and finds the same gears circling him from every side. A strange judge-like creature appears, mocking the situation and asking if he is ready to be judged. Jinsung stares up in shock as the absurd trial keeps tightening around him. Then he finally realizes the worst part. This thing was never a fight, but a test. The gears twist into a cosmic lion-headed guardian, the so-called protector of time. And Jinsung realizes this place is built to keep timelines in line. Namir's memories flash through his mind, and that old punishment now looks a lot like a warning with teeth. The image of the ranger getting crushed says enough, because this test never cared how strong the prey looked. The title of Time Lord hangs overhead, and the dragon-like judge starts to make the whole thing feel like a sentence. Jinsung recoils in confusion, while the creature calmly admits they have been watching him since Namir dragged him into this dimension. The accusation turns sharper when the judge notices Nemir's interference, and Jinsung finally understands this cat knows far more than it should. He pushes back against the claim, insisting corruption is already spreading, and that Skasa was the one who fell first. The fight freezes for a beat, as Jinsung's own doubt meets the dragon's silence, and the trial keeps tightening around them. Skasa protests from the other side of the chamber, furious that anyone would forget who twisted it with the nightmare in the first place. And just like that, the real accusation lands, with the hidden corruptor exposing the lie and dragging the battle's true master into the open. Jinsung snaps out of the shock long enough to unleash a card that could upend everything, but the trial keeps tightening instead of breaking. The judge's eye turns cold as it invokes Nemir's name, then presses Jinsung to admit he has no idea what this warning really means. Cliffa flatly rejects any talk of the future, making it clear this has nothing to do with prophecy and everything to do with the past. It reveals that only the rifts left behind by those time tamperers can be sensed here, and that even their meddling has already left scars in this realm. Jinsung realizes the punishment is already decided, while the so-called Time Lord treats the whole ordeal like a sentence passed in advance. Skasa finally breaks in from the side, panicking as the accusation lands, and the dragon's fury makes it obvious who truly dragged this place into chaos. The judge doesn't even flinch, just coolly declaring that this is the realm of the Time Lords, where ordinary powers mean nothing. Jinsung clenches his wounded hand and tries to force a way through anyway, but the purple corruption keeps crawling over him like a curse with teeth. Cliffa answers with brutal certainty, saying he will never open a rift here because the Time Lords control every rule in this domain. With the verdict sealed, Jinsung is left staring down the trap as the trial announces its final sentence. 1,000 years of reformation. Jinsung recoils in disbelief as the sentence lands, while Cliffa brushes off the future and snaps that this is about the past. The judge adds that only the time tamperers' lingering rifts can be sensed here, and even their meddling already scarred this realm. Jinsung realizes the punishment was decided long ago, but the so-called Time Lord treats it like a verdict already written. Skasa suddenly barges in, panicking as the accusation turns on him, and the dragon's fury exposes who dragged this place into chaos. Cliffa does not budge, calmly declaring this the realm of the Time Lords, where ordinary power means absolutely nothing. Jinsung clenches his wounded hand and tries to force a breakthrough anyway, but the purple corruption keeps crawling over him like a living curse. Cliffa answers with brutal finality, making it clear he will never open a rift here because the Time Lords control every rule. Even so, Jinsung lunges for the glowing mechanism, desperate to reach it before the trap finishes swallowing him. Skasa roars back into the fight, ordering him to stop and return while he still can, but the warning only sharpens the pressure. Jinsung keeps pressing forward as the dragon slams down, and the trial's punishment finally feels ready to snap shut. Jinsung smashes straight through the purple surge, while Skasa's panic only makes the trial feel more suffocating. The dragon dives in to stop him, but Jinsung keeps advancing, with Cliffa and the judgment closing from every side. Skasa begs him to stop causing harm, yet the dragon's fear only proves the trap has already turned on its own master. Jinsung twists through the chaos and breaks toward the glowing mechanism, ignoring every warning the trial throws at him. He snaps that he is leaving no matter what, and the reckless push finally starts tearing the judgment apart. The mechanism surges beneath him as he drives forward, betting everything on one last opening before the punishment seals shut. Skasa reels under the pressure, realizing too late that Jinsung is still forcing the fight deeper into the corruption. Blue force crashes over Jinsung's body, but he grits through the pain and keeps his grip on the battle's rhythm. Skasa finally recognizes him as the real threat, and the dragon's rage turns into pure desperation. Even then, Jinsung does not slow down, and Skasa's furious warning only confirms that the verdict is now unavoidable. Jinsung's grin turns savage, because the dragon's fear only proves the trap is already cracking. The trial erupts with blue force as he drives straight through the chaos and refuses to slow down. Skasa stares down the threat, realizing too late that Jinsung is still forcing the fight deeper. Jinsung twists into the attack and slams the pressure back at the dragon without mercy. A surge of purple power flashes through the clash, and the corruption starts to buckle. He keeps shredding through the air, leaving afterimages behind as the dragon gets pushed back again and again. The mechanism trembles under the strain, but the judgment still clings to its last hold. A final vertical burst cuts through the darkness, and the trial's core finally starts to open. Jinsung drops through the opening with that same feral confidence, while a tiny companion clings to his shoulder. He lands looking down into the blue void below, already knowing the fight is not finished yet. Skasa still tries to sound in control, but Jinsung has already shoved the dragon's confidence into the dirt. The corruption starts buckling as the trial's power twists back on itself, and the dragon realizes time has been rewound against him. Jinsung keeps hammering forward, leaving the ice dragon desperate enough to call this the end. One brutal strike after another drives Skasa into panic, and his arrogant threat turns into raw fear. Even trapped in the clash, he keeps snarling that this cage will not hold him forever. Jinsung rips through the dragon's defense while the hidden force behind Skasa starts laughing at the chaos. The battle surges wider, with the dragon's rage and the curse's mocking voice both cracking under Jinsung's pressure. Skasa finally breaks into a full scream, but the opening keeps widening no matter how hard he fights it. The trial core tears apart beneath the strain, and Jinsung plunges through with the tiny companion still clinging to him. He lands over the blue void below, already knowing the next descent will be just as ugly. The little companion stares in shock as the rift tears apart and the chamber starts to buckle. The blast swallows everything, and the trial structure breaks under the force. Even amid the burning collapse, the hidden voice keeps sneering as Skasa's panic grows. The dragon claws at the wreckage, choking on disbelief while that mocking curse keeps laughing through him. The one behind the madness demands to know how the dimensional rift was opened at all. Jinsung lands hard in the warped void, and the first thing he realizes is that he is nowhere familiar. The gears of the trial still spin above them, but the answer is ugly. He never opened it, and the escape is already slipping away. Skasa's face goes rigid as the truth hits him, because the power he feared is sounding all too real now. The silence stretches, and even the dragon starts to understand that the named power was never a bluff. Jinsung steadies himself while the tiny companion clings tighter, and the next exchange is already turning dangerous. Jinsung lands in the wrong place and instantly realizes this fiery nightmare is not the world he knows. The warped void stretches around him as the trial keeps spinning overhead, and escape already feels like a bad joke. A hidden voice sneers through Skasa's panic, mocking the dragon while forcing him to admit something opened the rift. Jinsung steadies himself while the tiny companion clings tight, and Skasa finally starts fearing the named power for real. Even the dragon's certainty cracks as he wonders who caused this mess, while Jinsung is still trying to read the trap. The battlefield answers with a brutal blast, and the whole area erupts in smoke and fire around him. Jinsung drives forward through the wreckage, turning the chaos into a hard counter instead of a collapse. Skasa gets hammered again, his pride and body both taking the hit as the attack keeps snowballing. The pressure keeps rising, and Jinsung refuses to give the trap any breathing room. By the end, even the dragon is left choking on the fallout, while Jinsung keeps pushing through the last aftershock. The hidden voice keeps mocking Skasa's panic, and the dragon finally admits something opened the rift. Jinsung steadies himself with the white dog clinging tight, as Skasa starts fearing that named power for real. As the dragon's certainty cracks, Jinsung keeps probing the trap, trying to read what caused this disaster. A brutal blast answers his hesitation, and the battlefield erupts in smoke and fire around them. Jinsung drives straight through the wreckage, turning the chaos into a hard counter instead of a retreat. Skasa gets hammered again, pride and body both buckling under the pressure. The attack snowballs further, and Jinsung refuses to give the trap even a breath. Skasa starts demanding answers about dimension-hopping monsters, still desperate to understand who opened the rift. Jinsung explains they slip through gaps between dimensions, hunting for strong opponents. That leaves Skasa facing the ugly truth. Their only purpose is finding powerful prey to kill, maybe even on the Time Lord's own turf. The masked presence mocks him with dimension-hopping talk, but Jinsung calmly reads the truth. This is still a dungeon. If monsters are here, then escape means killing the boss, and he drives straight at the towering flame planet beast. Karlor of the Fire answers with a crushing blow, trying to bury him in its own blazing rage. Jinsung slips back in through the wreckage, insisting that defeating the boss monster is the only way out. The scene snaps to the Mage Guild, where the uproar grows as everyone realizes Stormpass has fallen because of Jinsung. A grim man demands answers about Skasa and the secret mission, then threatens to make the guild answer for whatever happens next. The white-haired mage goes rigid as the blame lands, and the whole mess suddenly sounds far bigger than one missing adventurer. Jinsung hammers the dragon again while the battlefield tilts into fire and falling debris. Skasa finally breaks, screaming for answers as Jinsung keeps tearing through the assault and forces the monster to confront the trap's truth. By the end, the dragon is left exposed and panicking, with nowhere left to hide behind the chaos. Jinsung drives his strike through the blazing wreckage, and the boss finally starts losing its balance. The pressure keeps climbing as the field trembles, forcing the monster and its prey deeper into the firestorm. Even with the battlefield boiling, Jinsung keeps advancing while the dragon's panic starts creeping through. A purple guide cuts in, warning him to look at the bigger mess instead of the obvious target. The path itself warps ahead of him, and Jinsung realizes the dungeon still has layers left to spit out. Shock hits him when he learns the dungeon has not ended, and the old fight suddenly feels a lot less simple. Something else in the chaos starts speaking through the mask, dragging his attention toward the real pattern. A monstrous presence named Simu the Conqueror emerges, and the whole route starts looking like a forgotten trial. Jinsung pieces together that Karlalor, Semu, and the hexagonal tiles all belong to one past dungeon. The masked voice confirms it was a dungeon from the past, and Jinsung realizes the nightmare has already happened once before. From the old memories, 4 fiend bosses stand apart, and one of them is already looming in Jinsung's mind. He realizes this nightmare might not end with one kill, which is exactly the kind of detail that makes this dungeon uglier. The forest ahead feels wrong and far too calm, like it is waiting to swallow another mistake. Clefa cuts in, and the little guide finally admits the real mess is bigger than the monster in front of them. Jinsung still refuses to stall, tearing through the trial as the route keeps warping under his feet. The pressure spikes when the battlefield answers back, and even the enemy starts feeling the sting of being hunted. Jinsung slips through the opening and drives in a brutal counter, as if the whole fight is finally bending his way. The blows keep landing, and for a second the monster looks less like a conqueror and more like prey. Blood flies as Jinsung grinds the assault forward, forcing the enemy to reel under the relentless pace. By the end, he is still swinging, and the trial's so-called boss is left staggering under the punishment. Jinsung dives straight through the chaos, and even the frost dragon starts losing its composure. The air shatters around them as the battlefield warps under the force of the clash. A dark presence mocks the struggle, but Jinsung only pushes harder through the same old trap. He reads the monster's rhythm in an instant, and drives in before it can recover. The dragon lunges back with desperate force, trying to snarl his advance. Jinsung slips in again, turning the exchange into a brutal chase of openings. Skasa eats another crushing hit, and starts looking less like a predator, more like prey. Blood and ice scatter as Jinsung keeps the pressure on without giving it a breath. The dragon reels with a roar, visibly shaken by how hard the human is pressing. Even now, Jinsung stays on top of it, and the trial's boss is left staggering under the punishment. Jinsung keeps driving forward, and the dragon's first answer is another violent rush of thunder and ice, Blood splashes across his face, but he still cuts through the pressure and refuses to slow down. Skasa reels as another crushing blow lands, and the proud beast starts looking cornered. The dragon's body buckles under the punishment while Jinsung keeps hunting every gap. One brutal strike sends the boss sliding back, and the trial's rhythm starts breaking apart. The counters keep stacking up, and even the beast's desperate resistance cannot stop the momentum. Amid the storm of shards and blood, Jinsung's shadow stays locked on the collapsing battlefield. Tower knights close in behind the chaos as the boss is finally named Jayus of the Thunder. Bruised and relentless, Jinsung grits through the pain and keeps pressing the attack. Jayus stands armed and glowing, but the human's pressure has already turned the hunt against him. Jinsung drives in through the blood and thunder, and even the boss's glare starts to look shaken. He keeps the pressure on, cutting through the lightning as the clash turns frantic. The blonde beast finally takes a clean hit, and that confident edge starts cracking. Another crushing burst tears through the battlefield, sending the fight further off balance. Jinsung huffs through the pain, but he is still standing, still grinning through the punishment. The arena below him caves into a glowing vortex as the tower's defenses buckle. He realizes the fight has gone exactly as expected, even if his body is begging for a break. He decides to restock later, casually thinking about potions and food while the floor keeps dropping away. Far beneath the chaos, the world itself seems to erupt into a fiery, ruinous disaster. Jinsung is left clinging to the collapsing cliffside as the entire battle spirals into a hellscape. Jinsung's bloodied stare hardens, and for a second it looks like even death failed to teach him fear. The absurd reset lands like a joke from hell, and he just has to wonder why this nightmare dragged him back again. Another violent blast hurls the blonde fighter through the burning chaos, but he still claws for balance. The floor detonates beneath the wreckage, turning the whole battlefield into a roaring collapse. Below, the arena opens into a glowing vortex, swallowing space as the tower finally breaks apart. Jinsung drops onto the shattered cliffside and keeps himself upright while the world tears open around him. A blinding burst swallows everything, and for a heartbeat the entire ruin looks like it is being erased. The disaster swells into a molten hellscape, with Jinsung left tiny against the cratered, burning wasteland. Even then, the hidden corruptor keeps sneering at him, as if this farce is still under control. Jinsung snaps back with raw contempt, refusing to let that cursed voice have the last word. The intruders finally get spotted, and the last wave still looks eager to welcome another victim into the inferno. Jinsung, bloodied but unbroken, realizes this time he cannot afford a single mistake. The dungeon counter jumps to 261 as the battlefield keeps tearing apart around him. The collapse finishes its spiral, and the broken arena vanishes into a warped reset. Jinsung gets flung through the shifting forest of time, still refusing to drop. His expression tightens as the absurdity sinks in. Even this nightmare is repeating itself. The reality hits harder now, because the monsters, the dead, and the old disaster all seem to be returning. He starts fearing the worst, suspecting the tower has dragged everyone back into the past again. Skasa lashes out in panic while Jinsung keeps pressing the attack, turning confusion into pressure. Jinsung finally demands answers, and the dragon's reaction makes it clear this loop has not broken yet. Jinsung bolts through the collapsing forest, already realizing escape is the only shot left. Skasa lunges in close, but Jinsung takes the hit and keeps moving anyway. The dragon stumbles when it slams into an invisible wall, and the trap starts revealing itself. Jinsung answers with a brutal counter, refusing to let the opening slip. Skasa shrieks in panic as the pressure keeps mounting from every side. Jinsung drives another strike in and mocks the dragon's panic without saying a word. The battlefield shatters into fragments, and the looped space starts bleeding apart. Jinsung realizes the danger is only getting worse, even if the dragon falls again. Skasa keeps getting battered through the broken trial, unable to shake the rhythm of defeat. And that is the ugly truth here. Even winning once just makes the repetition hurt more. The swirling gate churns violently, and Jinsung realizes the trap is still sealing every escape route. Even the teleportation potion fails, so he starts treating the invisible wall like a joke with a knife in it. With no way out, he concludes the only exit is the gate that dragged him in. Worse, he cannot open a dimensional rift either, while the hidden presence nags him toward another answer. He catches on fast and pushes the ugly truth out of it. The hidden exit is a real possibility. That means the route is buried in the hidden area, and if the game rules still hold, luck is the only key. Jinsung grins through the blood and decides to keep carving through these dungeon monsters until the opening appears. A brutal blast follows, shaking the broken floor apart as the trial keeps collapsing around him. He stays standing in the wreckage, convinced the next opening will come only after enough enemies fall. Then the explosion swallows everything in white, and the looped battlefield tears itself open again. Jinsung keeps blasting through the wreckage, convinced the next opening will only come after more bodies drop. A strange girl stares back in shock, suddenly realizing he is something far beyond a normal challenger. Jinsung's bloodied face hardens, and he meets that confusion with a ruthless, unflinching glare. The battlefield splits into a brutal sprint as he and the enemy trade speed for speed amid rising ice and chaos. The tower's rank boards flicker, while Jinsung keeps forcing the fight higher, dragging the whole trial toward collapse. A blinding surge detonates across the arena, and for a moment even the system looks like it is cracking apart. Jinsung is still standing in the glare, but the explosion has clearly rattled even him. The floor fractures wider as the light keeps swallowing everything, and the loop feels ready to break again. The strange girl is left staring in stunned silence, finally seeing how ugly this battle really is. Jinsung stays on his feet through the fading blast, ready to keep carving until the hidden exit finally gives way. A vortex of light tears open the arena, and the whole trial starts collapsing around its core. Jinsung keeps walking toward the blinding breach, while the wreckage and stunned enemies fall behind him. Bloodied and unshaken, he refuses to slow down as his blade drags him through the chaos. The clear count rises to 317, and the dungeon record flashes like a cruel victory notice. Even the strange little creature nearby is left trembling, squeaking in pure panic. Jinsung realizes the dungeons just keep repeating, and the only way out may be the gate he came from. He decides the hidden area has to exist somewhere, so the next cycle becomes his target. The world erupts into fire and ruin, and the place feels less like a dungeon now, and more like hell. Through the blast, he keeps moving anyway, as if surviving the nightmare is only the first step. By the end, Jinsung is still facing forward, ready to rip open whatever path remains. Jinsung staggers through the ruin, battered but still moving like stopping now would mean losing everything. The dungeon record jumps to 317, and even that cruel little victory only proves how deep the loop has already gone. Nearby, the trembling creature panics as the battlefield keeps collapsing around it. Jinsung realizes the dungeon keeps repeating, so the gate back out may be the only real answer. That realization hardens into a plan, and he decides the hidden route has to be found in the next cycle. The world erupts into hellish fire and debris, but he keeps forcing his way forward anyway. Even through the blast, he refuses to stop, as if survival is only the first hurdle. The pressure keeps mounting, and he is still dragging himself toward whatever path remains. A sharp warning crashes through the chaos, mocking his desperation as the fight turns uglier. Jinsung answers by doubling down, furious and unbroken, ready to tear this dungeon apart for good. The dungeon keeps shattering around him, and the hidden route still refuses to show itself. Jinsung hammers the floor again, ripping through the collapse with stubborn, ugly force. The tower pillars keep crumbling, proving the whole place is one bad step from total ruin. Even with debris flying everywhere, he lands hard and refuses to back off. His hand tightens into a fist, because the only safe place left is still deeper under the chaos. He finally spots the opening he was chasing, and the answer has been buried right beneath him. The little white dog panics at the sight of it, realizing the thing should not be there. Jinsung drives straight into the corrupted heart, and the strange shadow finally starts cracking. The black-purple curse surges back in surprise, as if even it did not expect him to find this place. But he keeps crushing forward, bloodied and relentless, ready to tear the trap apart at the core. The trapped power slams inward, and the hidden heart starts cracking under the pressure. A blinding burst follows, scattering rubble as the dungeon's false shell tears open. Jinsung drops into the warped space below, still surrounded by floating cube-like fragments and shattered pathways. Bruised and grinning, he realizes he finally found what had been buried underneath. The whole maze twists around him as he questions where the exit is supposed to be. He keeps reasoning through the wreckage, figuring that if this is still part of the dungeon, the way out has to be deeper. A fast blue streak cuts across his path, and he barely has time to react. The hidden curse answers in disbelief, shocked that this place was ever uncovered at all. Jinsung narrows his focus and presses on, asking where the exit is as the dungeon keeps shifting. Then the next strike comes, and he dives through the chaos without slowing down. Jinsung is slammed through the warped space again, but the blow only sharpens his grin as he realizes the buried truth is finally in reach. Bloodied and wide-eyed, he stares ahead and realizes this hidden place is real, not some dead end. A monstrous shape surges into view, and the dungeon's answer finally reveals itself as the hidden area boss. The beast dives in with brutal force, turning the shattered route into a full-on slaughterhouse. Jinsung takes the hit hard, yet still keeps moving through the purple storm instead of folding. For a split second, even he looks rattled, realizing the fight has reached a nastier level. The curse keeps looming over the battle, satisfied that the trap is still dragging him exactly where it wants. So the truth comes into focus at last. This is the hidden area boss, Mao. Mao circles overhead and calmly decides that Jinsung is the one meant to reach the exit, which is almost insulting. Jinsung answers with another desperate burst, dragging his sword forward and refusing to let the dungeon win. Mao crashes through the purple storm, and the hidden boss finally feels real. Jinsung gets slammed around by its limbs, but he still refuses to stop moving. Even battered and bleeding, he keeps that sharp grin, realizing the fight has turned ugly fast. Mao keeps circling him like prey, and the curse's trap tightens with every strike. Jinsung cuts back with a desperate burst, forcing the monster to keep its distance. The barrage only makes Mao wilder, and the exchange turns into pure slaughter. For a second, even the monster seems amused, mocking him as the gap in power becomes obvious. Jinsung finally admits the difference, yet still decides to hand the fight to his blade. That grim resolve hardens into a smile, because backing down is no longer an option. However, the next clash is already coming, and he braces to meet it head-on. Jinsung vanishes in a flash, refusing to waste a second as the hidden boss tries to read his next move. Mao snaps after him, but the strike only proves how fast the battlefield has become. For a split moment, Jinsung thinks he has slipped free, though the monster is still right on his heels. He cuts in again, hurling himself through the storm of blows with no room left for caution. Mao hisses in disbelief, clearly not expecting the fighter to keep pushing at all. The barrage only gets nastier, and Jinsung realizes the gap is still monstrous. Even so, he keeps attacking, trading survival for every inch of ground he can steal. Mao lunges with feral force, turning the exchange into a brutal hunt instead of a duel. Jinsung starts losing the rhythm, but he refuses to let the monster dictate the pace. Then Mao barrels forward again, and Jinsung braces for the next kill or be killed clash. Jinsung's face twists as another savage hit lands, yet he refuses to buckle under Mao's claws. Mao keeps raking him apart, but the fighter still surges in close instead of backing off. Even through the storm of blows, Jinsung answers with relentless fire and steals a little more ground. The monster's crushing pressure keeps rising, and the space between them feels like a death sentence. Mao hisses in disbelief, clearly annoyed that the human still has enough stubbornness to keep moving. Jinsung's eyes harden as he realizes the monster is still far ahead in raw power. Mao lunges again, turning the clash into a brutal hunt and forcing Jinsung onto the defensive. For a split second, Jinsung reads the rhythm, but the monster immediately tries to break it. The hidden voice twists the taunt into something worse, revealing the cat has been treating Mao like a toy for a reason. Then the truth lands. Repeated battles have made Jinsung stronger, and even his level and honor have climbed since arriving here. Mao answers the pressure with a savage strike, but Jinsung still keeps forcing ground. The monster's power keeps rising, and the gap between them only looks uglier by the second. Jinsung grits his teeth, cursing that arrogant cat as even a clean read is hard to turn into a win. Mao throws back a furious roar, clearly offended that the human still keeps standing. Jinsung snaps right back, refusing to be toyed with any longer. He lunges in anyway, realizing the monster still dwarfs him in raw strength. A cold voice cuts through the chaos, insisting he was never wasting time here. Jinsung reels at that absurd advantage, unable to hide how impossible it feels. Mao starts to crack under the assault, choking out in panic that this should already be over. Then the warning lands too late, and the next blow sends Mao screaming as the fight turns vicious. Jinsung's strike lands cleanly, and Mao is suddenly swallowed by a storm of pink impact lines. The hidden boss's defenses start breaking apart, but the scream of die only makes the assault uglier. Mao reels in panic, its pride already slipping as the human keeps closing the gap. Jinsung stays buried in the wreckage, still refusing to let the monster breathe. Mao opens its jaws in a furious roar, but the fear underneath is already showing. The beast lashes out again, while Jinsung keeps reading the rhythm and pressing forward. Another savage hit sends Mao stumbling, and even its massive frame starts looking shaky. Jinsung cuts in with a brutal follow-up, tearing deeper into the monster's guard. Mao twists through the counter, but the pressure never lets up for a second. By the end, Jinsung is still on top of the fight, and Mao is left cornered and rattled. Mao stumbles through the chaos, and for once the monster's roar sounds more desperate than proud. Jinsung answers with another ruthless blow, driving the hidden boss back before it can catch its breath. The beast tries to recover with a brutal swing, but the attack only opens it up wider. Jinsung slips into the opening and keeps the pressure locked in, forcing Mao to retreat step by step. A savage fist lands flush on the beast's face, and the gap between hunter and prey turns embarrassing. Mao's eye shakes under the impact, and its confidence starts collapsing right along with its body. Jinsung drives in again, blood and force flying as he refuses to let the monster reset. The hidden boss jerks sideways, but even that dodge looks like panic now. Mao is left battered, off balance, and staring at the human who never stopped coming. With the trap tightening around it, the monster can only brace for the next hit. Jinsung tears into Mao's guard, and the monster's counter only leaves it more exposed. Mao gasps in disbelief as the human keeps closing in without giving it a breath. Another strike drives through the opening, and the beast's control slips even further. The floor's magic circuit shudders under the chaos, showing the battle is tearing the place apart. Mao staggers in full panic, finally realizing this is no longer its fight to command. Its eye widens in sheer fear, and the hidden boss starts to look cornered instead of monstrous. Jinsung keeps his grip and presses on, forcing the pressure tighter with every move. The corruption around them still pulses, but the monster has already lost its composure. Mao is battered between assaults as Jinsung, and the others keep the punishment coming. Even Lenny shows up with that smug little smile, as if this disaster still amuses her. Jinsung's strike tears through the opening, and Mao finally feels its control slipping. The hidden boss stares in shock, its once ruthless glare turning into raw panic. He keeps pressing forward as the magic circuit shudders, and the whole place starts falling apart. Mao reels back, battered and furious, but the pressure only gets tighter. Its terrified cry slips out as the monster realizes this fight is no longer winnable. Jinsung drives in again, relentless even while the battlefield keeps exploding around him. Another brutal hit lands, and Mao is forced back into the wreckage. Even exhausted, he still refuses to stop, because this is no time to die here. Blood and exhaustion spread across Jinsung's body, but he keeps pushing through the pain. By now, every breath hurts, yet he still fights like his body is screaming to quit. Blood runs down Jinsung's face as the thought crosses his mind that dying might be easier than enduring this. But the battered swordsman's eyes stay sharp, and that hesitation vanishes almost immediately. He refuses to give up or run, even with the whole battlefield collapsing behind him. Another crushing blow lands cleanly, and Mao finally loses more ground in the chaos. Jinsung keeps driving forward, his body wrecked but his will still far nastier than the monster's fear. The blade comes down like judgment, splitting through the storm of purple power. Mao's defenses shatter as Jinsung tears into it from above, leaving the monster staggering in ruin. In the wreckage, even the monster seems to realize who dragged it this far, and why it kept losing. Jinsung stands under the burst of shattered energy, knowing this strength was built through every brutal step. Mao's fragments scatter into the void, and the hidden boss finally starts disappearing. The exit finally opens, and the blinding breakthrough promises a way out at last. Jinsung pushes through the shattered route, still marching forward while the battlefield collapses behind him. The path widens into open space, as if the dungeon itself is being peeled apart. Even Mao seems to admit the blow was nasty, but Jinsung only keeps staring down the monster. Bloodied and wrecked, he still refuses to stop, because giving up would be even uglier than the pain. With the fight finally turning, the white dog urges the party to head back to Hindenmeyer. Mao throws up one last desperate wall, but Jinsung stands alone before that monstrous mouth like bad news. Jinsung pauses in confusion for a beat, as if sensing the victory turning strange. His expression hardens again, and that familiar hunted look says he already understands the next move. Mao's own stare finally flickers with realization, because it knows exactly who dragged it into this ruin. Mao keeps pouring on the pressure, but Jinsung only stares back and refuses to give him any room. The monster's last wall starts cracking, and the fight finally tilts the wrong way for it. Even the jagged space around them looks like it is tearing open as Mao's grip slips further. With the battle over, the white dog immediately pushes everyone to head back to Hindenmeyer. Elsewhere, the tower sits in eerie calm while a cheerful greeting makes the aftermath feel almost unreal. Sharan stands there looking far too composed, which only makes everyone wonder what kind of good news reached her. Her reaction quickly gives it away, and the whole exchange turns into awkward laughter and relieved disbelief. A battered report follows, its ugly print confirming the one thing nobody can ignore anymore. Skasa was defeated. Agonzo reads between the lines and realizes the Bantu tribe heard about the yellow-haired outsider who warned them and walked away. The misunderstanding starts clearing up at last, and even the grudging apology makes it obvious that the outsider really did try to help. The apology wine finally arrives, and Jinsung is smug enough to joke that all his problems solve themselves. The next mess barely settles before Sharan is already in his face, looking way too pleased by the chaos he caused. Her smile fades into sharp suspicion, because something about his condition screams disaster, not celebration. By the time she steps in front of him, it is obvious she has already heard enough to know Stormpass was no ordinary trip. Jinsung, battered and bandaged, tries to stay quiet, but even he looks like he knows that excuse is falling apart. The room goes still for a beat, then the awkward lies start flying as if a busted staircase could explain that wreck. Jinsung keeps pretending nothing serious happened, which only makes the whole cover-up look more ridiculous. Sharan does not buy a single word of it and immediately calls out the obvious. He looks like he crawled out of hell. Cornered, he falls back on silence, and that only confirms she is dealing with a stubborn disaster in human form. Then the whole exchange collapses into exasperation, with Sharon treating him like a reckless hooligan while he takes the hit. Sharon's suspicion sharpens as she demands to know what he is hiding, and his silence only makes the cover-up look worse. Jin-sung's face tightens in panic, because even the bravado is gone now and the fear is written all over him. Shaken and cornered, he stays quiet while the pressure keeps mounting, looking more guilty by the second. The battle space fractures into a strange rift layout, and something far worse starts pulling his name through the darkness. Then the real nightmare steps out, the Cosmo Fiend King, Gaunus, with the kind of presence that turns a dungeon into a grave. Jin-sung stares back in stunned refusal, realizing this is not some ordinary boss fight he can bluff his way through. Gaunus keeps towering there, coldly declaring that trespassers like him were never meant to exist in this area. The fight erupts in a blur of force as Jin-sung gets launched through the chaos and still refuses to drop. He drives straight back in, slamming his blade through the monster's defenses and forcing the thing to flinch. Even with the boss reeling, Jin-sung keeps pressing on, and the monster's shocked reaction says the tide has finally shifted. Jin-sung realizes the floor itself has shifted, and the area has turned into something far nastier. A blazing udar slams through the arena, throwing him back before he can settle his footing. Gaunus keeps pressing the attack, and Jin-sung gets battered harder as the boss refuses to give ground. Barely hanging on, he admits the fight is draining him dry, and that winning from a distance is hopeless. So he sharpens the plan, deciding the only chance is to get close and think faster than the monster. He drives straight into Gaunus' space, trading pain for position in a reckless push. One hard stare later, he cuts in with perfect timing and starts reading the boss's rhythm again. The strike lands clean, and even that oversized monster finally shows a crack in its confidence. Jin-sung keeps the pressure alive, chaining force into force before Gaunus can recover. The battlefield erupts in another violent burst, and the boss is left getting dragged along the blast line. Jin-sung is smashed down so hard he starts wondering if this is the end. Gaunus keeps driving him through the blast, refusing to give him a single opening. The monster's pressure only makes him sharper, and he forces himself back into the fight. Even while the attacks keep landing, he swings through the chaos and hunts for position. Bloodied and half-blinded, he still locks in on the boss and steadies his breathing. One eye narrows with stubborn focus, reading the rhythm through the pain. A strange voice snaps through the dark and shakes him awake at the worst possible moment. The battlefield fractures again, and the fight starts slipping out of Gaunus' control. Jin-sung crashes back in with a brutal strike, turning defense into another ugly counterattack. Even after the hit lands, his stare stays cold, proving he is nowhere near done. The hidden hand behind the trap starts to show itself, and Jin-sung realizes someone helped him slip free. The truth lands harder. It was no ordinary ally, but a third party with power that could bend even a Time Lord's domain. Bloodied and exhausted, he still claws his way back upright, refusing to let the battle swallow him whole. Sharon catches him by surprise, and his first instinct is pure exhaustion as he realizes she is already here. She keeps a grip on him while he mutters that the bastard never saved him, as if the whole world is toying with him. Sore, stunned, and half-broken, he admits he thought he had gotten stronger, but the trap keeps proving otherwise. Sharon bristles at his attitude, and the mood sours fast as he tries to brush off her concern. He snaps back with that same stubborn edge, acting like he does not owe anyone an explanation. Her hand lands on him again, and for a second even the bickering dies down under the tension. But the grip only deepens, and he is left trapped in her hold, still wounded and nowhere near done. Sharon catches him before he can collapse again, and her relief finally breaks through the tension. She holds him close, sounding almost glad that he made it back alive. Jin-sung looks stunned and drained, barely able to process that she is really here. Her hand stays on his face as she keeps him from falling apart any further. He starts to complain about the debt, already regretting that this mess is not over yet. Sharon calmly reminds him that everything is due tomorrow, and the joke lands with cruel timing. He freezes under her grip, blinking like the situation has gone completely off the rails. He finally gives in and acknowledges it, sounding exhausted more than convinced. Down below, the gold tunnel gleams with treasure and a lot of unanswered problems. The whole thing boils down to this: nobody knows who is involved, but anyone after the loot will show up fast. Jin-sung stares at the loot and realizes he has to get much stronger before anyone can play him for a fool again. The voice from beside him keeps pressing Hilder's name, while he warns that rushing in now would get him killed on the spot. He catches the joke about dying on the spot, then shuts down the debt talk before it can get any uglier. The gold tunnel gleams below, and even the threats can't hide how much treasure is sitting there waiting. Soon after, the scene jumps away from the dungeon as the next route starts pointing him toward the sky. A strange masked figure and the white dog keep mocking his hesitation, and he admits the whale-sized trap is nothing new. Jinsung answers with a grin, saying the climb is going even farther, and even the dog sounds stunned by the madness of it. He moves through the open city while the white dog keeps calmly insisting the ticket out will come soon enough. Then the real lesson lands. 2 magic circles are layered overhead, one protecting the land and one tied to Bakal. That second seal hangs over everything like a warning, because this route was never just travel, it was a test waiting to bite. The Sky Castle's magic circle is finally explained, and it blocks any ascent above a certain height. Sharon calmly makes it sound like a legend, while Jinsung stays silent and keeps listening. The truth lands harder next, as that hidden place is named the Heavenly Realm. She warns that the realm exists, but right now it is already in grave danger. Soon after, the vision shifts to the West Coast Harbor, where disaster is already reaching down from above. A falling Margatha is shown as the kind of threat that could wipe everyone out in an instant. Jinsung realizes the warning is tied to a celestial, and the situation is far more serious than a simple tale. That same blast finally makes the name surface, and he catches Marlene as the celestial linked to it. His shock turns into sharper focus, because this future is not some random omen anymore. By the end, the truth is clear enough to sting. The sky route is pointing straight toward a dangerous celestial fate. Marlene Kitska is named at last, the chief court lady tied to the princess and the heavenly realms. She is then revealed as the brave envoy who crossed into the lower worlds alone for reinforcements. Jinsung catches on fast, while Sharon's presence makes it clear this story has deeper roots. His shock lingers as he realizes her return happened 2 weeks ago, long before this conversation. Back in the city, he stares at the towering halls and starts wondering what Sharon is really hiding. She probes his condition instead of his words, and he plays along with a smile that looks a little too forced. Jinsung admits it has been a month since he returned, then admits he still needs Sharon's help. When he starts asking what information he could trade, she shifts the talk straight to Bakel's magic circle. That miracle with Marlene already feels rare enough, so nobody dares expect another safe return this time. Jinsung stares at the seal and grimly realizes a magic circle made by an apostle is no ordinary wall. Sharon calmly weighs Bakel's power, while Jinsung starts catching on that she knows far more than she says. The answer lands hard, and the situation slips from theory into a monster-filled breach that still has to be forced open. Sharon confirms it with eerie ease, making the impossible sound almost routine. Jinsung's hesitation only draws a mocking smile, because she knows the hesitation is already breaking. The seal begins to react, gears and magic grinding together as the route finally starts changing. Jinsung keeps listening while Sharon presses the point, then smoothly shifts the conversation into a favor. The mechanism locks in deeper, as if the whole barrier is bracing for what comes next. And with that, the opening widens just enough to make trouble possible. The strengthening attempt explodes into chaos as the item refuses to cooperate and the whole process starts collapsing. Lenny panics and begs the process to work, but the failure only gets uglier. Her alarm spikes when the item still will not respond, and the pressure keeps building. The system spits out the ugly truth. Item strengthening has failed. Jinsung gets slammed hard, proving the backlash is no joke. He tumbles through the wreckage while the failed upgrade leaves him battered and stuck. Sharon only smiles at the disaster, acting like next time will somehow go better. From behind her, the others watch the scene and joke that someone else is already quitting. Jinsung stays down while the teasing hangs in the air, and the whole mess turns embarrassingly one-sided. Lady Kiri opens with bright confidence, offering to enhance an item, and acting like this is the perfect day for business. Jinsung arrives, and she welcomes him before he starts acting like a troublemaker from the first second. He introduces himself with that smug committee title, and the poor shop mood immediately starts getting ridiculous. Jinsung asks for a favor, and Lady Kiri admits she heard about him from Sharon. He says Sharon taught him magic, which is enough for her to lower her guard and consider helping. The moment she seems ready to help, Jinsung turns suspicious and stalls the whole deal. He complains that even free still sounds too expensive, and the bargain starts collapsing fast. Lady Kiri reaches out to stop the mess, but Jinsung keeps resisting her cheerful pressure. She finally tries to sweeten the offer with a huge discount, while he still looks unconvinced. Lady Kiri tries to explain herself, but Jinsung is already staring at her like she has the wrong man. He refuses the discount outright, making the whole negotiation wobble harder than she expected. Then he reveals that Sharon only sent him here for the item enhancer, and the deal takes a sharper turn. The enhancement materials and protection passes come up next, and suddenly the real target is obvious. Jinsung nearly blows up when he hears the passes are the reward, while Kiri panics at his reaction. She protests that those passes are expensive to make, but he keeps pressing like a man who already did the math. He realizes the auction value alone makes them worth chasing, and his tone turns far less playful. Now he wants the passes for himself, since keeping them could save him from the next disaster. Kiri snaps back that the guild is official, and she counts as government staff, which only makes the argument more absurd. The shopkeeper gets a face full of attitude, and Jinsung treats the whole machine like a joke. Kiri tries to keep control, but Jinsung's grin says he already knows this deal is slipping her hands. Her protest only makes him more suspicious, and the bargain starts turning ugly. When he starts grilling her about the machine's condition and paperwork, Kiri breaks under the pressure. Jinsung turns to the building itself, checking every detail like he is hunting for a weakness. He keeps needling the place's dust and shoddy upkeep, then threatens to report the whole mess upward. Kiri can only stare as the silence stretches, realizing he is not bluffing. At 70%, he finally corners her into offering a bigger discount, and she hurries to salvage what she can. Outside, she acts grateful anyway, while the whole shop feels like it just survived a small disaster. The shop's calm finally breaks, and the whole place seems to tense around Jinsung's grin. Kiri insists she has enough protection passes, but that only makes the bargain feel even more crooked. Jinsung gets his gear boosted, and the glowing result says the enhancement went far better than she wanted. Kiri starts rattling off the success while the little mascot beside him reacts like the whole thing is a joke. A shadowy voice mocks Jinsung for enjoying the stolen advantage, dragging the mood from victory into trouble. Jinsung only smirks back, already turning the moment into another chance to push his point. He keeps needling Kiri until she breaks, and even his calm stare says the pressure is finally working. Then Bon Whalested steps in, sharp-eyed and smug, as if he has been waiting for this exact mess. The two lock onto each other, and the air shifts again, because this fight clearly is not finished yet. Bon's sharp glare cuts through the silence, and the reunion already feels less like friendship than a challenge. He acts almost nostalgic, claiming Jinsung vanished without a proper goodbye, while the little mascot watches the whole mess like a joke. Jinsung fires back with that usual smug edge, and the banter turns into a test of who blinks first. Bon finally admits he was away for about a month, but the moment barely cools before the pressure shifts again. The conversation jumps to Marlene, and Jinsung catches on fast enough to make the other side sweat. Bon starts laying out the bigger problem, tying the Delos Empire's support to the war brewing around Bantu and North Mire. He then reveals that the Iron Wolf Knight Order is already in Hendon Mire, which means the next move is no longer a guess. The Heavenly Realm route comes into focus, and Bon says it only opens once the Margatha is repaired. Jinsung realizes Sharon must have dug up the key without warning him in time, and the mascot keeps hovering like an obnoxious cheerleader. By the end, the truth is plain enough. Reaching the Heavenly Realm means working with the Iron Wolf Knight Order, whether he likes it or not. Jinsung snaps back at the demand, realizing Bon's permission is the real gate they have to clear. Bon's reply catches him off guard, and the Queen's name suddenly hangs between them like a warning. The next claim makes things uglier, with the supposed adventure sounding more like a convenient excuse for Empire spying. Jinsung keeps the pressure on, refusing to let the conversation drift away from the ugly truth. Bon smirks through the tension, dismissing more noble nuisances while trying to shut the door on extra complications. Jinsung refuses to budge, and the argument sharpens into a test of who breaks first. The talk jumps to Bakal, as Sharon lays out that the Great Dragon Trio all came from his power. She pushes the theory further, explaining that their fragments might be the key to breaking the Master's magic circle. Jinsung quickly catches the angle, and even Sharon admits it is still only a theory, for now. He stays on Skasa's trail, arguing the adventurer should know more, because that crew was the last one to face the dragon alive. Sharon coolly explains that Sparazzi was sealed after falling to that adventurer during the plague outbreak. Jinsung catches the angle fast, and the whole scheme starts looking less like a quest and more like a useful cover story. At West Coast Port, the crew regroups as the expedition preparations finally begin to move. Bon cuts in with the order to check what remains of the dead attacker, and the carriage gets readied without delay. Jinsung slips into familiar smugness, realizing luck has handed him another useful reunion. A paladin arrives beside the talk, and the envoy side of the mission starts to feel real at last. The discussion turns to the horns gathered from Skasa, proving the dragon's body is already being stripped for the journey. With repairs for Margartha wrapping up, the transport gets loaded and sealed for departure. The Heavenly Realm envoys are nearly ready to head out, and nobody looks interested in wasting more time. So the long argument ends where it always does, with Jinsung forcing the next move and everyone else scrambling to keep up. At the port, the crew regroups as the expedition finally starts moving again. Marlene puts on a polite smile and thanks everyone for helping out. The others brush it off, while Bon checks how she is holding up. Soon, another officer reports in, and the Iron Wolf Knight Order is finally treated like a real force. Jinsung and the others keep their eyes on the horns taken from Skasa, proof the dragon is already being stripped for the journey. With the repairs wrapped up, the transport is loaded and sealed, without wasting a breath. Jinsung's smug little pause says enough, as luck keeps feeding him useful reunions. Then the departure order spreads, and the whole escort shifts into motion at once. The knights answer in unison, locking the mission into place before anyone can stall it. By the end, the sails are up, the route is set, and the Heavenly Realm envoys are ready to launch. The launch jolts hard, and the whole transport starts rattling under the strain. Even with the chaos, the white-haired man only looks more amused, like this kind of ride is a nostalgic joke. Marlene stays locked on the wheel, keeping the vessel steady as the mission finally leaves the dock. Outside, the route narrows into a violent rush of wind and motion. With the first warning signs of trouble closing in, the white-haired man is thrown into the swing of it, grinning through the impact before realizing the danger is real. He snaps at everyone to stay alert just as the situation starts turning ugly. The tower and the sky below blur together while the escort pushes onward, already too deep to turn back. The clash above the route grows louder, and the entire launch feels like it is about to be smashed apart. The dragons, horns, and the ceiling circle press against each other, hinting that something massive is trapped inside this mess. By the end, the power surges again, and the whole journey heads straight into the next impact. White-haired and sweating, he locks in as the launch lurches harder than anyone expected. The magic circle detonates in a burst of light, and the whole route starts coming apart. Below the sky, a stocky man can only stare upward as the disaster spreads overhead. Even the onlookers freeze, realizing the blast has swallowed the route in one ugly instant. The tower knights rush forward, but the chaos is already outrunning their formation. Blades and force slam together again and again, turning the corridor into a frantic grind. Then the dark rift opens wider, and the entire space feels one hit away from collapsing. Around the wreckage, the group finally starts understanding the magic circle is gone for good. Agonzo's face hardens, because even he can tell the situation has slipped past control. With the portal still roaring behind them, the party braces for whatever comes next. The launch buckles as a dark tear swallows the route, and the whole voyage feels one crack away from disaster. The stormed-up passage keeps shaking apart, with debris and shockwaves piling on until control is a joke. Marlene stays steady at the helm while the others brace, and even the roughest launch cannot shake her calm. A red-eyed warning flashes through the chaos as the swarm of sea beasts closes in around the trapped crew. At last the newcomers look up and realize this is the Heavenly Realm, only for Agonzo to know better. The lie gets exposed fast. They are still in middle ocean, and the smug little plan behind the trick starts paying off. A protective bubble carries the ship through the kill zone, and the group finally admits the gamble worked. Jinsung grins over the loot he supposedly borrowed, proving again that even disaster cannot fully stop his greed. But the sea answers with a violent surge, and the calm route instantly turns into another ambush. As the waves crash harder, the vessel keeps pushing forward, while everyone realizes the next trouble has already surfaced. The sea turns violent again, and the protective ride is battered by crashing waves and lurking beasts. Marlene stays steady through the chaos, while the others strain to believe the risky run actually held. The false Heavenly Realm finally comes into view, and the trick is exposed as the middle ocean all along. The tower gate rises ahead like the real destination, promising entry after all that smug deception. The order erupts in triumph, convinced the launch is finally under control. A blonde commander snaps the team back to reality, ordering everyone to brace before landing. The vessel glides past the barrels and deck fixtures, still forcing its way forward without slowing. One passenger sprawls out exhausted, already paying for every second of that rough ride. Yet the ship keeps pushing on, with the route finally closing in on its next stop. Even while the damage settles, the expedition refuses to stop, and the next trouble is already waiting. The dark-haired woman jolts awake, breathless and drenched in sweat, as that nightmare keeps clinging to her. Outside, the capital is already in flames, and terrified voices beg for anyone to run. A masked gunman crushes a fallen blonde man, sneering as he delivers the killing blow. The attack keeps spreading through the streets, leaving only blood, fire, and panicked cries behind. A blood-stained stairway leads deeper into the burning palace, where someone screams for the princess. The woman stumbles upright in shock, realizing that same dream is turning real again. A messenger rushes in with the emergency report, and she barely holds herself together. The report turns grim fast as the outer capital walls are being bombarded and set ablaze. She forces herself to listen, swallowing the panic while the destruction rages outside. Even now, the attackers sound like they are enjoying the mayhem, and that makes it worse. Zeldine cuts down the first gunman before he can even finish speaking, and the whole ambush starts unraveling. One survivor catches a blade to the face, realizing too late that this target is far more dangerous than expected. Another attacker drops with the squad's confident shout dying on his lips, their little raid turning into a bloodbath. Their handlers panic off-screen, barking at the fools for failing to kill the girl, and exposing how badly the plan has already gone. Zeldine stands untouched in the room, taunting them with a smug little reveal as she strips the mask off her own harmless-looking disguise. One gunman blurts out disbelief at the sight of her barely covered body, but the distraction only makes him easier prey. The Imperial Capital's defense commander starts to explain himself, only to get drowned out by the next attack crashing down. A brutal blast tears through the corridor, scattering debris and leaving the intruders in pieces. The last survivor is left stunned on the floor, finally realizing the elegant woman in front of him is no ordinary noble. Zeldine finishes the reveal with a vicious smile, and now the attackers know they just challenged the commander of the Imperial Capital's defense force. A hand cannon suddenly booms, and the smug raid is already falling apart before the defenders even finish reacting. Zeldine stands untouched in the wreckage, coolly noting that the cartel fools broke in and ordering the troops doubled. Her men panic at the order, but she snaps back to reality fast, seeing the losses and the strain on supplies. She keeps pressing the point as the northern wall begs for reinforcements, and even she looks briefly annoyed at the mess. The next alarm hits before the dust settles, and the commander is left staring as a new threat reaches the west port. The port's defenses start shifting into emergency mode while the harbor area falls into a tense, watchful silence. The massive ship pushes in at the west port, and the scale of the arrival makes the whole place feel suddenly smaller. Workers and guards scatter into position as the vessel closes in, signaling that this is no ordinary visit. The port gate looms open in the sunlight, and the off-screen reaction says enough. Something very unexpected has arrived. The whole harbor seems to freeze at the sight, because whatever this is, it has already thrown the west port off balance. The expedition reaches Empyrean at last, and the newcomers immediately start sizing up the city like they already plan to stay. One of them grins at the grandeur, clearly wishing a missing companion could have seen the spectacle. The mood shifts fast as someone snaps for the intrusion to stop, and the port's guards tense up around the landing. Zeldine Schneider steps in coldly, making it plain that this harbor belongs to her defense force now. She points to the damage on her arm and vows that the cartel will pay for what it did. Relief cuts through the tension when Marlene Kitska arrives alive, and even the others look stunned by her timing. She quietly explains that she also brought the people who helped her, turning the arrival into a full-scale reinforcement. The red banners of the ground world rise in formation, proving this is no small escort but an army. Bon Waylestet finally introduces himself as a knight of the Delos Empire, and the whole meeting turns far more official. Zeldine starts to answer, but Marlene cuts in beside him, leaving the port to realize the real players have finally arrived. The harbor erupts in panic, as the intruders' arrival finally turns into a full-blown attack. Beneath the capital, the defense headquarters braces while the command room starts pulling the crisis together. Zeldine steps in and makes it clear the Imperial capital is under her command now. She calmly lays out the situation, then points everyone toward the armed cartel hammering the outer walls. A startled blonde challenger cuts in, forcing her to clarify the Imperial capital, the Seven Empire, and Ghent. He marks the map and confirms the city's layout, while the briefing narrows to the 3 key entrances. Marlene then explains that those routes are the cartel's main attack points, and even the blonde fighter looks thrown off by the scale. She goes on to reveal the Western Islands, where a criminal organization has grown into something army-sized. With most Imperial troops already moved elsewhere, the capital is left exposed to exactly this kind of strike. Before long, the raid ignites in Ghent itself, and the defenders realize the attack has already begun. The nobles finally admit the princess and Lord Urge have been taken, and the room turns grim. Ghent's defenses are already bleeding, with the throne room's bloodstains making the crisis look uglier by the second. Zeldine asks when the troops will return, only to hear the brutal answer that they cannot. The truth lands hard. The defenders are stuck fighting a far worse enemy right now. Bond studies the map and realizes Ghent lacks the troops and reinforcements needed to hold the city. Zeldine confirms it without flinching, and the blonde challenger presses her for the next move. Bond steps forward as if the danger is a simple nuisance, while Zeldine greets the adventurer with unsettling ease. She even claims he has been through worse, though the little wrist trinket at his side suggests she is not underestimating him at all. Bond warns that war should have meant a worthy enemy, not a handful of bullies, and his mockery lands cleanly. Zeldine keeps that same cold smile, already treating the fight like a formality. Bond catches the commander's cold gaze and looks almost bored by the warning. The answer comes fast. The main capital force is still coming, but waiting would be a mistake. He grins and acts ready to wipe out the cartel before reinforcements even arrive. The battlefield jolts as the commander's aide rushes in with urgent news. The supply line has been pillaged during transport, and the whole arrangement is already falling apart. Bond barely hides his irritation, realizing the raid ended in a humiliating mess. The cartel's smug confidence starts cracking as the underworld dogs get called out. Their leader still tries to swagger through it, but the plan is clearly collapsing around him. The enemy suddenly makes it plain that Empyrean has opened its doors, and the trap is already sprung. Bond curses the stupidity of getting captured by these fools, because the joke has turned ugly. The ambusher thinks the strange weapon in their hands changes everything, and the first shot already sends the situation sideways. Another thug laughs that the green light is secured, but the white-haired gunslinger is still forcing the fight open. One of them starts rooting through the cargo, only to realize the stash is already turning into a mess. Trapped inside the barrel, the intruder freezes as the weight hits hard, and the whole plan feels cursed. The gunslinger tears into the target anyway, cracking the smug rhythm the cartel was counting on. Jinsung's face flashes into the chaos as he realizes this whole thing had been running too smoothly. That suspicion turns into a brutal interruption when the hidden player slams him hard enough to break the swagger. The blonde fighter staggers in, cursing the situation, while the masked attacker suddenly looks less confident. A sharp question cuts through the clash, and the two intruders square off as the ambush collapses into confusion. Even the last attacker knows it now. The trap is exposed, and the fun part is over. The white-haired gunslinger rips into the first attacker, and the smug cartel rhythm starts breaking apart. He follows through with another brutal slash, while the hooded thug staggers under the counterattack. A masked gunman lunges in next, but the ambush is already falling to pieces. The white-haired fighter spots the blonde striker pinned in the chaos and shouts for Fiona as the whole scene tips into panic. Jinsung steadies himself long enough to trigger rapid move, insisting he can still move faster than a bullet. He tears through the battlefield and drops the massive beast mid-rampage, turning the trap into a slaughter. Bloodied and wide-eyed, he realizes the fight has gone exactly like this before, and that memory hits too late. The gunslinger's face tightens as he senses the danger closing in, but he still refuses to slow down. One finger settles on the trigger, and the warning comes just in time to force everyone down. The next blast erupts through the chaos, and the cartel's last confidence disappears with it. Jinsung drives the first enemy down hard, and the ambush starts collapsing under his feet. A blonde fighter finishes the follow-up strike, while the battlefield around him keeps tearing apart. Blood sprays across Jinsung's face as he realizes this slaughter has already happened once before. The gunslinger stays calm for a heartbeat, then admits that hesitation has already become a fatal mistake. Bond cuts in and orders everyone to start moving toward Ghent before the whole mess gets worse. He keeps the pressure on, warning that this battlefield can kill anyone who lingers a second too long. Jinsung answers with another brutal hit, refusing to let the enemy recover. The gunslinger tightens his aim and turns cold again, ready to finish the retreat in one clean sweep. Jinsung slams through another desperate clash, forcing the last of the resistance backward. Then the pistols roar, and the cartel's confidence gets blown apart for good. The pink-haired knight slams through the clash, and the cartel line finally starts breaking. At Ghent's east gate, the soldiers panic and order a retreat as the attack spreads. A commander answers by radio, pushing the adventurer to move before the window closes. Another report warns that the east gate is about to be bombed, and the signalman is still missing. The fighter keeps shouting that they have to find him before it is too late. One brutal strike lands, and the battlefield is left in smoking wreckage and stunned silence. Inside the ruined dungeon, a voice explains that most of the cartel soldiers are only monsters that appear. He already knows that much, but the purple shadow keeps taunting him anyway. The blacked-out figure mocks him for making a scene in the middle of the battlefield, which only makes him more annoyed. He snaps back just as fiercely, and the chaos keeps roaring around the fallen soldier. A furious accusation hangs in the dark, calling him a fake saint while the shadow twists every kill into an insult. Jinsung stays stone-faced as the taunt lands, only for the shadow to press harder and question his restraint. Since Arid dragged him into this world, he has carved through dungeon after dungeon and left piles of monsters behind. Most of those monsters were never human at all, and the narration twists that fact into a cruel little defense. Of course, some of them were humanoid enough to make the distinction ugly, and that is where the real argument starts. Jinsung only narrows his eyes as the shadow keeps digging, pretending this is some grand moral lecture. The creature pushes him further, mocking the idea that humans are noble, as if decency has any place here. Jinsung starts to realize the shadow is not judging him for killing monsters, but for hesitating when the line gets blurry. The pressure keeps building until even the shadow seems stunned that he is still wrestling with the question instead of snapping. By the end, the dungeon is silent, except for that last poisonous doubt, and Jinsung is left staring straight into it. He stands in the firelit wreckage, still wrestling with the ugly thought that he is human no matter how dirty the battle gets. The path ahead falls strangely quiet, as if the dungeon itself is holding its breath before the next clash. Bloody Ghost Knight keeps watching the far side of the corridor while the tension tightens around the party. Jinsung snaps back into motion, only for the pink-haired girl to interrupt the standoff before it can settle. The blonde fighter finally mouths the real problem out loud, and the argument turns from monsters to a cartel mess no one wants. Jinsung answers with a brutal shot, cutting through the hesitation and reminding everyone he is not backing off. Chobung tries to swagger through it, but the blonde fighter just stares him down and refuses the cheap intimidation. Jinsung gets grabbed in the exchange, then immediately pushes back, far too stubborn to surrender on command. Chobung lunges in with a weapon, but Jinsung slips the pressure and keeps reading the fight. One clean strike lands, and the smug grin finally gives way to a sharp, satisfying crack. Chobung reels as Jinsung's pressure finally lands, and the smug fighter realizes this clash has stopped being a joke. The blonde fighter snaps his head around, reading the opening before Chobung can recover. Chobung swings again, but Jinsung stays sharp and slips the attack with cold precision. One brutal hit folds Chobung's confidence fast, and the cheap swagger starts disappearing with it. Chobung stumbles backward, yelling through the pain while Jinsung keeps advancing without hesitation. Jinsung follows through with another crushing strike, and Chobung is launched away like he never belonged in the fight. The blonde fighter watches him crash off, already realizing the opponent has been completely broken. Chobung lies rattled on the ground, trying to process how badly that exchange ended for him. Jinsung stands over the aftermath, and the collapse makes the messenger problem feel even more urgent. The narration hammers home the real question now, whether the adventurer found the messenger who was supposed to clear Gent's East Gate. Jinsung finally relaxes a little, relieved that no corruption is lurking here either. The East Gate comes into focus, and the messenger problem suddenly looks even uglier. Chobung, now masked, scrambles to send the coordinates before the whole mess gets worse. Jinsung's sharp stare catches the bluff immediately, and the weak little confidence keeps crumbling. Another messenger? The realization hits hard, and the battlefield's bodies make the delay look ridiculous. Chobung is already shouting for backup, trying to drag fire support into a fight he can barely survive. Jinsung hears the real warning at last. This is a corrupted human, and the problem runs deeper than brute force. The hidden corruptor keeps baiting him from the shadows, as if the whole trap was built to test his nerve. Sharon stays calm and smug, reminding him that corruption is exactly what must be dealt with. And the hideous truth finally surfaces, leaving no doubt that the real enemy has been rotting underneath everything. The warning hits hard as Jinsung realizes the corruption is human, and the trap's ugliness finally comes into focus. Chobung scrambles on the line, but Jinsung's stare strips away the bluff before the coordinates can even matter. The masked messenger panics under the bodies around him, shouting for backup while Jinsung closes in. One heavy hit drops Chobung into survival mode, and Jinsung decides he has to knock him out before anything else. He drives the assault home with a brutal follow-up, refusing to let the messenger recover or slip away. Chobung is blasted back and finally snaps, demanding to know who this monster really is. Jinsung answers with cold pressure, forcing surrender and making it clear this fight is already over. Chobung calls it lies, but the next strike keeps him reeling, as the gap in skill becomes humiliating. The brute force keeps coming, and the messenger is left staggering while his confidence evaporates. Jinsung finishes by pinning him down, still relentless even while the hidden rot behind the whole mess keeps lingering. Jinsung's first brutal hit crashes into Chobung, and the messenger's confidence starts shattering. The next blow lands even harder, leaving him gagging and barely holding himself together. Jinsung keeps pressing in, while Chobung still sneers at how reckless the newcomer looks. That arrogance lasts only a second, because Jinsung's pressure starts making even his guard shake. Chobung finally loses it, shouting through the pain as he realizes this fight is going nowhere for him. Jinsung answers by breaking through his defense, and the gap between them becomes downright humiliating. Blood flying everywhere, Chobung tries to talk big again, but the joke is already dead. Jinsung punishes the opening without hesitation, and the messenger's body folds under the impact. Even with the hidden shadow still lurking in the background, Jinsung keeps grinding the fight forward. Another vicious purple strike surges out as Jinsung refuses to let the bastard breathe for even a moment. Jinsung's purple blast keeps crashing down on Chobung, and the messenger's smugness finally starts breaking apart. The blonde fighter holds his ground through the impact, while the pressure keeps pinning the fight into a ruthless corner. Blood on his mouth, Jinsung realizes a shot to the head or chest would have ended him, so he starts planning the dodge. He decides the invincible skill and combo system are the only way through, while Chobung reaches for a weaponizing counter. A grim memory of never being able to return flickers in as the scene shifts to a quieter, lonelier room. Jinsung's thoughts turn darker too, and he admits the old days of laughing and living freely are gone for good. Through the blood and grit, he still answers with defiance, and Chobung is forced to keep backing off. Jinsung refuses to retreat, while a glowing object drops away, and the fight's next break opens up below them. The hidden exchange twists again as the prize-like object is exposed, and both sides realize the moment has changed. Even now, Jinsung keeps pushing forward, while the battered messenger is left with nowhere left to run. Jinsung stares through the blood and realizes a clean shot would have ended him, so the dodge finally becomes the only path left. The blast tears through the ground as the fight keeps exploding around him, turning the whole exchange even uglier. Another impact shudders through the floor, and the pressure only tightens as the opening disappears under their feet. Chobung ends up smashed into the ground, bleeding out of his earlier confidence in one humiliating heap. He still tries to rise and laugh through the pain, but the swagger is already gone and panic is creeping in. Jinsung answers with cold mockery, making it clear that surrender was never going to save this guy. Chobung is left staring back in disbelief, and even his own glare looks weaker than the damage he has taken. Jinsung keeps looming over him, forcing the messenger to feel every second of that helpless, shrinking pride. The fight drags on with Chobung barely able to move, while Jinsung keeps pressing hard enough to break his senses. With the end closing in, Jinsung knows the next moment could decide everything, and Chobung is almost finished. Chobung's confidence shatters as death closes in, and his wide eyes finally betray real fear. Jinsung bears down on him, bloodied and merciless, making every second feel like a punishment. The gunslinger keeps the pressure alive, sending another shot through the chaos without hesitation. Chobung gets rocked again, his body folding under the impact as his panic turns ugly. Jinsung stays right on top of him, refusing to give the messenger even a breath to recover. Chobung's shaken glare only makes the humiliation worse, because the bravado is already gone. The blonde fighter drives him down hard, pinning him in a brutal hold as the fight turns desperate. Chobung chokes on blood and fear, realizing he is getting dragged straight to the end. Another crushing blow lands, and the fight spirals deeper into raw, ugly survival. By the end, Chobung is barely hanging on, while Jinsung keeps pushing like mercy was never an option. The messenger coughs up blood as Jinsung keeps the pressure alive, and the ugly end is already closing in. Chobung's eyes widen under the punishment, but the panic only makes him look more pathetic. Jinsung keeps him pinned low, turning the fight into a one-sided beating with no mercy left to give. The floor buckles under the impact as Chobung's body keeps taking punishment, each hit stripping away what little pride remained. Even his laughter sounds broken now, like he is trying to act brave while falling apart. The blood-soaked ground says enough on its own. The fight has turned into a massacre, and Chobung is barely upright. Dark power swirls around Jinsung with a cruel celebration, as if the chaos itself is mocking how far he has come. Jinsung still refuses the trap, snarling back through the pain and keeping his answer brutally simple. A masked fighter grabs him from behind, finally trying to interrupt the slaughter before it gets worse. Jinsung jolts in the hold, but the ambush has only made the whole battlefield feel even uglier. The masked man breaks under the sight of his brother's blood, trembling as rage twists into helpless grief. Jinsung cuts off the apology coldly, too bloodied and furious to entertain excuses. He keeps Chobung pinned in the wreckage, promising a final end with merciless certainty. The floor stays soaked in blood as Chobung lies nearly finished, and the fight stops looking like a fight. Even then, Jinsung does not flinch, just lowering his head with that exhausted, savage calm. A dark-clawed intruder finally tries to stop the slaughter, realizing the situation has already gone too far. Chobung still clings to defiance for a second, but the panic is already eating him alive. Jinsung answers with a shot to the body, and the masked man's collapse becomes impossible to ignore. He keeps the pistol trained on the fallen target, already treating the whole mess like another dungeon kill. A new voice cuts through the chaos, shocked that this should have been his dungeon, only to realize another adventurer has already crashed the party. He narrows his eyes and finally recognizes her, while the girl in glasses stands her ground like she already expected that reaction. Jinsung takes another brutal hit and barely keeps his balance, but he still refuses to look finished. Zeldine steps in with a teasing challenge, reaching out like she is testing whether he really matches the legend. His suspicion sharpens at once, and the name Namir finally comes spilling out as the connection clicks. Jinsung admits the truth is real, calling her a human like himself, and turning the whole exchange from confusion into something far more dangerous. He immediately presses her on the giant warrior and the blade work, clearly realizing she is no ordinary NPC. Zeldine answers through the radio, asking for his report and pushing the battered situation toward the next command. Jinsung confirms the bombardment has been stopped, and for a rare second, the pressure eases. Zeldine relaxes only slightly, already moving on to the defense headquarters as if the crisis never gave her permission to slow down. Even then, the hidden unrest lingers in the silence, because this fight is clearly far from over. Jinsung stares back at the sudden label, already sensing this so-called adventurer is anything but ordinary. The pink-haired knight lunges in with a holy burst, and the revelation lands even harder than the blow. Jinsung's eye tightens in recognition, because that polished knight look is hiding something far stranger than a simple ally. The fight shifts under him, and her vanishing act leaves him briefly caught off guard. Across the courtyard, cartel thugs and armored fighters close in, finally exposing who has been cornering the place. Jin-sung and the knight answer by forcing the crowd back, turning the ambush into a much uglier chase. A flash of blue energy tears through the field as the system powers up, and the whole clash starts changing shape. Jin-sung drives forward through the pressure, then snaps for cover while lining up the next strike. The pink-haired knight barrels in at the front, smashing straight into the monster and refusing to slow down. Her hit lands clean, the beast buckles, and the fight tilts just enough for the hunt to keep moving. The gunslinger blasts in with deadly force, while the orange-haired punk lunges beside him and keeps babbling like he still has the upper hand. Kiri panics mid-enhancement, realizing the factory boost is kicking in and the coordinates are being sent at the worst possible time. A wheel-sized weapon whirls upward through the blue flare, and the whole exchange starts looking less like a plan and more like a disaster. Chobung keeps riding the chaos, screaming his bravado while the attack slams through him and leaves him looking far less cocky. The gunslinger and the biker twist through the barrage, trading fire and forcing the fight to keep moving instead of collapsing. Kiri snaps into control for a second, pushing the Corona upgrade and trying to keep the machine from tearing itself apart. The device hums harder, crackling with unstable energy, as the enhancement keeps spiraling into something wild. Metal limbs and barrels shift again, and Kiri realizes the whole setup is mutating beyond a simple upgrade. The transformation surges higher, blasting the area with raw power as every piece locks into a new form. By the end, the machine is fully changing shape, and anyone standing nearby is getting dragged into the fallout with it. The upgraded weapon detonates upward, and the whole bargain starts collapsing into raw chaos. Chobung and Jin-sung are still caught in the blast, with his bravado already cracking under the pressure. The machine keeps mutating, and the new form bears the ridiculous name TG3 Raptor. Jin-sung reels as the transformation hits harder than expected, and even his usual composure starts slipping. A monstrous strike tears through the battlefield, forcing him to wonder what kind of creature just entered the mess. The white-haired woman realizes this thing is possessed too, and her expression sharpens with uneasy recognition. Jin-sung spots movement ahead and immediately senses that something dangerous is closing in on the flank. The masked attacker mocks the opening while the pressure keeps building around the collapsing exchange. Jin-sung stares at the strange figure in front of him, clearly not expecting another monster to show up here. Bloodied and furious, he finally understands he has to stop them before the situation gets any worse. The gunslinger charges in, determined to drop them before the enemy can fire first. His pistol snaps up at the lead attacker, and the whole exchange tightens in an instant. Jin-sung looks wrecked, but even battered that badly, he still refuses to back down. His eye sharpens as he spots the opening ahead, realizing the next move has to be immediate. A shot tears into the target and erupts in a brutal blast of force. Jin-sung surges forward through the pressure, bruised face set with stubborn focus. The strike scatters the enemy line, leaving the fighters scrambling in confusion. Another hit crashes through the chaos, and the attackers start losing their nerve. Jin-sung keeps driving in, while the enemy's confidence breaks apart under the barrage. By the end, the fight has turned into a one-sided rush, and he is still coming. Jin-sung hunches over, wrecked but still breathing, and keeps forcing the fight forward. His body gets knocked sideways, yet he stays on his feet through the brutal impact. A hand grabs his face, but he refuses to go limp, and powers through the choke. A furious blonde woman yells at him for freezing up while the battle keeps tightening around them. The pressure breaks her patience too, and the exchange turns into a messy, desperate brawl. Jin-sung answers by striking back hard, refusing to kill with the same cold ease as his opponent. Her composure slips for a split second, and even she realizes he is not fighting like a butcher. The two stand off in the blood-stained chaos, both too spent to pretend this is still under control. He can barely keep going, but that stubborn refusal to quit still hangs in the air. At last, both figures sink into the aftermath, and the fight falls into a tense, exhausted silence. His past comes into focus, as he stands at the edge of an ordinary life he never really got to keep. A blunt rejection cuts through the college talk, crushing the hopeful future he had tried to build. Even with the setback, he manages to land in school, but the road to a normal life already feels shaky. For a brief moment, he still dares to believe he can just be another freshman. That hope hangs over a framed memory of happier days, almost cruel in how harmless it looks now. He keeps insisting he is only an ordinary freshman, as if saying it enough could make it true. Then the truth hits hard. 3 years ago, fire and monsters swallowed that simple life whole. The forest turns into a slaughterhouse, and he is forced to watch the nightmare close in. Blood spills across the ground as the attack tears through everything around him. He lies crushed in the aftermath, coughing through the pain while the past finally stops pretending. The nightmare surges forward again, and the forest becomes a feeding ground as monsters flood in from every side. One desperate warning buys a heartbeat, but the swarm keeps closing around the girl anyway. The blade tears through the front line, and the creatures start dropping in the fire and blood. At last, someone arrives late to the nightmare, and the girl's face lights up with ugly relief. She calls out to Uni and throws herself back into the fight like no time has passed at all. For a moment, the chaos gives way to a quieter memory, and even the land itself feels like an old hometown. High school life comes rushing back with Leah Young at center stage, bright and ordinary, in a way that now feels cruel. Their hands clasp like a promise, and the old bond between party members comes flooding back. But the memory sharpens into a confession that Ah Young had already followed her into the dungeons long ago. Even then, she could not just hide forever, so she decides to fight before the past swallows her whole. The bloodied aftermath hangs over her like a bad omen, and the memory keeps dragging her back to the moment the nightmare began. Goblins surge in from every side, turning the path into a slaughterhouse as the intruders get swallowed by the chaos. Through her glasses, the blonde girl finally sees the fight clearly again, and panic gives way to grim focus. A gun snaps into motion, and the late arrival barrels back into the battle without wasting another second. Even as the monsters rip flesh and crush bone, the memory admits the pain was enough to scare her before the fear hardened into resolve. Out of the wreckage, the blonde healer exhales in relief, trying to patch the damage while admitting she should have moved sooner. She keeps herself steady by clinging to the truth that the child was stronger than expected, strong enough to make her depend on her. The battlefield answers with blood and debris as another monster gets torn apart in the blast. Back in the Snow Mountain Storm Pass, the black-haired fighter drives her staff through the chaos while bodies fall behind her. She realizes too late that the girl was strong enough to make her forget the most important fact of all. The blonde healer catches the fight again through her glasses, and fear hardens into grim focus. A second later, she hears the scream and sees the wounded still getting dragged deeper into the slaughter. In the chaos, the black-haired fighter is slammed down as another monster tears through the line. She reaches for Uni in panic, but the battlefield keeps swallowing every gap. The beast crashes in again, and the fighter is nearly crushed under its brutal weight. Blood spills across the blonde healer's face as she realizes the girl is still forcing herself to stand. The black-haired fighter staggers under the monster's bite, yet keeps pushing back. Even exhausted, the healer reaches out for her, desperate to keep her alive. The girl screams through the pain, still refusing to fall while the blood keeps pouring. By the end, even her confidence is gone, and the healer understands just how badly this has gone. The black-haired fighter gets slammed again as the monster keeps tearing through the line. The blonde healer lunges for her in panic, but the battlefield keeps swallowing every opening. The beast crashes in harder, nearly crushing the fighter beneath its brutal weight. Blood runs across the healer's face as she sees the girl still forcing herself to stand. Even after the bite, the black-haired girl keeps staggering forward instead of falling. Exhausted, the healer reaches for her again, desperate to keep her alive. The girl finally breaks, screaming through the pain while blood keeps pouring out. Her apology turns into a farewell, and she begs the other to get back home. In that instant, the white-haired woman realizes how cruel and irresponsible she really was. As the ice crackles and the blast hits, she vows never to run away again. The white-haired woman is shaken to the core, but she still fires back and vows to return home no matter what. She admits she can relate, then keeps pressing forward as if backing down was never an option. Jinsung answers with the same ruthless resolve, saying he will do anything to get back home. He makes it clear hesitation is gone now, even if that means killing someone to survive. A radio call cuts through the chaos, warning that Zeldine is asking whether the East Gate is still holding. Another report follows fast, saying the nearby ally unit has gone silent and needs checking. The bad news gets worse as the fallen mercenaries are revealed, and the line has clearly turned into a slaughter. She jumps back into the fight without flinching, casually saying this is the least she can do. Jinsung reacts in surprise while she points out that they are both possessed and should work together. Then she drives the point home, ordering him not to get caught if he plans on hiding. Chobung snaps in panic, furious that the offer got accepted, while Jinsung only keeps driving forward. Jinsung barrels ahead and thanks her anyway, acting like even this mess is just another step toward getting home. Chobung keeps yelling at him as the tower ahead looms, and the whole trap feels like it is tightening fast. A brutal landing follows, and the floor is already soaked with blood before anyone can catch their breath. Mayween stares at the carnage, her grin gone now that the situation has clearly turned into a slaughter. She freezes for a beat, then starts demanding answers, as the silence around the fallen mercenaries sinks in. The truth comes out in pieces, and the so-called Storm Raiders are exposed as cartel men wearing the wrong uniforms. The bigger rot is even worse than that, because the princess vanished, and Ghent has been left to rot under the cartel's shadow. Mayween finally blows up at the nonsense, only to get slapped with the ugly truth that joining the cartel was part of the war. Jinsung watches her break and remembers how this war is starting to look a lot like the nightmare that swallowed everything before. Chobung keeps sneering at Jinsung, acting like the cartel still has the upper hand. The blonde fighters finally break in, and his bluff starts collapsing fast. A massive assault mech drops into the fight, turning the ambush into a joke. The glasses-wearing woman and her ally accuse him of betrayal, no longer buying a word of it. The mech looms over the chaos as Gale Force powerfully takes control of the battlefield. Jinsung answers with ruthless speed, smashing through the enemy's guard before they can recover. The machine keeps firing while the squad orders a full reload. Clearly done playing nice. One blast after another follows, and the mech's cannons pound the enemies into panic. The barrage goes full throttle, with explosions swallowing the whole street in smoke and fire. Even then, the assault doesn't slow, because the cartel is already getting buried under relentless fire. The Bantu warrior snaps at the chaos as the fight finally reaches him head-on. Gunfire tears past the barricades, and the ambush starts dissolving under sheer firepower. Jinsung barely holds himself together, relieved the disaster has not gone any worse. Chobung gets dragged into panic, his swagger collapsing fast under the barrage. Bloodied and shaking, he admits he wants to retreat, but Jinsung keeps the pressure on. Jinsung refuses to treat murder lightly, and the hidden corruptor answers with pure venom. The counterblow lands hard, leaving nothing but blood and wreckage behind. Chobung's body takes another ugly hit, and the fight turns even more one-sided. Jinsung keeps shouting through the wreckage, furious that the idiot still cannot see the danger. The battle ends on a brutal close-up of the damage, proof that this exchange already went too far. Jinsung tightens his grip on the collapsing mess, while the hidden corruptor sneers that the line was crossed long ago. Blood and rage flood the fight as Jinsung stares through the glare, still refusing to ease up. Chobung starts breaking down, panicking hard as his swagger finally dies. Even as he stammers denial, Jinsung keeps the pressure on and drags the fight deeper into shame. The hidden corruptor strikes back through the chaos, and Jinsung takes the blow head-on. Chobung is left shrieking in terror, with every second making his collapse uglier. Somewhere in the mess, the enhancement system finally jolts awake and starts up. The machine surges to life, and the woman beside it tries to force the activation through. A brutal burst tears across the culprit, leaving nothing but wrecked bodies and scattered blood. By the end, the damage is undeniable, and the fight has turned into a slaughter nobody can laugh off. The ambush erupts at point-blank range, and the shop's whole front is blasted apart in a single deafening clash. Lady Kiri lunges over the wreckage, desperate to force the enhancement through before everything falls apart. Jinsung keeps firing and driving forward, shredding the attackers before they can regain balance. One of the smug attackers finally starts panicking, realizing the fight has gone far beyond his control. The hidden corruptor snaps back through the chaos, and Jinsung takes the hit head-on without slowing down. Chobung's confidence dies completely as he screams in terror and realizes the pressure is only getting worse. The enhancement machine jolts awake at last, and the ruined battlefield starts convulsing around it. The aftermath turns ugly fast, with wrecked bodies and scattered blood, making the price impossible to ignore. Jinsung stays on his feet, bloodied but merciless, as the surviving bastard wheezes that 2 fighters were never enough. And just like that, the cartel's little swagger collapses into panic, because the trap has already turned into a massacre. A gun is forced to the white-haired leader's head, and the survivor already knows retreat is dead. Blood-soaked and cornered, the wreckage of the fight makes his guilt impossible to hide. Even with hands pinned under the ruins, the trap has already closed too far to escape. The floor caves in under the pressure, swallowing the last hope of turning this around. Jinsung's eye sharpens as the realization hits, and the carnage finally starts making sense. He keeps driving through the swarm anyway, forcing the monsters back with ruthless speed. The blonde woman can only stare as the slaughter grows uglier than anyone wanted to admit. Scattered blood and a dropped pistol leave the battlefield looking finished, almost disgustingly so. One attacker lies broken in the mess, proving the swagger died the moment the pressure turned real. Jinsung sees through the lie at last, and the blood on their hands is all that remains. Jinsung is still buried under the ruins, yet even those blood-stained hands keep holding the line. A blinding blast tears through the battlefield, and the trap starts swallowing everything left standing. Cumulonimbus gets hammered in the chaos, but the monster still lunges forward with savage force. Through the glare, Jinsung reaches out anyway, refusing to let the fight end here. The blonde woman freezes, staring at the carnage as the slaughter keeps getting uglier. She gets dragged off balance, and the fall looks like another cruel punishment from the battlefield itself. Bodies tumble through the air while Jinsung still believes the right choice can be made. Nearby, the older fighter stays silent, his exhaustion saying enough without a single word. For a moment, only the sky remains, scattered with debris and the fading echo of violence. Then the battered pair steadies themselves, already looking like survivors who barely crawled out of hell. Jinsung reaches out through the chaos, still refusing to let the battle end on the monster's terms. Around him, the wounded are dragged into fear, and even the ones still standing sound like they are begging to live. The blonde woman is slammed down by the beast's brutal counter, but Jinsung keeps forcing the fight forward. Chobung starts coughing blood and realizes too late that swagger means nothing once the guns come out. He tries to talk his way out of it, but the response is a rifle shot and a very ugly reminder of who is losing. The man with the white hair keeps shooting point blank, while Chobung panics and calls for help like that can save him now. Jinsung answers with another blast, and Chobung is left reeling, stunned that the trap turned on him this hard. The smug bastard still spits threats, but the mountain fighter only gets dragged deeper into the punishment. Jinsung keeps driving the pressure home, and Chobung's confidence finally collapses into naked terror. By the end, even the last threats sound hollow as the white-haired gunslinger stands there, cold and unshaken. Jinsung drives in on the beaten thug and keeps the pressure brutal, leaving no room for another excuse. Chobung spins around in shock, only to find the white-haired gunslinger already on his back. A point-blank shot tears through the moment, and Chobung's panic starts turning into real fear. The fight explodes into chaos as the gunslinger and Jinsung keep carving through the ambush without hesitation. Jinsung steps over the wreckage and decides the path was never meant for the weak anyway. The white-haired gunslinger finally coolly admits the choice is settled, like the outcome was obvious from the start. He strips away the last bit of mercy, treating them as nothing more than monsters and enemies. Jinsung answers with the ugly truth, refusing to pretend innocence just because he never swung the blade himself. He keeps pressing the guilt deeper, calling out the cowardly excuse of not seeing anything. And by then, the last cover is gone, because he knows exactly what kind of blood-soaked road this really was. The line was crossed long ago, and the white-haired gunslinger stands there like the verdict was already written. Up close, his battered face says enough, as if even regret can only survive for a second in this kind of war. Jinsung finally apologizes, but the damage is already beyond repair. He accepts that there is no going back now, and the answer is cruelly simple. The gunslinger sneers at the apology, mocking any fake kindness left in the aftermath. Jinsung catches the incoming attack and drives on anyway, refusing to hesitate. The gunslinger keeps pressing harder, turning the exchange into a merciless barrage. He tears through the clash with savage speed, forcing Jinsung deeper into the corner. Jinsung stiffens under the pressure, but he still will not back down. Even as the gunslinger unloads round after round, Jinsung endures the storm and holds his ground. The next round lands hard, and the gunslinger's bullet shatters through the air without mercy. Blood flies as he keeps the pressure on, leaving Jinsung to endure the storm head-on. Jinsung finally accepts the damage and decides he will shoulder the burden himself. He cuts in again, determined to take the lead before anyone else gets dragged down with him. Then he spells it out for the others, making his sacrifice sound almost annoyingly simple. He wants them spared the same road, even if that means walking it alone. The others stare as he turns away, and the weight of that choice hangs over the whole field. He decides that being alone is enough, because hesitation would only get everyone killed. His grip tightens around the blade, and the fight sharpens into a final, ugly resolve. Even now, he refuses to soften the blow, ready to finish this before anyone else has to pay. Jinsung stands battered but unbroken, forcing himself upright as his resolve hardens. Even with blood on his face, he doubles down and claims the role of the forerunner. The smashed drinking glasses on the ground quietly mark how ugly the clash already got. The white-haired woman snaps into action, sending the others to medical help and rushing the report to Zeldine. She steadies Jinsung with potions, warning that healing will help, but the pain will still linger. Then she realizes the awkward truth of the whole exchange. Neither side even knows the other's name. Jinsung brushes off the confusion and turns the attention toward Namir, while she admits her arrival there was still recent. A new blonde girl steps in, smiling like the tension never mattered, and the mood shifts fast. She introduces herself as Bibi, leaving no doubt she plans to keep things light. With that, the scene settles into a bizarrely cheerful pause, right in the middle of all the wreckage. Jinsung casually gives his name, as if the awkwardness around him never mattered. Bibi reaches out, and the two seal the introduction with a surprisingly easy handshake. Her stunned reaction says enough. She realizes who he is, and the tension spikes for a heartbeat. Jinsung confirms it, and Bibi is left staring at him like she has just met a legend in plain clothes. Outside, the raid's ugly aftermath spreads, and someone admits the mercenaries have already sold them out. The bad news keeps coming, with the losses piling up until even the survivors start sounding hollow. At least one sliver of hope remains, because after years of retreating, the map finally shows a real breakthrough. The captured cartel captains prove the counterattack worked, and the enemy's confidence starts looking pathetic. Those markers on the route suggest the expedition is finally forcing its way forward instead of running. Even with the road still dangerous, the plan has momentum now, and the next push finally looks possible. Biba's stunned reaction says it all as she realizes who stands before her. Jinsung confirms it, and the girl is left staring like she has met a legend in plain clothes. With the raid's aftermath still hanging over the city, Bibi blurts out that famous adventurers usually come from raids or the arena. She then explains that her first impression of him came from reputation alone, before casually admitting she never expected a Metuber. Jinsung looks genuinely confused, and the more she talks, the clearer it gets that she has been studying awakened fighters like a hobby. Bibi proudly reveals the theory behind her obsession, calling herself Theory Master with zero shame. Her logic runs deep enough to sound ridiculous, because she has already mapped skill order, damage, equipment, and party setup for every situation. The real problem is not just how much she knows, but how obsessively she keeps posting the moment new balance changes appear. Jinsung can only sit there and absorb the madness while the girl proves she has built a whole reputation out of game theory. In the end, Bibi is not just a curious fan. She is a full-blown strategist with a terrifying amount of free time. Bibi casually brushes past the awkwardness, and Jinsung is left staring at her strange confidence. She changes the subject just as easily, slipping into how it feels to wake up inside this game. Then her logic starts spiraling, because she figures a mechanic can hide behind mechs and long-range support. She even acts like controlling each machine separately is obvious, which only makes her sound more unhinged. Jinsung's silence seems to throw her off, so she blurts out that she really did pick mechanic on purpose. She insists it was supposed to be safer than frontline fighting, though that hope is already sounding shaky. Jinsung finally pushes back, and her confidence cracks the moment he points out the obvious flaw. He keeps pressing, making her realize the job choice is not nearly as clever as she bragged. Bibi freezes for a beat, suddenly aware that her theory has collapsed under its own weight. And just like that, the girl who acted like a genius is stuck defending her own job choice. Bibi blurts out a wild introduction, then immediately gets rattled when Zeldine's name cuts through her excitement. Jinsung just stares back, and that silence makes her confidence wobble faster than she expected. She hurries to apologize, but it only makes her look more desperate to recover her footing. Jinsung shuts her down with a blunt correction, leaving her claims about being different sounding painfully flimsy. Cornered, Bibi forces a name exchange, and Jinsung finally gives her the answer she should have asked for sooner. He even thanks her for everything, which only makes her flustered pride twist into something softer. Zeldine then turns the discussion toward the party, asking whether Bibi is really the only adventurer around. Bibi insists that, for now, she is, but then starts pointing at a pink-haired fighter, as if the answer might be more complicated. The pink-haired adventurer freezes under the attention, clearly not enjoying being dragged into this nonsense. Jinsung answers with dry doubt, and Bibi's little theory starts collapsing all over again. Jinsung hears the nightmares start to click together as the knight's disappearance points to a second signalman. Then he gets dragged into Biba's world, and that sick feeling finally makes sense. He keeps replaying the clue, realizing the missing piece was never random at all. The purple-masked knight lies trapped in the truth, and Jinsung sees the one he killed came from this world. That leaves him staring down the ugly question of whether corruption was behind the whole mess. He pieces it together fast, and the idea that this was all a coincidence sounds laughable now. Bibi suddenly gets an urgent call from headquarters and starts rushing everyone, desperate to sound useful again. Jinsung starts to move, but Sharon cuts in and stops him before he can make things worse. With the warning hanging over him, Sharon reminds him not to show that shameful side again. Bibi keeps talking, yet Jinsung's cold skepticism leaves her theory collapsing right in front of her. Jinsung throws out a vicious warning, and the blonde fighter instantly realizes he is not bluffing. His purple eyes harden, and the mood turns from annoyance to real danger. The strange enhancement beast snaps into view as Jinsung keeps his focus locked in. He stays calm under the writhing corruption, already planning how to cut this mess down to size. Jinsung presses the contract point, making it clear he has no patience for excuses. The creature hesitates for once, and even Biba's confidence starts to look shaky. Bibi rushes back in a panic, only to find Jinsung staring at her like the whole act is already over. He flatly asks for an excuse, and Bibi can barely keep her composure. Jinsung keeps twisting the knife, refusing to let her hide behind the rushed explanation. Her words trail off, and the whole theory collapses right in front of her. Bibi stares at the thing in disbelief, and even Jinsung's suspicion sharpens as the black dog rumor spreads. The panic only gets messier as she insists it is just a weird little creature, while the supposed puppy looks anything but harmless. Before anyone can settle it, the scene jumps to the Capital Defense Headquarters, where an urgent call finally yanks the commander into action. The red-haired captain snaps back into focus, while Melvin keeps shouting through the tension like the whole city is already falling apart. A masked beast appears in the confusion, and the people around it can only freeze as the situation veers from strange to downright absurd. Melvin starts pressing for answers, but the other side acts like nothing happened, which only makes the whole exchange feel more suspicious. Then the real problem surfaces, and the busted equipment and weapons are blamed before anyone can pretend the failure was minor. The explanation keeps unraveling, exposing the damage to the old gear and the new weapons they had been chasing. By then, the defense side is fully rattled, and even the city's response sounds like a panicked scramble instead of a plan. What started as a joke has turned into a full mess, and Jin Sung's side is left staring at the wreckage of another bad decision. The supplies are already gone, and not even a single bolt was left behind. Outside, the whole setup looks stripped bare, as if someone knew exactly what to take. Melvin explodes at the others, blaming the Imperial forces for bringing the supplies and then losing them anyway. He keeps shouting that Empyrean has no magic users to lean on, so the old rules have left them boxed in. The story turns darker fast, dragging Bakel's old rule into the open, and exposing how the city was forced to live under a magic ban. Melvin finally realizes that without magic, Empyrean had to survive by leaning on weapons instead. He starts piecing together how that desperation pushed the city toward machines, lasers, and whatever could replace spells. Even the history sounds brutal now, with Bakal long dead and the city still trying to outrun the damage he left behind. Melvin's frustration only grows as he admits the supply problem has to be fixed somehow before everything falls apart. By the end, the joke is gone, and the whole mess feels like another crisis nobody can afford to ignore. Bibi finally learns what the 7 shards are, while the blunt explanation leaves her scrambling to catch up. The legend comes into focus as the 7 greatest Empyrean scientists built the organization to forge revolutionary tech. By the time the name is fully explained, even her mock confusion fades and the old mystery starts making sense. She realizes she skipped the important story, and the connection to Namir's name lands a beat too late. Melvin snaps under the pressure, furious that the city keeps surviving on scraps instead of magic. He keeps pressing the complaint until Bibi steps in with a reckless little solution, offering battlefield parts like a proud mechanic. That smug confidence is enough to make him pause, because she is not just guessing, she actually understands Empyrean tech. Bibi explains that she is a mechanical engineer and has been collecting useful pieces from the battlefield all along, so she asks if the parts will help, while he stares at the makeshift pile and realizes desperation might have an answer after all. For once, the mess looks manageable, and he decides the salvaged gear should be enough for now. Bibi proudly claims the salvaged piece can still be used, though the serious look on Melvin's face says he expected something far flashier. She points him toward Kira's enhancer, and the whole thing starts sounding less like magic and more like a workshop trick. Bibi makes it clear this is no ordinary system upgrade, just a brute alteration of the gun itself. Melvin finally realizes she has been swapping parts into the weapon all along, and that little fact hits him like a delayed punch. Bibi admits she has kept modifying her guns with battlefield scraps, turning trash into something far deadlier than it should be. She explains that the changes let her equip higher-grade gear through the status window, which makes the training pistol excuse look embarrassingly thin. Melvin starts piecing it together from her fighting style alone, because the firepower already gave her away. Her upgrades go beyond what the status window can even register, and that kind of hidden trick is enough to make him pause. He reaches the obvious conclusion at last. This is a true alteration, something that sits outside normal system rules. And just when the idea sounds impossible, Melvin is already asking for help, because now he wants the same trick for his own weapon. Bibi lights up at Melvin's name and agrees to help, while he jumps at the chance without hesitation. She starts explaining the strange system magic behind the weapon, and Melvin leans in before she even finishes. One clue after another follows as she points out the crystal parts and keeps laying the process bare. The old fragments are spread out for inspection, and the whole setup starts looking less like magic and more like engineering. Melvin finally sees how much money and trouble this stunt is worth, and his shock only grows. Even the shop's own staff are left stunned while Bibi keeps bragging through the absurd price tag. Melvin snaps that he wants his sword back, and Bibi is already wrestling the mechanism into place. The weapon starts squeaking and resisting the process, which only makes her panic harder. The machine bites down on the alteration, and Bibi realizes too late that this part was never going to be clean. Melvin stares at the result, half impressed and half confused, because now he wants the same trick for his own gear. Bibi proudly presents Bentink's flamethrower, boasting that it came from the cartel loot and only suits Ghost or Dark Knights. Melvin stares at the tiny flame sword in disbelief, already doubting it could replace a Stage 10 dark sword. He grabs for the weapon in confusion, demanding to know how this could possibly work. The mechanism kicks in with a violent squeal, and the alteration starts looking far less elegant than Bibi promised. BB grins through the chaos and insists the weapon is already enhanced. Fire erupts in a towering blast, and even Melvin freezes as the absurd power suddenly looks real. He realizes the firepower might actually outclass his dark sword, which only makes the whole thing more dangerous. The flamethrower keeps roaring as Bibas' panicked side emerges, and the backlash threatens to swallow the shop. A fire suppression system finally blasts down from above, smashing into the mess before it can spread further. Through the smoke, Melvin looks stunned, then starts wondering whether these people can really be trusted at all. At Ghent's south gate, the defense line snaps as the attack erupts without warning. Cartel fire rips through the gate, and the first guards scramble for cover. One brute gets blasted back, proving the ambush is already turning ugly. The enemy line staggers under the shock, but the siege keeps tightening. A monster lunges forward anyway, refusing to let the defenders breathe. Gunfire and panic spread fast as the gate becomes a slaughterhouse. The soldiers start shouting over the chaos, finally realizing these attackers are not human. Another hit sends the front line reeling, and the retreat turns frantic. A second wave of gunfire hammers the defenders as the breach widens. By the end, the last survivors are staring in shock, while the whole gate collapses into panic. The rout slams onward through the capital, and the whole fortress shudders under the pressure. One frightened onlooker can barely process it, realizing the gateside disaster is only getting worse. Heavy fire chews through the incoming threat, as the defense finally starts throwing everything back. The Ghent Southgate boss monster barrels in, and the name alone makes the danger feel ridiculous. At the defense headquarters, the situation turns from panic into damage control. A strange mask-like presence flickers in the inventory, staring back with those ugly red eyes. Jinsung starts muttering over it, disgusted by how stubbornly the thing hangs around. The spirit snaps back at his nosiness, but he only doubles down and demands freedom. He keeps bargaining for the dark wolf armor, already fixated on its level requirement and power. Even trapped in inventory, the thing promises a release soon, and Jinsung is left plotting his next move. The command room is already spinning over the south gate, and Bibas' urgent report makes the warning sound uglier than before. Jinsung catches on fast, narrowing the crisis down to that strange machine rumor instead of pretending this is anything ordinary. BB keeps pushing the request, and he finally agrees to move, even if the whole thing reeks of bad timing. She practically glows with relief, because getting him to look into it was the hard part. His attention snaps to her next remark, and the mood turns awkwardly serious as she thanks him for moving so quickly. BB points him toward the Iron Wolf Knights, which only makes him realize this mess is already tangled with military business. The scene cuts away into memory, where the towers and streets sit quiet for a second before everything starts feeling off. Jinsung recalls being dropped into Bibas' world and running into Zeldine and Melvin soon after, like fate was setting the stage early. He realizes those two had never met him before, which means they should not know his name at all. But the Iron Wolf Knights have crossed paths with him more than once, so he starts wondering whether they would remember him after all. The warning hangs in the air as Jinsung narrows his eyes, already sensing the next move will not be simple. Melvin reels at the name, trying to connect bonds, warning with the madness already closing in. BB arrives with that usual brightness, as if danger is just another appointment she managed to keep. She points them straight to Ghent's south gate, and the whole errand suddenly feels a lot less casual. Jinsung agrees to move, but the grin on Bibas' face says she is far too excited for a normal rescue. Her real target comes out fast. The GT-9600, the machine Zeldine mentioned, the boss monster standing at the gate. Jinsung pieces it together and realizes she wants the monster's parts, not just a fight. BB keeps selling the idea like a genius plan, convinced the salvage could alter her mechs for real. Before the talk can spiral any further, Jinsung cuts it off and forces the issue back onto action. The machine's heavy presence looms ahead as the exchange breaks, and the south gate waits like a battlefield. Jinsung tears through the gate defenders as bullets streak past and bodies drop around the barricade. His gloved hand snaps the gun aside, turning the attack back on its owner in one clean motion. Chobung freezes when he realizes the gap has vanished, and the swagger on his face starts cracking fast. Jinsung swings through him anyway, sending the loudmouth staggering as the fight turns ugly. The blonde fighter drives the pressure home, and even the smug talk begins to sound like panic. Chobung tries to recover, but Jinsung keeps carving forward and refuses to let him breathe. The next strike lands harder, and the whole exchange starts collapsing into blind chaos. Chobung finally panics for real, staring at Jinsung like he cannot believe this is happening. Jinsung answers with another brutal blow, leaving the man reeling and scrambling for footing. By the end, Chobung is still shouting in disbelief while Jinsung stands there like the problem was never serious. Jinsung cuts through the first wave and leaves the altered fighters stumbling before they can even recover. He keeps pressing in close, while the enemy line starts cracking under his speed and ruthless timing. Even as the shadow needles him about humanity, Jin-sung keeps his focus, knowing these things were never normal people. The truth comes out fast enough to sting, as the attackers are exposed as warriors built by the cartel. The blonde fighter shouts the weak point next, realizing the only way to stop them is to destroy the cores inside their bodies. Jin-sung turns that warning into action, driving his blade through the opening without giving the enemy a second breath. The strike lands clean, and the modified foe jerks as the power in it starts to fail. Jin-sung keeps carving forward anyway, forcing the battle into outright collapse with brutal momentum. Behind the chaos, the Sparrow system comes online, and the monster behind the operation reports that it is ready. With the channel locked in and everything going green, the next phase is already in motion. BB locks onto the enemy cores and smirks, already treating their weak point like a solved problem. Jin-sung drives straight through the opening, and the modified weapon system sparks as the cores begin to fail. The cartel-made fighters still swarm him, but he cuts them apart before they can recover. Even as the battle rages, he stays unfazed, almost amused by how much firepower these monsters can spit out. The blonde fighter finally notices the pressure spreading wide, and that smug confidence starts slipping. BB panics at the console as one unit goes dark, then another, and she starts losing control of the whole system. A blast tears through the battlefield, and for a moment even the machine's operator looks shaken by the wreckage. Jin-sung watches the chaos spread, realizing that girl is still trying to force the factory reset from behind the screens. BB refuses to give up and pushes the system again, but the whole setup is already buckling under the damage. BB freezes at the console as the masked intruder stares back through the failing system, and the whole setup starts feeling cursed. A blast flashes across the fight, and Jin-sung's eye hardens as the pressure finally turns into a direct kill-or-be-killed exchange. Jin-sung tears through the cartel-made fighters with brutal firepower, while the battlefield erupts around him, and BB's little factory dream starts bleeding apart. He lands in the wreckage, and keeps moving like the chaos barely touched him, which is exactly the kind of attitude that makes enemies regret showing up. The system boots up Sparrow Nest, but Jin-sung immediately realizes the real problem is the machine itself, not the monsters in front of him. Outside, the tower's purple haze hangs over the route like a bad omen, and the whole launch starts looking less like progress, and more like a breakdown. A dark cross tears through the next threat, slicing the fight open before the enemies can even recover their dignity. With the last attackers dropping around him, Jin-sung stands over the wreckage while BB weakly wonders if that was all of them. BB cracks under the pressure and pushes him to stop trusting Sparrow Factory so much, because even she knows this thing is barely holding together. BB insists the damage looks efficient on paper, but the wreckage already proves theory is cheap when the battlefield starts biting back. Jin-sung cuts deeper into the argument, showing how one wrong assumption blows the whole machine apart in real combat. BB admits she got hit because she was too busy steering the mechs, and that hesitation is exactly the opening enemy's exploit. Jin-sung throws her own excuse back at her, mocking the idea that nighttime confusion can save a bad decision. He shuts that down too, reminding her the same mistake already cost them once before, so this is nothing new. When BB stumbles over the word beginner, he only grins wider and keeps dragging her logic into the dirt. He then exposes her real mistake, clinging to theory instead of knowing how to make it work under pressure. BB finally starts to understand as he presses the point that theory only matters when someone can actually pull it off. The exchange ends with both of them caught in the argument's last beat, BB rattled while Jin-sung stands unshaken. BB jolts at the sudden grab, while Jin-sung keeps staring her down like he already knows the whole trick is flimsy. He twists the pressure harder, making her panic and admit she was never ready for real combat. Jin-sung scoffs at her excuse, reminding her that surviving the world is not the same as understanding it. She tries to hide behind theory and style, but he keeps calling it out as empty confidence. Her temper spikes as he mocks the beginner label, and even the little dog behind him looks caught in the mess. Jin-sung cuts through the noise and tells her to stay back in the next fight, leaving her stunned. He presses on anyway, making it clear that her way of fighting needs a careful look if it is ever going to work. BB freezes in disbelief, suddenly unable to explain why his words hit so hard. And that is exactly what rattles him too, because even he can tell she is angry now. The first strike lands hard, and the masked monster keeps lunging through the wreckage without fear. The knights finally charge in, only for Jin-sung to cut straight through their so-called invincible bodies. The battlefield opens up, and the white-haired gunslinger keeps carving a path through the swarm with brutal speed. Even that ruthless rush draws interest, because the white-haired man watches the slaughter and finds it strangely impressive. He studies the chaos like a man measuring a tool, while the monster swears only metal soldiers can move like that. The gunslinger keeps hammering forward, and even the brute force of the monster starts looking desperate against him. His expression barely changes as the fight grows uglier, because the whole mess has clearly become far more interesting than expected. Then the tide shifts again, with the gunslinger tearing through the line while the monster keeps getting blasted back. Jinsung cuts in with a sharp question, and the blonde mechanic is left staring up at him like a stunned fool. Bibi still tries to play it cool, but with the giant weapon behind her and that smug little dog nearby, the act is already collapsing. The white-haired gunslinger cuts in beside Bibi and coolly claims he is there to help, which only makes her look more wary. He shrugs off the pressure, acting like most of the enemies are already gone, while the exchange keeps tightening around him. Jinsung's stare sharpens as he sizes the man up, and the gunslinger finally recognizes Bon Wailestet. Bibi looks lost between the towering gear and the gunslinger's calm, already realizing her confidence is slipping. The gunslinger pauses, wondering if this world should remember him too, because the corruption clearly came along for the ride. That thought drags him deeper into the memory of being transported to Bibi's world, where something inside him felt horribly wrong. The flashback turns darker, and he starts suspecting that the same corruption may have been carried across with him. From there, his mind jumps to Bon, and the possibility that even a familiar name might not mean familiar recognition anymore. The old life keeps bleeding through the nightmare, from the school days to the adventurer worlds, where every face seemed to know him too well. In the end, the whole thing lands on one brutal truth. This world's NPCs recognized him, and that made the corruption feel even more dangerous. Bon laughs off the tension, but Bibi is already wavering as the gunslinger keeps his cool. The white-haired man's stare sharpens, and Bibi realizes he is not reacting like any easy target. Bon pushes the issue harder, but the gunslinger only looks more suspicious. Bibi blurts out that something huge is missing, and even Bon starts tracking her fear. She points the panic toward the battlefield, warning that a steel monster is tearing through the ranks. Explosions rip across the convoy, and the Order's casualty count starts climbing fast. Bon drops in at the perfect moment, cutting through the mess before it gets worse. Bibi, half thrilled and half terrified, confirms the gunslinger is the adventurer everyone was waiting for. He slips past the incoming fire with ruthless ease, while the others scramble behind him. Another brutal exchange follows, and even the gunslinger has to grumble at how annoying these pests are. The gunslinger keeps drilling through armored targets, and the ambush starts losing its teeth fast. Bibi insists the Sparrow Factor can still handle it, as long as the cores are hit cleanly. She pushes the mechs harder, bragging that one sharp mind can control a whole swarm at once. The enemy rushes in anyway, only to get met by gunfire and a nasty blast of point-blank retaliation. One shot tears straight into the attacker's eye, and the pressure suddenly swings back his way. Bibi finally spots the adventurer in the chaos and blurts out her shock like she has been waiting forever. The battlefield detonates under another ruthless barrage, scattering the attackers into pieces. Behind the wreckage, her heavy mech power-up keeps rolling forward, shielding her as the fight grows uglier. Bibi doubles down on her theory, claiming Gale Force will cover every weak point the mechs leave behind. Even then, the barrage keeps crashing down, and the whole formation looks ready to rip the ambush apart. Bibi keeps bragging that one sharp mind can control a whole swarm at once, and the system's full potential starts looking dangerously real. The enemy rushes in, only to get blasted by gunfire and point-blank retaliation as the whole plan swings back in the fighter's favor. Bibi hides behind the giant mech, but even she starts wondering whether movement is still possible, while the shadow keeps sneering nearby. Jinsung realizes Bibi has been helping all along, and that realization hits just as the battlefield starts to turn feral. Another ruthless blast tears through the attackers, and the chaos leaves even Bibi stunned by how hard the counterattack lands. With the dust still flying, the fighters press on, and the question of why the Time Lords have not stepped in yet hangs in the air. The white-haired gunslinger shrugs off the madness, admitting this might count as cooperation instead of help, while still claiming he saved Bibi more than once. Then the barrage comes down again, and the attackers are crushed so hard the ambush starts collapsing into blood and panic. Jinsung recoils at the strange vibration, and even he can tell something bigger is stirring underneath the wreckage. One more explosion of force sends the remaining enemies flying, and the fight finally tips from stubborn resistance into total ruin. The mech's rockets tear into the ambush, and the attackers start flying apart. The barrage keeps chewing through the swarm, leaving the battlefield in chaos. Jinsung's face tightens as he senses something worse stirring under the wreckage. Another blast erupts, and the last resistance gets hammered into dust. Bibi shrieks for retreat, finally realizing the situation has gone completely feral. The next detonation sends more enemies bursting apart without mercy. The giant war machine keeps pounding the Southgate boss monster into submission. Smoke and debris fill the rout, as the fight collapses into panic. Even the battlefield itself seems to buckle, hinting at a bigger threat below. The label on the machine confirms the disaster at Ghent Southgate. Boss Monster GT, 9600. The blast tears through the Southgate, and Jinsung drops hard while the white-haired gunslinger keeps moving through the wreckage. As the smoke clears, the machine's name surfaces, and the scale of GT 9600 makes the whole disaster look even uglier. The gunslinger smirks through the chaos, already treating Empyrean like a place worth remembering. The weapon system flares again, and the fight surges back into motion with brutal speed. Bibi stares at the collapsing machine logic and panics, realizing her precious upgrade is turning into a disaster. The mechanism grinds and spits under pressure, but the battlefield keeps buckling anyway. From the ruined gate, Jinsung and the gunslinger look up as the machine looms over them like a moving fortress. Jinsung finally catches on that it is doing something far stranger than simple combat, and even the gunslinger hesitates. The machine twists and crashes through the debris, crushing everything around it as the trap keeps tightening. Then the giant war machine drives in for the finish, battering the boss monster deeper into submission. Jinsung shouts Biba's name as the machine roars back to life, and the fight surges harder. The war machine slams down through the battlefield, crushing the monster and everything around it. Bibi slaps a trembling hand onto the console, still trying to keep the system alive. The machine grinds and jolts, and even its core looks ready to snap under the strain. Bibi braces behind the controls, sweating through the panic as her upgrade starts falling apart. The mech keeps pounding forward, driving the boss deeper under its relentless weight. Jinsung and the gunslinger both stare up at the chaos, finally realizing this machine is something far uglier than a simple fight. The giant impact erupts again, and the battlefield is ripped open by another brutal blast. Jinsung screams as the dark shadow mocks the dead girl and laughs about finding the body faster. The white-haired man stays cold and calm, knowing the war machine is still not done yet. The white-haired man warns that the adventurer has to stay close, and Jinsung immediately senses another nasty trap closing in. A blade slams in from the side, but Jinsung twists through the ambush and keeps his footing instead of dying like easy prey. The white-haired man finds the whole thing amusing, while Jinsung realizes too late that he had tried to avoid drawing this much attention. Back on the open field, the white-haired man keeps pressing him to be careful as Jinsung braces for the next hit. Jinsung finally catches the man's smug grin, and that alone tells him this fight is only getting worse. The white-haired man casually warns that the next mistake could get Jinsung killed, which is a polite way of saying the idiot has been lucky so far. Jinsung launches himself back into the clash as the white-haired man keeps moving like the battlefield belongs to him. A storm of purple force cuts across the fight, but the white-haired man slips through it with infuriating ease. Jinsung follows the opening, only to find the attack already turning into a blur of lethal pressure around him. The white-haired man keeps carving through the chaos while Jinsung realizes this monster is still nowhere near finished. The white-haired gunslinger slips past the first blast with infuriating ease, proving he is still one step ahead. Jinsung is hurled through the corridor of chaos, and the wreckage around him says this fight has already gone out of control. Bruised and breathing hard, he realizes the gunslinger's power is no ordinary trick. The white-haired man keeps stalking him through the storm, mocking his retreat and pushing him to face the monster head-on. A dark voice needles Jinsung into the open, and the warning makes the whole clash feel even uglier. Jinsung lands in the middle of the exchange, only to hear that charging blindly would only make the corruption spread. The battlefield detonates around them as the pressure spikes, and even the seasoned fighters start losing ground. Jinsung keeps driving forward anyway, cutting into the chaos with stubborn force. The gunslinger answers with another brutal burst, shredding the path and refusing to let the enemy recover. By the end, Jinsung is still pushing through the impact, while the white-haired killer hammers down the last opening. The white-haired gunslinger keeps tearing through the battlefield, a blur of steel and smoke as the trap shakes around him. Jinsung staggers from the impact, bloodied and breathing hard, but he is still refusing to drop. Another brutal burst rips through the path, and the gunslinger closes in without giving the enemy a second to recover. Jinsung realizes he let his guard down for a split second, and that mistake almost costs him everything. The white-haired killer stays calm, letting the silence after the blast say enough about how badly the fight has tilted. Jinsung's panic rises as he remembers the old grudge, thinking the bastard only hated him for no real reason. The gunslinger brushes that off and keeps advancing, cool as ever, like the whole battlefield is just another routine cleanup. He turns the pressure back on Jinsung, demanding to know why he keeps showing up and taunting him after every warning. Jinsung starts suspecting something uglier, wondering if Chobung is really working for the principality and why Behemoth was mentioned. The gunslinger's silence says it all, because this fight was never about pride anymore, only about exposing the trap behind the lies. Lenny snaps that he came under the excuse of an investigation, yet did nothing but shadow every move. Jinsung staggers under the pressure, realizing that the so-called observer was only making sure everything went according to plan. The gunslinger coolly asks who he is, and Jinsung finally hears the answer. A man from the Magician's Guild. Blood and exhaustion do not hide the truth from Jinsung, and his expression twists as suspicion starts turning into fear. The gunslinger stays calm, letting the silence do the mocking while Jinsung starts doubting every friendly face around him. He brushes off the accusation and keeps insisting he was only there to watch, never to interfere. Then he tells Jinsung to go finish his mission with Bon Weilestet, as if this whole ambush were just a detour. Jinsung freezes, caught off guard by the sudden mention of his mission. The gunslinger answers his own doubt in silence, deciding the target has become too dangerous to leave alive. With the hidden apostles in play, he reaches for the killing blow and closes in on Jinsung without mercy. Purple lightning tears across the arena as the gunslinger's pressure hits like a warning shot. Jinsung reels in the wreckage while the white-haired man keeps advancing, calm enough to be insulting. He asks if the apostle's power is tempting, and the question lands with ugly precision. The corruption answer comes fast, spreading through the battlefield like a stain that refuses to fade. Jinsung stiffens at the sight of the monstrous truth, suddenly realizing this fight is far worse than a simple ambush. Then the gunslinger bears a vicious grin and decides the man in front of him has become too dangerous to spare. He snaps that one of them deserves an introduction, as the hidden apostle threat finally enters the conversation. Gunfire and shattering force erupt everywhere, turning the exchange into a storm of debris and panic. Jinsung gets blasted back through the chaos, but the stubborn fool is still trying to push forward. Even under that hail of destruction, the fight keeps surging toward its brutal next phase. Bibi lunges into the failing machine, still trying to keep her upgrade theory alive, as the fight starts collapsing around her. The mechanism spits back a vicious burst, and she realizes too late that the whole setup is turning feral. Her confidence cracks as the battlefield snarls back, and even her own motion starts looking desperate instead of clever. The gunslinger cuts in with ruthless fire, pinning the masked thug and turning the exchange into a slaughter. Chobung gets hammered off balance, and that smug act is finally gone for good. He keeps taking punishment as the gunslinger closes in, leaving only panic where his grin used to be. Bibi stares in shock while the pressure keeps rising, and the machine's logic starts falling apart in real time. The targeting locks in, and she finally feels how badly the situation has slipped beyond her control. Another brutal impact tears through the chaos, forcing her to keep scrambling through the wreckage. The barrage keeps chewing up the battlefield, but the fight still surges forward with no one left to slow it down. Bibi realizes brute firepower is needed, but only if she can finally summon the support unit. The targeting device locks in as she rushes to send the coordinates and force the summon through. Jinsung steadies himself long enough to weigh the gamble, knowing even 5 seconds may be impossible. The monsters crash in before he can decide, and the battlefield starts swallowing that plan whole. A brutal blast tears back through the swarm, giving the team one sharp opening in the mess. Jinsung pushes through the chaos anyway, cutting forward while the enemies keep closing from every side. Bibi starts explaining mech theory with sudden confidence, but her own words sound thinner by the second. Jinsung's pressure leaves her cornered, and the theory she clings to stops feeling like strategy and starts feeling like panic. Her composure finally snaps, and she decides to take the risk herself instead of hiding behind excuses. Gripping the weapon with fierce resolve, Bibi commits to doing it before the swarm can bury them all. The first blast tears through the swarm, forcing a narrow opening right when the battlefield is about to collapse. Bibi shouts the mech into action and keeps the pressure on while the enemy line buckles around her. More fire slams into the monsters, and the trap starts breaking apart under the barrage. She keeps fighting through the chaos, breathing hard but refusing to let the opening disappear. The old mechanic skill finally comes online, and the machine begins answering her again. Bibi steadies herself and locks onto the target, sensing this is the only chance left. The targeting system snaps into place as she calls for the lock, and the charge starts climbing. The display climbs past the halfway mark, while she counts down the seconds with ruthless focus. Every second matters now, and the mech keeps building power as the swarm presses closer. Bibi holds on through the last stretch, waiting for the shot that could tear the whole mess open. Bibi flinches as the first blast rocks the swarm, but she refuses to back off. Another impact tears through the chaos, and the mech keeps the barrage rolling. The cartel weapon, Heavenly Cannon, starts coming online at last. Bibi's focus sharpens as the system locks in, and the charge surges higher. The power climbs past the midpoint, and she keeps pushing for the kill. The cannon keeps building as the fight narrows to one desperate opening. A massive strike slams down, and Bibi barely keeps her footing. The summoned attack is cut off, and she moves to stop the whole thing from collapsing. The mech answers with a crushing shot, buying a breath in the wreckage. Bibi screams for Viper to cover her, because this battle is still not over. The cannon overloads as blue lightning tears across the warped core, and the whole system starts slipping out of control. Even with enemies closing in, Bibi is forced to admit the countdown is already turning ugly. The blast erupts anyway, smashing the battlefield around her and finally proving the weapon can still hit hard. She realizes the G-Series mech may be the only way forward. Right as the damaged parts begin failing again, the upgrade collapses into ruin, leaving her staring at the wreckage and realizing the summon may be lost too. One cracked module after another refuses to come out, and her confidence starts crumbling with the machine. Worse still, the parts are too damaged to summon properly, so her whole backup plan starts dying in her hands. Panic hits hard as she realizes she cannot even bring out the mechs she was banking on. She lunges for distance, trying to break free before the whole fight swallows her. But the gap is still not enough, and the battle keeps dragging her back into the mess. Bibis' eyes widen as the blast finally answers her gamble, and the whole battlefield shakes under the mech's recoil. The explosion tears through the wreckage, proving the machine can still hit hard even as everything starts coming apart. Smoke and debris swallow the lane, leaving only the roar of collapsing steel and the aftermath of her desperate overclock. Her hand trembles as she realizes the fight has only seconds left before the machine slips beyond control. Even then, she keeps reaching for another command, clinging to the hope that 5 seconds might still be enough. The system coughs and stalls, and the ugly truth hits her fast. The mechs may not come out at all. Her fingers lock around the failing controls, but the damaged parts refuse to answer, turning confidence into panic. The machine lurches one last time, and she realizes there may not even be time to summon a proper escape. Her face hardens through the pain and smoke, the fear giving way to stubborn resolve. So instead of breaking, she steels herself and keeps pushing, determined to force a miracle out of the wreckage. The machine's blow finally lands, and Bibi is left sprawled under the wreckage, choking on the ugly joke of her own overclock. A dark-haired woman leans in with calm concern, checking whether Bibi is still conscious. Bibi groans back to life, only to be caught in the embarrassment of being asked what she was even doing. She admits the mech skill was new, then confesses it only works when controlled directly, which only makes the failure sting harder. Her reasoning tumbles into self-pity as she realizes the whole idea looked useful only in theory. The dark-haired woman teases her for laughing from behind safety, while Bibis' own mech training falls apart. Bibi tries to excuse herself, saying she wanted to help by fighting from the rear instead of the front line. The woman doesn't let her hide behind that excuse, calling her a burden if she cannot even use the machines properly. Bibi stiffens at the jab, her confidence cracking as the truth sinks in. By the end, she can only bow her head and admit she really is weak after all. Despite everything, she keeps pressing forward, refusing to run from the fight. Even shaken, she never stops watching the battlefield, because that is where survival is decided. She calls out the harder truth next. The real battle is the one against herself. Bibis' smile falters as the jab lands, and for once she has no clever excuse ready. The mechanic tries to hide behind the claim that the mechs were supposed to let her fight from the rear. That excuse does not survive the pressure, and the other woman cuts straight through it without mercy. Bibi stiffens, her confidence finally cracking under the weight of being called a burden. The shove of reality hits harder than any punch, and her bravado collapses into silence. All she can do now is bow her head, forced to admit how weak she really is. Yet that humiliation is only the beginning, because the next step is finally choosing to change. Bibis' upgrade starts tearing into the machine with violent sparks, and the whole setup begins to groan under the strain. The backlash slams through her body, but she keeps forcing the process ahead anyway. The core fractures as debris flies, and the battlefield machine starts coming apart in pieces. Even so, the narration cuts in hard. Her raw combat experience is the real edge, not the mechanic numbers. Her legs coil for the next move, proving her strength is built from real survival, not system logic. Then the alteration reaches something the system can barely understand, and the new form starts to emerge. Blue power cracks through the core again, but the whole machine is already buckling under the runaway output. The giant frame shudders and loses structure, each blast only exposing more damage. Bibi takes the hit head-on, staying in the fight as the mech reels beside her. At last, the upgrade peaks in a wild burst, leaving the machine transformed into something far beyond control. Jinsung narrows his eyes, wondering if that warning meant the other side already knew something. The mech's core cracks again, and the first signs of a total collapse start spreading through the frame. Its legs tremble under the strain, but the machine keeps lurching forward on sheer stubborn force. Bibi stays locked in the middle of the ruin, refusing to let the upgrade die just yet. Her face hardens as the output spikes, and even she can tell the system is slipping past control. The battlefield erupts around the mech, turning the failed test into a full-blown blast zone. Enemies and debris get swallowed by the crossfire as the runaway power keeps chewing through everything. The gunslinger keeps firing through the chaos, calm as ever while the whole mess burns around him. More fragments tear free, and the machine's body gets ripped open by its own overcharged core. At last, the blast engulfs everything, leaving the transformed monster of metal barely holding together. BB keeps her hands on the core as the mech surges against her, refusing to let the upgrade die. The machine takes another brutal hit, but the overcharged system still refuses to stop. Its status finally spikes to full, and the runaway power keeps building past reason. Amid the whiteout, she thanks him and stubbornly insists on fighting with her mechs instead. Jinsung keeps pushing back, and her smug confidence starts cracking as she asks why he is so difficult. The mech's frame jerks and grinds under the strain, every limb rattling like it might fly apart. Jinsung launches himself through the chaos, still pressuring the machine before it can recover. Sparks and armor plates tear loose as the battleroid starts breaking at the seams. The core flares again, and BB blurts out that she is doing this because it looks cool. Even with the monster machine looming above her, she stares up through the wreckage, still too stubborn to quit. The mech's core surges again, and the runaway power keeps climbing beyond reason. The cannon spits a blinding blast, but the frame is already straining under the load. Jinsung barrels through the chaos, still refusing to let the machine recover. Metal buckles and sparks fly as the battleroid starts tearing open at the seams. A massive detonation swallows the battlefield, leaving the whole exchange in ruin. Amid the wreckage, Jinsung feels the pressure shift as something far uglier starts waking up. The blonde fighter steps in with a venomous smirk, pointing out how badly Ban wants apostle power. He keeps advancing through the purple flare, and the air around him turns downright sinister. Jinsung's eyes harden as he realizes the fight has crossed into apostle territory. Then the man finally shows his hand, introducing the terror that will decide the next clash. The gunslinger does something unexpected, and even Jinsung feels the battlefield shift. One look at the glow tells him the ring is resonating with apostle power. The disgusting energy is worse than feared, the same force that ruined the principality in the Dark Elf Kingdom. Purple corruption floods the clash, and the truth finally clicks into place. That is no ordinary enemy at all, but the apostle of plague himself, Dirge. Jinsung snaps back as the thing taunts him for dragging out its true form. The monster keeps pressing forward, and Jinsung realizes the body may not survive what comes next. Jinsung demands answers, while the gunslinger calmly says he is only watching the right flow. The warning cuts both ways, and the standoff gets colder by the second. The gunslinger finishes the threat with chilling ease, refusing to kill unless forced. The plague apostle bears a twisted grin and dismisses Jinsung's warning as if the whole fight is beneath him. Purple corruption detonates through the battlefield, and the gunslinger keeps carving through the blast without losing his calm. The apostle grows uglier by the second, ranting like dying alongside the enemy would somehow count as victory. Another violent surge tears across the clash, and the gunslinger keeps sliding through the chaos instead of backing off. Blood and corruption streak his face, but he still answers the monster's pressure with that same ruthless focus. The gunslinger finally turns the threat back on him, ready to drag the apostle down with him if that is what it takes. A divine-looking woman steps in and seals the moment with a single crushing ban, breaking the apostle's momentum. Jinsung braces through the aftermath, still bloodied while the corruption keeps crawling over the fight. The apostle starts spitting blood and losing ground, for once sounding less like a monster and more like a cornered victim. Even then, he claws forward in denial, but the pain finally cracks him and he admits he cannot endure much more. Blood and corruption still crawl over Jinsung's face as the apostle keeps snarling in his ear. The white-haired gunslinger cuts through the chaos and finally orders the whole mess to stop. A brutal shot tears through the apostle's pressure, shattering its momentum in one clean burst. Jinsung staggers upright, still coughing through the wreckage as the gunslinger stays locked in. The gunslinger studies the item in hand, realizing any delay now would be disastrous. He turns his head and quietly reads the battlefield's true flow, instead of rushing blind. Jinsung catches the hesitation and calls him out for just standing there. The gunslinger answers that Fiona was the one crying for help, and it had sounded desperate. Jinsung turns away in disbelief, forcing the question of why he still did nothing. The gunslinger leaves the accusation hanging, coldly reminding him that hearing the plea was not the same as acting on it. The gunslinger coldly twists the knife, saying the man would have lived believing he'd be saved while he merely watched him die. Jinsung reels from the blow and snaps back in fury, while the gunslinger keeps him pinned with that same ruthless calm. He only digs deeper, mocking Jinsung for getting angry and implying the dead were never precious enough to save properly. Jinsung explodes in rage and hurls himself back at him, but the gunslinger still looks more amused than threatened. The clash finally goes full speed, with gunfire and pressure colliding as both sides gamble everything on one brutal exchange. The machine answer arrives in force, and the battlefield suddenly tilts as the upgraded cannon starts pouring out destruction. The blast swallows everything in a roaring collapse, forcing even the fighters to get thrown back by the sheer violence. The shockwave keeps spreading through the ruined ground, leaving only fragments and smoke where the battle had been. For a moment, The giant frame looms out of the wreckage like a monster of steel, still standing despite the chaos. Then even that momentum fades, and the battlefield falls into a stunned silence after the explosion tears the fight open. Bibi stares in shock as the wrecked battlefield finally stops moving, the victory hitting her almost too late. Jinsung and the gunslinger both reel from the blast, but neither looks ready to fold just yet. The mech's fist looms over the ruins as Bibi cheers anyway, pretending the disaster ended exactly as planned. Chobung lies half-conscious in the rubble, while the gunslinger just stands there, annoyingly unbothered. Bibi freezes when she realizes the so-called threat was nowhere near the disaster she feared. The gunslinger calmly judges the fight as minor work, already looking down on the whole mess. He turns away from the wreckage, acting like the battle is beneath his notice. Bibi can only watch him leave, stunned by how easily he shuts everything down. His parting words land like a final dismissal, cold and casual after all that carnage. And just like that, the battlefield is left to smoke, silence, and a very bruised everyone else. The gunslinger leaves the battlefield without even looking back, cape dragging through the smoke like the whole mess was beneath him. His hand tightens once, but the grip says more than words ever could, and the silence around the wreckage only gets heavier. The blast glow fades behind the rooftops as the ruined fight finally starts settling into quiet. Jinsung and Bibi stand over the aftermath, still catching their breath after the nightmare she thought would swallow everything. He studies her in silence, and the pause makes her wonder if he is still angry or just too drained to care. One look at her uncovered face gets a rare reaction out of him, while she quickly admits the glasses were only habit. Jinsung accepts that explanation, and the tension eases just enough for the moment to stop feeling like a disaster. They start walking away together, leaving Chobung collapsed behind them, as the loser nobody needs to mention twice. Jinsung calls her name, and she snaps back in surprise, still trying to keep the mood lighter than it deserves. Bibi bends low with embarrassment, clearly shaken by how badly she misread the gunslinger's power and how easily he shut everything down. Bibi bows so deeply it feels more like surrender than pride, finally admitting she blew the whole thing by getting angry on her own. Jinsung hears her out and points out that her stubborn overreaction would have gotten her killed without his advice. She panics, rising fast and fumbling through more apologies as he tries to shut down the awkwardness before it gets worse. Her guilt only grows, and she insists he should have accepted the earlier help instead of making everything so difficult. Jinsung answers with a quiet grin, and Bibi is left blinking like she has just been hit by reality all over again. The gunslinger cuts in with lazy confidence, making it clear that the chaos is over and the lesson is already learned. Bibi quickly recovers her voice and tries to drag him toward town, desperate to replace humiliation with food. She doubles down with an excited promise to buy the best and priciest meal around, almost as if bribery can save her dignity. Jinsung stays silent for a beat, then finally gives in with a small smile that says the mood has already flipped, and just like that, the two of them head off together, leaving the wreckage, the bruises, and Chobung behind. Bibi is left battered and miserable, looking like the upgrade disaster has finally humbled her. Jinsung only blinks through the mess, still annoyingly composed after all that chaos. She rushes to apologize again, clutching her mascot like it can save her pride. He stays cool while she keeps rambling, and the tension starts slipping into something awkward. Bibi finally blurts out that he should have taken her help earlier, clearly blaming herself now. Jinsung answers with quiet ease, and the whole exchange starts feeling less like a defeat. The failed enhancement still hangs over them, but the damage is already done and read clearly. Jinsung grins, as if the answer has finally clicked, ready to move on. Bibi keeps watching him in disbelief, realizing his confidence was real all along. Then he finishes it with a satisfied smile, as even the unseen voice settles the matter with congratulations. Jinsung stands amid the wreckage while the purple enhancement array keeps chewing itself apart. Lenny keeps hurrying toward him, still trying to apologize as the failed process smears the floor in chaos. He answers with cold ease, and her frantic excuses start sounding weaker by the second. The collapsing magic keeps tearing through the room, leaving only the ruined result of her gamble behind. Jinsung's eyes harden, and it is clear he has already seen through the whole mess. The backlash keeps roaring, but even that noise cannot shake his calm now. He finally looks ready to be done with the whole disaster, while Lenny freezes under the pressure. Lenny ends up huffing on the bed, clutching the mascot like it can somehow save her pride. Even exhausted, Jinsung stays strangely composed, and the little toy only makes the scene more pathetic. By the end, he is still breathing hard, but the fight is over and the humiliation is all hers. The tented headquarters comes into view, and Jinsung finally seems to realize where the whole disaster landed him. Still groggy, he gets a smug reminder that fainting is apparently his new specialty. His confusion only lasts a second before the others press him for an explanation, and he starts piecing the situation back together. Bibi bursts in bright and relieved, instantly calling out Jinsung like he scared everyone half to death. He sits there battered and annoyed, while she admits the plague-like backlash came from the potion going down wrong. Half dazed, he realizes he was out for half a day, long enough for the battlefield scraps to get handed over to Melvin. Melvin laughs that most of the parts are wrecked, but still thinks enough remains to forge at least one pistol for an adventurer. Bibi lights up at that idea, while Jinsung keeps his cool and warns her not to get ahead of herself about the timing. The talk turns to the GT 9600 Iron Monster, and Jinsung suspects it was built from a blueprint stolen from him. Melvin's eyes narrow as he asks how the cartel managed that much, and Jinsung decides only someone on 7 shards level could have pulled it off. Bibi suddenly starts spiraling over the cartel, and Jinsung catches on that she is connecting the dots to something stolen. He keeps listening while she recalls Ban's warning about the South Gate being suspiciously understaffed. The explanation clicks, and Jinsung realizes the cartel must have planned the whole mess on purpose. Bibi tries to push the conversation forward, but Jinsung shuts it down before she can get too comfortable. He turns to leave, and Bibi is left staring after him, baffled by how fast the mood changed. The scene shifts to Gent Village, where the expedition finally opens the door to a whole new route. More adventurers arrive, and the place starts buzzing like the next stage of the journey is already underway. Bibi keeps talking over the newcomers, but the real worry is now whether corruption is hiding among them. The warning lands hard, and someone decides that if corruption is present, they will follow that person without hesitation. Then the blonde fighter steps in with that smug little title, calling himself the Subclaw, like the situation is already his to own. Jinsung finally pieces it together and realizes the cartel set the whole mess up on purpose. Bibi tries to keep talking, but he shuts her down and walks off before she can recover. She is left staring after him, completely thrown by how fast the mood turns cold. The scene shifts to Gent Village, where the expedition's next route finally opens up. More adventurers flood in, and the place starts buzzing with fresh momentum. Bibi keeps chattering over the newcomers, but the real concern is whether corruption has slipped in with them. The warning lands hard, and the response is immediate. If corruption is there, someone is ready to follow that person straight through it. Then a smug blonde fighter steps forward and casually claims the Subclaw title like the whole situation already belongs to him. The Imperial Defense Force headquarters jumps into the discussion as Bibi brings up the suspicious forces at the South Gate. The others confirm it, and the route briefing tightens fast as the next crisis begins to take shape. The messenger drops the grim report, and the South Gate alarm spreads fast through the command room. The map fills with a cartel trick, a fake assault at the South Gate meant to lure the defense away, then a strike at the North Gate. One of the officers still dares to sound relieved, but that confidence dies the second the walker comes up. Bibi proudly points at her masterpiece, and the others immediately realize it is an ATST-style machine built for war. The white-haired gunman cuts in, asking if that cute little killing machine is really the plan, and Bibi freezes under the praise. He keeps pressing, marveling at the design and calling it incredible, while Bibi starts to squirm under the spotlight. The real problem finally lands. The only pilot who could handle it died in combat, and the walker has been abandoned ever since. Bibi panics and admits the controls are brutally difficult, which makes the whole miracle machine look a lot less practical. The blonde officer is forced to admit the truth, because with most Northgate troops wounded, they cannot launch any offense without the walker. That leaves the entire route hanging on a broken machine, and the next crisis suddenly feels a lot uglier than anyone wanted to admit. Bibi beams with confidence and volunteers to retrieve the walker herself. Her bravado wobbles fast when the others stare back, and the quest's true contents start sinking in. The mission is spelled out plainly. The adventurer is supposed to go get the walker directly. Bibi jokes about riding the machine, but her grin starts slipping as the idea sounds less cute by the second. She turns pale, realizing the controls are brutal, and the walker may be more burden than miracle. Her hesitation gives way to a shaken refusal, and the whole room feels the weight of the dead pilot's absence. Bibi finally gives up on forcing the walker into the plan, because the truth has made the dream impossible to fake. With the route still hanging by a thread, everyone falls quiet as the walker problem turns into the next crisis. Outside, the white-haired gunslinger and the little white dog leave the scene behind, already moving on to the next step. He glances back one last time, certain the next quest should already be in motion by now. Jinsung leaves the decision hanging in the air, while Bibi slumps under the weight of what comes next. Bibi reels at the sudden push, clearly realizing something is already going wrong. Her face hardens with worry as the joke dies, and the walker talk turns ugly. Jinsung starts connecting the dots, hearing that the North Gate meeting is already underway. Bibi admits the walker was supposed to be the mission, but the confidence is already draining away. Jinsung immediately sees the problem, asking whether the whole trip is really for Melvin's weapon. Bibi explains that Zeldine already said to abandon the walker, and that makes the entire route sound grim. Jinsung still pushes for the next move, but even he can tell the plan is slipping out of their hands. Bibi goes quiet, her feet trembling now that the corruption risk has finally sunk in. In the end, the walker stops looking like a prize and starts looking like a burden nobody can afford to carry. The cartel had the walker now, and the grim little meeting makes one thing obvious. Nobody was breaking through alone. So the plan shifts to covering forces, with Bibi smiling too hard while she tries to sell a desperate workaround. Jinsung catches the real problem fast, hearing that the north gate is down to wounded soldiers and no real backup. Once the defense report comes in, the whole operation starts sounding less like a mission and more like a bad gamble. Even the gate itself looks wrecked, and the route to the walker feels uglier with every second. The defenders still promise to do what they can, but the coughing makes the lie in that confidence pretty clear. Jinsung stiffens at the sight of the battered line, already knowing the cover they need is barely holding together. The wounded soldiers keep relaying the same hard truth. The north gate is not at full strength. One of them nearly collapses from the strain, but still forces the message through before dropping back into the chaos. In the end, they all lean on the same stubborn answer, swearing they will provide cover no matter how bad it gets. Biba's confidence is already cracking as she looks up, realizing the gateside backup is uglier than expected. Jinsung sees the bandaged line and immediately understands the covering force is basically a bunch of living shields. The wounded soldiers keep repeating the same grim truth. They can barely fight, and the walker is all that matters now. Jinsung clenches up at the sight of them, knowing the whole plan is hanging by a thread. Even Bibi's bravado turns defensive as she admits others may have to be sacrificed to reach the goal. The next blast of reality hits hard, and the situation starts feeling less like a mission than a funeral march. Jinsung turns on Bibi with a cold stare, already doubting whether she can really handle this kind of pressure. She hesitates for a second, then keeps moving, as the others watch her scramble for control. Jinsung calls her name with warning in his voice, clearly not buying the confidence anymore. Bibi tries to steady the mess by insisting the special unit has to pass through the dog hole next. Bibi hurries the team along, promising they'll retrieve the walker before the crisis gets even uglier. She starts barking orders to the North Gate unit as the wounded soldiers stare ahead like the mission is already bleeding out. Jinsung takes one look at the mess and bluntly calls the whole situation what it is: war. Bibi freezes on the weapon, suddenly remembering just how bad this could get. She hardens her face and forces herself to treat the walker like the last ugly answer left. Ahead, the massive machine sits waiting while everyone else argues over whether it is even worth saving. The soldiers confirm the Imperial Army is still pinned in place, not moving an inch. One of them even suggests scrapping the useless weapon outright, but the order from the doctor keeps it alive. Even with the complaints mounting, the defense has no choice but to keep dragging the machine forward. And that silence says everything, because the whole route is now hanging on a weapon nobody fully trusts. The gate jolts with a strange noise, and the defenders instantly fear the breach has already begun. One attacker gets blasted hard enough to send the whole line reeling. Another goes down just as fast, and the assault starts looking embarrassingly fragile. The defenders finally recognize the ambush for what it is, shouting that the Imperial bastards have come. The front line fractures under the blast, leaving the survivors scrambling for cover. A white-haired woman seizes the opening and drives the retreat forward before the attackers recover. That leaves the raiders stunned, suddenly unable to keep their swagger. Another burst tears through their formation, and the chaos spreads even faster. She keeps cutting ahead with ruthless urgency, dragging the others through the collapse. By the end, the attackers are left scattered and exposed while the escape keeps moving. The ambush tightens, but Jinsung is already tearing through it before anyone can regain control. A white-haired woman surges ahead and blasts another attacker back, turning the retreat into a desperate push. She keeps the momentum going while the raiders crumble, and their swagger starts dying with them. Jinsung hammers another target down, as the survivors cough up blood and start realizing this is no ordinary fight. He snaps through the confusion and realizes the missing walker has to be found fast, no matter how ugly the battlefield gets. Blood sprays everywhere as another attacker drops, and the line starts collapsing into panic. The white-haired woman keeps driving forward, calm only because stopping now would get everyone killed. A body goes flying across the ruined street, proof that the counterattack is already breaking the raiders apart. Jinsung lands another brutal hit, and the last of their confidence shatters in plain sight. By the end, the attackers are nothing but scattered wrecks, while Jinsung and the woman keep pressing ahead. Bibi freezes for a beat, then keeps pushing through the chaos instead of backing down. Jinsung cuts through the wreckage and drags the truth out of her, making the walker matter more than her excuses. Her eyes sharpen with panic, because she knows hesitation now would only waste more lives. Even with blood on the floor and disaster in hand, she keeps clinging to the mission and its ruined proof. The mechanic stands alone for a moment, still trying to look brave while everything around her falls apart. Jin-sung presses on ahead, refusing to let the battlefield distraction pull him off the real objective. He grabs her hard and forces the answer out of her, demanding the walker route before the wounded are left behind. Bibi finally admits the cost, and her worry turns ugly as she points out the wounded soldiers. Jin-sung makes it clear that stalling would doom them, and the explosions behind him only sharpen the warning. She swallows the guilt and accepts that if the story does not move forward, all those sacrifices become meaningless. The gunslinger catches the panic first, sharpens on the opening, and cuts in with a brutal warning about sacrifice. A flash tears through the stone, and the blonde fighter keeps hammering forward while the others get thrown back. Smoke rolls over the ruined path as the battlefield staggers, but the pressure still refuses to let up. Jin-sung powers through the blast and lands hard enough to keep the fight from slipping away. He snaps through the smoke, carving a path straight past the wreckage as the enemy tries to recover. The walker finally comes into view, and the discovery hits like the answer they had been chasing all along. Blonde fighter pushes the pace, clearly seeing the escape route before anyone can waste another second. Jin-sung locks onto the machine and realizes the battle only matters if they can end it fast. Even with the chaos still roaring around him, the fight narrows to one thing now: reach the walker before the window closes. The moment turns desperate, and the next move becomes clear this battle has to end now. White-haired woman locks in with cold focus, already reading the crisis before the others can breathe. Jin-sung surges forward and warns that the walker is about to be stolen, throwing himself into the path of the attackers. Amid the blast and debris, the white-haired woman drives in hard while Jin-sung carves through the chaos beside her. The huge shell tumbles into the ruined ground, and the battle briefly opens a path toward the walker. She shouts for the adventurer to start it up, promising to hold the enemies off while Jin-sung keeps the pressure on. A sharp nod is all it takes. She has already decided there is no room left for hesitation. Then she bursts forward again, cutting through the wreckage as the enemy line tries and fails to regroup. Jin-sung and the white-haired woman keep swinging together, both refusing to let the swarm by even a second more. Inside the cockpit, Bibi finally takes the controls, and the desperate machine gamble begins. She braces herself in the cramped frame, ready to push the walker into motion before the trap closes for good. The walker's new weapons lock in, and the machine finally starts to wake up. Bibi spots the Sparrow system online, and even she looks stunned by the result. Power surges through the frame as the submachine gun assembly comes alive. The weapon housing finishes loading, with the upgrade now fully set in place. Bibi leans out of the cockpit and decides the build is ready to move. A burst tears through the battlefield, and the swarm starts getting blown apart. The white-haired woman keeps covering the retreat, already warning that the smoke grenades are running dry. Jin-sung snaps back that the controls are taking too long, pushing the pressure even harder. Another blast slams through the wreckage, leaving the enemy line reeling in smoke and fire. The white-haired woman catches the shock of it all, realizing the fight has turned far more brutal than planned. The blast keeps rolling forward, and the first wave is already screaming for mercy. Bibis' weapon tears into the swarm, and even the collapsing battlefield can't keep up. Jin-sung drives in hard while the girl nearby realizes the whole fight has gone completely feral. The next volley slams through the field, and the enemy line starts folding in panic. He keeps charging through the chaos, turning their confidence into a bad joke. Another brutal shot catches the monsters, and the fight only gets uglier from there. Jin-sung shouts for Bibi as the pressure spikes, but she panics because she cannot stop the machine now. The barrage keeps pounding forward, and the surviving enemies are reduced to nothing but bouncing black shells. The attack doesn't let up, smashing deeper into the swarm while Jin-sung refuses to slow down. By the end, the battlefield is drowning in explosions, and the upgrade has become a one-sided massacre. The blast chain keeps ripping through the battlefield, and the surviving enemies are still getting blown apart. Jin-sung stands in the wreckage, while the last explosions keep swallowing the enemy line whole. The chaos finally cracks open a clearing, leaving him staring at the aftermath with hard focus. Even then, the battered blonde man can only wonder why the walker took so long to come online. His eye sharpens as the machine looms ahead, and something about it already feels wrong. Bibi blurts out that the walker was improved, proudly claiming she modified it herself. She hurries on, explaining that every weak point was reinforced to make it stronger. Jin-sung ends up carrying her in his arms, still shocked that this was supposed to be the upgrade. The white-haired fighter lies silent in his grip, looking far too drained for all that confidence. And that leaves him realizing the whole machine was fixed, but not in the way anyone expected. Bibi jams the upgrade through, bragging that this new walker can turn the tide. The machine answers with a savage barrage, ripping through monsters and scattering the battlefield. Jin-sung stares through the smoke, already wary of how ugly the payoff looks. The beast keeps crashing forward, only to get hammered harder by the walker's firepower. Even as the wreckage flies, Jin-sung realizes the fight has become something far bigger. Bibi bursts with confidence, insisting this upgrade can end the war faster. Jinsung goes quiet for a beat, weighing the strange new power before the next twist lands. The warning lands cold. The cartel war is not ending here, not by a long shot. If the story has shifted this much, then the whole route is already spiraling off course. And now the Jaiban Imperial Army is already chasing the cartel into the western territories. The battlefield is littered with the sacrificed, and that grim truth finally lands on Jinsung. He lowers his gaze, realizing there is still something ugly left beneath the wreckage. A fresh surge of destruction shakes the ground as the fight refuses to die. The walker looms ahead, and Jinsung realizes the only way out is forward. Bibi panics and shouts for him to get out of the way, but Jinsung keeps moving. She snaps that the walker has to be returned to its original state before this spirals further. The so-called cannon fodder is already broken, proof that the long war is chewing people up. Jinsung presses on anyway, convinced there has to be a way through all this. Bibi stares at him in disbelief, finally seeing just how stubborn he really is. Then he hits back with ruthless force, and the machine fight only gets uglier. Bibi is still shouting for him to back off, but Jinsung keeps pressing into the madness, betting everything on one more opening. When she begs him to pull away from the walker, he flatly refuses to let the war end here. He snaps that changing one machine will not stop a whole war, and Bibi starts grasping how far beyond her theory this has gone. Jinsung keeps chewing through the wreckage anyway, convinced the real conflict will simply shift to the cartel. The walker slams down hard, kicking up debris as the battlefield shudders under its weight. Jinsung lands under brutal recoil and still comes back up swinging, refusing to be buried by the machine. Bibi protests that the original story already ends with war. But Jinsung keeps challenging the whole idea of a fixed ending. He reminds her that even if this battle ends here, the main course will not change, and that ugly truth hits harder than the blast. The machine keeps roaring forward, while Jinsung stays locked in the fight, reading the chaos with cold, stubborn focus. And with the walker still charging, he makes it clear that stopping now would be the real mistake. The walker kicks up rubble and smashes through the path, but Jinsung is already shouting for the danger to clear. He refuses to back off, saying the war has to end fast, just not in this reckless way. The machine keeps plowing forward as broken stone rains down, turning the whole route into a collapsing mess. Bibi panics over the modified walker, realizing one wrong variable could turn her whole theory into a disaster. Jinsung keeps pressing ahead through the wreckage, refusing to let the machine's chaos bury the truth. Bibi snaps back that changing one little story should not matter that much, even as her confidence starts cracking. Jinsung answers that he wants to save them too, and that is exactly why he cannot accept this version of the fight. Bibi insists that they still cannot force salvation through destruction, because this method is already spiraling out of control. Jinsung keeps pushing back, arguing that the real disaster is standing by while everyone gets crushed. And even as the walker roars on, he stays stubbornly locked on the idea that winning means more than surviving. Jinsung's eyes widen as the battlefield starts breaking apart under the walker's roar. The machine slams forward and detonates the ground, but the collapse only gets worse. Jinsung stays locked in the wreckage, forcing his way through while the tower of debris keeps falling. Bibi panics and begs him to understand, but her confidence is already cracking. Jinsung snaps her name back at her, pressing harder instead of backing off. Bibi orders Maewon move to safety, and the whole scene turns even more desperate. Jinsung refuses to let it slide, forcing the fight forward as the walker keeps bearing down. The mech answers with a brutal blast, burning a path through the chaos. Stone and scrap crash down everywhere, swallowing the route in smoke and ruin. Jinsung bursts through the shattered rubble, still refusing to let the disaster stop him. Jinsung rises through the rubble, still grinning through the damage as the battlefield starts to open up again. Ahead, the walker stomps in like a monster built to bully the whole route. It fires while Jinsung keeps pushing forward, and the machine's operator smugly claims his style is already mapped out. The barrage slams down, but the machine only keeps charging harder through the smoke. Jinsung answers with a purple slash, and the mech instantly starts losing its balance. It still throws out another threat, while Jinsung cuts right through the confidence behind it. Bibi sits frozen in the cockpit, realizing too late that this fight is still going. The control display flickers green, as the system stays alive by pure stubbornness. Jinsung closes in and promises pain instead of mercy, forcing the whole exchange into a brutal finish. One battered eye narrows, and even the machine seems to understand the next hit will hurt. The walker rains fire as Jinsung stands his ground, and the battlefield starts shaking under the barrage. He answers with a purple slash, slicing through the mech's rhythm and forcing its confidence to crack. The machine lunges back, but Jinsung slips in harder, turning the exchange into a brutal close-range rush. Bibi watches the duel from the cockpit, and that smug upgrade finally starts looking like a bad gamble. One eye widens as the system flickers, proving the machine is still alive only because it refuses to quit. Jinsung keeps pressing the attack, each strike making the so-called backline answer feel smaller and smaller. The mech gets hammered back hard, stumbling under the force while BB starts sounding less like a genius and more like a victim of her own plan. She panics and complains about the unfair timing, but nobody in that cockpit is in control anymore. Jinsung drives in again, battering the frame until the whole machine reels like it has lost its footing. By the end, even the machine seems to know the next hit could be the one that sends it crashing down. BB snaps that she predicted the walker's modified parts would be targeted, and smugly insists the fight is already hers. Jinsung slams into the machine anyway, demanding why she pushed this far and calling out her reckless plan. A wounded man shouts about the innocent people piling up, and the argument turns ugly over who is really to blame. Biba's fear finally cracks as she questions how he could spare cartel killers, yet let the wounded die. Jinsung lashes back, confessing he wants to save everyone too. But the battlefield gives him no clean answer. The walker suddenly answers with a brutal blast, proving it is still alive even as the fight goes feral. BB orders the missiles loaded and the Sparrow drones launched, desperately trying to keep her machine in the air. The drones carve through the enemy line, shredding attackers before they can close in. The ruined ambush leaves the cartel fighters screaming that the Imperial bastards turned the walker into a monster. BB panics and screams for retreat, as she admits even now they cannot beat that thing, while the others beg to be saved. Jinsung watches the others run while the wounded man's guilt hangs over the battlefield, and BB's pride finally gives way. Her walker roars back to life with a reckless declaration, proving it is still fighting even as the whole plan starts smelling like a disaster. Missiles streak upward from the machine, and the sky fills with a brutal rain of fire. The blast hammers the enemy line, scattering bodies and turning the ambush into a smoking wreck. Jinsung stares at the destruction, realizing the so-called cartels have been reduced to rubble in seconds. BB spins around in panic as the scale of the attack hits her, and the danger feels bigger than her theory ever allowed. The wounded collapse around Jinsung, and even the survivors beg someone, anyone, to keep them from dying. BB breaks down crying over the carnage, her confidence shredded by the very machine she forced into the fight. Then her confusion deepens as she spots movement through the shattered battlefield, as if the nightmare still has one more trick left. Jinsung stays rigid in the wreckage, already sensing this victory came with a price that is nowhere near paid. BB screams for the barrage to keep going, realizing the stolen walker has turned into a monster. The machine keeps trampling forward through the wreckage, and the battlefield trembles under its weight. Jinsung cuts in, pushing BB to listen before her story can spiral any further. BB refuses to back off, insisting the walker cannot break from the script now. Her blue-eyed stare hardens as she finally names the problem: the walker's modifications. The battlefield lies in blood and ruin as Jinsung starts piecing the truth together. The walker keeps blasting through the chaos while Jinsung realizes the bombing was only the beginning. He tightens his grip and presses the point home, claiming this is exactly how the story changes. The walker erupts with another crushing strike, and BB's control slips even further. BB staggers back, finally cracking as the runaway machine keeps roaring on. The battlefield lies in ruin as the warning lands. Deviating from the story could lead to something far worse. Biba's face tightens, and for the first time, she realizes this mess may be happening because of her. She panics and insists she never meant for any of this to happen, but the damage is already spiraling. Jinsung stares at the chaos ahead, realizing the situation has gone so far it may never be fixed. BB asks what she should do, her fear finally cracking through the bravado she wore so confidently before. She sinks into guilt, realizing she has ruined everything and may have made the disaster permanent. Jinsung cuts through the panic and reminds her it is not too late to choose the right path. BB looks up, shaken by that answer, as if some small part of her still wants to believe him. Jinsung reaches down and pulls her back into the fight, refusing to let her drown in regret. With cold certainty, he drives the point home and makes it clear that this was exactly what she said before. Jinsung stays calm and tells her they can still do their best, even as everything around them feels far beyond repair. BB looks up, tears already threatening to spill, as if that small mercy catches her off guard. The guilt hits harder, and she starts breaking under the weight of how badly the plan has gone wrong. When he pulls her up by the hand, she finally stops acting tough and clings to the fight instead of the regret. Together they stand before the walker's controls, with the machine still looming over the wreckage like a bad idea that somehow became real. BB hovers over the system and worries that switching it off would mean abandoning the only hope left. She admits that staying frozen feels like turning a blind eye, and that even her logic can't silence the unease. Jinsung answers that he can understand the logic, but he still can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. He falls quiet after that, letting the silence do the rest while BB's confidence keeps crumbling. And just like that, The moment hangs between them, with the truth settling in that this mess is still far from over. Bibi grabs Jinsung hard, desperate for him to prove her wrong instead of just burying the mistake. Face to face, she keeps pushing while he watches her confidence crack under the pressure. The walker still looms over the wreckage, looking less like a solution and more like a disaster that survived. Jinsung presses for the truth about the damage, and Bibi scrambles to stay positive before the next problem shows up. He coolly points out that Maywin, the key NPC, and even the walker are still safe, which only makes her hesitate more. Bibi immediately decides the safest move is to retrieve the walker first, though she still fears something may be broken. The moment the battlefield erupts, bodies start flying, and the fight turns savage in a heartbeat. Bibi stumbles through the wreckage, realizing the chaos has already swallowed the battlefield whole. Another fighter gets dropped under the blast of pressure, leaving her to stare at the carnage and keep moving. Bibi drops to a knee beside the fallen, and the wrecked battlefield finally forces the truth to sink in. Bibi grips the broken locket, and the photo inside feels like a cruel reminder of everything this mess cost. Her face crumples as she apologizes, realizing the outcome is far worse than she wanted to believe. She admits she just wanted to save everyone, but the disaster has already gone beyond fixing. Even as she says it cannot be undone, she still tries to shoulder the blame and move forward. Bibi hesitates under his stare, and the silence makes her fear the situation is slipping again. Then the sky fills with incoming bombers, and she jolts in horror at the cartel coming back. One of the raiders screams orders to keep bombing until the walker is completely destroyed, because stealing it was not enough. Jinsung calls out the attack as the confirmation he needed, while the new nightmare keeps closing in. He breaks forward with brutal speed, and Bibi shouts after him in panic as the fight erupts again. The next strike slams through the field, and Bibi is left stunned in the middle of another fresh catastrophe. Jinsung freezes at the new threat ahead, while Bibi is left staring in stunned panic beside the wreckage. A brutal strike lands nearby, and the shock hits Jinsung in the face before he can recover. Another blast tears through the battlefield, the kind of firepower that makes even the boldest fighters flinch. Bibi gets slammed into the dirt as the bombardment keeps chewing through everything around her. Jinsung steadies himself through the smoke, already reading the battlefield and bracing for the next wave. In the distance, Chobung lies battered against the rocks, proving the cartel raid has gone from swagger to disaster. The wounded raider still spits venom through the blood, but the defiance looks pathetic now. Jinsung keeps advancing through the smoke, while the blast behind him makes it clear the attackers are losing control. Bibi lies shattered in the wreckage, realizing too late that her gamble has turned into a fresh catastrophe. Even in the dirt, she reaches for Jinsung again, desperate for him to keep going when everything else has already fallen apart. Jinsung screams for Bibi as another blast slams down, and the cartel's bombardment keeps chewing through the battlefield. The explosion hurls everyone apart, while the fireball swallows the ground where the fight used to have shape. Jinsung and Bibi are both thrown across the wreckage, the blast forcing them into a brutal, helpless spin. More shells crash in, and the battlefield turns into a shaking crater of fire and broken stone. Chobung lies battered in the chaos, his swagger reduced to a bloody grimace nobody can take seriously anymore. The cartel's new air raid catches everyone off guard, and the whole operation starts collapsing for real. Jinsung keeps pushing through the smoke, already realizing this disaster is far from over. Bibi is left face down in the wreckage, finally understanding her gamble has turned into a catastrophe. Even shattered, she still reaches out, desperate for Jinsung to keep moving when everything else is falling apart. Her eye tightens with pain and panic, but the pleading stare makes it clear she is not done yet. The question lands like a trap, and the whole mood turns cold before the choice is even explained. Jinsung still looks unfazed, but the pressure is already pushing him toward an answer. The cruel rule is laid bare. Choose the mission and the lover dies. Choose the lover and the mission fails. He pauses in silence, realizing the game is designed to make every victory feel rotten. Sharon cuts in with a calm, almost smug insistence that duty matters first for a knight. Jinsung does not flinch, but the joke is wearing thin as the weight behind her words sinks in. She doubles down, claiming that love means nothing if the mission is abandoned. Jinsung's stare hardens, and he starts sorting through the logic behind that brutal little doctrine. Sharon keeps pressing the point, making it clear she expects him to accept the sacrifice. At last, he answers with quiet certainty that there is no clean right choice, only what matters most. Bibi keeps smiling through the chaos, still trying to make the choice sound easy. Jinsung moves hard and fast, giving her reckless gamble no room to breathe. The walker answers with a monstrous blast, and the battlefield erupts into pure ruin. Inside the helmet, the operator calmly declares the bombing support unit has finished its mission. The target is confirmed, destroyed, and the shattered machine is already being abandoned. As the dust settles around the tower, the whole disaster finally starts looking real. Jinsung catches his breath. badly beaten but still alert as the aftermath bites back. Bibi comes to on the ground, and Jin-sung stays beside her while she weakly asks if he is leaving too. Her eyes widen when she spots the wreckage, and the last bit of confidence drains away. She stares at the ruined walker and panics, because the thing she bet everything on is gone. Jin-sung stands there bruised and quiet, looking far too calm for someone who just survived a disaster. Bibi stumbles into the next thought, trying to make sense of what went wrong after all that talk about the right flow. The truth hits her hard as she realizes the walker's corruption was the real problem all along. Before she can even finish asking, Jin-sung closes in with the answer and leaves her no room to hide. The machine erupts in golden fury, and whatever was inside it starts tearing the battlefield apart. Through the blast and wreckage, Jin-sung still keeps his footing, calm as ever while chaos burns around him. He faces Bibi at last, and her panic softens when she hears that he has not forgotten their strange little alliance. She finally sees how wrecked everything is, and the confidence she clung to starts crumbling for good. Jin-sung tells her this is as far as it goes, then leaves her with a surprisingly warm farewell. Short as it was, he enjoyed the ride, and now he can only hope she makes it back to reality safely. Bibi is left stunned, still trying to understand why Jin-sung's body is fading away. Then she starts piecing it together, realizing the whole disaster should be fine if those hidden threats truly never arrived. Jin-sung drags the truth out in the middle of the wreckage, admitting he caused the walker mess and the cartel backlash. That confession only makes Bibi break harder, as she blames herself for ruining the story and the machine that was supposed to save them. She desperately offers to take the blame instead, but the panic in her face says she already knows the damage is done. Jin-sung shuts that guilt down and tells her the failure was his choice too, not just hers. For a moment, he even makes it sound like he has no regrets, which only makes the goodbye feel heavier. But then he admits there is one thing he would change, wishing he had shown that same courage long ago. Bibi hears it, and the pain in her eyes softens into something quieter, almost grateful. Even in the fading light, his parting touch stays gentle, and the scene closes on a farewell that feels far too calm for all that bloodshed. Bibi's face crumples under the weight of the disaster, and the guilt finally breaks through. Jin-sung still holds her there, battered but steady, while the whole mess sinks in around them. She blames herself again, shaking apart as the failure feels like it ruined everything. Yet he calmly cuts through that panic and decides the walker is the real problem worth fixing. That resolve hits her hard, because he is already trying to put the story back where it started. Bibi pleads for him to stay, terrified of losing him after losing so many people already. He says nothing, but the silence reads like a final answer before the machine swallows the moment. The walker's gears keep grinding as the failed upgrade pushes it farther into unstable ruin. Bibi trembles over the glowing machine, still fighting to keep her last desperate hope alive. Even then, she keeps reaching, begging the broken machine to hold together one more second. Bibi shakes apart under the pressure, with the failed upgrade, and the timer glaring back like a cruel joke. The walker's countdown starts at an hour, and the whole disaster suddenly feels far more urgent. A second later, the clock already drops to 59 minutes as the machine keeps grinding toward ruin. Jin-sung catches her panic head-on, and Bibi blurts out that the punishment can be taken, while he snaps at her to drop the excuses and deal with the walker. The number terrifies her, and she realizes 1 hour is nowhere near enough to save that wreck. Still, she throws herself back into the work, forcing the inventory screen open and reaching for anything that might keep the machine together. Jin-sung stays brutal and direct, shutting down her hope before she can dress it up as theory, and Bibi finally starts seeing the size of the problem. He turns to leave, making it clear the walker cannot be fixed in an hour, and that answer hits harder than any shouted warning. Bibi keeps digging through the inventory for salvageable parts, clinging to the last scraps of a solution. Even the smug white dog admits time is short, and the repair pile is pitiful, which means the next move has to be fast. Bibi keeps digging through the wrecked machine, but the tiny salvage pile already tells her the truth is ugly. The battlefield aftermath hangs over everyone as the damage piles up, and the repair options look painfully thin. Even the broken keepsake in her hand can only remind her how little she has left to work with. Bibi's face hardens with guilt, but she still refuses to let the walker die here. She grits her teeth and forces the upgrade onward, treating this as her last chance to make things right. The machine answers with a violent burst of power, and her confidence starts slipping the moment it surges. Jin-sung crushes the excuse from the side, and the whole plan begins to feel impossible. Bibi keeps scrambling over the wreckage, realizing determination alone was never going to save this mess. The upgrade buckles again, and her panic spikes as the system starts to tear itself apart. Still, she keeps screaming through the chaos, stubbornly pushing the walker as far as it can go. The wrecked ground still groans under the failed upgrade, and the whole battlefield feels one shove away from collapse. Bibi's little helper keeps barreling through the debris, gathering every usable machine part like the mess might still be salvaged. She calls out the plan from inside the chaos, ordering him to scavenge anything that can still be used. Jinsung pushes back on her desperate hope, warning that fixing that junk fast is absurd, but the choice is already locked in. Bibi refuses to back out, and the two of them keep driving the walker forward anyway, daring the disaster to prove them wrong. The machine answers with another violent surge, and even her bravado starts cracking under the strain. Jinsung keeps hammering the truth into place, forcing her to admit that the control system is falling apart. The walker keeps convulsing as the upgrade buckles, while Bibi scrambles over the wreckage and refuses to stop. At last, the repair plan becomes a real blueprint, with the exterior patched by metal plates and the broken legs replaced by caterpillar tracks. So the broken machine is forced into a new shape, not elegant, not safe, but just stubborn enough to keep moving. Bibi finds the power source still intact, and that tiny mercy keeps the disaster from collapsing completely. Digging through the wreckage, she spots more usable parts than expected and starts grinning through the panic. Her confidence returns for a moment as she insists she can do this, clinging to the repair as the clock keeps ticking. Outside, the battlefield has gone quiet enough to breathe, and the walker's broken shell still looks salvageable. She hovers over the machine and realizes the damage is deeper than it looks, because the timer and shackles are still there. The walker's system finally flickers back alive, and Bibi decides it has to work properly no matter how ugly the fix becomes. Reaching for the controls, she begs the machine to respond, then snaps the walker into startup before hesitation can kill it. The core surges under strain, and the whole frame shudders as the failed upgrade keeps fighting back. Bibi stares at the charging meter, realizing the power is rising fast even if the machine is barely holding together. Still, she keeps the repair alive, and the walker barrels forward on borrowed strength like a monster refusing to die. The walker lurches forward again, its massive frame shaking through the dust as Bibi keeps the repair alive. Her confidence flashes back for a second, because the machine is moving, and that is enough to make her grin. Then the whole thing starts fighting her, and she freezes as the system refuses to behave like a normal repair job. She stares down at the core, realizing the power source is still wrong, and panic starts cutting through her stubborn focus. The pressure spikes, the whole frame groans, and she realizes there is still another battery buried in the center. One hard strike later, the truth hits her at once, and this thing is already too damaged to save cleanly. She fumbles at the shattered core, trying to keep the upgrade together while the machine keeps tearing apart. The damage spreads fast, the mechanism sparks wild, and her expression says the bargain has turned into a disaster. She tries again anyway, but the walker only answers with more smoke, more strain, and more failure. By the end, she is staring at a machine that is no longer repairable, and even she finally has to admit it. Bibi scrambles for the right part, but even she can feel the repair turning weird. Jinsung watches her panic as the core still looks wrong, and the pressure starts to mount. The machine jerks, smokes, and slams apart as the hidden damage refuses to stay buried. Jinsung realizes the core is damaged, and the cartels are already crashing the scene around them. The attackers charge in, brazen enough to mock their survival after that bombardment. Jinsung and Bibi both freeze at the word cartel, because the ambush was never really over. Jinsung keeps pressing for a fix, but the core damage is becoming impossible to deny. Bibi admits the power source is broken, and even her confidence starts slipping. Jinsung pushes for a replacement part, only to find there is no easy answer left. With no parts, no time, and no clean solution, Jinsung finally sees the repair is finished. The broken machine lurches and smokes, its damaged core finally giving up under the strain. Jinsung and the blonde fighter freeze as the boss monster rises, and the Northgate nightmare turns real. Jinsung realizes this fight has gone far beyond the repair, because the monster is already closing in. His face tightens in helpless silence, but he still refuses to accept that this is the end. The ruined core keeps grinding in place, proving there is nothing left to fix. The display flashes a miserable 3-4, and the failed power source only confirms the disaster. The boss monster grins through the lightning and mocks the pair, as if deciding who dies first is a game. Jinsung stares ahead in disbelief, sensing the situation slipping completely out of control. A pistol snaps up in the blonde fighter's hand, and she answers the chaos with a desperate shot. She keeps advancing anyway, cold-eyed and ready, because backing down now would just feed the monster. Bibi clings to Jinsung and insists she will handle the mess, even if the power source has to be fixed later. Jinsung quietly accepts her resolve, knowing this ugly battle still needs one last push. He rejects the comforting talk, because pretending they can afford failure is exactly how everything collapses. Bibi doubles down anyway, swearing she can beat the boss in 3 minutes and repair the power source before he falls. Jinsung locks in, realizing this is his last real chance to keep the whole plan from dying here. The boss snaps back with savage confidence, as if his next blow decides everything. The impact tears through the ground, but Bibi keeps driving the weapon forward without hesitation. She refuses to break, pushing through the lightning and pressure as the whole battlefield shakes apart. Even then, she still vows not to give up, because backing down now would mean letting the monster win. Bibi keeps the cannon roaring, and blue blasts tear straight through the chaos. The monster laughs through the barrage, still swinging back like brute force alone can end it. Yet the shots slip through anyway, and Jinsung realizes there is barely any time left. Bibi gets hurled off balance, but she keeps pushing forward instead of braking. The attackers try to seize the opening, thinking her without the mech would be helpless. Bibi answers by diving back into the fight, refusing to let them corner her. One savage kick sends an enemy flying, and the whole clash starts spinning out. The boss crushes in harder, but Bibi still drives the weapon through the pressure. Then the battlefield caves in around them, and even the monster starts taking real damage. Bibi screams for Jinsung as the last burst explodes, and the fight reaches its breaking point. Bibi gets shoved into a brutal clinch, still refusing to give up ground. The attacker strains against her pressure, but he's already losing the exchange. She tears through him with a point-blank blast, turning his confidence into panic. Even battered, Bibi keeps the pressure on, and the fight keeps spilling open. The timer drops to 1 minute and 30 seconds, and the situation turns even uglier. She gasps through the bleeding, realizing her potions are gone and time is running out. Bibi answers anyway, driving a savage kick into the enemy and sending him flying. Her strike keeps rolling forward, battering the foe before he can recover. She roars through the strain and unleashes another burst, refusing to let the clash die. The last impact lands hard, and the battlefield keeps cracking under her desperate counterattack. Bibi tears into him at point-blank range, and his confidence starts collapsing under the blast. Jinsung screams through the lightning as she keeps the pressure mercilessly on. He lunges back through the crackling force, still trying to force the fight open. She snaps at his resistance, then drives another crushing shot straight through the chaos. The impact slams him down hard, and even his body starts losing ground. Jinsung barely rises before another burst catches him mid-recovery. Bibi refuses to back off, pouring more power into the machine as the clash turns savage. The barrage keeps hammering him, and the battlefield shakes under the non-stop impact. She pushes through the strain and lands yet another punishing hit, all but refusing to let him breathe. Jinsung roars back with raw fury, even as the fight keeps tearing him apart. Jinsung catches the lightning-breaking opening and turns the monster's own force back on it. Bibi barrels in beside him, twisting the fight into a reckless joint assault. The brute's face hardens in shock as the plan starts slipping out of its hands. Bibi thanks Taco and keeps spinning through the air, still grinning through the chaos. Jinsung drives in again, landing another punishing shot that rattles the beast. The monster staggers, snarling as the attacks keep coming from both sides. Jinsung's glare sharpens, and he realizes the boss is finally starting to crack. Bibi springs back into the fray, pressing the advantage without giving him room to breathe. The monster gets hit from every direction, its confidence collapsing into panic. Jinsung and Bibi keep the pressure on until the beast is left choking under the barrage. Bibi gets blasted sideways, and for a split second the boss thinks the tide is turning. She snaps back in, driving another hit into the monster before it can escape the pressure. The counterstrike hits hard, and Bibi cries out as the fight starts to punish her. The brute snarls through the pain, deciding to turn the whole thing into a slow, ugly kill. Its face twists with fury as the damage keeps piling up and the confidence starts to crack. Bibi keeps surging through the chaos, refusing to let the monster breathe. The beast lashes out again, but the barrage only drags it deeper into the trap. Mocking her weakness, it hangs onto the upper hand and treats her resistance like a joke. Even then, the clock keeps ticking down, and the battle is now running on borrowed seconds. That shrinking timer makes one thing clear. This fight is about to explode again. Jinsung's eye sharpens through the pain, and he realizes the opening is finally coming. The brute lunges in snarling, but Bibi keeps the pressure on and refuses to let it breathe. Her grin turns feral as she calls the distraction enough to keep the plan alive. The machine slams into the monster, and the fight starts breaking at the seams. The beast recoils, still raging, but the counterstrike keeps dragging it deeper into trouble. Bibi gets mauled in the chaos, yet she keeps shoving the battle forward anyway. From inside the wrecked cockpit, she confirms the trap worked exactly as expected. Jinsung drives in close and reads the monster's rhythm before it can recover. The battered blonde steadies herself, still locked on the fight and refusing to fold. Even now, the lingering stare says the battle is not over yet. Bibi shouts for Taco to rip off the shoulder armor and buy time, while the monster's bulk keeps grinding forward. Jinsung spots the exposed power source and realizes that arm is linked to the walker's own core. The same energy confirms his suspicion, and the ugly little secret behind the machine starts making sense. Bibi hauls up the part she needs, pushing the repair gamble even as the battlefield shakes around her. The whole system surges into a fresh boost, and for one sharp second it looks like the trap might actually hold. Bibi yells for Taco to run, but the beast crashes back in and slams the fight into the dirt. The monster keeps mauling her as she braces herself, bloodied and stubborn, refusing to let the plan die here. Even under that pressure, she snarls at the trick and keeps the walker's power driving forward. The machine fires back with a brutal burst, and the fight snaps into a desperate exchange of raw power. Bibi answers with a final blaze, determined to burn the monster and its junk to ash before it can recover. Bibi is already bloodied, but she keeps driving the walker's system forward with grim stubbornness. The boss crashes back in and answers with a brutal strike, trying to bury her under sheer force. The machine fires back hard, sending the monster flying as the battle swings into a desperate counterpush. For a heartbeat, the system stabilizes, and the upgraded firepower looks like it might actually hold. Then the monster surges in again, mauling her from point-blank range and crushing the momentary hope. Bibi refuses to fold, snarling through the pain as she keeps forcing the weapon's power to stay online. The walker unleashes another massive blast, and the fight snaps into a raw exchange of power. Its display flashes an error, a nasty reminder that the upgrade is cracking apart under the strain. Even so, the system lurches back into motion with clear signs that the machine is barely hanging together. Bibi keeps pressing the final barrage anyway, determined to burn the monster down before the whole thing tears apart. The upgraded machine slams the monster back, and for a brief second, the battlefield feels like it might finally swing their way. Bibi's victory grin barely lasts before the beast lunges again and mauls her at point-blank range. She bites through the pain and keeps forcing the walker online, refusing to let the system collapse just yet. Another thunderous blast tears out of the machine, and the monster answers with raw force instead of backing off. The screen flashes an error, a nasty reminder that the upgrade is cracking apart under pressure. Even so, the battered walker lurches onward while the three of them stare at the wrecked battlefield and the smoking machine. The white dog hovers nearby as the others look out over the ruined ground, already sensing the fight has turned into something bigger. Bibi starts pressing the next point, but her confidence is gone now that the machine's failure is impossible to ignore. Jinsung turns toward her question, and his silence says enough before he even answers. He admits he cannot answer cleanly, because even he is no longer sure where the right line really is. Did he do the right thing? The question hangs over Jinsung as the sunset settles behind the battlefield. His purple eye narrows, and the guilt hits hard enough to silence even his usual confidence. Amid the drifting petals, he faces the damaged afterglow of the fight, and still cannot decide where the line was. The silence deepens, and for once the exhausted fighter looks less like a hero than a man weighing regret. At last he answers with a tired thanks, already choosing to carry the burden instead of running from it. He keeps his back turned to the ruin, leaving the aftermath behind with a calm that hides how much it cost. When he looks back, the decision is clearer, at least in his own mind, because he refuses to regret it. The scene shifts to the expedition's tents, where the wounded are still being moved, and the dead have become the real price of survival. Even the quiet camp cannot shake the weight of that loss, and the battlefield's cruelty still lingers in every corner. So the victory feels hollow, because sending wounded soldiers back into the fire was never going to be a clean choice. Ashamed, the commander admits she was the worst at the job, while the fighter beside her coolly says there had been no choice. Her regret deepens as she starts blaming the commander-in-chief, calling the strategy pathetic and wishing someone stronger had been there. Then the messenger bursts in with the impossible news. The adventurer reclaimed the walker, and the mission somehow succeeded. The commander reels, asking if that can really be true, as the report keeps piling on and the room starts to wake up. The messenger confirms they had returned, and the sudden arrival of allies in the doorway makes the whole claim feel real. One glance later, the fighter in glasses realizes who the news is about, and the old trust issues come rushing back. By the next day, the camp has settled into uneasy calm, with everyone gathered around while the shame of that mission still hangs in the air. The report turns grimly practical, because the North Gate survival came only after the adventurer, and Jinsung dragged the walker back in time. Warjack's defeat explains why the enemy pulled back across the gorge, and the whole retreat suddenly makes ugly sense. Even the bystanders can only stare at that verdict, because the battle was won, but the cost of getting there still stings. The camp settles into an awkward lull, with Jinsung standing between Bibi and the dark-haired woman as the tension finally thins. Bibi pieces it together first, realizing the walker situation has somehow stopped spiraling and the story has returned to its original track. The dark-haired woman keeps the news light, brushing off the chaos like the worst of it already passed. Bibi admits the lines sound familiar, Then the walker's role in restoring the route becomes impossible to ignore. Jinsung takes the good news with dry amusement, already acting like the disaster just barely earned him a meal. Bibi hesitates, then brings up yesterday's visitor and the victory banquet invitation hanging over the whole conversation. Jinsung pauses at the mention of Bibi, clearly caught off guard by how personal the invitation sounds. Bibi asks if he really ought to go, and for once she looks more nervous than excited. Her confidence wavers completely, and she starts wondering whether this banquet is a reward or a trap in disguise. Jinsung only smirks through the silence, looking far too pleased to let her panic last. The banquet hall comes into view as the little guide rushes ahead, and Jinsung grumbles at being dragged along again. A blast of memory follows, and the white-haired gunslinger's warning settles in like a lesson he refuses to ignore. He decides caution is the smarter play now, since surviving one disaster does not mean the next one will be harmless. When the talk turns to purification, he figures the same mistake probably will not repeat itself so easily. Jinsung remembers the gunslinger speaking like this before, and wonders whether he has already helped other adventurers this way. The thought drifts to the right flow and purification, as if the corruption needs to be read before it can be beaten. Jinsung finally asks the real question, while the woman on the bridge draws him back into the subject of corruption. She answers with a calm that almost makes the danger feel manageable, and he listens instead of joking this time. Then he asks what corruption actually is, and the silence that follows says plenty. Even so, he accepts the ugly truth, deciding that if this person saved him, then she has earned his trust. Bibi finally understands that corruption means the story has gone off script, and that realization hits hard. She stands there, staring after the explanation, while Jinsung's warning about the mission still hangs in the air. For a moment, the silence says enough, and she keeps listening instead of throwing another excuse around. Jinsung decides caution is wiser now, because one disaster already proved how ugly the next one can get. He also remembers that this kind of corruption is something worth pursuing, not ignoring. The memory of his earlier talk with the gunslinger returns, and he starts wondering how many adventurers that man has quietly helped. Bibi watches him from the bridge, sensing he is no ordinary adventurer and still moving with that strange, careful purpose. He keeps his focus on the flow of corruption, treating it like a pattern that has to be read before it can be beaten. Bibi turns away down the bridge, and he follows the line of her departure without relaxing for a second. Even as she wonders whether he will keep chasing corruption, he seems ready to do exactly that. She reaches back with tears in her eyes, sounding like she is being abandoned at the worst possible moment. Her expression tightens into silence, and the whole mood turns strangely uncertain. The sky stays bright and innocent, but the unease only grows heavier. Jinsung stands before the doorway, and that tiny pause already feels like trouble. The next instant hits like a shock, and even his body seems to lock up at what he sees. A banquet spread appears so absurdly lavish that it feels almost insulting. The table keeps filling with ridiculous dishes, and the whole room starts looking like a feast for nobles. Jinsung and the others freeze in disbelief, while even the little creature seems smug about the madness. The reveal goes even further, turning the meal into a top-class meat parade nobody expected. By then, the only reaction left is raw amazement, because this feast is clearly not normal. Jinsung nearly loses his composure at the first bite, while Bibi stares at the meat like the feast has already broken her pride. He tries to act cultured, but the absurd spread keeps tempting everyone into barbaric behavior anyway. The silence says everything, because even Jinsung realizes this banquet is far too lavish to be normal. Bibi finally steps in and says everyone should start eating, only for the table to descend into a total food fight. Utensils get ignored, plates get wrecked, and the whole elegant meal turns into a messy spectacle. Jinsung keeps devouring the food and admits he would never get a meal like this anywhere else. Bibi hesitates, then starts explaining that the sparrow drone could handle a knife for close combat. Jinsung immediately latches onto the idea of modifications outside the system and asks how she learned that. Bibi answers that another possessed person told her, and Jinsung realizes she means someone different from a young. Her mention of another possessed person leaves him stunned, and the shadow of that mystery hangs over the room. The banquet hall feels too refined to be accidental, and the man from behind finally greets the supposed heroes. Jinsung and Bibi both freeze for a beat, each trying to figure out who this polished stranger really is. The elegant hostess steps in beside him and formally introduces Jinsung to the Empire's regent. Yahello Jurgen reveals himself, and the title alone makes the whole table feel a little more important. Bibi nearly loses her composure, realizing the regent is far above a simple dinner guest, while Jinsung keeps chewing like the world still owes him supper. Yahello downplays the praise and politely tells everyone the banquet was prepared for them, but the tension under the courtesy never really leaves. Jinsung casually asks for more food, and the others start circling toward the real reason they were summoned. Yahello tries to move the discussion along, but the table keeps buzzing with curiosity instead of respect. Jinsung tosses off a dry remark about having already tried the meal, making the regent's patience look almost too refined for the room. The final seat stays empty as Yahello notes that one more guest of honor still has not arrived. Gent Harbor finally comes alive as Imperial supplies roll in, and the dockworkers rush to unload everything before the whole shipment clogs the pier. Even the letters arrive with the cargo, sending Dan and Fiona scrambling while the harbor noise starts feeling almost too cheerful. Then Bloody Ghost Night breaks that mood completely, choking up as he hears the news and admits he still wants to see his mother. The teasing only sharpens the sting when the focus drops to a shattered red seal, making it clear something precious has already been ruined. A memory of Emily flashes back like a cruel reward, all bright smiles and softness, before the truth underneath it starts creeping in. White-haired man reels in silence, and the ugly realization lands hard enough to make him question whether Emily is truly dead. Back at the banquet, the table gets demolished by appetite, while the guests keep eating like the end of the world, can wait a few more bites. Yahello stays gracious through all of it, politely saying the food was made for them while the room keeps circling the real reason for the feast. His calm only makes the tension stranger, because everyone can feel there is still one honored guest missing from the table, and that missing seat hangs over the whole gathering like a warning, turning the banquet into something a lot less friendly than it first looked. Chobung keeps stuffing himself, already acting like the feast belongs to him, while the last guest warning hangs in the air. The black-coated gunslinger steps in cold and silent, and that carefree mood starts cracking fast. Chobung blurts out an apology for being late, still trying to play it off like this is a normal dinner. Jinsung turns toward the newcomer as the room freezes, and even the swaggering fool starts sweating. Von Weilestedt finally cuts in, calmly announcing his title and making the whole table sit up straighter. Jinsung only stares back in silence, already realizing this banquet has turned into something far bigger than food. The blast of confusion keeps spreading as the seated fighters brace for whatever this newcomer means. Von holds his ground while the tension sharpens, and the room settles into a wary, dangerous quiet. The gunslinger's parting words land like a warning, and the banquet mood goes from awkward to grim in a heartbeat. Jinsung watches him go, knowing the real conversation has only just begun. The white-haired gunslinger finally leaves the banquet, and his parting line lands like a final warning nobody dares laugh at. With him gone, the room slips back into that strange meal, where the real topic is already shifting from dinner to a celestial realm quest. Jinsung stares ahead, realizing too late that this was never a simple banquet, just another trap wearing polite clothes. The tension crawls higher, as he worries the guests might actually turn on him before the night ends. Bond's calm explanation only makes things worse, because everyone can feel the room turning from awkward to dangerous. Jinsung stays silent, still trying to process why the gunslinger's farewell felt more like a verdict than a goodbye. Bibi keeps talking through the tension, and the story turns grim as Arid's chaos is tied to a string of monsters called apostles. Jinsung pushes for answers, while Bibi looks rattled by the thought that those same apostles exist in the lower world too. The dark-haired woman cuts in with the ugly truth, admitting that a monster appeared in the celestial realm years ago. That confession hangs over the table, and suddenly the banquet feels less like a meal and more like a warning from history itself. The warning finally takes shape. Anton is no ordinary beast, but a mountain-sized disaster devouring everything around him. His monstrous form is laid bare, and the name Anton lands like a bad omen nobody at the table can shrug off. A blonde girl panics as she explains that he is holed up inside the Empire's industrial core, draining its power dry. Yahello coolly adds that the cartel's already seized the opening, leaving the defenders with almost nothing to work with. The trap only gets uglier as the enemy exploits that weakness and turns the whole route into a crisis. Blood stains the stairway below, proof that the battlefield has already started paying the price. Amid the wreckage, he blames his own inadequacy, but the soldiers' sacrifices keep piling up anyway. Even the gratitude sounds hollow now, because the only thing left behind is another body on the floor. Boots hit the stone as the survivors keep moving, but the path ahead feels more like a funeral march. And with every step away from the banquet, the situation grows clearer. This was never a warning. It was the start of a war. Dan bursts in with the warning that cartel forces are gathering at the North Gate again. Bibi and the others freeze, because the attack is already being set in motion. Jinsung cuts through the panic and keeps the room from spiraling completely. The white-haired gunslinger then steps in like the whole mess is beneath him. Even the dark-haired noble keeps her cool, while quietly taking in how ugly this has become. His ring flashes as he brushes off the chaos and leaves the burden on the Emperor's order. Around the table, the blonde boy and the white-haired woman start moving too, not daring to linger. The gunslinger stays as calm as ever, almost amused by how quickly everyone is rattled. With the handoff complete, he turns away and keeps the room moving toward departure. And just like that, The pressure settles into a cold, uneasy march forward. Jin-sung jolts at the shocking sight, realizing this ugly detour is already spiraling beyond reason. He charges forward through the chaos, while the others blur past him in a frantic rush. Bloody Ghost Knight drifts in with a lazy jab, and Jin-sung snaps back, already sick of the nonsense. The knight keeps mocking the debate, but Jin-sung refuses to waste time on anything less urgent. Jin-sung pushes harder, calling out the enemy's name and forcing the conversation into dangerous territory. Bloody Ghost Knight shrugs off the warning and insists the real problem is even worse than anyone guessed. Jin-sung finally catches the name Bon Wailestet, and the realization hits that this man has heard news of his fiancée. Bon answers with cold composure, brushing off the mess and ordering everyone to clean up and head home. The white-haired stranger keeps the Emperor's order close, and even that calm front can't hide how extreme the truth really is. Jin-sung stares ahead in silence, as the mention of apostles makes the whole situation feel far more sinister. Jin-sung drops a grim name from the celestial realm, but his focus stays cold and narrow on the apostle threat. The warning keeps sliding toward Ban's power, and the whole idea of an apostle suddenly feels far less theoretical. Jin-sung cuts into the chaos, blasting forward as a monster crashes in and the battlefield turns savage. The brute gets slammed down hard, and for a second the fight looks almost embarrassingly one-sided. A strange little creature rushes in, and the whole scene twists into something absurdly personal. It hovers over Jin-sung like it already owns the conversation, acting as if finding him was the easy part. Then it brags that the gun he wanted is already done, which only makes the whole thing feel more suspiciously convenient. Bibi lights up with reckless excitement, stunned that her work actually came alive instead of exploding. The machine starts moving, Jin-sung and Melvin staring as the upgrade finally proves it can function. Even with that success, the little menace keeps nagging them forward, proud of having made the whole masterpiece work overtime. Bibi frets over the sticky residue, already suspicious the finished weapon is hiding something. Her eyes widen as she realizes the upgrade is real, not another one of her disasters. Jin-sung takes the gun and Bibi practically glows, amazed that Melvin's scrap became a unique grade weapon. She proudly shows off the GT 9600 machine gun, beaming like she just made a miracle. Riding that excitement, Bibi thanks Mr. Melvin and starts looking for the next thing to build. The white dog storms in again, furious that the cartel turned its masterpiece into a rag. It keeps ranting that whoever ruined it better hide, while Jin-sung watches the chaos with a tired face. Bibi notices Melvin is gone, then hurries Jin-sung toward the north gate before the next crisis spreads. Suddenly softer, she asks if they are going to the next dungeon together, as if hoping he will stay. Jin-sung answers without hesitation, promising they will go together and keeping the moment strangely warm. Bibi watches Jin-sung head off with the white dog's obnoxious enthusiasm still hanging in the air. He smirks through the moment, deciding to stick with Bibi's quest until he can sort out the corruption. Before that can settle, Bibi gets dragged into the machine setup and the situation starts moving again. The white dog immediately barges back in, barking orders like the whole world has to hurry up. Jin-sung stares back, baffled by the dog's ridiculous pace and the way it keeps acting like a foreman. Bibi blushes and starts fidgeting, looking way too excited for someone who just caused another disaster. Nearby, the workshop clutter and scattered papers show how quickly the enhancement job has already turned messy. The machine comes online, swallowing bodies and parts in a sickly green glow as the process kicks into gear. Jin-sung gets pulled deeper into the strange chamber, sensing this upgrade is anything but normal. At last, the whole contraption settles around him, and he realizes the next fight is already starting inside the machine. Giselle Logan savors the victory, mocking the fools who still think they have won. He dismisses the warjacks as trash, then reveals the GT 9600 was only stolen blueprint work. With his hands folded behind him, he stays calm, almost pleased, as the scheme keeps unfolding. One step forward, and the killing intent finally starts moving with him. The warjacks surge in, but the slaughter only seems to amuse him more. Giselle Logan laughs at the thought of revenge, already picturing those Ghent bastards brought low. Then he bears the name behind the madness, calling himself the greatest genius of the Empire. Beyond Ghent's Northgate Canyon, the bamboo forest waits like the perfect place for a massacre. The battlefield erupts into blood and steel as enemies are ripped apart under the sudden assault. By the end, he is still grinning, ready to make everyone kneel before his genius. Blue fire tears through the bamboo forest, and the cartel raid starts falling apart in an instant. In the wreckage, the gunslinger stands over the bodies while the survivors gasp for breath. Blood on his face, he looks colder than the battlefield around him, already done with the slaughter. The Iron Wolf Knight reports the east side cleared, but the exhausted fighters know even victory is starting to feel excessive. The gunslinger dismisses the warning and keeps moving, too calm to bother with anyone's nerves. Hartz von Kruger finally snaps, calling out how this has become the third battle already, with Jinsung still handling everything alone. Jinsung brushes off the praise and points to the corruption, realizing something is interfering with the fight itself. Bibi locks up as the explanation turns ugly, and the shadow behind her makes the threat feel even worse. The card in her hand proves the corruption's originator has been meddling directly in the situation. And just like that, the truth lands. Bibi was never dealing with a normal upgrade problem, but a cursed setup from the start. The card's evidence finally exposes the ugly truth. Lotus was corrupted in the Behemoth chapter, and this was never a clean upgrade. Jinsung stares through the panic and starts connecting the dots, realizing corruption has returned in a way that should not be possible. The blonde fighter snaps at him anyway, while the stubborn vice-captain gets shoved face-first into the same ugly argument. Jinsung cuts through the noise and brings the fight back to the real problem, forcing everyone to face the corruption behind it. Bibi freezes under that pressure, and the shadow behind her makes her failed theory look even more pathetic. The room turns into a messy banquet standoff, with the old tension hanging over everything like bad weather. Bibi starts blaming Jinsung for every strange disaster around him, but he does not let the accusation rattle him for long. He keeps pressing her instead, demanding the actual reason the victory banquet and this cursed setup are tied together. Bibi finally breaks and admits the obvious. Something has been messing with the entire process from the start. Jinsung accepts the answer with cold calm, and even the strangest onlookers can see the fight has already shifted beyond Bibi's control. Under the burning sky, the white-haired gunslinger leaves the warning hanging, and Van's impatience starts sounding dangerous. Jinsung says nothing, but that hard stare says enough. The battlefield has already become a race against corruption. He realizes Van cannot be allowed to keep swinging between saving the war and dying alone, so the corruption has to be stopped now. While all that hangs over the mission, the cartel supply warehouse sits hidden in the bamboo like a quiet little headache. Inside the compound, armed guards hold their posts, unaware the raid is already closing around them. Jinsung slips into position and coolly lays out the real objective, and nobody around him looks ready to argue. He spells it out without blinking. Seize the cartel supplies first, then wipe out every force guarding the place. The others move with it at once, and even the gunslinger's next step feels less like hesitation than execution. Jinsung launches in with brutal speed, and the raid turns from a plan into a massacre in seconds. By the time the blood starts flying, the cartel line is already breaking, and the whole warehouse defense is collapsing. Bibi spots Yan running off alone again, and the whole warehouse raid starts feeling uglier by the second. The guards finally notice the intruders, but it is already too late for their little warning. Jinsung and Bibi burst forward together as the hunt turns from a search into a full-on chase. They cut through the wrecked corridor, leaving broken defenders and scattered bodies behind them. Jinsung notices the valuable parts scattered everywhere, while Bibi keeps pushing him not to lose focus. He spots signs of a battle ahead and realizes Van has already slipped deeper into the compound. Then Giselle's guardians crash in, and the warehouse suddenly turns into a slaughterhouse. Jinsung keeps driving through the chaos while the cyborgs start dropping one after another. The remaining guardians reveal themselves as Dr. Giselle's protectors, but that only makes them sound more disposable. Jinsung answers with overwhelming force, and the last intruders are already breaking under the pressure. Bibi finally gets to unleash the machine gun properly, and the smug opening shot already says trouble is about to get ugly. She sprays the corridor with relentless fire, pinning the charge down before it can recover. The beast barrels in anyway, shrugging off the barrage and forcing the clash into point-blank brutality. Bibi gets overwhelmed for a second, but Jinsung keeps the pressure on until the monster starts breaking. The creature snarls in panic as he drags it down, and Bibi stumbles in shock at how fast the fight turns. Jinsung hammers the brute again while Bibi scrambles back, finally realizing this thing is not going to fold easily. The monster grabs her machine gun, and Bibi's confidence cracks the moment it starts slipping from her hands. Jinsung spots the opening and lunges back in, cutting through the confusion before the beast can regain control. Bibi's panic spikes as the fight keeps collapsing around her, and the monster surges forward one last time. Jinsung answers with a vicious finish, blasting through the opening while Bibi can only stare in disbelief. Bibi rushes in with wild confidence, already too excited to notice the trouble building around her. The momentum flips fast as she gets thrown hard, and the fight stops feeling cute. Jinsung stays locked in, reading her panic before she can recover. He tears through the opening with brutal speed, leaving the monster no room to breathe. The beast keeps crashing back, but his shots shredded into a coughing, broken heap. Bibi finally realizes the thing is separating instead of breaking, and her smugness starts cracking. She calls out to Jinsung in disbelief, stunned that the twin pistols actually came from this disaster. He answers dryly while the fire dies down, as if the whole miracle was obvious from the start. The leftover chaos only makes Bibi more stunned, because the upgrade has turned into a joke with a price. And just when she thinks the moment is over, even the smug little troublemaker is still there, pushing the next move. The bloodstained doorway says enough already. Something ugly has happened here. A fallen body lies nearby as the eerie green light keeps spilling across the wreckage. The gunslinger picks up a confidential file and starts reading the disaster's real name. Project UM7 Electron hits him hard, and the warning behind it suddenly feels very real. His expression sharpens as he realizes he needs to find whoever built this thing. Without wasting another second, he turns and breaks into a run through the corridor. Even in motion, he stays unnervingly calm, already tracking the next lead. The coat's emblem flashes as he keeps moving, like the answer is still one step ahead. He suddenly calls out to Emily, catching her at the far end of the hall. Her legs stop at the sound, and the chase finally snaps into its next target. Emily von Kruger freezes mid-sparkle as someone calls her Van's fiancé, and the tease lands with suspiciously perfect timing. She questions why his back so soon, while the man in the imperial coat calmly acts like nothing has changed except her surprise. Then he spots the knight insignia on his neck and starts puffing himself up, clearly loving the attention a little too much. Emily catches on, realizing he's not just any knight, and her excitement starts creeping into the confusion. He smugly confirms it, claiming the title of knight captain like it is a badge made for showing off. Emily lights up at the word captain, already realizing this changes the whole game. He doubles down, bragging that he's the Empire's strongest knight, and enjoying every second of her stunned reaction. Emily stands there speechless, clearly trying to process how far his ego has already run away from him. Leaning closer, he keeps talking like her future status is only a matter of time, and his confidence gets even more ridiculous. By the end, he is still grinning as he calls out her name again, while Emily stares back, fully caught in his pace. He jolts awake in the rain, battered and confused, as if the battle had dragged him back from a dream. His gloved hand twitches, and the question hits him hard enough to make him wonder when he even fell asleep. Lying in the wreckage, he slowly pieces it together and remembers the fight all over again. By the time he stands, the haze is gone, replaced by that tired, stubborn focus he wears so well. Even with his face still bloodied, he turns at the sound of approaching footsteps and keeps himself steady. His allies rush in, panicking over his condition, while he barely has time to register their concern. Fiona cuts straight to the report, saying the cartel was wiped out with no allied deaths, though 37 are wounded. Hearing that the losses stayed light, he moves on at once, but Fiona still insists he got hit hard and needs to rest. She keeps pushing him to treat his injuries first, reminding him he has barely slept for days. He still refuses to slow down, and even a worried shove cannot keep him from pushing forward. The battered man keeps taunting the fallen girl, and she can only gasp under the pressure. She calls for the captain, but the older fighter is already tearing into her weak excuse. His contempt only sharpens as he mocks her for wanting rest after failing her duty. The wounded girl finally tries to answer, only for another hard voice to cut her off. The knight snaps back, demanding whether she can even keep herself together, much less act like a proper fighter. She reaches for help as the blow lands, and the exchange turns from insult to genuine concern. The grim fighter checks on her, then hears that a message has come from Ghent Defense Headquarters. With the report clearly urgent, he orders the messenger to move quickly instead of lingering here. Even then, he still tells the injured to clean up and look in a mirror before rushing off. The scene settles on his hard stare, as if even the mess on his face cannot hide how serious this has become. Blood and rain blur together as the wounded man lies stunned, and a cold voice tells him to look at himself. The filthy emblem on his chest makes the insult land harder, because whatever happened here was no ordinary beating. Elsewhere, the storm bamboo route opens to a hidden camp, and the silence only makes the setup feel worse. Inside the tent, the team gathers around the monster's remains, as the ugly truth starts surfacing. Jin-sung connects the dots first, realizing Giselle Logan was behind the cartel and its twisted creations. That name hits hard, and the others immediately want to know just what kind of monster he really is. The answer comes cruel and clear. He was once one of the 7 shards, but the kind of petty genius who made trouble everywhere. As the story deepens, even the faces around the table start hardening, because this mess runs far beyond one dead beast. The corpse on the floor is only the proof, and the real horror is that Giselle's handiwork still keeps spreading. With everyone rattled, the hidden corruptor's shadow still hangs over the whole mess, and the fight is far from over. Jin-sung stares at the thing and realizes this is no ordinary monster. The ugly truth lands next. It was built by synthesizing human and animal DNA. Cho-bung nearly panics, but the explanation only gets stranger as the cloning process comes up. White-haired gunman listens in silence, reading the room with unsettling calm. The next detail hits even harder when they realize the samples carry a full-body blueprint. Jin-sung pushes for something simpler, and the answer still comes out like mad science. Chobung finally spells it out in a way even he can stomach. If a strand of hair exists, the body can be copied. The calm breaks for a moment as the white-haired man's presence sharpens the tension again. Jinsung points straight at the core of it, and the clone explanation starts sounding dangerously real. And just like that, the creepier part arrives. Because this man claims he can clone an entire body. Thunder cracks over the bamboo forest beyond Ghent Canyon, like the whole place is warning them to turn back. White-haired man studies the cloning ring, already wondering how far this madness can go. The more Jinsung pushes, the uglier the answer gets, and dead bodies start sounding like usable material. That realization hits hard enough to drain the color from his face. Then the memory snaps back to the bamboo forest, where the pursuit begins and the slaughter is already waiting. Imperial warriors charge in, shouting for the Empire to advance as the ambush turns ferocious. Their confidence lasts seconds before the enemy fire tears through the line and leaves bodies tumbling. Even so, the attack keeps rolling forward, treating the cartel as nothing but vermin to be wiped from the Empire. The fighters push deeper through the bloodied chaos, refusing to let the trap recover for even a second. By the end, the battlefield is nothing but fire, fury, and a beast-like figure grinning through the wreckage. The bamboo path erupts as the fighters scream for the princess and hurl themselves into the slaughter. One brutal swing after another drops the front line, and the ambush starts swallowing the confident ones whole. Even battered, the vanguard keeps pushing, still acting like the princess is worth burning the forest for. A purple flash cuts the charge apart, and the enemy finally realizes this is no ordinary skirmish. Amid the wreckage, Blonde Fighter tears in deeper, calling out for Giselle as if he already knows the real target. The bloodthirsty rush only gets uglier, and the intruders keep falling while the path turns into a meat grinder. Jinsung drives through the bodies without slowing, while the others are left scrambling to keep up. Then the gunslinger and BB keep the momentum alive, still shouting for the princess as the fight refuses to die. The last stretch turns chaotic, with allies and enemies crashing down together in a blur of pain and panic. By the end, the blonde fighter is gasping in the wreckage, but the battle is still far from over. The first strike lands hard, and the smug rush starts stalling before it can turn into a real victory. A hand tightens around the weapon as the enemy swears to crush them all and drag the masterpiece into the fight. The machine answer slams back through the battlefield, and the whole clash starts shaking under the force. Even then, the white-haired fighter keeps tearing through the chaos, hunting down Giselle with brutal focus. One dying knight screams for Fiona to run, begging her to survive as the wreckage closes in. Jinsung's eye sharpens, and the next realization hits before the battle can breathe. Iron Wolf's name comes through the smoke, but the machine still refuses to back down. The fight surges again, and the gunslinger keeps cutting through it with cold, effortless precision. Another blast tears across the field, leaving the battlefield cracked open and barely holding together. By the end, the pressure only gets uglier, and the fighter keeps standing while the disaster keeps spreading. The blow lands hard enough to make the whole battlefield lurch, and even the machine keeps stumbling under the impact. BB and Jinsung surge back in together, locking onto Giselle's position as the chaos finally gives them an opening. The white-haired veteran loses his temper completely, screaming at the disaster and at the fools caught in it. Jinsung hammers the point home as the hunt turns personal, while BB answers with the stubborn confidence of someone still trying to save the story. BB triggers the Battleroid's target lock, and the machine starts lining up the hidden enemy with grim precision. The blast tears through the field, shredding the battlefield around the gunslinger and blowing the fight wide open. Jinsung and BB both take the shockwave, but neither gets thrown off their feet for long. The machine starts rearing up over the wreckage as the white-haired man scrambles through the collapsing battlefield. A furious close-up follows, with the veteran staring straight through the chaos like he still refuses to fall. Then the pressure peaks, and the gunslinger keeps walking through the wreckage like the whole disaster already belongs to him. The white-haired man stays frozen in the aftermath, staring into the ring as the strange energy keeps swirling. Fiona is finally found alive, and the relief hits hard as the rescue chatter turns into panic. Jinsung and BB regroup in the bamboo, with her drone still searching while the doctor remains out of reach. A grizzled veteran mutters that everyone looks awful, then blames the mess on Van's reckless advance. Jinsung presses on, and BB admits the search is failing because the bamboo ruins every trace. He immediately realizes the battlefield itself erased the trail, leaving only wreckage behind. BB spots the black little guide, and, in a rare burst of confidence, orders it to lead the way. The ring is overflowing with apostle energy, which means the hidden enemy has already left its stain everywhere. BB snaps that he should not call her that, but the argument only proves the strange bond is working. Even now, the party keeps moving, because stopping would mean letting the real culprit vanish again. The chase kicks off in the bamboo as the group spots their target and moves out together. The veteran snaps an order to follow them, keeping the pursuit tight and ugly. He decides the battle there is still unfinished, and sends them after the captain instead. If the captain gets cornered, the plan is simple enough. Back the adventurer and force him down. Jin-sung lunges in close, demanding to know whether a human can really be copied perfectly. The white-haired madman laughs at the grotesque idea and needles him about losing someone precious. Jin-sung keeps pressing, and the real question lands hard: whether the copy is meant to replace the dead. The answer only gets nastier as the freak starts teasing him about family, friends, and even a lover. That only confirms Jin-sung's suspicion, and the exchange turns into a hunt for the truth behind the clone. By then, the smile on the culprit's face says enough. He is enjoying the damage far too much. Jin-sung drives the bastard down and keeps the pressure so brutal it sends the smug grin into panic. He refuses to let the man dodge the issue, forcing the clone talk into the open. The threat gets nastier by the second, and the culprit answers with a cold promise to crush him right there. Cornered and half-strangled by the beatdown, the madman finally admits the clone needs the target's DNA. Jin-sung still doesn't let up, and the answer only confirms this thing can copy a person far too easily. The white-haired freak slips back into taunting, but the fight has already exposed how ugly his obsession is. A blonde fighter cuts in, seeing the danger fast and realizing that this clone game has already gone too far. He blasts in front of the culprit and orders him to stop dragging Van into this mess. The blonde fighter then hammers the point home, insisting no psycho like that can ever bring Emily back properly. And with a savage glare, he spits that Jin-sung would be lucky if the copy even shared her hair color. Jin-sung freezes for a second, caught off guard as the argument suddenly shifts into something uglier. The blonde fighter snaps back at the madman, already seeing how dangerous this clone obsession has become. Bloody Ghost Knight cuts in beside him, still sharp enough to needle the chaos instead of backing off. Jin-sung keeps pushing, and the blonde fighter crashes into the line of fire to stop the threat from reaching Emily. Hearing Emily's death dragged into the mess, Jin-sung's expression hardens as the lie or mistake starts to show. The blonde fighter stumbles, realizing he just exposed too much, and that his bluff fell apart. The gunslinger shrugs off the panic and answers with cold violence, making it clear the warning means nothing to him. The blonde fighter roars back, ready to kill anyone who gets in Emily's way, even if the battle has already gone off the rails. Furious now, he widens the threat to everyone around him, like he can still scare the room into backing down. That only invites the gunslinger's retaliation, and he tears through the exchange with terrifying speed. Jin-sung keeps pressing forward as the first warning shot tears past him. The white-haired rival cuts in, already sneering about interference. BB dives between them, desperate to stop the fight from spiraling again. Bloody Ghost Knight backs her up, warning the captain to think before making enemies. Jin-sung fires back that turning everyone hostile just to revive a wife is a rotten trade. Bibis' confidence cracks as he pins the whole mess on Emily's feelings. She realizes too late that saving one person by ruining everyone else is hardly salvation. The argument turns uglier when the cost of that revival is laid bare. Jin-sung finally sees that Bibis' plan is built on guilt, not common sense. And once Emily's pain enters the picture, even BB starts wondering who that miracle would really save. BB lunges between them, desperate to keep the fight from exploding again. Bloody Ghost Knight backs her up, but the gunslinger barely slows. Jin-sung turns the blame back on them, calling the revival plan a rotten trade. The blonde mechanic cracks as he pins the whole mess on Emily's feelings. She realizes too late that saving one life by wrecking everyone else is no salvation. The argument turns vicious once the true cost of that miracle comes out. Jin-sung finally sees the plan for what it is, guilt dressed up as hope. Even BB starts wondering who would actually survive that kind of miracle. The gunslinger answers with brutal force, and the room pays for every second of hesitation. Jin-sung drives through the chaos, still forcing the truth out even as the battle collapses. Van gets blasted upward, and Jin-sung's ruthless kick almost folds him before he can recover. The white-haired gunslinger keeps the pressure on, while Bibis' voice panics over Van looking terrible. Jin-sung closes in again, and the exchange turns into a blur of speed and steel. The gunslinger coolly pushes the fight forward, convinced the two of them can still bring Van down together. Van roars through the pain and keeps fighting like pride can still save him. The gunslinger answers with a sharp burst, and Jin-sung's guard starts slipping under the pressure. Jin-sung hurls a flaming counter, as the gunslinger keeps cutting through the chaos without slowing. The clash explodes harder, with Jin-sung and BB both getting dragged into the machine-fueled wreckage. Jin-sung finally coughs blood from the impact, but he still refuses to let the truth slip away. Another brutal strike sends Van crashing again, and the whole fight starts tipping past recovery. BB screams for Jin-sung while the gunslinger keeps the pressure brutal, and Van starts slipping under the hit. The white-haired gunslinger drives straight through the chaos, and Van coughs under the blow. He coolly shrugs off the rush, mocking the opening before reminding everyone that the pendant on his neck is no decoration. One sharp strike drops BB flat, and he coldly admits he had already taken a liking to her target. Jinsung finally snaps out of the pressure, and the gunslinger orders him to freeze before the next shot lands. Bloodied but unbroken, he warns that he can still cut Jinsung down faster than he can save anyone. Jinsung fires back without flinching, daring the gunslinger to try his luck. Their stares lock together, each reading the other's rhythm as the duel turns razor thin. The gunslinger keeps that same cold focus, waiting for the instant Jinsung slips again. Jinsung narrows his eyes and holds the line, refusing to give him that opening. The clash explodes again, and the Wolf Knight gets dragged into the chaos just as someone blurts out the captain. The blonde fighter lands hard in the wreckage, and the gunslinger watches like this was always the easy part. Bloodied, but still standing, the blonde brute keeps swinging as the duel tightens around the captain's name. The gunslinger's stare goes cold, and the pressure alone makes the whole battlefield feel smaller. He keeps twisting the blade in deeper, questioning why the adventurer is being protected at all. Jinsung's glare hardens, and he finally starts reading the trap behind that smug little setup. Realizing the others are about to turn on the captain, he pushes the fight the other way. The blonde fighter gets thrown back again, and even he starts demanding what kind of mess this has become. The gunslinger closes in with brutal certainty, while the panic shouts only prove the trap is breaking. Cornered and furious, the blonde fighter still refuses to fold, even when the answer is clearly getting ugly. The knight captain's reputation gets treated like gospel, and Van stubbornly says he would risk everything for him. Bond turns away in silence, letting the weight of that blind loyalty hang in the air. Van is snapped back to reality when he is reminded that Fiona nearly died because of that same loyalty. He still refuses to flinch, calling battlefield death an honor for a knight under the captain's orders. But the smug certainty starts cracking as the darker side of command begins to surface. Bond coolly explains that a knight captain is the strongest knight, a title everyone admires. Then he cuts deeper, making it clear that the position also means carrying knights and their lives. Van's expression shifts as the truth lands, because death in battle is not always noble. Bond keeps pressing the point, saying not every battlefield death can be called honorable. And that final warning leaves Van staring at the cost of blind obedience in stunned silence. Bond catches Van's confidence head-on, turning the embrace into a lesson about rank, duty, and the weight of every order. Van still clings to battlefield honor, but Bond keeps peeling away the fantasy, making it clear that admiration does not erase responsibility. Emily's worry finally spills out, and the warning shifts from abstract duty to the fear of losing someone reckless. Bond pushes harder, forcing Van to hear that a knight captain protects lives first, not pride. That lands like a spear to the gut, because Van starts realizing death in battle is not always noble. The girl keeps pleading through the tension, and the whole room starts feeling the strain behind blind obedience. Bond's final warning sharpens the mood, exposing how easily loyalty can become a convenient excuse for tragedy. Van goes rigid as the truth settles in, no longer able to hide behind his old certainty. Even Emily's shaken concern can't soften it now, because the cost of command has been laid bare. And by the end, Van is left staring at the mess in stunned silence, finally understanding what blind faith can destroy. The gunslinger stays calm even with blood on his coat, the red emblem on his chest marking him like a target that never quite lands. He drops hard in the forest wreckage, but even flat on the ground, he looks far from finished. The masked soldier panics and cries out for the captain as the battlefield keeps closing in. Van answers with grim mercy, warning that dying here would be pointless and that this fight has already lost any trace of honor. When the gunslinger turns away, Van and the others finally accept the retreat and let him vanish into the trees. Someone inspects a strange device in their hands, and the whole group feels the next disaster already taking shape. Then the gunslinger tears back into the fray, blasting through the chaos as the monsters get shredded around him. The fight swells into a brutal explosion, and even the enemy's heavy machine starts buckling under the punishment. Van and the masked soldier realize the thing stomping through the wreckage is Dr. Giselle's robot, which means the real nightmare is still spreading. With that truth hanging over them, the gunslinger keeps moving forward, already treating the whole disaster like just another obstacle. The masked soldier panics and hollers for the captain, while the gunslinger's chaos closes in. Giselle sneers over the wreckage, still acting like his creation can't possibly be broken so easily. Jinsung and the blonde fighter launch back in, forcing the fight toward the giant machine. The gunslinger spots the pattern at once and realizes the mech's regeneration is wrong. That's when the ugly truth lands. The damage is corruption, not a normal repair cycle. Jinsung starts weighing the only real answer, and the others realize the thing may have to explode in the air. He cuts off the questions, deciding the man beside him is annoying but not an enemy. The gunslinger answers with ruthless speed, slamming through the machine's armor without hesitation. Giselle keeps pushing harder, trying to keep the upgrade alive even as the battlefield shakes apart. The mech barrels forward in a blaze of unstable firepower, but the strain is already tearing it apart. The gunslinger keeps hammering the machine apart, carving through its defenses without slowing down. Jinsung and the blonde fighter strike together, finally forcing the battered battle into a brutal close-range collapse. The battlefield erupts in a massive blast, and for a moment the whole trap looks ready to vanish with it. Jinsung stares through the smoke, already feeling how badly the fight has worn him down. Even so, he shrugs it off and decides he needs a break before the next disaster hits. With Bibi still wobbling, he checks whether she can stand, while the others stagger in behind them. Bibi keeps the mood ridiculous, quietly deciding her own name should take the credit for crushing Giselle. Trouble comes rushing back in as someone yells for Jinsung, the adventurer, and the captain to hurry. The warning lands hard, and Bibi, shaken but stubborn, clings to the moment as if words can still cover the mess. Then the next crisis spills in with gunfire and panic, and the whole group turns toward the sound of the attack. Bibi hurries the others along, still trying to frame Giselle's collapse as part of the plan. Jinsung cuts through the smoke and calmly explains that Giselle was smashed by the adventurer's attack. Bibi's confidence wobbles, and she starts realizing the whole outcome feels suspiciously convenient. Jinsung presses for the battlefield report, while Bibi struggles to keep her story straight. Her forced smile returns for a second, even as the truth keeps grinding at her nerves. The victory settles in, and the alliance finally starts taking shape after the cartel's defeat. News sheets start flying through the capital, announcing the cartel's rout and the cleanup ahead. The mood flips to celebration, with the battlefield already turning into a messy legend. The allied forces march in together, leaving the fallen cartel scattered in the dirt. At last, the capital is cleared, and the cartel is driven out for good. However, the war is still far from over, and the cartel's main force remains intact while Princess Urzi stays missing. That leaves the allied leaders hurrying into a new advance, already setting their sights on the lawless district. They mark the route on the map and commit to the next push, no longer pretending this ends with one victory. Beyond the city, the world looks calm enough to fool anyone, which only makes the coming trouble feel worse. At Lufthaven Station, the plan finally takes shape. Take the Marine Express to the lawless district. Jinsung immediately notices the catch, because no train seems to appear without its chain of prerequisite quests. The strange system warning confirms his suspicion, and he realizes the corruption did not begin as a one-time accident. When a second corruption surfaces, he starts wondering if the source itself is growing stronger with every repeat. The fact that it has already appeared twice makes the threat feel a lot less like a glitch and a lot more like a pattern. And with that realization, the possibility of a third appearance hangs over the entire route like a bad omen. Bibi laughs at the strange ocean route, while the white dog grumbles and Jinsung stays pointedly amused. Jinsung answers with dry restraint, admitting he has no choice but to keep traveling with her. Bibi catches his mood shifting and blinks, suddenly sensing he is not fully joking. The sea route churns ahead, and the Marine Express finally comes into view through the water. Jinsung immediately calls out the catch, realizing the train should not appear without those prerequisite quests. The realization deepens as he notes this is probably another adventurer's train, not a simple public route. That system warning makes the whole thing worse, because now every adventurer seems to share the same world, just on different timelines. Even the train's machinery groans under the pressure, as if the route itself is resisting the journey. Jinsung turns serious and tells Bibi to get her weapon ready, just in case this peaceful start goes bad. They head straight for the red gate ahead, ready to force their way through whatever waits on the other side. The white-haired stranger takes a brutal hit to the chest, but even bleeding out, he keeps his footing. Jinsung and Bibi stare him down on the deck, already sensing this encounter is about to go sideways. He coolly labels Jinsung a slayer, then treats him like just another adventurer. Bibi freezes when she recognizes him, and the mood turns awkward fast. He snaps at her to get lost, radiating the kind of arrogance that usually gets people buried. Jinsung immediately catches on that this is the same possessor Bibi once mentioned. The realization hits harder when he confirms the man was the one behind the strange modification talk. The white-haired man brushes it off, admitting the GT-9600 has already become a useful weapon. Jinsung narrows the gap, already suspicious that the thing is being used without proper upgrades. The man keeps grinning, then presses the bigger question behind the weapon itself. The white-haired man mocks the whole setup, then casually says the GT-9600 should be modified into something stronger. He keeps grinning as he talks up the weapon's future, clearly enjoying how easily he gets under their skin. Jinsung catches the real meaning fast, and the smug bastard only gets cockier as he starts comparing classes. He twists the knife by bringing up companions too, then sneers that a Dark Knight wastes too many skills on one job. Jinsung calls the choice pathetic, but the white-haired man fires back with the kind of contempt that comes from knowing he is right. Then he reveals the class. Berserker, where every wound only pushes attack power higher. And just to make the joke meaner, he explains that bleeding is a drawback in games, but for a possessor it becomes something far more dangerous. The reason hits hard as the crimson power surges, turning pain itself into fuel instead of a weakness. Jinsung lies bloodied in the wreckage, already understanding that this absurd class is no joke at all. Even as the wound keeps biting deeper, he stays on his feet in spirit, because now the berserker's real nature has finally been exposed. BB stumbles over the answer, only for the smug little guide to press harder about that dangerous class choice. The white-haired man's eye flares with crimson heat, and the warning behind his grin starts feeling a lot less funny. He laughs off the blessing talk, treating it like a toy advantage, while Jinsung realizes he is dealing with a total maniac. Without losing that grin, he brushes the whole thing aside and turns the talk toward the lawless district instead. Then he starts mocking Jinsung's cartel mess, casually asking whether romance has made him softer than before. Jinsung snaps back, but the white-haired bastard only gets cockier, boasting that he already finished Anton and came back stronger. BB nearly loses her mind at the name Anton, while the creature beside them keeps lurking like the world's rudest cheerleader. The white-haired man starts bragging about his month-long mission, already picturing everyone still stumbling around the lawless district by then. He throws down the challenge with a wild laugh, promising to keep watching from the real world no matter how hard they fight. And just like that, he leaves them with the kind of arrogant farewell that makes the whole meeting feel like a threat. Jinsung freezes at the man's cruel confidence, while BB panics that the princess still has not been rescued. The gunslinger casually shrugs off the corruption question, making the whole conversation feel even more twisted. Jinsung pushes harder, and the answer comes back as a smug warning to stay on the proper story path. A flicker of realization hits him as the man points him toward the bigger picture and that ridiculous dungeon fighter route. The gunslinger snaps out a shot and keeps the pressure absurdly light, like violence is just another conversation tool. Jinsung barely keeps up as the attack lands, and the gunslinger's tone stays sharp enough to mock the confusion. When Jinsung recoils and asks what he is doing, the answer is simple enough to be insulting. The gunslinger keeps smiling through the chaos, acting like Jinsung should already understand the rules by now. He explains that the whole mess only matters if the story continues correctly, which somehow makes the threat feel worse. And then he leaves it hanging there, turning the warning into a final arrogant lesson Jinsung cannot ignore. The spiked weapon crashes through the chaos, and Jinsung realizes this fight is already far stranger than it looked. The white-haired madman answers with a grin, hurling himself forward like pain only makes him stronger. Jinsung and BB freeze as the attacker's identity clicks into place, and the mood turns instantly worse. He clamps onto BB without hesitation, forcing the panic out of her and tightening the pressure. BB stares in disbelief while Jinsung keeps the upper hand, and even now the lunatic only looks more amused. Then the berserker explodes into violence, tearing open the battlefield with a savage burst of power. Jinsung and BB square up again as the magic circle spreads across the ground, and the trap finally reveals itself. The sword and the circle click together in his mind, and he realizes the enemy has been hiding behind a larger setup. He laughs through the blood and dares the others to keep fighting, as if this mess is nothing but entertainment. The next strike lands with brutal force, and the battle keeps spiraling under his cruel, relentless pressure. The town's brutal little rulebook finally comes into focus, and the so-called Let's Fight system is unveiled as a PvP trap for adventurers. Once the battle starts, anyone over level 50 gets dragged into a separate dimension where no one else can interfere. And in that sealed arena, the only rule is simple: break the other side until they can't fight back. The white-haired man rips forward with shocking speed, turning theory into bloodshed before anyone can even protest. Jinsung is caught in the opening exchange, and the berserker's power starts landing like a lecture written in fists. The fight gets uglier with every strike, while the others realize he forced the activation without their consent. Jinsung reads the rhythm fast, slips inside the pressure, and starts guiding the clash instead of surviving it. The berserker keeps pressing harder, but the warning only makes him nastier, as if pain itself is his favorite weapon. Jinsung answers with cleaner, sharper counters, and the balance starts tilting even through the chaos. By the end, the berserker is getting carved apart limb by limb, and his smugness finally starts to crack. Bibi's face twists in panic, as the walker slams her with a mistake even she cannot laugh off. The berserker's power tears into his own body, and the bloodshed only seems to feed his grin. Jinsung keeps carving through the frenzy, turning the brutal exchange into something he can actually read. The battlefield erupts in red as bloodlust surges outward, and BB realizes this monster was never under control. She freezes at the raw pressure, and finally understands the power is far beyond anything she planned. Jinsung only sharpens his stare, recognizing the berserker for exactly what he is, and asking what that power really means. He and Bibi stay locked in the wreckage, while the opening he forced begins to widen. The berserker lunges again, but Jinsung slips the strike and answers with colder precision. Bibi keeps watching from behind him, stunned that the fight is already slipping out of the berserker's hands. By now, the smug fighter is getting carved apart, and Jinsung keeps pressing until the advantage is unmistakable. The berserker's body keeps roaring with bloodlust, and the whole battlefield turns red around that ugly grin. Bibi freezes as the wounds start knitting together, realizing this monster never felt pain the way a normal fighter would. Jinsung watches the regeneration, and starts piecing together that this so-called blessing is something far nastier. Then he calls the man by his real name, and the berserker's smug mask cracks for the first time. He laughs it off at first, acting like fame and bloodshed are just another reward. Jinsung cuts through the boasting and throws the accusation straight at him, exposing the abandoned YouTuber act. The berserker snaps back, still trying to sound untouchable while the pressure keeps closing in. Jinsung keeps tearing into the story, dragging the conversation toward the real betrayal beneath the fight. Even the Ghost Knight jumps in with sharp sarcasm, and the room turns tense all over again. By the end, Jinsung is still staring him down, demanding the truth behind that face and that power. The berserker sneers through the clash, acting like the truth is already obvious while Jinsung keeps him pinned. He twists that arrogance into a brutal rush, and the red-black power surges harder as the fight turns vicious. Jinsung and Bibi finally catch the opening, and he cuts straight through the nonsense, warning that half-hearted pressure will never work. The berserker shrugs off the hit like it is nothing, then slams back with Dark Cross, mocking their struggle. Jinsung hesitates for only a second before realizing the monster is tied to the G-series, and this fight is still hiding something worse. Bibi snaps to attention, finally understanding the warning, and throws herself back into the machine fight. She fires again with desperate focus, keeping the walker in motion even as the battlefield keeps buckling around her. The berserker answers with another savage burst, laughing as he keeps turning pain into strength. Jinsung and Bibi are forced back by the pressure, but they stay on their feet and keep pushing for an opening. The berserker drives in one last time, then unleashes Hellfire's judgment as if he is already sure the fight belongs to him. The berserker hammers in with brutal force, but Jinsung stays locked on the opening. Another vicious crash lands, and the brute still spits out mockery through the impact. He gets knocked back, yet the fight only seems to feed his feral confidence. A dark blast erupts nearby, swallowing the battlefield in purple chaos. The explosion keeps spreading, and both sides vanish into the storm of wreckage. Bloodied but grinning, the berserker realizes the fight still has teeth. He shrugs off the pain and sneers that this is nothing but pointless struggle. Jinsung's eyes harden as he finally catches the rhythm behind the monster's violence. He presses 2 fingers to his forehead, thinking through the pattern before striking again. The calm on his face returns, because now the berserker's next move is already being read. The clash explodes in a storm of debris as the battle is torn open by relentless fire. Jinsung gets sent skidding back, while the gunslinger mocks him for flying away like a fly. Bloodied but stubborn, Jinsung hears the taunts and keeps enduring the combo system pressure. Cumulonimbus sneers that brute power beats tricks, but the berserker keeps the pressure on. Jinsung finally reads the rhythm, and decides the monster's strength is only a pattern to break. He shrugs off the next attack, and makes it clear that raw force alone won't finish him. The berserker grins through the chaos, insisting that pain is the only thing this monster can't handle. Cumulonimbus stares down the counter-strike, suddenly rattled as the momentum slips. The lightning barrage closes in, and Jinsung drives the opening wider with brutal timing. Cumulonimbus takes the hit, and finally cracks, choking out in pain as the fight turns against him. Cumulonimbus snarls as Jinsung's counter disrupts his thunder trap, and the gunslinger keeps the pressure on. The white-haired shooter smoothly follows through, making the monster's guard look painfully fragile. Jinsung slips through the opening, forcing the beast to eat its own lightning. Bloodied but calm, he drives a brutal strike right through the monster's timing. Cumulonimbus tries to laugh it off, but the hit lands hard enough to shake that confidence. Jinsung does not let up, reading the next movement before it can become another attack. The gunslinger surges in again, turning the chaos into a one-sided blitz. Jinsung starts sensing something bigger than raw damage, and the fight begins to feel almost solved. Cumulonimbus finally loses his temper, screaming as the assault keeps collapsing around him. With the rhythm fully broken, Jinsung and the gunslinger keep carving forward while the monster reels. Jinsung lands another brutal blow, and the white-haired berserker still refuses to fall. Bibi quickly realizes the gap is monstrous, muttering that he already beat an apostle. Her own info makes it worse, because Jinsung is still far above the entry level for that dungeon. She starts putting the pieces together, And even that absurd advantage fails to explain Jinsung. Jinsung hears the logic, then keeps staring at the monster like he already solved half the problem. The berserker laughs off the hit, convinced pain only feeds his hellfire. Jinsung points out the obvious weakness in that dramatic nonsense, and Bibi catches on fast. Even so, the berserker keeps sneering that overwhelming power makes tricks useless. Jinsung notes the same dangerous habit in his speech pattern, while Bibi remembers that this lunatic said something similar before. The fight only gets uglier, because the berserker treats every attack like fuel and keeps getting nastier. Jinsung's battered eye sharpens with recognition, and the old memory finally clicks into place. The berserker's face snaps into view, tied to the Royal Knights Guildmaster, Aheng. That guild lived by gear advantage, and a ridiculous amount of gold had been poured into one enhanced weapon. 5 years earlier, the raid had just updated, and a headset-wearing rookie was already itching for it. Across from the white-haired fool and his glowing sword, the other fighter looks unimpressed by all the grandstanding. He keeps insisting that raids are won by control and strategy, not flashy equipment. The berserker just laughs it off, claiming overwhelming power makes every trick meaningless. Jinsung catches the same arrogant habit in his speech, and Bibi realizes this lunatic had said it before. The fight turns uglier still, until the machine lies wrecked, and the others can only stare at Jinsung's victory. Bibi hurriedly backpedals, insisting she never meant to make him delete anything, only to humble him a little. The berserker spits venom about losing, blaming everyone else as the guild finally turns on him. His supposed Royal Knight's pride shatters into pieces, and the old boastful legend looks pretty pathetic now. Jinsung stands over the wreckage and keeps mocking him, while the fool still insists he never truly lost. The berserker tries to rewrite defeat as victory, but Jinsung has already buried the argument under raw pressure. Even then, the fight refuses to end cleanly, and Bibi realizes the strongest man in the room is still unreadable. Jinsung keeps hammering him down, while the berserker starts sounding less like a legend and more like a cornered animal. The machine's power erupts in a final, unstable surge, and the battlefield tilts straight into chaos again. Bibi panics as the attack races out of control, realizing too late that the upgrade has become a monster of its own. The berserker grins through the blood and keeps pressing forward, still convinced pain only makes him stronger. Jinsung takes the hit anyway and answers with brutal calm, coughing through the wreckage as the clash keeps grinding on. Jinsung crashes through the wreckage, while the berserker keeps insisting defeat somehow still counts as victory. The maniac then flashes a stack of buff potions, proving he somehow grabbed a ridiculous supply of combat boosters. Jinsung clocks the absurd haul and realizes the berserker has turned potion abuse into a weapon. The berserker lunges again, still riding pure pain and speed like that alone makes him untouchable. Jinsung finally snaps Bibi back into the fight, even as the berserker barrels straight past reason. The clash keeps escalating, and the blood-soaked madman only grins wider when Jinsung refuses to yield. A brutal exchange tears through the rooftop, with Bibi getting caught in the middle of the berserker's frenzy. Jinsung coughs through the impact, but keeps forcing himself back up instead of surrendering. The berserker laughs through the blood and keeps coming, acting like the whole fight is his to own. The berserker keeps carving through the air, laughing off the paralysis trick like it was a joke. Jinsung snaps back with a furious counter, refusing to let that smug grin keep owning the fight. Even battered and bleeding, the white-haired madman just keeps smiling, because pain only seems to feed him. He doubles down on that twisted logic, calling control meaningless, and treating raw force like the only real justice. When Bibi gets dragged into the chaos, the fight suddenly stops being clean and starts getting personal. The berserker spots her help on the earlier gear, and immediately turns that into another excuse to crush someone. He makes it ugly fast, deciding anyone tied to the machine is an enemy worth breaking. Jinsung finally sees the truth behind the brawl, realizing the gear gap is filthy. But the berserker still keeps pushing. Bloodied and still standing, the white-haired monster refuses to fall. Like even ruin only makes him want the next hit more. Bibi is left bruised and staring up in disbelief, while the fight keeps grinding her confidence down. The white-haired berserker just laughs off the pressure, still spitting out smug nonsense through the blood. Jinsung answers with a vicious purple strike, finally forcing the clash back into his own hands. The monster's grin sharpens into fury as he realizes the next hit will not be easy. Purple power tears through the space between them, and the battlefield starts warping around that rage. Jinsung holds his ground against the towering berserker, refusing to be crushed by raw size alone. Then he turns the tables completely, revealing a higher gear advantage and the Black Plague armor. The berserker freezes at the name Black Plague, and even that smug confidence starts cracking. Jinsung drives in again, and this time the bloodied monster finally looks like the one getting hunted. Jinsung's purple strike tears through the berserker's guard, and the smug grin starts twisting into pain. The white-haired brute swings back with a savage counter, but the damage is already mounting. Jinsung keeps the pressure high, slamming another hit in while the monster finally spits out raw rage. For a split second, the berserker realizes this is no longer a joke, and panic begins slipping through the cracks. He snarls through the pain, trying to laugh off the wound, but the blood keeps telling a different story. Jinsung's stare hardens as he hears the sickening confidence in that feral excuse, and he decides to end it. The next exchange turns ruthless, with red and purple power ripping across the battlefield as both sides go all in. Jinsung keeps carving forward through the storm of blows, refusing to give the berserker even a breath, and at last, the white-haired man is the one staggering under the barrage, with Jinsung still standing over the wreckage. Jinsung's flaming strike tears through the air, and the berserker finally feels the pressure closing in. Bloodied and breathing hard, he realizes this is no longer some sick joke. He tries to laugh through the damage, but panic keeps slipping through his cracked confidence. Jinsung answers with a ruthless follow-up, and the berserker is left staring in disbelief. The arrogant grin starts to crack when the wound refuses to stay down. Jinsung keeps the lesson cruel and simple, showing that even a half-baked item can be used properly. The berserker stares at the black gloves in confusion, then realizes those gloves are no ordinary gear. Jinsung drives the blade in harder, and the idea that splitting it apart would help gets laughed off immediately. The berserker's confidence shatters further as he finally understands the weapon is being used beyond the system's rules. Jinsung surges in with one more blazing strike, making it clear this is how real power gets used. A blazing impact tears across the floor, and the berserker's grin finally starts to wobble. The gunslinger's follow-up lands clean, driving him back before he can recover. He snarls through the pain, still trying to drown the fight in arrogance, but the stare in his eye says it all now. Something feels off, and he knows it. The gunslinger slips inside his guard and keeps the pressure crushing. Another brutal hit folds him over, coughing up doubt with the blood. He still reaches out in defiance, desperate to keep the momentum alive. The gunslinger answers with a sharper burst, exposing just how badly that plan fails. The berserker finally realizes the system is reading him, and panic starts cracking through the bravado. Jinsung finishes it with a savage rush, leaving him screaming that the whole thing is boring. Jinsung keeps carving through the berserker's rush, and the first exchange already leaves the smug brute reeling. The white-haired fighter lunges back in, but Jinsung slips inside again and hammers him with another brutal counter. Blood and shock fly as the berserker gets blasted hard, yet he still tries to cling to his swagger. Jinsung is sent sliding back for a moment, but he rises without panic while his opponent starts coughing up excuses. The brute keeps ranting about item-based power. Acting like that alone proves he can't be beaten. Jinsung answers with cold contempt, and the berserker finally starts looking less like a threat and more like a man losing control. Even while the berserker lashes out with another vicious strike, Jinsung realizes the man's style is different from a normal fighter. The pain-fueled monster keeps snarling, but his body is already breaking under the pressure. Jinsung catches the truth at last, recognizing that this is no ordinary weapon or technique. The berserker's pride collapses into one last bitter realization, and the whole fight gets reduced to a half-baked mess. The berserker hurls himself in again, all swagger and desperation, but the pressure is already chewing through his body. Bibi stares in panic as Jinsung suddenly lands hard on her, screaming for him by name. Jinsung answers with another brutal strike, and the whole exchange erupts in purple force. The berserker recoils, finally realizing the strange power he has been leaning on is not as simple as he bragged. Jinsung reads the pattern at last, and calmly starts naming the truth behind that power. The berserker freezes, his confidence cracking as he finally catches on to the original source. He tries to keep mocking through the pain, but the fight has already turned into a one-sided embarrassment. Jinsung keeps staring him down, forcing the man to swallow the realization that this gear has a real master. The berserker goes quiet, shaken enough that even his usual arrogance cannot save him now. Jinsung lands the final answer with a cold look, exposing the black plague and Delezi behind it all. The berserker laughs off the injury and mocks the half-baked power, still convinced the plague was only a joke. Jinsung answers with brutal force, and that smug grin starts tightening into pain. The berserker snaps back into the fight, slashing wildly as the purple corruption surges around him. Jinsung keeps reading the rhythm, cutting through the frenzy while the man's confidence keeps unraveling. Purple force collides across the battlefield, and the exchange turns into a violent storm of blades and blood. The berserker keeps charging in close, but Jinsung meets every strike with colder, sharper precision. His scream finally gives him away, because even the pain-fueled swagger cannot hide the panic anymore. Jinsung drives straight through the clash, and the impact blows the whole exchange apart. The berserker reels in the wreckage, while Jinsung stays standing through the fallout. Another brutal wave tears across the ground, leaving only shattered momentum where the fight used to stand. He still wants to help Jinxiang, but fear keeps choking the decision. The berserker hammers in again, and Jinsung meets the frenzy with brutal precision. Purple power erupts everywhere, but the exchange is already starting to crack. Jinsung drives through the clash, and the berserker finally reels in disbelief. The ground is left in ruins as both fighters gasp through the aftermath. Jinsung stays upright while the enemy seethes, still trying to force control back. The monster taunts him and moves in for the finish, certain the rebound will break him. Jinsung realizes something is wrong because the pain feels far deeper than muscle damage. The backlash keeps spreading, and his body refuses to obey no matter how hard he pushes. Even then, Jinsung sees through the trick, while the enemy's confidence starts to look embarrassingly thin. Jinsung finally pieces it together, realizing the rebound power is the real trap hiding inside the strike. Barely standing, he mocks the damage and proves the backlash did not finish him after all. He goes in to end it, eyes narrowing as the wounded enemy tries to force one last finish. The monster's hand trembles, and even its confidence starts to crack as the strain catches up. Jinsung decides the fight is over, but only because the situation is slipping past ordinary brute force. He refuses to chase a meaningless kill, and instead notices a teleport potion, sensing the escape route. The target is whisked away in front of him, and the sudden retreat makes the hunt look a little pathetic. Jinsung follows through anyway, biting down on his rage as he vows to make the coward pay later. The corrupted brute keeps laughing through the pain, still bragging about spreading his corruption like it means anything now. Then the aftermath detonates in a violent burst, leaving the battlefield to swallow the mess in one last flash. The battlefield still crackles with leftover power as everyone staggers from the blast, and even the monster's wings look shaken. Jinsung stands bloodied but upright, and the others rush in, realizing he is still alive. He breathes hard, barely steady, while the wounded enemy's strain starts showing in every ragged movement. The monster reaches out with a trembling hand, but its confidence has already started to rot away. Jinsung locks in, eyes sharp again, as if the fight has finally returned to his pace. One brutal hit follows the next, and the corrupted brute gets driven back under relentless pressure. The white-haired monster keeps grinning through the pain, still trying to act untouchable as its body breaks down. Jinsung counters without mercy, and the force of the clash shreds the battlefield around them. The monster's power surges once more, but the backlash twists it into something uglier and far less controlled. In the end, it can only stare in disbelief, as Jinsung's final pressure leaves nothing left to boast about. The camp stirs at the sudden commotion, and the guards already know something has gone wrong. Panic spreads as the disturbance slams through the tent area, forcing everyone to turn toward the source. Inside, Jinsung is down for the count while the small-masked companion hovers nearby, the whole scene looking far uglier than it should. But the black corruption above him starts speaking like nothing serious happened, mocking the moment while Jinsung finally wakes. Jinsung jolts under the pain and realizes he is still alive, while the companion panics over what just hit him. The blonde woman rushes in, worried sick after hearing he vanished for a full week, and Jinsung only grows more alert. He takes in her reaction and quietly concludes that whatever power he used was no ordinary strength. Her concern only deepens, and Jinsung figures the side effects are ugly, but not nearly as shocking as the power itself. Still, he brushes past the delay and turns the talk back to the quest, already ready to move again. Barely steady, he insists on catching up fast, because now that he is awake, there is no reason to waste another second. Jinsung still reels from the pain as Bibi rushes in, and even his body looks like it barely held together. She leans close in shock, checking him over while the aftermath of that ugly hit still hangs in the air. The blast's glow lingers behind him as he starts to recover, proof that whatever he unleashed was no ordinary power. Jinsung calls for a moment, and the tiny masked companion hovers nearby while Bibi stands frozen, caught between relief and alarm. They reach Lufthaven's marine train station, and the trip ahead finally comes into focus. Bibi cuts straight to the point about going alone from the next dungeon onward, leaving no room for misunderstanding. She warns that the cartel's headquarters are too dangerous to tackle solo, but Jinsung still plans to keep moving. Before she can finish coddling him, Bibi turns and challenges the idea that he really looks that weak. Her eyes harden, and she brings up the memory of when they first met, as if that alone changes the balance. The silence stretches between them, and Jinsung can tell this conversation is heading somewhere far more personal. Back then, Jinsung was still a clueless rookie, and a cartel thug had him cornered with ease. In the chaos, Bibi rushed in and helped him survive before the fight could swallow him whole. But the memory turns sharper fast, because Jinsung realizes he had been the one receiving help all along. She then brings up Ahang, saying that when they first met on the west coast, he had barely made it to Behemoth. The white-haired monster of a man makes the point even uglier by mocking how little Jinsung accomplished back then. Years later, he is still stuck doing cartel cleanup, proving just how long that mess has dragged on. Even when Ah-hung openly mocked him and treated everything like a joke, Jin-sung had no clean way to answer. Because deep down, he knew there was truth in it, and Bibas' name is the one that lingers on his mind. Her grip tightens as she keeps pushing, making it obvious this conversation is no longer about strength alone. And with that final squeeze, she forces Jin-sung to face how much he still owes her. Bibi steels herself and decides to grow stronger, determined to reach a point where no one can dismiss her again. Jin-sung listens in silence, the corner of his mouth tightening as her resolve lands harder than expected. A faint smirk follows, because he can tell she is not bluffing this time. She suddenly asks for pen and paper, and he hands over a notebook as she promises to write the next part of the story for him. With calm, almost absurd sincerity, she says the notes should help whenever the timeline starts getting messy. She adds that clearing the prerequisite train quests by herself was the least she could do, while he heads off with the notebook in hand. Before the separation settles in, she checks whether he will truly be fine on his own, and he keeps moving with casual confidence. Bibi watches him go, admitting that things will probably feel a little lonely without him. By the harbor, the split becomes real, as their transport pulls away and leaves the shore behind. At the door, she gives him one last bright farewell, acting cheerful even as the distance finally takes hold. Jin-sung gives a faint farewell as Bibi heads off, and even he looks a little quieter than usual. On the road, he catches himself thinking that keeping Bibi safe was never the real issue. He admits she is no fragile burden, but a full adventurer who can handle herself. That realization stings as he wonders if their time together was only ever temporary, yet he brushes it off, deciding that short-lived or not, it still mattered. Hearing his name, he pauses while Bibi keeps calling after him from the harbor. The ship pulls away, and the distance finally makes the split feel real. Jin-sung keeps his posture relaxed, but the silence around him carries the weight of parting. Bibi throws herself into one last bright promise, vowing to train until she can stand at his side. She ends with an eager goodbye, already acting as if they will meet again soon. Bibi beams through her tears, trying to turn the goodbye into something bright instead of painful. Jin-sung only stares back, quietly taking in how hard she is trying to smile. His eyes sharpen, as if the distance already feels heavier than words. Even after the ship pulls away, her voice keeps chasing him across the harbor. Jin-sung raises a hand in farewell, and the separation finally settles in for real. Bibi answers with one last stubborn promise, determined that they will meet again. At Hendenmeyer's Mage Guild, the story shifts to a place where information should be flowing. Inside, Sharon hears that Empyrean has become a mess, and that alone tells her plenty. She admits the Empire and Capital have locked everything down, leaving the situation frustratingly opaque. So when Jin-sung appears, she brightens in surprise, and he greets Sharon like an old acquaintance. Bibi panics over Jin-sung's battered body, shocked he ever reached Empyrean at all. He admits he was there, but cuts her off before the story gets deeper. Instead, he leads her back to the Mage Guild, where the next truth is waiting. The real topic turns to the equipment's original owner, and Bibi finally sees the trap in it. Jin-sung confirms the glove's power dragged out an apostle's strength, nearly wrecking him for a week. He realizes the original wielder must have been far beyond ordinary, likely a sword saint. The glove is revealed as an epic sub-equipment, a black hand forged for monstrous power. Bibi refuses the idea of using it carelessly, calling that recoil damage a death sentence. Jin-sung still wants that strength, but he knows it has to be mastered before it masters him. So he presses Sharon for a real method, determined to turn the borrowed power into his own. Sharon cuts him off before he can romanticize the damage, making it clear the glove nearly tore his body apart. She shows just how violently the strain is still running through him, and the backlash is no small accident. Jin-sung freezes, finally understanding she was not exaggerating at all. Sharon stands over him and confirms this is not healing magic, only a desperate way to keep him from falling apart. She warns that his body is already swollen with power, like a balloon stretched right to the edge. Worse, she admits her magic can only delay the explosion, not stop it forever. Even in his current state, she says he cannot safely handle Diriji's power at full force. If he pushes that strength again now, the recoil will snap back with brutal consequences. The energy keeps churning around his ruined body, making the danger feel more like a ticking disaster than a lesson. And with the warning hanging over him, Jin-sung is left staring down the fact that mastery is the only way to survive. Jin-sung stares out at Hendenmeyer, remembering the last time he rose into the sky. That impossible flight still feels unreal, especially with Empyrean spread below like a machine-built world. The memory turns darker as he recalls how that place never changed, no matter the name. Cartel trash stayed cartel trash, and one of them learned that lesson the hard way. He also remembers Bibi arriving at the perfect moment, saving him before he could have died there. Together, they tore through the cartel bugs, leaving bodies behind without much mercy. Then the white-haired monster kept escalating the legend, even fighting the Knight Captain and a possessor. Jinsung only has to hear that chain of victories to understand how absurd that support really was. Even now, that old memory makes him pause, since Bibi's help had carried him through a fight he could not have survived alone. And with that realization hanging over him, he finally remembers how close he came to dying before mastering anything at all. Jinsung remembers how badly that fight had already worn him down. Right before the warning came, Sharon snaps at him to stop pushing his limits, saying even another overdue could turn disastrous. He realizes the backlash was never as harmless as it seemed, and the side effects are starting to bite. A grim thought settles in. Fighting that monster again would only end one way. The voice hammers in the real problem. That Aheng's immortal body and better control make the gap hopeless. Even borrowing an entire body had barely helped him, while the other side still managed with a pair of gloves. Jinsung gets dragged back into the memory, only to be mocked for struggling against corruption that is already twisting him. As the pressure spikes, the old enemies attack and the cartel's panicked shouting make the whole mess feel even uglier. The taunting only gets colder, with the reminder that a referee would be needed if this kept going. Jinsung stares ahead and finally understands the comparison, realizing that kind of battle was never a fair one. Aheng's shameless words hang in the air, and the real problem starts looking uglier by the second. A panicked witness wonders if the Time Lords have noticed, because something clearly feels off. Jinsung decides this needs a face-to-face answer, and pushes toward whoever knows the Time Lords best. He realizes the only useful lead is someone who actually understands their power. Another memory cuts in, and the old brute keeps driving the fight with no mercy at all. Jinsung gets tossed through the chaos, forced to keep moving as the pressure keeps climbing. The corruption keeps mocking him, while the little thief and the fight both make the scene feel even messier. Still, he presses on until the trail leads straight to Sharon. Jinsung recognizes her at once, and she catches him at this strange hour without missing a beat. Sharon calmly asks where he is headed, making it obvious this conversation is about to get serious. Jinsung rushes in urgently, only for Iris to shut him down with strict rest and the obvious suspicion that he is chasing another fight. He quickly denies it, then asks why she is out so late, and she answers with that calm, unreadable poise she always uses. Iris says this was the only time available, because she needs to talk with him directly. The Mage Guild diviner finally gets named, and Jinsung reacts in surprise as he realizes who he is dealing with. She brings up guild matters and explains that Iris is leaving tomorrow, making this rare meeting feel even more inconvenient. Jinsung turns the conversation toward why so many people keep seeking her astrology, and the answer starts getting ugly. Iris is revealed as Apostle Hilder's puppet, and the revelation hangs over her like a stain she has not escaped. The warning deepens as Hilder is identified as the likeliest source of the corruption, turning the whole matter into something far darker. Jinsung remembers Nemmer's vice grip and how she never seemed to notice his real role, while Iris keeps playing it cool beside him. He recalls working openly with Bibi, then realizes Sharon may have already figured everything out by now. Sharon sends Jinsung off toward his next destination, with that polite blessing hiding something far more calculated. Jinsung freezes for a beat, shocked by how casually she reads him, while Iris stays unnervingly composed. When Sharon mentions Iris by name, the whole conversation sharpens, and Jinsung starts realizing who he is really dealing with. She points out that Iris is leaving tomorrow, making this rare meeting feel even more inconvenient and suspicious. Jinsung digs into why so many people chase her astrology, and the answer quickly turns ugly. Iris brushes it off with a smile, but the talk of Apostle Hilder leaves a stain on everything around her. Sharon calmly warns that Hilder is likely tied to the corruption, and Jinsung hears just how deep this rot goes. He remembers Nemmer's control over the situation, then notices how Sharon keeps watching him like she has already solved the puzzle. Sharon reassures him with her reading, hinting that his trip should end safely if he does his part. Jinsung finally relaxes a little, while Sharon stays one step ahead and quietly arranges tomorrow morning's departure. Iris thanks them warily, and Sharon smoothly pushes the conversation toward the guildmaster's office. The uneasy tension hangs in the air as the others begin moving, already feeling this talk turning more serious. Jinsung, Sharon, and Iris gather in the hall, and the name Iris finally lands like a hook in the middle of the room. Iris answers with practiced calm, but her guarded expression says the subject is already touching a nerve. Jinsung narrows in on her strange astrology, and the whole exchange starts to smell like something uglier than simple curiosity. Iris still tries to stay composed, yet even her silence cannot hide how awkward the mention of Hilder has become. The talk darkens into a warning about hellfire, and Jinsung's grin says he has already connected the dots. Sharon turns serious, pressing him about the strange energy he picked up in Empyrean and cutting off the nonsense. Jinsung pauses at the question, and Iris finally looks rattled, realizing this conversation has gone somewhere dangerous. Sharon's smile returns just enough to keep control, but everyone can feel the truth underneath it pressing closer. Jinsung keeps pressing the issue, certain the girl was not acting at all. Cumulonimbus finally admits Ahayang is Nemer's enemy, and that he only stirred her up for answers. Jinsung calls out the stupid plan, sensing Hilder's corruption trail is exactly the lead worth chasing. The demon snaps back, still trying to act tough while the pressure keeps mounting. Jinsung realizes of course Hilder's people would know about corruption. He pushes harder and asks what corruption even is, turning the interrogation back on its head. That answer lands like a knife, because it means Ahang never understood the poison inside her. So Jinsung goes straight for the real culprit, wondering who possessed Ahang in the first place. By the next morning, the chaos has quieted, and the world looks almost peacefully ignorant. But Jinsung is already moving again, with cumulonimbus still lingering in his grip as he says they are nearly there. Jinsung drags the troublemaker along while the demon protests that there is no water, so even landing becomes impossible. The demon snaps back, pretending it is not his problem after bringing Jinsung here in the first place. Jinsung answers with a brutal strike, sending the smug bastard spinning out of control. The impact slams into the ground hard enough to leave the whole place trembling. By the time they reach Shonen, even the dark elf begins grumbling over how badly this city is going to test them. Jinsung keeps the pressure on, forcing the noisy little captive to squirm while the demon's anger only grows. Inside Shonen, the pair finally realizes they have arrived in the city of martial artists. Jinsung quickly notices the air here is wrong, with every passerby leaking killing intent under the calm surface. He starts narrowing the search, figuring the target has to be either the roughest-looking man or the most drunk one. The demon's eye twitches at that answer, because in a place like this, even the obvious choice is a bad joke. The white-haired man keeps mocking the easy hunt, already narrowing the target down by instinct. He closes in on the muscle-bound brute, noting that this city's killing intent is the real clue. Jinsung's eyes sharpen as he dismisses the obvious choice, sensing the answer is almost too simple. The white-haired man decides the blonde stranger is not the one they need, and the hunt shifts again. Jinsung moves through the crowd while the ambush closes in, forcing the enemy's footwork to give him away. One stray hit cracks the tension, and Jinsung's stare turns cold enough to make the attacker hesitate. A red aura floods the brute as the warning comes down. Whoever chose the wrong target is going to die tonight. The white-haired man cuts in with the crucial question, bringing up the Time Lords and Siron's connection to them. Jinsung finally hears the name attached to the mystery, realizing Siron is tied to time travel itself. He snaps back in disbelief, insisting this is the first time he has ever met such a man. Jinsung's gaze hardens as he realizes this is the first time he is meeting the real Siron. The memory snaps back to the behemoth fight, where Siron had already crossed paths with him before. This time, the brown-haired swordsman's presence carries a weight that feels far more dangerous than before. And the mystery deepens, because that earlier Siron was only an illusion created by Apostle Lotus. The onlookers feel the killing intent rolling off Siron, and even Jinsung starts measuring the threat. They are right, because Siron is acting nothing like the usual calm NPC type. Jinsung then catches the shape of it and finally realizes this is corruption. Without hesitation, Siron cuts through the tension and orders him to follow. Jinsung watches him move with a cold, unreadable stare, already knowing this is no ordinary encounter. The yin-yang mark lingers in the silence, hinting that Siron's power hides a much darker balance. Siron brings Jinsung into his mansion's private training grounds, where the yin-yang mark already hints at a dangerous balance. Jinsung decides the change in Siron's attitude has to be corruption and starts digging for the truth. Before things escalate, Siron tries to slow him down and steer the encounter toward conversation instead of steel. Jinsung still challenges him, but Siron casually offers a drink as if this mess can be bought off. The bottle is revealed as dark tequila from the Dark Elf Kingdom, and Siron smugly treats it like a rare prize. Jinsung takes the bait, still unaware that the trap is already turning into an awkward little disaster. Siron keeps pushing the temptation, figuring a heavy drinker like him cannot possibly refuse. Jinsung finally cracks and grabs the bottle, grumbling that there is no real reason for a fight. That hesitation is all Siron needs, because the next strike comes fast and ruthless. Jinsung gets slammed down hard, and the smug little drinking game instantly becomes a real test of strength. Jinsung is pushed to the edge, and the clash finally leaves him with no clean way out. He surges back in, trading brutal blows with Siron in a blur of steel and flame. The two crash apart, both rattled, but neither willing to admit the other has the upper hand. Jinsung gives in to desperation and calls for Blackie's power, knowing this fight has turned ugly. Siron mocks the move, reminding him that the Dark Elf warning should have been taken seriously. The backlash bites hard, and Siron warns that using that power again could wreck Jinsung's body. Jinsung still drives forward, smashing through the pressure with a wild, determined strike. Siran senses the equipment's recoil and realizes Jinsung has started figuring out the trick behind it. Jinsung pushes even closer, demanding just enough power to keep the assault going. Siran reaches in with a corrupted hand, ready to force the next exchange before Jinsung can recover. Siran's grin widens, smugly enjoying the moment as the fight tightens around him. Jinsung and Siran tear across the rooftop, trading brutal blows that shake the battlefield apart. Siran realizes the borrowed gear's recoil is real, and that Jinsung can only keep this up for minutes. Jinsung keeps forcing the pace, dragging the fight forward with sheer spite and momentum. Siran snaps back with a vicious counter, still certain he can break Jinsung first. A storm of burning shots and slashes fills the air, turning every opening into a trap. Jinsung grits his teeth and commits to ending it right here. The clash erupts in a blinding collision, each strike smashing against the other without mercy. Siran's blade keeps grinding through the exchange, but the pressure starts twisting his confidence. Jinsung finally sees through it and freezes, stunned that Siran can still match him. Jinsung's furious rush gets shut down cleanly, and even his own momentum starts betraying how hard he's pushing. Siran bolts away across the courtyard, trying to reset the fight before the pressure crushes him. But the recoil is already spreading through Jinsung's arm, and Siran realizes the borrowed power is becoming a real problem. Jinsung narrows his eyes on the original owner's power, treating it like a useful tool rather than a miracle. Siran freezes for a beat as Jinsung's stare cuts through him, making the smug grin disappear. Cornered and sweating, Siran starts talking about borrowed power and how badly Jinsung seems to be handling it. Jinsung answers by drawing his flame higher, ready to prove that Siran is the one running out of options. The next clash explodes with purple corruption slamming against fire, each side trying to overwhelm the other. Jinsung twists through the exchange and keeps driving forward, showing he still has enough control to stay lethal. Siran's confidence finally cracks under the pressure, and Jinsung's blade keeps carving through his defense without mercy. Jinsung drives forward through a storm of purple corruption, refusing to let the borrowed power stop his advance. Siran stares at him in grim surprise, suddenly less smug and a lot more careful. Jinsung snarls that this strength is still his weapon, and the next impact shakes the rooftop hard. The blast swells into a violent purple detonation, and even Jinsung starts feeling the recoil hit back. His expression tightens as the backlash crawls through him, while Siran panics over losing control of the output. The attack keeps spiraling, forcing Siran to admit defeat before he gets buried by his own power. Jinsung lands cleanly, and mocks how even the Time Lords would hate keeping such an idiot under watch. That warning finally makes him pause, because the mention of the Time Lords sounds far more serious than the battle itself. A new force declares that he has crossed the line, and the shattered rift in dimensions is named as the crime. Jinsung, still reeling from the counterforce, realizes too late that the fracture he opened is far worse than a simple clash. Jinsung stays inside the collapsing rift, while purple power crackles around him like a loaded trap. Siran pushes through the chaos and demands to see that strength for himself. But the grin on his face already cracks, because even he can tell the exchange is getting ugly. Jinsung answers with a brutal slash, cutting straight through Siran's opening without hesitation. His calm, mocking smirk says enough. Siran has already disappointed him. The rooftop shudders again as Jinsung drives the blade deeper, widening the ruptured space between dimensions. Siran finally realizes what Jinsung wanted all along and panics at the shape of the damage. Jinsung keeps pressing forward, making it clear this disaster is exactly what was forced out into the open. Siran's purple corruption surges wildly, as both fighters are dragged into the unstable void. By the end, the shattered rift swells into a full collapse, and neither side looks in control anymore. The purple rift swells violently, cracking the sky-like void as the collapse spreads without mercy. Siran still looks smug for a second, but Jinsung's strike has already put him on the back foot. Jinsung keeps driving forward, and Siren's confidence starts looking thinner than paper. The unstable gate finally opens around them, dumping both fighters into the Gate of Time, the Time Lord's courtroom. Jinsung crashes in hard, already turning the strange new space into his next battleground. Siran stares at the scene in disbelief, realizing this place should never have opened at all. Jinsung keeps the pressure on, and Siran's panic slips into a shaky laugh that fools nobody. Even then, Jinsung reads the hesitation and pushes closer, making Siran question that borrowed power. The trap snaps shut as Siran hears the fight has been concluded, and the room starts closing in on him. With the test exposed at last, Siran realizes he has been cornered from the start. The verdict lands fast. Jinsung has passed, and even the courtroom's monsters seem ready to acknowledge it. Blonde and stunned, he immediately recognizes the Time Lords, because this place was never meant to exist in the first place. The massive judges call his rift-opening feat impressive, but warn that his growth is still dangerously unstable. They quickly cut off the squabbling and reveal the heart of the test. He was supposed to be exempt if he survived it. Jinsung, still trying to catch up, asks what all that nonsense was even about. The answer comes with a title fit for trouble, as they officially congratulate him and admit he has cleared their trial. From this moment on, they say he is permitted to become their underling, as if that were some grand reward. Jinsung then drags the real issue back into the light, forcing them to explain what corruption actually is. The judges finally admit it took experiments and observation to understand the phenomenon, because corruption is something beyond simple comprehension. Jinsung's expression tightens as that answer sinks in, and the joke of the trial starts looking far darker than it first seemed. Jinsung proves the corruption flow can be predicted, and the judges realize that kind of reading borders on absurd. They admit even Nemmer never managed that, while he stands there looking far too calm for someone breaking their standards. The verdict turns harsher, as they explain corruption must be purified at once and tracked everywhere it appears. Their next order is simple enough to sound cruel. Jinsung is to find outbreaks in the world and cleanse them. They assign him his first mission, and his blank stare says enough about how thrilled he is by the promotion. The target is named as Alpreya, Kingdom of the Dark Elves, one of the likeliest places for corruption to surface. Jinsung instantly rejects the job, refusing to become their errand boy for some noble-sounding cleanup. Cumulonimbus snaps back that this is not a suggestion, and even immunity can be revoked if he keeps pushing. He piles on the threat, warning that refusal would send him to prison for 10,000 years. Jinsung only smirks at the intimidation and turns toward the Time Lords again, ready to challenge the whole system. Jinsung fires back that if they can detect corruption, they should not be dumping cleanup work on him. Cumulonimbus answers with smug confidence, acting as though descending into another world naturally invites disaster. The demon falls quiet for a beat, then claims he already understands all those game-like rules. Jinsung pushes harder, saying the ones in charge should be begging for help, not sending Siran to threaten him. He outright refuses to kneel, declaring that the one giving orders should be the one taking them. A brown-haired man steps in laughing, trying to sound like the real authority while Cumulonimbus hovers nearby. Jinsung turns the pressure back on him and demands to know what he can offer instead of empty bluster. The response is greed wrapped in diplomacy, with the noble family vault finally being dragged into the conversation. They reveal the treasure belongs to a fallen Pelros noble house, and that everyone who knew the vault died with it, so the gold was left to rot in secret, and they casually tell him to take as much as he wants. Jinsung stays silent as the greedy offer lands, with the vault owners trying to buy peace by opening more hidden stores. His answer comes as force instead, and the golden defenses shatter under a clean, vicious strike. He keeps pressing forward, refusing to be baited into their tempo or their little power game. The demon snaps back, forcing the issue and demanding an apology, but Jinsung only hardens. Siran looks rattled for once, realizing that even his swagger is starting to sound thin. Jinsung cuts through the act, making it clear he has not forgotten a thing. The real point finally lands as he drags Empyrean into the conversation, and the old damage starts to speak for itself. That memory goes back to the rightful flow he failed to follow, and the whole system of power turns into a warning. Even punishment was something he endured without protest back then, and that history now sits between them like rubble. But this time, he grins through the pain, ready to show that the next turn in this story will not go their way. Jinsung's fury flares as BB's name becomes the spark, and the demon finally feels that he pushed too far. Cumulonimbus answers with brute authority, its lion-like form looming as if the whole room should still bow. Jinsung points straight back at him, refusing the apology game and turning the pressure right back around. The demon snaps for him to swear he will never hurt her again, but the demand only exposes how rattled it is. Jinsung's stare stays cold, while the corruption-linked beast starts sputtering under the weight of that accusation. Cumulonimbus tries to justify everything, claiming a human life meant nothing, and that the offer was accepted anyway. Before the excuse can settle, Jinsung crashes in with a clean hit, and the smugness finally starts cracking. The demon stammers out Siran's name, but Jinsung cuts him off and reminds him that quitting is not an option. The argument turns uglier fast, with Jinsung accusing them of nearly taking the girl from him and forcing the truth into the open. Cornered and embarrassed, the demon insists they were never that kind of pair, but the denial sounds weaker by the second. Cumulonimbus keeps whining about the Time Lords, as Jinsung shuts him down, and the demon finally starts to crack. The courtroom-like space hangs in tense silence while Jinsung stands his ground, unmoved by the spectacle around them. Jinsung kicks the argument off the ground with a brutal strike, leaving the smug demon scrambling for composure. Trying to save face, Cumulonimbus stammers out an apology, only for the fear in his voice to give him away. Jinsung answers with a ruthless blow and a vow that no one will ever touch Bibi again. The demon freezes, sweating under the pressure, while Jinsung keeps pressing for answers instead of mercy. Cumulonimbus tries to recover with a fake offer of alliance and field support, but Jinsung immediately turns it into another trap. Smirking through the tension, Jinsung adds that he has already run into trouble, making the demon listen for once. Cumulonimbus sputters at the sudden shift, and the gears of the strange chamber loom behind the duel like a ticking threat. Jinsung stays sharp and unbroken, ready to keep dragging the truth out of the corrupt puppet piece by piece. The demon admits they have been watching Jinsung's fight, even while quietly judging him as too dangerous to ignore. He keeps begging off, claiming his current power cannot beat Jinsung and that spreading corruption would only make things worse. Desperate, he tries to hand the problem to someone else, asking Jinsung to deal with the threat in his place. Jinsung's ridicule lands hard, and the demon is forced to admit that, by every measure, Jinsung outclasses him. Cornered, the demon still insists he can just raise his level a little more, clinging to that pathetic last bit of hope. Jinsung mocks the stalling, and the demon starts chewing over the offer, realizing that dealing with him might be the only way out. The demon then presses the real question, wondering whether Jinsung actually wants the target dead. Time begins to run out as the market of Hendenmeyer appears, marking the shift from that grim exchange to a new place. A lone figure strides through the street, and the aftermath is already ugly enough to suggest the trouble has arrived. At the general store, Kana appears with a cheerful face, completely unaware of how messy the situation around her is. The white-haired brute bites into an apple like nothing happened, already acting far too satisfied with himself. At the stall, Kana stops him cold and demands payment before he keeps eating. He finally turns to listen, looking rested enough to be annoyingly confident again. A week has passed since the rebound backlash, and he now believes he is fully recovered. Kana names the price without blinking, then calmly adds the extra cost for what he just ate. He tosses her the money and tells her to keep the change, treating the bill like pocket dust. That smug escape lasts only a moment before Kana erupts and orders him never to come back. He leaves with quiet satisfaction, realizing Jinsung truly had the power of Dereji, the black wolf of the Black Plague. Across the ruins, a corrupted beast crawls out through the storm, and the whole place feels cursed again. Bloodied and half dead, the white-haired fighter lies below as the monster looms overhead, turning recovery into a nightmare. The white-haired brute seethes over the Black Plague, furious that it ruined his chance to finish things cleanly. His expression hardens as he decides there is nothing left to argue about now. He strides away with smug indifference, already treating the whole ordeal like a solved nuisance. Across the plaza, he keeps talking over old memories, sounding almost amused by how he once warned someone to look forward to this. Nearby, a couple of carefree NPCs chatter on, blissfully unaware that the real disaster is still coming. Kana casually collects the payment, even counting the extra coin like she has done this 1,000 times. Another woman listens to the warning about everyone dying, but the grin on her face suggests she still underestimates the threat. The white-haired fighter twists the argument into a colder truth, hinting that corruption grows monstrously when nothing survives it. Before the words can settle, he lunges back into action, and the exchange turns vicious again. The clash explodes into overwhelming light as some buried mechanism or power surges to life, swallowing the battlefield in brilliance. The white-haired fighter freezes as the gate of time warps around him, already realizing something far bigger has swallowed the room. Suspended above the chamber, the authority watches him below, still acting like he can't believe he ended up here. The white-haired man drops into judgment mode, with the whole battlefield starting to feel like a courtroom with no mercy. The accused snaps in outrage, insisting he has done nothing wrong while the pressure closes in. The authority tries to justify himself, but the white-haired fighter cuts straight through the excuse and exposes the murder plot. He spells it out coldly, turning the man's own logic into proof of a grave crime. The accused erupts in denial, treating mass killing like a joke and exposing just how rotten he really is. That childish answer only hardens the verdict, as the authority is condemned for treating murder as entertainment. The white-haired fighter sees there will be no remorse and decides repentance was never the point. With the black force still writhing below, he finishes the exchange by refusing to let the monster crawl back from judgment. The authority clutches the hourglass as the verdict hits, and the white-haired man makes it clear that only erasure remains. The judgment lands hard, crushing the monster's defenses while the courtroom pressure turns brutal. Caught in the grip of that punishment, the authority snarls through the pain, but his panic is already showing. The black force lashes back in desperation, only to reveal how badly control is slipping. One vicious impact shatters the scene into blood and wreckage, leaving the authority's side in pieces. Even the battlefield itself seems to recoil, as the corrupted power keeps writhing, but the white-haired man stays composed. Then he twists the chaos to his advantage, realizing this is the perfect chance to hunt a Time Lord down. The demon's body surges and distorts, but that only feeds the white-haired man's confidence. He drives straight in, bloodied but grinning, as the threat stumbles under the pressure. By the end, he is already claiming the prey, with a Time Lord finally cornered in his sights. The corrupted authority finally starts realizing that an immortal body alone will not save him. The white-haired man answers with a savage strike, mocking the idea of endless fighting. That confidence cracks fast as the demon stares back, almost amused by the bravado. One blow tears through the battlefield, shattering the surroundings into wreckage and exposed weakness. With the arena collapsing, the white-haired man twists the opening and keeps pressing forward. The demon's body surges and warps under the strain, but even that only feeds the hunter's momentum. Bloodied and grinning, he drives in harder, refusing to let the enemy recover. The pressure keeps building until the authority is forced into a desperate defensive shell. Even locked inside that barrier, the white-haired man keeps forcing the fight from every direction. And when the corrupted beast still refuses to fall, the same brutal command hangs in the air again. The corrupted authority looms above the ruined arena, already reeling from the white-haired hunter's pressure. One brutal strike detonates the battlefield, and the demon's defenses crack open like brittle glass. Even with his power twisting wildly, the authority only feeds the hunter's momentum. Bloodied and grinning, he keeps pressing in, refusing to let the enemy breathe. The corrupted beast snaps into a desperate shell and tries to withstand the onslaught. But the white-haired man hammers that shell again, demanding the same answer without mercy. The authority lets out a ragged groan as the force keeps driving deeper. Its eyes widen in panic, while the hunter blurs forward through another relentless rush. The demon lunges back in a frantic counter, yet the attack is already slipping out of its control. With the corrupted body buckling, the hunter stays locked on, ready to finish what he started. The authority's twisted core keeps spinning under pressure, as if time itself is being dragged into the fight. Another violent surge tears through its defenses, and the hunter's momentum only gets uglier. Trapped inside the collapsing shell, the white-haired man keeps grinding the enemy down without mercy. He narrows his gaze and forces the same answer again, showing no patience left for games. The corrupted authority tries to provoke him, but he is already beyond that, pressing the attack with cold confidence. It answers with smug nonsense about forever and humanity's fleeting lives, pretending it still has control. Then the time distortion becomes clear, with every escape loop shaving away seconds the authority can no longer afford. The battered monster keeps timing the cycles, and the white-haired man stays locked on its weakness, like a predator. Even as the hourglass drains harder, the authority can feel the loop collapsing around it. By the end, the truth lands ugly and final, because the hunter has already looped this nightmare 273 times. 4,047 more loops, and the white-haired hunter keeps grinding the authority down without mercy. Its shadow stretches across the gold floor, proof that the nightmare is already closing in. He keeps pressing for an answer, while the corrupted authority still tries to act untouchable. Up close, its smug arrogance starts cracking under the sheer pressure of his stare. Even the hunter's expression tightens now, because the loop has become a brutal war of attrition. His red arm shifts with a vicious snap, and the next strike comes without hesitation. The blast tears through the barrier, sending purple fragments flying everywhere. He barrels in after it, driving the corrupted body backward with raw force. The authority admits its mind is about to break, and that confidence finally sounds hollow. By then, even it knows the hunter has gone too far for any comeback to survive. He dismisses the arrogant authority and starts finishing the fight without mercy. Its defenses scatter, and the hunter drives the collapsing loop deeper into chaos. The corrupted body is dragged away by force, suddenly losing all its swagger. Its panic finally breaks through as it realizes the sentence is already being carried out. The stolen core slips free, and the loser reaches for it in pure desperation. The hunter slams in from above, turning the battlefield into a brutal execution. The corrupted authority screams as the attack keeps crushing its immortality. Its face tightens in terror, and even its pride cannot hide the fear anymore. Dark corruption blooms violently, twisting into a last, ugly counterattack. He gets swallowed by the black mass, but the hunter keeps pressing through the nightmare. The stolen immortality finally tears loose, and the corrupted authority realizes the sentence is already underway. Even as the core slips free, the beast twists in panic, trying to explain too late what that power really is. The corruption writhes deeper, proving that its perfect defense is already rotting from the inside. A desperate cough escapes it, but the hunter keeps forcing the collapse forward. The dark prison keeps tightening, trapping the corrupted body before it can recover its swagger. With one brutal hit, the white-haired hunter slams it down and leaves it scrambling for balance. Bloodied and shaken, the corrupted authority realizes its regeneration is failing for the first time. Then it finally stares up at the human hunting it, and the fear in its eye gives everything away. Another crushing strike lands, and the hunter coolly asks if it has any last words. That confidence evaporates fast, as the once proud authority breaks and starts begging for mercy. The corrupted authority panics as the crushing force keeps tearing through its body, whining that it does not want to die. A cold command to freeze lands next, while the white-haired hunter keeps the collapsing monster pinned in place. For the first time, the authority looks up at him in disbelief, realizing this human is the one hunting it. The hunter answers with that same eerie confidence, and the authority finally recognizes who he is. Its voice turns cautious as it tries to make sense of the hunter's next question. Feeling the pressure close in, Jinsung stays unreadable, even as the purple guide on the side pushes him to choose whether the thing should die. The guide argues that the target is obnoxious but still suffering, and killing it now feels pointless. Jinsung snaps back that she is not his lover, though the guide keeps mocking his logic anyway. He finally decides the target should be roughed up and released, but only after warning that it could come back worse. After thinking it through, Jinsung concludes that this mess will need the Time Lord's cooperation to finish cleanly. Jinsung stands over the courtroom floor and demands the execution be stopped, turning the entire trial on its head. The purple authority finally recognizes him, and his eerie confidence makes even the Time Lord hesitate. Jinsung coolly admits they are no allies, leaving the authority stunned by how casually he speaks. He then claims the corrupted captive as his ally, forcing the authority to postpone the killing. The shaken Time Lord pauses, and Jinsung smugly praises their equally matched positions. Without warning, he closes in and drives the point home with a brutal strike, proving he is not here to negotiate gently. The battered captive reacts in disbelief, as Jinsung mocks him for being a Chunabu fool. Then Jinsung grins at the injured white-haired man, wondering if he really just saved him. The white-haired brute stares back, still dazed, as the realization of being spared finally sinks in. Even now, Jinsung's expression stays cold, because saving a life only means the truth is still waiting. Jinsung keeps pressing the white-haired captive about who granted immortality and who sent him after Ymir. The battered man explodes in rage, calling Jinsung Ymir's dog and refusing to spill anything. Time drags on in the dead silence, and the interrogation starts feeling less like a question and more like a sentence. Jinsung leans in with that smug certainty, making it clear the captive will answer sooner or later. Days later, the whole mess is brushed aside like another miserable school day finally ending. A sharp transition hits as that ordinary routine shatters into the chaos of dungeon and fighter. When Jinsung comes to, he finds himself somewhere far worse than before, and the white-haired brute is still there. Darkness swallows everything, leaving even the arrogant fighter blinking in confusion. Used to the blackness, Jinsung stays calm and reads the situation while the other man starts freaking out. Then the panicked brute lunges through the void, proving this nightmare is still far from over. The voice in the dark mocks Jinsung, claiming he never would have survived the abyss below. The white-haired brute panics and begs for help, but the corrupted authority cuts him off with brutal silence. Jinsung finally realizes the robed figure is a man, not some dungeon NPC, and stays unnervingly calm. The stranger refuses to reveal his name, then turns the interrogation into a threat with class icons swirling around Jinsung. Jinsung catches on fast, but the offer is absurd enough to make even him balk at becoming an adventurer again. When fear takes over, the stranger shuts him down and demands he choose a class to possess, as if this were a sentence. Jinsung protests that those are DNF class icons, but the pressure leaves him cornered and helpless. The corrupted force drags the white-haired man's body apart, ignoring his plea for mercy and forcing obedience. That body starts mutating into something worse, and the terrified man realizes resistance is already too late. By the end, only a dripping shell remains, and even that broken husk is still being pushed to obey. The corrupted voice finally hushes the terrified man, and his body seems ready to break under the pressure. Purple force tears through him, and the white-haired brute is ripped apart as the possession keeps advancing. He somehow remains alive, but his panic spikes as he realizes this nightmare is still happening. Even then, a strange whistle is forced into his hand, and the choice starts feeling less like a test and more like a sentence. The voice coolly tells him to use that equipment, leaving him stunned and cornered. At last, the preparations are complete, and class cards float around him like a trap closing in. One card reveals Ymir, and the man recognizes the name well enough to know this is bad news. The explanation comes fast. Ymir possesses humans from reality as adventurers to hasten the creator's resurrection. The scheme has been interrupted before, but this time the mastermind has brought Vice Grip to straighten out the blades. Then Vice Grip strikes, and the blue power surges in as the real punishment finally begins. The authority orders him to deal with Ymir and Vice Grip, and he finally realizes this nightmare is personal. He asks if that means he is meant to clip the Archangel's wings and make him fall. The The white-haired brute starts bragging that he was chosen as the messenger of purgatory, but the menace in him is doing most of the talking. The command cuts him off, forcing him to admit he has been summoned for a class choice after all. The authority grows impatient and snaps that there is nothing left to discuss, demanding he make his choice already. At last, the white-haired man accepts it, and his decision is about to lock in. Bloodied and still defiant, he explains that is how it happened, sounding far less cocky than before. Jinsung reacts with sharp suspicion, realizing the possession may not have been Nemmer after all. The truth starts to surface as the order, the glitch, and the corruption all point to a deeper source. Cumulonimbus stares down at the abyss in disgust, recognizing the sticky curse and immortal power behind it. Jinsung finally connects the name Abyss to a demon realm source of life and energy, the kind that twists its host with endless vitality. The explanation sharpens into something worse. The force that rebuilt Ahang's body is the same monster wearing another name. That realization lands hard as a transcendent being with power equal to Nemmer looms behind the corrupted aura. Jinsung stares into the nightmare and realizes Abyss may be the source of corruption itself, not just another symptom. The horror deepens when the shadow figure appears to be joining hands with another power, leaving him openly unsettled. He admits the situation has become the worst possible kind, and if those two are opponents, he cannot handle this alone. Cut to another memory, where Siron recalls a similar possession, and how a whale whistle and better gear carried him through it. A new adventurer approaches, inviting him along, and Siron decides to follow after sensing corruption ahead. The white-haired brute begs for mercy after confessing everything, only for Jinsung to freeze as the name Siron finally clicks. For a tense beat, Jinsung says nothing at all, because that single reaction tells him this mess just got far bigger. Above the city, an ominous sigil hangs in the sky, and the corruption scale starts to feel monstrous. Jinsung and the white-haired brute stare each other down as the broken trial finally reaches its breaking point. The brute stammers through a promise, and Jinsung answers with cold pressure, refusing to let him back out. Cornered and humiliated, the corrupted man swears he will stop hunting Jinsung and spreading corruption. Jinsung needles him without mercy, calling out how weak that oath sounds when spoken through fear. The brute tries to backpedal, but Jinsung shuts him down and orders him to keep his oath or stay trapped. Jinsung then exposes the real problem, and the man finally admits his current state leaves him powerless. With nowhere left to hide, the brute confesses he cannot even kill a goblin anymore, and desperately asks for the whistle back. The white-haired man launches himself at Jinsung anyway, only to get smashed down in a pathetic burst of panic. Jinsung smirks through the shattered chaos, and even threatens to return the gear if the man keeps behaving. Crushed and bleeding, the white-haired brute can barely stay upright after Jinsung's brutal answer. Jinsung stands over him while the defeated man curses his luck and vows revenge through humiliation. The man's anger collapses into silence, while Jinsung only watches with that same cold, merciless calm. With the trial still hanging over them, the whole group turns as Jinsung starts breaking down the corruption case. He pushes past the obvious excuses and explains that corruption and the abyss are now tied together. At the center of the problem, Jinsung narrows it down to a robed male, not the obvious suspect. That revelation wipes Hilder off the board, and the source's next clue points toward a different target entirely. Jinsung then digs deeper, saying the source rejects Nemmer's plan and the so-called Age of Creation. Even Iris ends up looking shaken as he realizes she knew nothing about the real identity behind it all. Back with the bruised brute, Jinsung mocks his confusion and drags Siron along to keep searching for answers. The authority admits the prediction is shaky, but still urges caution and says Jinsung should go along for now. Jinsung presses harder, demanding how the formula even works and why Nemmer failed where this system supposedly succeeds. The answer comes slowly. They only finished it recently, after first defining corruption as history slipping off its rightful course. From there, they mapped major events and pinned down where corruption kept surfacing. The pattern was ugly and specific, showing corruption only around places tied to adventurers, even if the connection looked thin at first. Yet the logic still kept failing until a new variable appeared, the missing piece they had nearly given up on. That variable triggered the first real breakthrough, with corruption suddenly starting at its center. By combining that center point with the earlier locations, they finally completed the corruption prediction formula. The revelation lands like a slap, and Jinsung realizes the variable has to be him. For once, the cocky edge slips as he stares in stunned silence, finally understanding why everyone is looking at him like that. Jinsung reels as the ugly truth hits him. Corruption may have started following him the moment he arrived in Arid. The pattern sharpens fast, revealing corruption only around places tied to adventurers, no matter how thin the link looks. Even his own rise becomes part of the proof, because the corruption seems to track his growth like it is studying him. He starts breaking the logic apart and the old condition the Time Lords found suddenly looks less like nonsense and more like a warning. That is when the answer turns brutal, with Jinsung realizing he can simply avoid the trigger by staying away. But the bigger conclusion lands harder still, because corruption has been chasing him, not the other way around. If he does not go, corruption does not appear, and the Time Lords seem to have uncovered something far more dangerous than a rumor. Yet the luxury of hiding is gone, since his enemies have grown stronger, and he is already missing a proper weapon. He panics over where to even get new gear, then spots a chance and immediately wonders if he can keep Ah Eng's equipment. Even now, the cheeky thought shows how cornered he is, trying to scrape together power while the whole truth keeps closing in. Jinsung drives the fight harder, and the foe's body is already being burned away before he can recover. Dragged low and panting, he realizes the only thing he managed to snatch from the chaos is a strange little item. He snaps over the wasted loot, mocking how the other side just kept burning valuable gear instead of using it. The demand turns desperate as he begs for the item back, even for time itself to be reversed. Jinsung answers with a brutal strike, shutting that panic down before it can become a real plan. Then he shifts the blame back on Siron, reminding him that the trial already destroyed Jinsung's old weapon. The weight of that loss finally clicks, and Jinsung quietly admits he had to search for something useful at home. A flash of steel follows, and the Dragon God Sword appears at last, gleaming with absurdly rare power. Jinsung lights up at the prize, and the instant he learns it belonged to Siron, he starts thinking it just might work. Siron stares back in silence while the floating little mascot hovers between them, as the new sword changes the entire game. He snaps over the wasted loot, while Jinsung keeps the sword ready, and the mascot drifts overhead. Desperate, he begs for the item back and even mutters about turning time itself around. Jinsung cuts that panic down with a brutal strike, then throws the blame back at Siron. The loss finally lands on him, and he realizes he had to hunt for a replacement at home. A flash of steel answers that problem as the Dragon God Sword appears with absurdly rare power. Jinsung brightens at the prize, and learning it belonged to Siron only makes him more interested. Siron stares in silence while the mascot hovers between them as the new sword shifts the balance. The forest gets stranger by the second, and Jinsung starts moving while the mascot follows close. He decides the next clue has to be somewhere ahead, because wasting time here only helps corruption. So he keeps pressing deeper into the woods, now sure the source of this mess is waiting nearby. The sudden blast nearly sends Jinsung reeling as the purple-faced thing shrieks through the forest. He snaps at White Blackie, furious and rattled, while the masked little mascot just panics beside the chaos. The corrupted authority keeps staring them down, and its strange noise only makes the whole situation feel worse. Jinsung starts questioning what kind of odd instrument this could be, already sensing something dangerous beneath it. The explanation only deepens the confusion, as he realizes that name sounds like pure nonsense. The mascot hovers beside him while he tries to make sense of the item, still stunned by how absurd this all is. Then the creature reveals the answer: an account warehouse, a storage unit adventurers use for extra items. Jinsung immediately wonders why anyone would need that when he already has inventory, and the little mascot looks just as lost. The corruption calmly points out the flaw in that logic, explaining that inventory space has its limits. That tiny detail hits hard, because whatever this warehouse is, it may be far more useful than it first sounded. The warehouse is revealed as a shared account vault, where items, gold, and even gear can be moved between characters. Jinsung hears that it opens through the infinite owl, and the tool suddenly sounds a lot less harmless. The explanation hits harder when he learns this warehouse is tied to Aheng's original pay-to-win account. He starts grinning at the thought of hidden treasure, but the owl's glare says that curiosity is a bad idea here. The moment he reaches for it, the guardian goes feral and slams him down for trying to force the owner's lock. Jinsung yelps and backs off, finally realizing the birdbrain is not joking around. As the forest darkens around him, a purple-haired woman cuts in and demands to know who he is. Jinsung is left flat on the ground as she questions how he slipped past the sentries into this forest. Her hand tightens on her weapon, and the warning comes fast before he can recover. Then Iris recognizes him at last, and the whole confrontation shifts into something far more personal. Iris finally pieces him together, and the awkward ambush turns into a much colder, more personal conversation. Jinsung recognizes the setup too, realizing this feels tied to a past incident and someone called Grimseeker. Her explanation cuts deeper. Hildur is using adventurers to kill apostles, and Grimseeker exists to stop that madness. Beneath that warning, the whole hidden order is revealed, with the apostles now treated like targets worth guarding. Out in the forest, Iris presses him for answers, and Jinsung admits he recently visited Empyrean. She reacts hard at the name Anton, realizing he is already an Empyrean and that the world's been moving behind his back. The discussion shifts to a larger war, as she hints a full assault is being prepared to bring Anton down. Jinsung quickly catches the angle and agrees to cooperate, while she keeps the leverage clear and offers help in return. She lays out the real stakes next. If the operation succeeds, the Age of Creation prophecy will finally begin moving. Jinsung's grin says enough, because the bait has landed and he is ready to hear whatever comes next. He hears that the Tower of Despair is the base of operations, and the name alone sounds like trouble. Iris names it without hesitation, calling it Grimseeker's starting point and the place where all this began. Jinsung takes in the warning, already sensing that anyone tied to that tower is no ordinary threat. She identifies the man behind it as Soldoros, the so-called greatest warrior, and casually says she intends to challenge him. Nearby, the forest shifts as the conversation turns deadly serious, and even her confidence starts sounding like a gamble. Iris admits that reaching the tower is impossible right now, because she cannot send him there at all. She explains that Grimseeker is split into two factions, with Hilder's side pushing to kill apostles and force the Age of Creation. The other camp wants to protect the apostles, while the hardliners would rather strike first before Hilder ruins the prophecy. For now, the Tower of Despair is already occupied by those hardliners, so the conflict has moved from theory to siege. What began as a political disagreement is now close to open violence, and Jinsung can tell the whole faction is about to tear itself apart. Iris admits that even as a moderate leader, she would be little help getting inside. Jinsung stays silent while she names Soldoros as the one hardliner likely to listen. The two of them head toward the tower together, and she frames it as comrades chasing the same goal. Yet that confidence cracks for a moment, because even Iris starts wondering how he sees through everything so easily. She compares him to the man she met in North Mire, realizing Jinsung carries the same unnerving clarity. The memory of that earlier meeting lingers, and she decides he seems to understand this world far too well. With a faint smirk, she accepts that Jinsung never stops surprising her. Then she warns that the Tower of Despair is dangerously unstable, though she still insists on helping however she can. A burst of magic and a flying cloak show her trying to cover the move with at least one letter before they part. Their path leads into the eternal snowfield Storm Pass, where the next danger waits in the cold. The tale shifts back to Azelia, a woman tied to the Tower of Despair, and the warning lands like trouble already waiting. Jinsung and the mascot push through the snowy mountain, while the guide keeps acting like this ordeal is just another errand. He cuts through the chatter, asking why they are even here, and she answers that the tower lies beyond the mountain. Jinsung keeps pressing her about the real reason for this trip, and she points out that he is still chasing the Sword Saint Yang Eel's black hand. He admits that is still the goal, but the rebound on that power leaves even him unsure whether it can be used right away. When she teases him about charging after Solderos again, he shrugs it off, certain some underling will stop him long before the real enemy appears. She mocks the idea of a pointless journey, but the blast of light ahead makes it clear the destination is finally in sight. At last, the Tower of Despair rises before them, enormous and ruined, as if the place itself was built to swallow hope. Even Jinsung has to admit the thing is absurdly tall, and when the mascot chirps beside him, the entrance finally becomes obvious. He heads straight for the glowing doorway anyway, stepping into the tower without hesitation, because this is where the next truth begins. Jinsung steps into the tower's guts, but the place feels less like a ruin and more like a machine built to trap the living. From the outside it had looked packed with machinery, yet inside it hits him with the weight of some ancient temple. The scale is outrageous, and the tower's mix of science and old-world dread only makes it feel more dangerous. When he calls out into the first floor, the silence answers first, until Grimseeker's masked guards finally reveal themselves. They close in around him, coldly warning that outsiders do not just walk in here, as if manners could save them now. Jinsung grins through the tension and claims he only came to deliver a letter from Lady Azelia to Lord Solderos. That name clearly matters, because the guards stiffen at the mention of Azelia, the leader of the moderates, and the mood turns sharp. They mock the idea of passing anything along for him, and the exchange snaps from suspicion straight into open hostility. Jinsung protests that he did not come here to fight, but the tower's hardliners are already treating him like a corpse waiting to happen. As they order everyone to lower their weapons, the tower welcomes him with the kind of greeting that makes peaceful entry feel like a joke. Young Aol starts wavering at the door, insisting this outsider should not have to step in. The guard bristles at that softness, while Jinsung keeps pushing the excuse of a simple letter delivery. Young Aol finally takes the letter, but his grin already says he wants nothing to do with Lord Solderos. Jinsung thanks him, and Yang Eol nervously identifies the sender as Lady Azelia. Hearing that name, Jinsung realizes the message matters far more than the guard wants to admit. Yang Eol's thoughts drift straight to the real target, and he decides the gloves are the real prize. He studies Jinsung's battered gear, then smugly assumes the easy part is done. The guard tries to sweet-talk Yang Eol into forgetting Lord Solderos altogether. Before the excuse can settle, Yang Eol pivots and claims Solderos wants Jinsung upstairs immediately. Jinsung turns toward the summons, and the tower's politeness finally drops the mask. Jinsung freezes at the summons, clearly not expecting the tower to turn serious this fast. The elevator shoots upward through the Tower of Despair, climbing toward an audience few ever get. Yang Eol explains that masters rarely accept meetings, while Jinsung learns the request is tied to Lady Azelia. That name hits hard enough for Jinsung to realize this trip is far more delicate than it first looked. Outside the tower, day and night seem to flip in an instant, as if time itself bends here. Yang Eol brushes off the shock, saying the tower adjusts perception and even slows aging, while Jinsung marvels at the science. He then reveals the real reason behind the system. Grimseeker members trained to stand against apostles, and Solderos has used that same technology for over 2,000 years, becoming the strongest human alive. Jinsung starts wondering whether the same tower tech could be used to control rebound as well. With the explanation sinking in, Yang Eol finally says they have arrived. The tower's number board marks the way forward, and Jinsung finally reaches the sealed level. Yang Eol brings him in, while the master waits ahead like the whole place already belongs to him. Jinsung and the mascot stay behind him, and the request already feels far more dangerous than it sounded. Solderos turns, revealing the old monster behind the title, and his name hits with real weight. He sizes Jinsung up and recognizes him as the adventurer Azelia spoke of, which only sharpens the tension. Yang Eol keeps the scroll ready, while the old master studies the report like this meeting was never optional. Jinsung's eyes narrow, because that one reaction alone tells him the room just shifted. Solderos lowers his head, calm but lethal, as if he has already decided how this visit will end. Jinsung braces as the floor flashes under Solderos' step, and the old man closes the distance in a blur. Then the tower erupts with a roaring golden beast, and Jinsung is forced to meet power head-on. Jinsung lunges into the first clash, but that black-purple surge of power makes the attack feel suicidal. He swings again, knowing talk is useless now, while the tower's barrier starts bending under the pressure. Solderos slips past the strike and seizes him, proving the old monster still moves faster than reason. Jinsung jerks back as Solderos barrels away, and the grip on his arm already tells him he is outmatched. For a heartbeat, even Jinsung cannot hide the shock as the old man disappears into the dark. Solderos then coldly names it apostolic power, turning that vicious strength into something far worse than a simple technique. He tries to crush the moment with raw force, but his own eyes harden instead, like the outcome is already decided. Outside the main hall, the woman trails beside Jinsung as they head toward the tower, and the silence only sharpens the tension. Solderos tightens his stare, then finally speaks with the confidence of a man who expects everyone else to break first. Jinsung refuses to back down, admits the challenge is lost, and still demands that the stolen power be handed over. The gear gets brushed aside as useless, and the challenge instantly shifts from equipment to skill. Jinsung's bandaged arm reaches for the panel anyway, refusing to let the old man dismiss him so easily. His frustration boils over as he demands the gear back, but the outburst only makes him look more cornered. One press later, the mechanism answers, and the room fills with the cold hum of a trap waking up. Jinsung drops under a pillar of light as the teleportation snatches him away before he can react. The shock hits hard, and he realizes too late that Solderos has dragged him into the old man's terms. Solderos only smirks at the panic, promising that raw strength is the only way back. The power surges again, pinning Jinsung in place as the gap between them turns insulting. Even the little mascot gets swept into the chaos, floating helplessly beside him. By the end, Jinsung is still being carried off by the beam, trapped in Solderos' overwhelming control. Jinsung crashes under the beam's force, while the mascot flails uselessly beside him. Face first on the floor, he realizes the gear has been stolen from him instead of earned. Solderos coolly tells him that getting it back means climbing with raw strength alone. Jinsung snaps back that he never planned to climb this tower anyway, then checks on Blackie. The inventory screen makes the loss sting harder, and he fears Blackie's soul may have been trapped too. The answer comes in the worst way, as corruption surges and a monstrous form tears into him. Jinsung stands his ground, and the beast's red-eyed glare makes the warning feel personal. The creature promises to wait for Jinseong, leaving the threat hanging like a curse. A long breath follows, and the tower's sealed door looms ahead like the next cruel test. By then, Jinsung is already being dragged deeper inside, right into Solderos' terms. Jinsung gets a smug reminder that the guard is no joke, and even the mascot seems tense beside him. The masked guard lunges in, but Jinsung stays calm, already reading the strike. One clean counter sends the attacker crashing back, proving this floor was never meant to be easy. The guard warns him to turn back, but Jinsung refuses to quit and snaps that he is still going. The next guard steps forward with a blade and makes the rule crystal clear: climb any higher, and strength alone decides everything. The tower's layout is laid bare, with each floor guarded and the elevator only unlocking after every challenge. Higher floors mean stronger enemies, and Soldoros still waits far above, buried behind 95 brutal levels. Jinsung is blasted backward in the exchange, but he twists through the pain and forces back into the fight. He drives in hard again, slamming into the guard with enough force to keep the path upward open. Jinsung sizes up the tower's harsh entry floor, already realizing the game's level system makes everything worse than expected. The alarmingly low progress leaves him annoyed, and the whole grind feels painfully long for someone still stuck at level 61. Even with the floor refusing to budge, he keeps pressing the mechanism, dead set on forcing the next layer open. His tiny companion floats nearby while he mutters that climbing to 96 is going to be a nightmare. At last, he smirks through the strain and decides he can handle it, because backing down is clearly not in his nature. The guard answers with a brutal rush, and Jinsung surges straight back in before the tower can swallow the fight. A savage exchange follows, and Jinsung's strike tears through the opponent's defenses with raw momentum. The blow scatters gear and cloth across the chamber, proving the guard is already losing control. With each floor marker flashing higher, the tower keeps counting upward while Jinsung forces his way toward the next battle. The tower finally marks the 33rd floor, and Jinsung keeps pushing forward instead of slowing down. Miu Miu, the 33rd floor guard, braces herself as the challenger closes in with that same reckless momentum. She lunges in with speed, but Jinsung meets her head-on and refuses to give her any breathing room. The clash snaps the room apart, and her confidence starts crumbling under his pressure. A nearby device is left glowing on the floor while the battle's aftermath hangs in the air. Soldoros watches with cold amusement, already expecting the next move to be worth the wait. Young Aol admits the challenger keeps adapting every floor, as if he can read attacks before they happen. Jinsung cuts through the guard's defense in a blur, and the 33rd floor is cleared in an instant. The result lands hard. He has already conquered another floor, and the tower only looks more ridiculous for doubting him. Only 33 floors in, and Yang Aol already fears this pace could drag out for a year. He still admits the climb is anything but slow, because Jinsung keeps adapting faster than the tower can react. Soldoros erupts in laughter, clearly entertained while the challenger keeps forcing his way upward. Yang Aol stares at the impossible movement and starts to realize Jinsung is reading every trick before it lands. Even the elevator becomes a joke now, as Jinsung tears through it without slowing down. The tower rattles under the impact, and the tiny mascot drifts beside him while the climb turns absurd. Jinsung mocks the whole thing as cheating, then shrugs it off like winning by instinct is all that matters. He presses on anyway, saying he only needs a chance to recover Blackie, even if beating Soldoros still looks impossible. One eye sharpens with pure determination, and now the only thing left is pushing harder than the tower expected. Jinsung tears through the elevator defense, and the blast sends shockwaves roaring down the tower. The upper floors barely register his momentum before he's already hurled onward through the chaos. Even from afar, the attack lands like a warning, yet the tower's defenders still fail to track him. Soldoros reacts with amused disbelief, already seeing that Jinsung keeps slipping past every trick. Jinsung answers with pure speed, blades and fire cutting a path through the sealed tower. The guard snarls that such cheap tactics are unworthy, but Jinsung keeps forcing the issue anyway. Another wave of destruction blooms behind him, and the tower's pressure only makes his advance nastier. From the monitoring room, the old man watches the carnage and judges the climb a little too harsh. Even then, Jinsung keeps moving, and the tower finally has to admit his pace is absurd. Yang Aol mocks the disaster, figuring the elevator can be fixed later and the corpse can just be dumped in the snowfield. Soldoros lets out a low, amused laugh, already treating the whole thing like a joke. Up in the control room, he confirms the target is still talking, which only makes the situation look worse. Yang Aol snaps back that if they meant to kill him, they should have finished it cleanly. Soldoros cuts through the excuse, insisting that Jinsung is not the type to die from one blast. Yang Aol asks whether that means they trust him, but the answer comes down to experience, not faith. He keeps watching the tower doors, slowly realizing that Jinsung has survived far worse than this. Iris Fortunesinger listens with quiet certainty, seeing that even forced into another world and endless battles, he still came back. And from the way he keeps breaking through monsters, dragons, and immortals, even Soldoros has to admit the climb is getting ridiculous. The tower's fake cult followers are no threat at all, and now even this looks personal. Soldoros only laughs at the delay, while the target is still alive and somehow still talking. Bibis' grin sharpens as the absurdity sinks in, because this is turning into something far more than a simple date. Jinsung tears through the attack anyway, landing blow after blow while that rabbit mascot keeps hanging close. He chains the combo system harder than ever, driving deeper through the tower with reckless momentum. The strain hits immediately, and he realizes every skill is chewing through his focus like a knife. Even as the pressure builds, he refuses to stop, knowing Grimseeker's attacks will return the moment he hesitates. Barely hanging on, he forces himself onward, convinced that his mana is enough and that dying here is not an option. Then a brutal blast wrecks the corridor beside him, and the whole trial answers with one ugly, explosive reminder of how deadly this place still is. Soldoros only keeps watching, amused by the delay as the target still survives. Jinsung drives forward anyway, and the mascot refuses to leave his side. Every exchange keeps chewing through his stamina, but he still forces the combo deeper. His breathing turns rough, and the toll of each skill starts biting into his focus. Even so, he keeps pushing, knowing hesitation would invite Grimseeker's next assault. Barely holding together, he trusts his mana and refuses to die here. A fresh blast tears through the corridor, proving this trial is nowhere near safe. Nearby, Yang Eel watches the chaos with a tired look as the tower's brutality sinks in. Back under the pressure, Soldoros simply decides the broken fighter needs healing. The tower's recovery chamber hums to life, quietly preparing to drag Jinsung back from the brink. He lies sealed inside a medical capsule, while the tiny mascot hovers anxiously at his side. A full recovery reads 100%, and the machine finally finishes its work. Jinsung erupts out of the capsule in a rage, shocked to realize Soldoros was behind this. Yang Eol can only stare as the chaos settles, already knowing brute force was never going to solve this cleanly. Jinsung sits up, battered and baffled, while Yang Eol explains that the capsule was meant to heal him. That only makes Jinsung more suspicious, and he turns toward the mascot, demanding answers about Soldoros. Soldoros answers with cold disappointment, looking far less impressed than before. He then swats away another petty trick, and the mascot gets blasted aside as Jinsung presses the attack. With a smug glare, Soldoros makes it clear that a coward like Jinsung still has to earn any real chance. Jinsung snaps awake furious, already demanding to know where that bastard disappeared to. The recovery chamber's floor steadies under him as the aftermath of the treatment finally sinks in. Soldoros stands over the scene upside down in motion, a ridiculous entrance for a man this dangerous. He lands hard and crawls forward anyway, treating Jinsung's survival like a mildly interesting inconvenience. Now, close enough to loom, Soldoros admits Jinsung arrived and immediately starts measuring him with cold contempt. The old monster brushes off the excuses, then orders Jinsung to leave if the healing is all he wanted. Jinsung refuses to back down, and his grip turns desperate as Soldoros casually swipes the mascot away. He blasts back with a snarl, still demanding his gear while Soldoros keeps pressing him from the shadows. Jinsung finally catches himself and realizes that something foreign has flown in here far too fast. Before he can recover, the impact slams into him, and the room reminds him who still holds the advantage. Jinsung finally spots Soldoros' sword, and realizes too late how rough the old monster really is. Soldoros keeps talking down to him, brushing off the situation like a casual inconvenience. He casually warns Jinsung to leave if recovery was all he wanted, while the mascot watches in panic. Jinsung snaps that the old man treats people like toys, and still demands his gear back. Soldoros answers with a forceful strike, and Jinsung barely avoids getting flattened. Jinsung lunges for the control button, still trying to force this fight on his terms. The instant he acts, Soldoros twists the exchange into another lecture, and pins the pressure even harder. He admits Jinsung came here using Azalea as an excuse, and that only made him more irritated. Then he reveals he had planned to cut Jinsung down in one blow, before sparing him for Azalea's sake. Even after all that mercy, he still mocks Jinsung for climbing all this way just to lecture him. Soldoros coolly gives Jinsung a chance, but the mascot already looks like it knows this mercy is a trap. The old monster demands a one-hit victory, showing off just enough to prove he can back up that arrogance. Jinsung keeps pressing anyway, insisting on help and dragging the fight into something far messier than a simple rematch. Soldoros studies his gloves and armor in one glance, then calmly points out that Jinsung has been hiding more than raw fists. Jinsung surges in with a purple-clawed strike, trying to force the pace before the old man can control it again. Soldoros answers from inside that black aura, reminding him that he is facing the strongest human alive. Jinsung goes all in and decides to overdo it, lunging through the exchange as the mascot gets flung helplessly behind him. The barrage keeps coming, and even Soldoros has to brace himself as the relentless pressure finally starts landing. Jinsung drives through the counterattack, refusing to let the old man dictate the rhythm any longer. The clash ends in a brutal burst of impact, and for once even Soldoros looks like he has to take Jinsung seriously. Jinsung keeps the pressure on, deciding he can only break Soldoros' rhythm with a brutal combo. The first exchange detonates into a clean impact, and the old man still refuses to give ground. Soldoros watches the attack come in, his expression sharpening as the distance starts to close. Jinsung gets launched through the force, but the barrage keeps driving him forward anyway. He realizes the mark is still on him, and that this fight has become a hunt. The chase turns ugly as Jinsung spins through the air, only to hear Soldoros call his movement predictable. Soldoros explains the real problem is Jinsung's habit of searching for an opening, and then punishes it with another hit. Jinsung surges past the old man anyway, trying to turn raw speed into a finishing blow. Soldoros barely flinches, coolly calling out that kind of predictability before the next strike lands. The counterpunch crashes in, and for the first time Jinsung is forced to admit the monster in front of him is serious. Jinsung keeps driving in, but Soldoros' strike sends him flying anyway. The old monster doesn't even budge, and the counter keeps coming. For a split second, even Jinsung's eyes widen at how serious this fight has become. Soldoros twists the blade back into the wall, turning the arena into a cage. Jinsung lands hard, but instead of breaking, he steadies himself and keeps moving. Soldoros' gaze sharpens again, already reading the next mistake. Jinsung answers with vicious force, finally unloading everything he has. He keeps thanking the hell of this climb, because it turned him into something stronger. The system follows that growth, showing how much his level has climbed. Jinsung stands at level 71 now, and the fight has only made him hungrier. Jinsung roars through the chaos, forcing his blade into the clash with everything he has left. The strike detonates in a brutal burst, and the cramped arena starts to buckle under the pressure. The whole chamber shakes as the attack tears deeper, turning the wall into a weaponized trap. Cracks spread everywhere, and even that reckless blow looks like it may have crossed the line. Yet Jinsung stays in the fight, while Cumulonimbus realizes even this kind of madness still leaves him breathing. The corrupted authority figure presses him harder, warning him not to drop his guard for even a second. Jinsung drives forward anyway, and the slash carves a blinding path through the wreckage. For a split second, his expression shifts as he senses just how much force was really behind that counter. He stiffens, sweat running down his face, but the shock only makes his instincts sharpen. By the end, he is still standing, still hunting the opening that will let him finish this. Jinsung tears through the wreckage, but Soldoros still forces the exchange into a brutal blur of steel and blood. The hit finally lands hard enough to shock Jinsung, and his confidence cracks for a split second. Soldoros stands over the mess, coldly dismissing the plan as sound but impossible for the weak to carry out. Jinsung grits through the pain, refusing to fold even as the pressure keeps mounting. The next clash explodes head-on, both fighters throwing everything into the collision. Soldoros sneers at the attempt to look impressive, making Jinsung seem like an overhyped brat. He doubles down, mocking the title of young master, as if it means nothing here. Then he twists the knife further, calling Jinsung a privileged brat protected by special treatment in this tower. He points to Grimseeker fighting the apostles below, proving the training only survives because others are bleeding for it. And with total contempt, Soldoros asks how Jinsung dared come at him so boldly when true strength was still miles away. Jinsung refuses to fall, clinging to victory even as the purple force keeps chewing through him. Soldoros crushes the effort as pathetic, mocking the courage of someone he still sees as a coward. The clash detonates across the floor, and neither fighter gives an inch. Jinsung is blasted back hard, while the little mascot watches the wreckage in alarm. Soldoros keeps sneering, calling him a young master who only knows how to talk big. A rough laugh follows, but the old monster's tone starts turning sharper than before. He finally begins to read Jinsung properly, realizing this reckless boy is not ordinary at all. Jinsung lies battered nearby, and even from there the pressure of his resolve keeps hanging in the air. Soldoros lowers his guard at last, admitting he is starting to understand why Azalea trusted Jinsung, and with his weapon gleaming, he seems ready to acknowledge that the brat has earned far more than mockery. The tower trial opens on the first floor, with Jinsung staring ahead while Yang Aol stands behind him, still carrying the awkward weight of the setup. Yang explains the master's gift and the gloves Jinsung asked for, but the boy treats the battered prize like treasure, not trash. When Yang hesitates and brings up one more thing, Jinsung catches on fast and braces for whatever trouble is coming next. That trouble turns out to be a sparring request, and Jinsung immediately panics, realizing he wants no part of fighting either Yang Aol or Soldoros. He flails for an excuse about urgent business, trying to slip away before the old monster can drag him into another brutal lesson. Yang lets him go, and Jinsung is hurled out through the tower's opening with the mascot tumbling after him in the chaos. Outside at last, he laughs through the cold, admitting the gloves cost plenty but still counting the haul as a win. Victory comes with a nasty catch though, because the recoil problem is still waiting, and even Sharon's magic might fail to solve it. His mind snaps to the impossible answer, and he realizes that if the Time Lords are involved, they might even be able to restore his body. That thought lands like lightning, and Jinsung finally understands why he should have considered them sooner. Jinsung rushes to test the rift again, only for the spell to stall uselessly in the cold air. The failure hits fast, and he freezes as the broken magic proves this is nothing like last time. He starts blaming his condition, realizing desperation may have been the only reason it worked before. That leaves him staring down a nasty truth. Getting to the Time Lords may not be simple at all. Then the answer clicks, because if someone else can open dimensional rifts, that route might still exist. The search points him toward a quiet building, where the trail finally leads back to another troublemaker. Jinsung reaches for help, and the hovering mascot bounces beside him as he calls out for Saran. Inside, he lays out his favor, already knowing this request is going to cost him something. The woman listening is no stranger either, and her calm face tightens as she recognizes him. Iris finally speaks his name, and the old diviner looks shaken enough to remind him this is no ordinary reunion. Jinsung reels at finding Iris here, and the Gate of Time trail suddenly feels a lot more personal. Iris answers with bitter calm, sounding like someone already tired of still being trapped in this world. His eyes narrow as he senses her mood is off, and Siran's name starts making disturbing sense. He asks if she broke free from Hilder's control, already suspecting this meeting is more than coincidence. Iris freezes, hurt flashing across her face as his suspicion lands harder than expected. Jinsung keeps pushing through the awkward tension, and Iris finally admits an adventurer came looking for her. He even notes that, before leaving the Gate of Time, he confirmed someone had kicked off the whole shonen mess. That trail leads back to Saran, who has been using the Gate of Time to move through different eras and investigate the dungeon fighter world. The deeper they dig, the more the old disasters line up, from the Great Fire of Grand Florus to Apostle Dirigi's teleportation into the Dark Elf Kingdom. At that point, the pattern is impossible to ignore, because too many of those incidents were never accidents at all. Iris breaks down as the truth lands. The hidden mastermind was her, trapped under Hilder's control. Besides Siren, she recalls how he personally severed the curse that had bound her. Free at last, she should feel relief. Yet the weight on her shoulders only grows. Every sacrifice and death now haunts her, and she starts counting sins she can never repay. No matter how desperately she tries to wash them away, the guilt refuses to fade. She begins to believe there is nowhere left for someone like her, until Jinsung cuts in and stops her from running. He dismisses the excuse fast, reminding her that Siren and the adventurer did not save her for this pathetic collapse. Iris still searches for a way to cleanse her sins, but Jinsung keeps pushing, refusing to let her hide behind remorse. He presses the simplest truth of all. As long as she is alive, running away is not an answer. That finally cracks her composure, leaving her stunned and tearful as the guilt keeps shaking her to the core. Jinsung keeps his hands steady, and reminds Iris that her hands can still choose the right path. Iris, trembling but earnest, begs him not to let her abandon the best she can still do. She reaches for him anyway, as if clinging to the chance he just gave her. Tears finally spill as she calls out his name, stunned that he still believes in her. Jinsung realizes she might have found her footing again even without his help. He admits, with rare blunt honesty, that part of his speech was only self-satisfaction, but that only makes it clearer that he still meant every word he said to her. Surrounded by enemies, he commits himself to doing the best he can, no matter the odds. For him, that also means choosing the right thing, even if it is the harder road. Elsewhere, Saran reacts in surprise, catching the moment just as the tension shifts. Iris reaches for Jinsung anyway, and Siran arrives just as the whole situation turns awkward. Night settles over the town, quiet on the surface and already rotten underneath. Iris lies in bed while the two men stand outside, and her world feels like it is slipping again. Jinsung explodes at the news, stunned that 3 months have already passed. The tower's warped time finally explains it, and that answer only makes things worse. He realizes the outside world must have raced ahead without him. Panic hits as he wonders how far the story has gone and whether Saran ever found him. Saran coolly cuts in, saying the Time Lords say they found something important. Jinsung blurts out a useless question, but Saran shuts it down without blinking. Corruption was the answer they uncovered, and now the real chase can begin. The Time Lords finally agree to begin the search at once, even if crossing dimensions risks tearing reality apart. Jinsung's ally jolts in alarm as the search starts, already sensing how ugly this chase could get. Jinsung demands answers, and the Time Lords reveal they have really found the source of corruption. The explanation lands hard. After parting ways with him, they used Aheng's tip and traced the corruption to the abyss. Jinsung quickly pieces it together, realizing the demon world was the obvious place to dig deeper. The Time Lords confirm it, saying they searched every corner around the place where Time Aheng was possessed. Their work clearly wore them down, because even a diviner like them had been grinding non-stop through every day and every region. At last, They pin down the lead, with the trail pointing straight toward a place where the abyss gathers thickest. The memory shifts back months earlier, when Jinsung first stood before a violent barrier in the demon world. And there, in that remote corner, something new had appeared at last. The search reaches the demon world, where rain lashes down over a violent barrier, and the air feels wrong. Jinsung stares ahead, silently piecing together the word alien existence like the truth is finally surfacing. A crimson-robed figure stands at the edge of the storm, and the answer lands at last. The source of corruption. Jinsung recognizes the sign immediately, realizing the demon world was exactly where that trail had to lead. The memory cuts back to the moment the robed figure first appeared, just as another observer blurts out that it matches Ahing's description. Jinsung and the others react in shock, realizing the hidden bastard has finally been found. The corrupted figure strikes back in purple lightning, but Jinsung keeps pressing through the attack. It vanishes just as fast, leaving everyone staring at the ground and wondering what it planted there. The hunters check the spot immediately, and even after 5 months, the strange object is still there. Now the clue is clear. Whatever the source of corruption left behind, it never moved. And that changes everything. A standard-sized envelope-like clue hangs in the storm, and the shape immediately feels wrong. Jinsung narrows his eyes, realizing the letter was already a warning, not a gift. The corruption marker crackles harder as the portal begins to open where it was planted. The source finally surfaces on the screen, and Jinsung and the others recoil in pure shock. Even the corrupted authority realizes the trail has been exposed, but the hunt is no longer stopping now. Jinsung snaps that the culprit has to be found fast, or the whole lead will be wasted. The response is grim. They were already trying earlier, but the interference kept blocking every move. Pressure spikes as the lion-headed manifestation admits it cannot force a gate to the demon world. Siran fights the interference and pushes harder, knowing the source has to be caught before it slips away. The corruption finally surges through the barrier, cracking the dimension wide open. The corruption surges in with monstrous force, and the beasts rush the opening like they already smell blood. The shattered marker suddenly spits out a reading, level 80, which turns the whole mystery from vague to serious. Jinsung's eye tightens as he realizes this isn't random chaos, but a breach tied to the demon world. With Mascot and the others reeling, the portal keeps widening, and even Jinsung freezes at the sight of it. He stares at the impossible number again, while the others realize that level 80 is the bare minimum for demon world dungeons. The revelation lands hard, and Jinsung finally starts to understand why the breach hit like a trap. His info screen confirms the truth. Jinsung level 70. 1. Adventurer fame 4,280. 1. Still not enough for what waits ahead. The gap to level 80 makes the warning sting, but he refuses to back down just because the enemy set the bar high. Siran then makes the real meaning clear, treating the strange opening like a personal invitation aimed straight at him. Before anyone can answer, a violent strike tears across the scene, and the hunt slides fully into open combat. The demon beast lunges in, and the tiny mascot nearly loses its mind as the breach turns violent. Jinsung crashes into the opening strike, answering the sudden ambush with raw force. Purple fragments scatter as he grits his teeth and hurls a challenge straight toward the demon world. A gloved arm slams forward, and the fight instantly starts skewing against the corruption. Siran watches the fallen fighter and calmly points out that the rebound in his arm is the real problem. Jinsung recalls the earlier warning and realizes his body has been pushed past its limit. Siran cuts through his panic, arguing that brute force healing is the wrong approach from the start. Jinsung starts piecing it together, and Sharon's old comparison to a balloon on the verge of bursting comes back to him. The truth settles in. Instead of repairing rebound, the only answer may be getting rid of the power causing it. Sharon's explanation finally lands, and Jinsung realizes the overfilled body was never built to hold this much power. Siran cuts through the panic, and Jinsung finally accepts the ugly answer. His body can't keep swallowing power forever. Sharon's balloon warning comes back to him, and the truth lands hard. This isn't about repairing rebound. It's about removing the thing causing it. He snaps back at the whole lesson, mocking the idea that martial artists can just train past every flaw. Jinsung then freezes as another warning hits. Strong or not, nobody escapes disease or disaster. The next revelation lands even nastier. Level 75 is the point where a dungeon fighter awakens again, and that changes everything. Jinsung realizes Demon World entry is locked at level 80, so this sudden shift is happening far earlier than it should. No, the system insists. Level 75 is where the second awakening begins. That means a Dark Knight's growth takes a sharp turn there, and Jinsung feels the danger in that hidden upgrade. Before he can process it, the explanation turns physical as corruption or power cracks violently through the ring-like core of his gear. The final strike of purple force tears in deeper, Proving this awakening is anything but clean, the purple surge detonates outward, and the hidden awakening starts ripping through the core like it was never built to hold. Jinsung stares at the corruption wrapping the body, realizing this power is mutating into something far uglier than a normal upgrade. The next day dawns quietly, but the calm already feels suspicious after that violent breakthrough. Iris rides back in the carriage Sharon prepared, returning to the Hendenmeyer Mage Guild at last. Sharon greets her with rare softness, and Iris can only thank her for carrying her through the mess. Their attention snaps toward the guild doors, as if something inside has already started moving. A spear user named Changsik steps forward, looking every bit like the type who thinks the room should revolve around him. Jinsung watches him from behind, still trailing the adventurer while the little mascot quietly keeps pace. The mascot starts to suspect Jinsung has spotted corruption again, which would explain this strange little detour. Jinsung refuses to explain, choosing to stay quiet and watch before making his move. The adventurer's next target becomes clear: chase down Hilder, the mastermind behind everything. Iris follows that lead and points toward the demon world, where Hilder is presumed to be hiding. Jinsung's smug reaction says enough, because reaching that place was never going to be simple. The little mascot nearly panics, while the blonde man brushes it off and notes, "This is just a hometown detour." Jinsung stays calm, already understanding the demon world is not some ordinary place on the same map. Iris admits her power cannot open a path there, though she clearly hates how dangerous the answer sounds. She falls back on an old method, remembering how Apostle Bakal once crossed over through a passage. Even that route has rotted away now, because something enormous is blocking it from the other side. Iris finally reveals the scale of the problem, describing the obstruction as bigger than the sea and heavier than a mountain. In other words, the demon world is sealed by an overwhelmingly powerful existence. The demon world's gate is no ordinary passage. Something massive and ancient still blocks the way. At Empyrean, the capital of the Jivan Empire, Jinsung finally learns the route is tied to Apostle Anton. The guide mocks him for shadowing the adventurer, while admitting Anton would rather let someone else take the harder fight. Jinsung takes it in stride, knowing the easy road was never going to stay easy for long. Even with his arm wrapped up, Yangyul pushes on and decides the Tower of Despair gear may still help. The mascot stiffens as the warning lands, sensing corruption is already watching from the shadows. The moment Jinsung reaches the marine train station in Lufthaven, the next step becomes obvious. Yang Aol heads inside first, acting like the train route to Anton is a game worth risking. Jinsung follows, already reading the situation and preparing for whatever trap waits ahead. His eyes narrow in silence, because this hunt is finally turning into a real fight. Jinsung pauses at the station while Bibi slips inside, and the mascot hangs back as if sensing trouble. Her bright smile barely hides the distance now settling between them, even as the moment feels painfully familiar. A quiet bundle of notes changes hands, and Jinsung realizes she may already be gone beyond his reach. The sky opens wide above them, turning the farewell soft for just a second before it starts to sting. Jinsung lets the memory settle, then admits he misses her more than he expected. A familiar voice cuts in, and he answers with that easy grin, pretending the timing is almost convenient. The mascot suddenly jerks at a dark warning, and Jinsung's expression hardens as the danger crawls closer. The train roars past. The mascot panics, and the reply makes it clear the ride is already over. A violent blast tears through the route ahead, proving the path to Anton is anything but safe. Even after the shockwave, the ground keeps shaking, and Jinsung can only push forward through the fallout. Jinsung drops to a knee, barely holding on, while young Aol watches from behind with that same smug calm. The mascot warns him about talking beside the adventurer, and Jinsung brushes it off as the ride finally loading in. He pieces together that the real controller is in the outside world, not on the train itself. From the last two encounters, Jinsung confirms the trap's rules are tied to movement between maps. He studies the women and realizes the train is carrying multiple pieces in the same twisted trial. Freed up at last, Jinsung grins as he realizes he can move around without restraint. The lingering rebound on his body becomes the key, and he starts treating it like something to erase. He decides to test a new idea, but the dark warning above him makes it clear something else is listening. The train tears ahead at full speed, and the sealed path behind him starts shaking under the pressure. Jinsung regains his footing, calls for the next step, and tells young Aol to drop him when he is ready. The mascot jolts as the train rumbles harder, and Jinsung keeps moving without restraint. Black corruption still clings to his legs, but he refuses to let it slow him down. At last, he lands cleanly, pleased to find the rebound easing under pressure. He grins at the result, realizing the loophole actually works. For a split second, he sounds almost delighted with himself, even as something dark keeps listening. The corrupted warning is already late, because Jinsung has moved on to the next trick. He decides the same method could force Soldaros power out for a blink. The train's passage shudders around him while the others watch that reckless plan unfold. His eyes widen as the timing becomes brutally clear, and the risk starts to hit him. Even so, he stays locked in, ready to push this loophole until it breaks open. The train barrels forward as Jinsung's rebound test keeps holding, and the others barely keep up. He lands cleanly, and realizes the loophole really does work, which is a dangerous kind of good news. Smirking at his own success, he starts planning to use the same trick to crack Solderos' power open, but the passenger car shifts hard, and the mascot and others tense as the room starts feeling wrong. Jinsung catches the ripple, sweat beading on his face as he realizes the timing is tighter than he thought. The feeling hits him before the threat fully forms, and he recognizes this strange transition from experience. Suspicion spikes as he senses corruption in the middle of it all, while the train seems to swap worlds around him. Jinsung shouts for the adventurer and scans the chaos, but the corrupted presence keeps pressing closer. The dark force suddenly orders him down, and a brutal strike tears through the carriage without warning. Jinsung reels under the impact, staring up in shock as even he starts to understand this loophole has become a trap. The train world fractures apart, and the whole passenger car system looks like it's being torn loose over open water. Jinsung catches the warning too late as the corrupted force snaps at him and orders everyone to jump. For a split second, even he freezes, realizing this shift is far more dangerous than it seemed. Then the car detonates in chaos, and the passengers are hurled into the sea in one violent burst. The train keeps breaking away behind them, proving the route itself has turned into a moving death trap. Jinsung lands hard, but the dark pressure still hangs above the wreckage like something alive. Not even bleeding momentum can slow him down as he steadies himself and decides the attack was still manageable. That confidence vanishes the moment a monstrous corrupted face rises up and demands to know who he is. Jinsung immediately recognizes the thing, and the realization hits that this is no ordinary enemy. He expected corruption, but this twisted presence is so extreme that even he has to admit the situation is insane. The creature's horned face fills the moment, and Jinsung finally sees just how bad this trap has become. A title follows right behind the menace. The fourth apostle conqueror, Kasijas, has entered the fight. That alone is enough to shock the others, because an apostle showing up here means the situation has gone completely off the rails. From the wrecked sea route, Kasijas hurls fresh insults at Jinsung, acting like this chaos is some twisted reunion. Jinsung snaps back that he is here for business, not old memories, and tells the enemy to get ready. Kasijas counters by yanking his arm and mocking the pose, then starts to reveal his true monstrous form. The train debris keeps drifting as the red-haired observer stares in stunned silence, sensing the threat before she can even process it. She clings to the railing higher up, frozen as the thing below makes her question what kind of disaster this really is. Kasijas' full demon face finally erupts into view, and the pressure of that power slams straight into the battlefield. Jinsung is blasted backward in the exchange, but even as the shock tears through him, he keeps fighting through the strain. Jinsung twists through the assault and keeps resisting as the apostle tries to drag him under corrupted control. He grits through the backlash, realizing every borrowed surge only makes the gear harder to command. Still, he springs forward across the wreckage, refusing to let the battlefield dictate the pace. Kasijas crashes in with brutal force, and Jinsung barely parries the next heavy strike. Even while locked in the clash, Jinsung figures out Blackie's warning was right and keeps that advantage in mind. Far above the water, the tiny mascot watches the explosion unfold and senses the fight spiraling even faster. Jinsung's eye sharpens as he realizes this danger is not just raw power, but help from the right side. The next exchange tears the sky apart with violent slashes, and both fighters go all in. He actually starts pushing back the apostle of the sword demons, turning the pressure against him. And for a split second, Jinsung even smirks, because the monster finally looks like the one losing ground. Jinsung and Kasijas slam into each other again, sending wreckage and spray across the battlefield. The apostle keeps driving forward, but Jinsung refuses to be shoved back any further. Sensing the opening, Jinsung locks onto Kasijas through the chaos and keeps his guard tight. That pressure finally turns the monster's grin ugly, and the apostle realizes the fight is slipping. Jinsung answers with a savage push of his own, making the monster feel that smug line sting. For a heartbeat, Jinsung looks almost delighted, because the gap between them is finally closing. Then the clash erupts into a storm of slashes, and the whole sea route seems ready to split apart. Kasijas hurls a crushing wave of power, but Jinsung is dragged deeper into the technique instead of escaping it. That only sharpens the truth for him, since the apostle is using a skill that pulls himself into danger too. Jinsung cuts through the pressure and keeps the counter alive, while Kasijas finally has to brace. Jinsung is still trapped beneath the water, gasping as Kasijas looms over him with that twisted confidence. His purple eye tightens, and he locks onto the apostles' movement instead of panicking. The next clash tears the water apart, forcing Kasijas to blast harder just to keep the pressure alive. Jinsung cuts straight through that force, and the apostle finally feels the tables start to turn. Kasijas lunges in close with a feral snarl, but Jinsung meets him head-on without giving an inch. The monster keeps driving forward, yet even he starts to look annoyed by how stubborn this fight has become. Above the wreckage, the red-haired observer steadies herself, already realizing the battle has become something far uglier than expected. Jinsung rises through the chaos and taunts Kasijas for lacking even a proper title, refusing to treat him like a mystery. The apostle answers by shoving him back into the sea, still trying to act smug while the pressure keeps mounting. Jinsung bobs in the water, glaring up as he prepares to keep dragging the fight forward anyway. The red-haired summoner realizes Jinsung has caught on, and her smug little act starts to turn into trouble. She greets him like this is all perfectly normal, while the blonde fighter just stares back, clearly not buying any of it. With a sharp command, she opens a contract book and calls forth Fright, a summoned beast built for battle. The little dragon slams into Jinsung and hauls him through the water, proving the summon is anything but decorative. She brushes off the chaos as her employee Fright, and casually mentions heading for the power station, making the whole thing sound bizarrely routine. Jinsung pieces it together at once, realizing Kasijas was never just her monster but one of her contracted fighters. Kasijas snarls back, furious that a human would dare use an apostle as a summon, but the answer is already there in the contract. The summoner explains that Kasijas wants strong opponents and made deals with summoners, sending only a battle clone whenever a fight starts. Jinsung remembers how the man jumped into the ocean after sensing something ugly, and the red-haired girl keeps acting like this nightmare is just another pickup. Even with the dragon circling overhead and the apostle clone looming nearby, Jinsung realizes this fight has become a ridiculous mess from another era. The red-haired summoner acts baffled that Jinsung somehow ended up in her world, as if the whole mess broke her usual rules. Jinsung can only stare back, realizing even he has no clear answer and that something stranger is at work. She keeps talking as if this nightmare was arranged for a meeting, making the ruined situation sound almost convenient. When she starts teasing him about flirting with her body, the fight turns even more absurd than the attack already was. Jinsung reels as the dragon clings to him, but the girl only laughs off his panic and keeps the pressure on. He finally asks her name, and she responds with exaggerated cheer, turning a life-or-death clash into a bizarre introduction. She refuses to give a real name, then proudly tells him to call her Shrimp, as if that fixes anything. The little beast keeps moving with her command while Jinsung struggles to understand how this ridiculous contract even works. She then acts like he belongs in her world now too, casually naming him a guest and making him part of the trouble. Jinsung lowers his guard just enough to listen, already realizing this playful monster of a girl may be the real danger here. Their hands meet at last, and the ridiculous contract finally starts to settle in. The girl immediately starts squeezing him for bus fare while the little dragon keeps dangling over him. Jinsung stays frozen as she treats the whole nightmare like a casual invitation. She keeps smiling through the chaos, then points out that he came here to hunt that thing anyway. The ride takes on a bigger meaning as she declares it the Anton bus, like this disaster was somehow scheduled. Jinsung's face says everything, because even he cannot believe this nonsense has a destination. Back in the industrial zone, the train's wrecked route makes the situation look even more absurd. The officers start arguing over whether something sliced the train clean through. Naver shuts them down and orders every delivered supply checked before anything else goes missing. As the command settles, she makes it clear they are still throwing everything they have at Anton. The red-haired summoner keeps treating the chaos like a joke, then casually dumps the damage on Jinsung while the officer at the edge stares in disbelief. Jinsung protests that her summon wrecked everything, but she only acts more amused and starts talking about another companion. She points out the other summon as if this mess were ordinary, and Jinsung can only freeze when she asks how that one is holding up. The answer comes from the red-haired girl checking on her tiny dragon, proving she really does treat this disaster like a customer service call. When the creature snaps back that he was abandoned, she only brushes it off and keeps acting like she is already on the move. Jinsung immediately realizes the bigger horror, because if she is calling him a customer, then Anton is already getting dragged into a ridiculous bus run. She doubles down on the nonsense, telling him not to worry, as if a bus driver can simply bail mid-run and leave him stuck with the bill. Jinsung snaps back in outrage, while she keeps smiling and smugly offers to start everything over from the beginning for him. Instead of backing down, she tells him to sit tight, and the floating mascot hovers nearby as she prepares to leave again. By the end, Jinsung is left staring in stunned silence, realizing this lunatic is somehow still running the whole disaster. A high-level dungeon runner turns the job into a bus service, and the whole crew stands there paying for the absurdity. The red-haired summoner keeps smiling like this disaster is routine, and Jinsung can only stare at how casually she owns the mess. He finally realizes the nightmare behind it all. If this counts as a rerun, then Anton is already being dragged into the ride. The scene cuts to the Anton Industrial Complex, where the base sits sealed under the name of the Anton Subjugation Force. Naver Michael steps in as commander, and Jinsung gives his name while the small mascot hovers nearby. Naver recognizes the name from Zeldin's reports, then notes that the blonde swordsman solved plenty of problems on the adventurer's side. Jinsung laughs it off, but privately admits that being talked about by NPCs feels strange in all the wrong ways. His relief dies fast, because he realizes the attention could lead to corruption, and something nearby starts to go wrong. Another blackout hits, leaving Naver slumped as Jinsung and the mascot look on, already suspecting Anton is behind it. The bad feeling only hardens as Jinsung stays on guard, because this whole base still reeks of a trap waiting to snap shut. Above Slav's industrial complex, the power station is revealed as Anton's real target, and the theft of its energy is already in full swing. Jinsung pieces it together fast. That dungeon was the power station, and the so-called parasite is just Anton feeding on it. Naver and the others are left staring at the damage as the hidden danger becomes obvious, and even the commander starts looking uneasy. The answer turns brutal at once, because destroying the plant means Anton can no longer keep devouring power from it. With the trap exposed, the rage shifts into its true form, and the summoner treats the whole thing like a routine game. The station's defenses are shredded in the chaos, and the sabotage spreads far beyond what any normal attack should manage. The monster's body is torn apart by the assault, and the raid finally kicks into its real, ugly phase. Jinsung then hears the aftermath in plain terms. The power plants are done, and Anton has finally been cut off. Naver praises the group's work, but the summoner smugly talks cash, while Jinsung immediately wonders where the customer went. The reply is absurdly casual, with the summoner sending him off for a shower at her place, as if this disaster were just another job. Anton's industrial base sits in eerie silence, its pipes still trembling after the sabotage. Jinsung, the summoner, and the little mascot keep walking as she casually calls this place her home. He narrows his eyes while she boasts that being a vice grip means an adventurer does not need a house. She keeps teasing him about the area, and he catches on fast enough to keep pace. A blur of movement and a crack of impact send her driving straight into him, proving this trip is still dangerous. She immediately warns him that the pipes burst easily here, then smugly points out that he knows the place well. Jinsung freezes when she casually reveals she has lived here for 8 years, and the mascot hovers in stunned silence. He reels at the idea, realizing she has been running Anton buses that whole time, while she complains he is asking too many things at once. His silence deepens as the implication hits him hard, and he starts piecing together how strange her life really is. By the end, he is left staring ahead, quietly realizing there is still far more to her than the joke she makes of it. She keeps walking ahead while teasing him about going home, and he can already tell this trip is going to be a headache. Her grin sharpens as she digs into the subject, making it obvious she enjoys watching him try to keep up. Jinsung finally hears her blunt answer. She chose not to go back, and the silence after says plenty. She shrugs off the whole idea of returning home, acting like the place has nothing worth missing. Her explanation turns colder and sadder, reducing her life to work, rest, and another day in the same machine. Jinsung and the mascot just stare, stunned, as her words land harder than expected. She swings back around and insists this place is different, still wearing that infuriatingly casual smile. Then her contract beast slams into Jinsung, and she casually reminds him that a summoner can use magic too. She treats monster hunting like a sport, carving through the beast with effortless confidence. By the end, even the onlookers are cheering as she stands above the ruins like a hero. The red-haired summoner keeps smiling as she makes it clear that going back was never part of the plan. She shrugs off home like it never meant anything, and Jinsung just stands there, taking the hit in silence. Her calm only gets colder, reducing her life to routine, and making her sound more like a machine than a person. Jinsung and the little mascot stay frozen, stunned by how casually she says all of it. Then she swings the mood back around, insisting this place suits her better while wearing that infuriating grin. Their contract beast lunges in again, and she reminds him, without even breaking rhythm, that summoners fight dirty too. Jinsung realizes too late that she is treating monster hunting like a game, and she still cuts the beast down with ease. As the dust settles, the onlookers are already cheering, and she stands over the wreckage like she owns the whole scene. The ride finally reaches the industrial base, and she coolly points out that her place is still higher up. Even with the danger closing in, she keeps climbing with the beast at her side, dragging Jinsung deeper into her world. Jinsung stares up at Anton's industrial dorm, already sensing something off about the place. The summoner explains that the workers fled when Anton appeared, leaving the whole building dead and abandoned. Jin-sung catches her squatting in a room and starts to realize she has simply claimed the cleanest spot. Her idea of clean turns out to be insulting, because the room is empty, and she acts like that somehow makes it livable. She keeps up the routine, casually offering the bathroom only after warning that the guest is probably using it now. Then she drops the price list for basic survival, and Jin-sung immediately understands she is a total penny pincher. Freight hovers in, and Jin-sung notices a strange drawing on the wall, making him stop and think. The poster turns out to be a crude bus guide for Anton customers, and the rules start looking suspiciously specific. As Jin-sung reads the so-called order of phases, he realizes this ride is less a shelter and more a setup. He keeps staring at the guide, quietly piecing together that Anton's whole system is built to trap newcomers. A warning note blocks the door, and Jin-sung instantly senses the room has another trap hidden in plain sight. He pauses at the door, reading the message again and realizing this place keeps getting more suspicious. The bathroom exhales steam as someone inside finishes up, so the whole setup starts looking even stranger. Freight hovers nearby, while Jin-sung notices movement inside, and his curiosity turns into caution. BB steps out fresh from the shower, looking far too relaxed for someone who just hijacked the cleanest spot. Jin-sung recognizes her at last, and the shock on his face says he never expected this nuisance to be her. She greets him like nothing happened, completely unfazed by the awkward timing or the stolen bathroom. Jin-sung just stares, trying to process how she turned a survival hideout into her personal luxury. Her grin only makes it worse, because she clearly thinks this whole embarrassing reunion is hilarious. Jin-sung's anger finally flares as he realizes Anton's little setup has now dragged BB into the mess too. Jin-sung's shock hardens into a full-blown panic as he realizes the bathroom trouble is only getting worse. BB steps out fresh and shameless, looking far too relaxed for someone who just stole his piece. She leans in close, still dripping, and makes the whole situation feel even more unbearable. Before the argument can settle, something suddenly blows apart the calm with a violent blast. The red-haired summoner appears next, already acting offended, as if chaos is somehow being done to her. Jin-sung and the girl square off in the ruined space, both refusing to back down now. She starts counting losses and demanding payment, turning damage into a business deal with zero shame. Jin-sung snaps back that the demand is ridiculous, and the manhwa-level audacity nearly breaks him. The summoner clutches her book, but she only doubles down and presses the compensation even harder. Jin-sung recoils at the absurdity of it all, as if the only thing left to do is scream at the price tag. Jin-sung instantly realizes she means it, and the threat of fighting her makes the whole dispute feel worse. He hesitates, knowing any real clash would only turn into another brutal mess. Still cornered, he finally gives in and decides paying back is safer than provoking her. The summoner wastes no time accepting the surrender and starts collecting her due. Her greed turns absurd fast, as she declares the gold alone is worth a fortune. Jin-sung nearly breaks when she calmly claims he still owes her the rest, like this is a normal bill. He blinks at the ridiculous logic, while she smugly proves she figured out the amount just by lifting it once. He tries to protest that the money is everything he has left, then even begs for a quick trip to gather more. She cuts him off by squeezing the mascot and threatening to feed her summon if he drags this out. Jin-sung explodes in frustration, finally losing patience with that shameless money grubber. Jin-sung stews on the tracks, cursing how he got punched by her summons first and now is being shaken down for 100 million. His anger spikes as he insists the destroyed place was BB's mess, not his. And the whole situation only keeps getting uglier. The memory drags him back to BB and Anton, and he realizes months have passed since they split. He admits she should have grown stronger by now, yet she is still riding Anton buses like a paying customer. That doubt turns into unease, because BB acting this way feels wrong, like something changed while he was gone. Jin-sung freezes, sweat beating as the realization sinks in and the source of that change starts to feel dangerous. He bolts through the tunnel, trying to deny everything and insisting he never saw anything at all. The summoner presses him harder from the dark, leaving him reeling as her words make the cavern feel like a trap. Jin-sung finally stops short, stunned and confused as the tension snaps around him like a wire. Then the summoner erupts in panic, realizing her gold has vanished, and the tiny fortune she was hoarding is suddenly gone. Jin-sung freezes as the dark authority snaps into focus, and the summoner's voice reaches him like a bad omen. The coin in her gloved hand keeps spinning, while she keeps mocking how little he has to show for himself. The gold begins glitching apart, and Jin-sung realizes something is being stolen right out from under him. He stares in disbelief as the last of it vanishes, the whole trick landing harder than any punch. The corruption reacts at once, sounding almost amused that the loophole has finally been exposed. Jin-sung turns away in disgust, already dreading the demon world and the mess waiting beyond it. A level 80 notice flashes in the chaos, and the demand is clear enough: earn his own gold now. Jin-sung explodes in rage, promising that whoever pulled this stunt is dead once he gets hold of them. By the outer Eton Industrial District, he storms onward alone, still surrounded by that ugly purple pressure. Even then, he grumbles through the frustration, weighing a visit to the Mage Guild against the fact that time is already running out. Jin-sung freezes as the trick keeps slipping away, and the theft lands harder than any blow. The little summoned beast flails in panic, while the ugly truth starts feeling like lower world magic. The summoner studies the secret hidden inside his body, sounding far too pleased with herself. Jin-sung slams into her next move, furious that she would toy with the 7 shards like this. She fires back with another insult, but he charges in anyway, ready to tear the whole scam apart. Jin-sung grabs the tiny companion and demands answers, only to get dragged deeper into the mess. The summoner smugly identifies him as Feral Wayne, and the name only makes the situation more absurd. Jin-sung tries to explain the strange companion and the contract loophole, but the whole setup is already rotten. The summoner admits the adventurer left the creature with her, as if that somehow excuses everything. By the end, even Jin-sung is cursing that ruthless woman as the transport hangs in a tense standoff. Jin-sung jolts at the quake, only to realize the monster's stride is shaking everything like an earthquake. Naver calmly explains that the power station is destroyed, and Anton has finally started moving. The route points toward the open sea in the northeast, where the Twilight Sea waits like a bad omen. Yahello admits Anton is headed into a foodless wasteland, which only makes the hunt easier for anyone planning to kill him. That is no random destination, but the hidden passage in the Twilight Sea that leads straight to the demon world. Just as the truth lands, the summoner turns back up, and Jin-sung realizes she is not done tormenting him yet. She pushes him to move, then brushes off his hesitation with the cheerful cruelty of someone still treating this like a game. Jin-sung snaps, demanding she quit stalling and listen for once before the whole mess explodes. Her summons lunge in again, forcing him to react while the little mascot hovers uselessly at his side. Even Bibi arrives in time to see the chaos swell, and the tension only climbs as the next clash closes in. Bibi steps in and calmly decides to pay the debt for him, turning the whole mess on its head. The little mascot freezes in stunned disbelief, because even that kind of rescue sounds absurd to it. Cash changes hands in a flash, and the greed-driven chaos suddenly looks a lot less dangerous. The summoner lights up with shameless delight, praising Biba's generosity while basking in the coins. Bibi brushes the trouble aside and tells Jin-sung he owes her life today, so they should get moving. Jin-sung and Bibi both stiffen for a beat, the awkwardness hanging there as the moment shifts. Bibi studies him more closely, sensing how much he has changed and realizing he even paid the 100 million so easily. Jin-sung sheepishly explains that he had already saved some up after living in a rod for 2 years. That answer only makes the atmosphere more embarrassing as they start walking off, both trying to recover. Bibi gives an awkward reply, and for once even her confidence cracks under the sheer weirdness of it all. Jin-sung and Bibi stand frozen in silence, and the awkwardness hits him like a wall. Bibi finally admits she really tried, but that only makes his confusion worse. She starts confessing how much she wanted to look cool when they met again, even after all the training and upgrades. The confession keeps spilling out, until the usually composed Bibi is basically on the edge of tears. Jin-sung panics and tries to calm her down, but the damage to his dignity is already done. She rushes to explain that she did not mean it like that, only making the situation more ridiculous. Embarrassment peaks, and both of them end up flailing through the moment like complete beginners. Bibi abruptly decides to redo the whole thing, pretending this is their first meeting instead. She commits to the bit with full force, demanding that he get it and promising to show her real cool side. Jin-sung just stares back, stunned by how fast the mood has gone from awkward to hopelessly sweet. Bibi keeps laughing through the reset, acting like she has not changed at all, and Jin-sung can only fluster under the teasing. She calls them over before the moment can get any more ridiculous, while the whole mood hangs awkwardly between them. The scene jumps to the Anton route, where the industrial base comes into view and the raid's danger starts to spread. Smoke and fire erupt as the battlefield tears open, and the first sign of a brutal clash rolls through the area. Jin-sung cuts down the attackers in the blaze, leaving one soldier choking on the aftermath while the wreckage piles up. A wounded grunt realizes Resistance 2 floor is the only power plant here, which means the station's destruction would hit everyone hard. He also notices the enemy still fixating on Anton, which makes their recklessness look even more suspicious. The high-rank monster Agnes of the Shining Flame appears, and even she seems amused by the scale of the raid. She warns that the power station has to fall fast, while Jin-sung catches on to the fact that their target is bigger than simple destruction. Agnes keeps pressing forward with casual cruelty, calling the whole thing a hunt, as the fire closes in around her prey. Jin-sung keeps pressing forward as Agnes warns that they need to leave before the attackers grow nastier. Black smoke rolls across the sea route, and the cover-up starts looking more like a desperate retreat than a plan. Agnes coolly insists that even if anyone chases them, they will never be a real match for her. Her glowing stare only gets sharper as she repeats the raid's grim logic and calls for the hunt to continue. The boss monster finally appears in full, towering with raw menace as the Anton raid takes its true shape. He admits Anton is starving too, which means the crisis is already spreading far beyond the battlefield. With no food left, he sees only one ugly answer: push back to the demon world and survive there. The ruined industrial base looms ahead, silent for a moment, as if bracing for what comes next. The strike force has already left to pursue Anton, leaving Naver to warn the others before the trail goes cold. Jinsung and the others remain on the move, because hesitation now would hand Anton and the raid exactly what they want. Naver stands by the gunship and sends the strike force off, knowing the chase cannot slow down now. Jinsung boards with Bibi and the summoner girl, already stuck inside another ridiculous ride toward danger. The engines flare to life, and the gunship tears forward without giving anyone room to hesitate. From above the ruined base, the team heads out as the pursuit is officially underway. The machine vanishes into the sky, leaving only speed, noise, and a fight that is still far from finished. Jinsung recoils at the sudden jump in power, stunned that the threat has already reached level 83. Bibi lounges with smug confidence while the summoner girl keeps grinning, proud that her hard work paid off. The route is laid out as they race toward the Western Lawless District and the Shonen Gate of Time. Bibi keeps smiling over her book, acting far too pleased for someone traveling into chaos. Jinsung stares upward, realizing this strange journey is only getting worse. After finishing the Gate of Time chapter, Jinsung had paused the story and dragged himself into training with the 7 shards. Before long, that obsession pushed him into a second awakening, and the progress came faster than even he expected. The explanation finally clicked for Bibi, who realized why Anton content was still going strong after 3 months. She then pressed the obvious question of why a supposedly stronger Jinsung was still taking a bus. The summoner girl answered with a grin, reminding everyone that a mechanic possessor could not kill Anton anyway. When Jinsung asked how much this ride would cost, she casually slapped him with a 10 million gold price tag. The number hit like a truck, and the girl smugly insisted that risking her life deserved more than cheap payment. Jinsung exploded in outrage, only for Bibi to recognize him and immediately realize he still had not even finished his second awakening. That made the level gap sting even harder, with the summoner sitting at 85 and Jinsung trailing at 72. Then the ride lurched hard as the gunship slammed onward, and the whole crew kept rushing toward Anton anyway. The gunship keeps tearing through the dark sky as everyone braces for Anton's arrival. At the destination, the command staff greets the newcomers and immediately takes control of the situation. Jactor calmly introduces himself as commander, while Woon Lionel stands beside him as the grim adjutant. Nain Seeger nervously steps forward as the staff officer, already looking like she would rather be back in her lab. Bibus' old connection suddenly clicks into place, and the group realizes she belongs to the 7 shards. Naver finally lays out the problem. Anton is fleeing while spewing black smoke that blinds every sensor. He adds that the pursuit is already breaking down, since the smoke hides Anton completely and shuts down detection inside it. Before anyone can waste time on samples, the summoner girl cuts in and claims she already found the answer. She cheerfully explains that the smoke is volcanic ash from Anton and insists the back-mounted creatures and devices are the real control point. Naver stares at her in disbelief, clearly torn between hope and suspicion as the absurd plan sinks in. The commander reluctantly agrees, while the summoner girl keeps grinning, already planning how to pin Anton down once the smoke clears. Nain Seeger finally gets the full order and nearly chokes on it, realizing the so-called anti-apostle weapons are very real. The summoner brushes off the panic and keeps pushing the team along, dragging the mission back toward action. She hands over a strange energy absorption blocker, and the others immediately realize the whole fight just changed. The device turns out to counter Anton's energy-draining underlings, exposing how nasty the Tartan tribe's tricks really are. It also protects fighters from losing power just by standing near them, which makes Anton's battlefield sound even more absurd. Blonde-haired Jinsung puts the pieces together, realizing the gear is necessary if anyone wants to survive fighting on Anton. He then understands the Tartan tribe cannot mount these devices everywhere, which means Bibus' combat power would be gutted by the drain. The summoner seizes that opening and starts handing out the special blockers one by one, as the others protest over her claiming their summons. Her explanation gets worse from there, since the Tartan tribe's psychic resonance makes the whole place even more dangerous. Jinsung finally hears the real horror. The Tartan tribe can steal memories and even fuse consciousness. The upgraded blocker from Lionel goes beyond absorption, shutting down both energy drain and psychic resonance. He immediately realizes that without it, surviving Anton's battlefield would be almost impossible. The summoner admits she knew the lore, but only now bothered to build a countermeasure. She finishes the preparations, launches the little support beast, and shoves the raid forward. Their transport charges toward Anton, a literal dungeon riding on his back. Inside that nightmare, a low tartan assassin lunges in first, hoping to pick off the weak. The beast rushes him down before the man can even find an opening. The monster keeps pressing, jaws blazing, while the assassin starts to lose his nerve. That hesitation turns into fear, because even the tartan hunter knows this fight just got ugly. The Anton battlefield erupts as the little beast tears into the first tartan line before they can even react. While the summoner rides the chaos, the enemy pack starts scattering under the creature's brutal pressure. Fright barrels forward, and the red-haired summoner keeps barking orders as if the whole war is just another contract. Blue crystal blasts streak across the field, shredding the charging tartans and forcing the front line backward. The dragonling keeps hammering them, and even the hardened raiders start losing nerve under that relentless charge. Seeing the opening widen, the summoner smirks and throws the next wave into the fight without hesitation. Another ally joins the push, and together they carve straight through the armored monsters closing in. The battlefield turns into a storm of fire and steel as the Tartan warriors try to rally from the ambush. They snap back with desperate fury, shouting their hate at humans while swinging through the smoke. But the next strike lands harder, and the supposed ambush turns into a one-sided slaughter. Freight barrels ahead as the summoner casually hurls another beast into the slaughter. Blue crystal fire rips through the tartans, and the front line starts breaking apart. The raid barely slows, with the dragonling and its allies tearing deeper into the swarm. Even the commander seems stunned by how fast the battlefield turns into a rout. The red-haired summoner grins, treating the whole war like a work shift from hell. One by one, the enemy leaders crack as the barrage keeps hammering them down. Jinsung takes the handoff, still trying to understand why she commands summons like employees. She keeps talking through the chaos, handing over teleport potions and calling the route simple. He realizes the Anton raid has a clear flow now, even if the whole setup is absurd. Then she piles on one last warning, because refunds would be a joke once this mission goes sideways. The drawing finally gives the route away, and the two onlookers start realizing this raid is built like a step-by-step shortcut. The summoner calmly explains that following the game story would have sent them back to the ship to identify the black smoke. Instead, she says the first move is to ignore the analysis and deal with the problem before it spreads any further. Next, she lays out the brutal middle step, forcing the Tartan tribe back to the ship while the chaos keeps climbing. Then comes the real trick, shuttling between the ship and Anton until the possessed threats are pinned down. She treats the whole thing like a work plan, saying possessor types make this path a nightmare, so she built a cleaner route. Her answer is absurdly simple and ruthless, because the optimal raid path turns the whole disaster into one round trip. Jinsung and the blonde girl stare at her confidence, and even they can tell the plan is dangerously impressive. But the final warning lands hard, since opening the wrong heart chamber could ruin everything before anyone gets paid. Jinsung freezes on that detail, realizing too late that the heart chamber is the one thing nobody should open. The summoner keeps worrying about compressed pacing, but she brushes it off like story flow is just another resource to spend. Jinsung stares while Bibi stays attentive, and the summoner smugly insists her customers never complain. Even Biba's attention to corruption becomes a point of pride, because the narrator sees she has grown far beyond raw strength. Jinsung finally decides he cannot be the only one falling behind, so he cuts off the hesitation and pushes forward. The summoner tries to move on, only for another voice to make the whole thing even more ridiculous. She dismisses waiting around, surges ahead, and leaves the others scrambling to keep up. Jinsung snaps that he is done riding the bus and turns the mission into a party instead. The ship carrying the raid force tears across the water, heading straight toward Anton with brutal speed. Inside the command room, they realize the adventurer still has not reported back, and the commander starts to suspect trouble. The alarm spreads fast as Nain Seeger panics, and Jactor gets another lecture on rank while the crisis keeps building. The black smoke finally gets confirmed, and the ship surges straight toward Anton through the burning sea haze. Inside command, Naver reaches the commander in a panic, but the signal is already carrying bad news. The response team confirms the smoke problem on their side too, and the first relief is followed by sharper suspicion. Victory lasts only a second, because Anton is no longer hiding, and now looks ready to unleash his followers. Black beasts mass ahead of the ship, and the raid realizes the underlings are about to crash into them first. The alarm turns into a full clash, as Jactor braces for the threat, and the others snap into defensive rhythm. Bibi steps up with surprising confidence, promising support instead of staying in the background. The raid splits cleanly now, with Bibi holding off the Tartans while the summoner takes aim at the volcano shield. Jinsung cuts in beside them, fast enough to ruin the enemy's footing before they can settle. He finishes the opening exchange by wrecking the leg joints, and the whole assault starts to buckle. She pushes the raid's timing tighter, and Jin-sung immediately worries that one mistake could ruin everything. He tosses back her reckless confidence, but she shrugs it off like starting over is no big deal. Jin-sung narrows in on the logic, already suspecting the real flaw is tied to Anton's heart chamber. She brushes off his cautious tone and keeps treating the whole thing like a personal game. Jin-sung finally calls her out for acting too familiar, and she fires back that manners are overrated. She doubles down, insisting they should kill Anton fast and separate cleanly before the mess spreads. Jin-sung lands hard after the exchange, still trying to keep up as the pace turns brutal. The girl's glare says she is done playing nice, and she refuses to let him keep talking down to her. She makes the real goal plain: crush Anton quickly, then vanish before anyone gets attached. Jin-sung reels as she blasts past him, while the chaos around the raid keeps accelerating. Jin-sung stares at the sudden change, while the mascot beside him tilts toward the same uneasy confusion. The summoner's expression hardens, and that smug little game of hers starts slipping into something serious. A beat later, the darkness swallows the scene, leaving only silence and a startled realization hanging in the air. Jin-sung lands in a safer place, and hears the proof that this nightmare is somehow still tied to him. The summoner jolts awake beside him, quickly realizing this is no ordinary wake-up and that her body feels wrong. Jin-sung keeps her from spiraling too far, and she panics harder as she notices how small she has become. He reminds her that she picked the character herself, and the impossible twist starts sounding less like a dream. She finally admits the hidden truth, and Jin-sung pieces together that the thing she summoned was never just a beast. Her eyes widen as the pieces click together, and Jin-sung confirms the summon has dragged him into another world. With a grim certainty, he realizes he has actually ended up inside DFO. Life in Arad was brutal, and survival meant fighting for food, clothes, and shelter every single day. Even sleep rarely came easy, with both of them forced to rest outside under the cold open sky. Still, they kept each other going, clinging to the promise that they would survive and return home. The world itself looked unreal, and the summoner could only stare as the sky and sea of light swallowed everything around them. Her confidence cracked next, and she reluctantly decided to try the summoning again, even while doubting herself. The spell answered with a violent surge, and something powerful began forcing its way into the world. On the bridge, the summoned beast finally appeared, leaving the girl stunned and the man beside her realizing the danger was real. Then the monstrous figure rumbled out in full, mocking the small heroes before even asking who had called him. The summoner perked up fast, seeing that the summon had worked exactly as intended, and the legend of Kasija stood before her. Seeing him up close, she lit up with reckless excitement and started to introduce herself before the chaos could get any worse. He answers with a grin, while the red-haired girl fires back her own alias and begs him to watch over them. Kasija snorts at the nickname, already more interested in their names than their faces. The summoner keeps playing along, casually naming the cartel as the local menace behind her summon. Blood and dropped weapons tell the rest of the story, as the raid around them turns ugly fast. Kasija tears through the battlefield and roars for something stronger, acting like the slaughter is still too easy. The red-haired girl realizes his damage is monstrous, basically at department head level, and Jin-sung is left staring. She clings to the idea that having him changes everything, maybe even enough to get back to reality sooner. Amid the wreckage, she still sounds pleased, as if the whole disaster is proof the summon worked. The scene shifts to paperwork and supplies elsewhere, where the calm looks fragile compared to the chaos outside. A crowded carriage leaves everyone packed together in silence, and one uneasy word about reality hangs over them. The gears of the broken world keep grinding as the ride drifts on, and the group starts talking about going back. Jin-sung explodes in frustration, while the summoner casually teases him about their real lives waiting behind them. He snaps back that 3 months have already passed, and the truth of their disappearance finally lands like a punch. She shrugs off the tension, acting like the whole nightmare has been a long, strange detour worth enjoying. Time keeps moving, and their endless flirting with death turns into open bickering as they grow stronger. Even then, the distance between them never really closes, and the silence says plenty. The memories jump ahead again, and Jin-sung now carries the weight of survival across a far harsher road. The narrator admits that their gear improved, and their story advanced, but the old rift stayed stuck. That rift still lingers over the battlefield as Anton's massive body starts taking real damage. At last, the raid confirms the black volcano on his back has been cooled, and the fight finally gains ground. Kana panics as the last piece falls into place, calling out to the commander through the chaos. The commander answers at once, and the raid shifts into its final phase. They confirm the black volcano is sealed in a barrier, and the real fight is still underneath it. Kana spots the barrier device nearby, while the summoner calmly says another one is already located. She keeps counting the hidden devices, then decides to break them all and storm the volcano. The old soldier from the cartel war to the Anton raid admits the debt can never be repaid. He even praises the adventurer as Empyrean's hero, and she basks in the compliment without shame. The next strike sends the towering fighter crashing back, only for the summoner to snap at his hesitation. 8 months have already passed, and he is done pretending this life is still a game. He cuts through the teasing and hurries onward, ready to return to the world that actually waits for him. The red-haired summoner freezes for a second, staring at the newcomer as the tension spikes. Jinsung and the summoner land before the looming enemy, only for her to mock the timing and keep the pressure on. The horned apostle answers with cold confidence, warning them that the path ends here. She hurls out the summoning, and Cassijus is dragged straight into the battlefield. The clash explodes instantly, with the trio getting thrown through the volcanic ravine by pure force. A barrier dome still seals the mountain, proving the real fight is happening underneath all this chaos. Cassijus barely steadies himself, already annoyed that Anton has been draining his energy non-stop. The summoner laughs through the strain, admitting she should have brought more blockers, but at least this part is finally over. Jinsung cuts in sharply, refusing to treat this like the end since they still have to break the heart. When the others ask if the two are making up, the answer comes back flat and ugly. Not yet, because the work is still unfinished. Jinsung draws the line hard, refusing to let this night end here, because the party only counts if it survives the last battle. The summoner answers with her usual grin, saying they'll stay together only until Anton, then split, without pretending otherwise. Cassijus snorts through the chaos, already annoyed, and tells him to rush back alone if he wants to be sentimental. Jinsung keeps pushing, mocking the idea of quitting now, since even this deadly mess still feels like an adventure to him. The world opens into a towering, sky-piercing ruin, and the raid's real battlefield finally comes into view. Below that towering path, a dragon attack tears through the mountain, proving the legends in this place were never harmless. The summoner lifts her voice over the fighting, sounding almost proud that she has even saved people caught in war. Soldoro stays calm on the radio, calling Iris the hero of Empyrean while the operation keeps moving. Iris answers with a faint, tired smile, admitting she likes it here more, even as the pressure keeps building. Jinsung drives his fist through the corruption with absolute confidence, convinced that nothing here can surprise someone who already knows the story. The mountain looms like a seal over the battlefield, hiding whatever nightmare waits below. And beneath it, the corruption splits open into a deeper wound, as if the whole place is breathing rot. Jinsung, Cassijus, and the summoner push through the fleshy tunnel, while the beast keeps shadowing them. Jinsung steps forward without hesitation, already done with pretending this place can slow him down. A glance at the massive core ahead makes him realize the truth at last, and Anton's heart comes into focus. He drives in with brutal certainty, ready to smash the heart and tear the path open. The summoner only grins, urging him to wreck it and keep the momentum rolling. Time skips hard, and the once chaotic update is already a month old, with everyone wondering what comes after Anton. Even now, the summoner is still staring into the darkness, acting like the next disaster is already hers to command. Her eyes sharpen with that familiar, reckless confidence, because for her, the hunt is never really over. Jinsung keeps driving forward without hesitation, already treating the collapsing tunnel like a joke. The summoner and Cassijus scramble after him as the first alarms hit and the whole area starts warping. Jinsung finally sees the massive core ahead and realizes it is Anton's heart. Before anyone can slow him down, he lunges in to crush the heart and rip the path open. The summoner, still smug despite the crisis, urges him to smash it and keep the pressure on. A month later, the aftermath lingers, and everyone is still wondering what disaster comes after Anton. The summoner keeps staring into the dark like the next catastrophe already belongs to her. When the lava starts surging, panic finally cracks through the group, and even Anton's state looks wrong. The summoner refuses to back down, insisting they should finish Anton before everything floods. Jinsung braces for the betrayal in the air, as she admits the split was always planned once Anton died. The summoner panics and tries to cut off the argument, but the air already feels like disaster. Jinsung snaps back that nobody should assume he is the one dying here. Instead of playing the martyr, he barrels on and insists the only thing that matters is finishing Anton. With the barrier still holding, the summoner seizes the moment and reminds him that he now owes her one. Even while Jinsung keeps moving, she stubbornly tries to drag the plan forward before a brutal strike cuts her off. Her eye widens in shock as the hit lands, and the whole exchange starts to spiral. The battlefield fractures into silence, and that memory of the industrial complex hangs over everything like a curse. Jinsung drives deeper through the chaos, and the summoner finally thanks him for getting this far. The corrupted beast surges again, and the tiny mascot is left staring at the ruins as the fight swallows the rest. The summoner breaks down in tears as the worst possibility finally sinks in, and even her defiance can't hold back the panic anymore. 8 years later, the present finally slams into view, and the disaster around Anton resumes without mercy. With the energy transfer device destroyed, the purple-clad assistant manager reports success like it should mean safety. The summoner quickly regroups, ordering the remaining devices found while the volcano shield barely holds. As Bibi handles the tartan assault, the next move becomes obvious. Jinsung only has to crush Anton's front leg. Jinsung hears his name and realizes the old memory is already surfacing, so he starts calling her Nuna. The shock of recognition hits harder than the fight, and he stands there sweating as the past comes roaring back. Thanks to that man, she remembers everything for no reason at all, and the whole scene starts feeling cursed. Panic spikes when she spots the intruder near the heart chamber, and she orders the beasts to tear him apart. Refusing to freeze, she raises her book again and prepares another summon to keep the chaos moving. Then Kasijas crashes back into the fight, and Jinsung is forced to face the monster head-on once more. Kasijas snarls about the brat, while the red-haired summoner gushes over his strength and keeps the chaos going. Jinsung cuts in hard, and Kasijas complains that the fight has only just gotten interesting. The monster rages about being recalled, and Jinsung drives into him without letting the pressure slow him down. Kasijas throws his weight around like an old warhorse, mocking the interruption while the girl excuses herself and says she was only trying to help. The summoner starts to panic as she begs him to calm down and take the energy blockers first, right in the middle of the Anton raid. Kasijas senses something familiar in Jinsung and realizes the intruder is still here, so she reaches for him again through the noise. She insists she summoned him for the raid, but Kasijas is already done listening and warns her not to get in the way. Kasijas closes in with killing intent, and the summoner finally drops the playful act as she refuses to cut him down. The monster lunges across the battlefield, nearly burying Jinsung under raw force as the fight turns desperate. With the clash fading behind them, only the dark sky remains, hanging over the wrecked raid like a bad omen. Kasijas keeps crashing through Anton's front leg, his corrupted bulk tearing the battlefield apart. He snaps that they need to smash it fast and cut away from the annoying summoner, still treating the raid like a joke. Bibis' sharp purple eyes narrow, and even she starts realizing his attitude has shifted into something dangerous. The summoner finally drops the bravado, staring him down as she wonders what got into him. Jinsung tells her not to overthink it, and the small dragon hovers close while he braces for more trouble. The next blast lands hard, and the creature is thrown straight into the chaos as the fight stays explosive. Kasijas roars at the human like they have met before, and Jinsung finally recognizes the demon and shouts his name. The summoner protests that this is all getting out of hand, but Kasijas sneers that Anton matters more than any side feud. Their blades keep colliding in a blur, and Kasijas mocks the whole dungeon loop while the summoner refuses to back down. Jinsung realizes the system behind the bus is wrong, and the beast lunges in before he can finish that thought. Kasijas' strike lands hard, and the monster answers Jinsung's pressure with pure brute force. The blow sends the demon reeling as Jinsung realizes strength alone will not solve this distortion. He locks onto the strange card and recognizes the problem has a deeper structure than simple combat. Kasijas listens, then grudgingly admits brute force will not erase it, while Jinsung starts explaining what he knows. Jinsung cuts to the heart of it and demands Kasijas help him erase the distortion. The demon's eye tightens, and for a moment even that arrogant beast seems to be weighing the offer. Kasijas finally breaks into a harsh laugh, admitting he has not seen an adventurer like this in 80 years. Then he gives in, saying he has nothing to lose, and may as well tell the truth about Anton and Chili Shrimp. The memory drags him back years, to the first time Chili Shrimp came to Anton, where something monstrous was already waiting. A corrupted beast crashes into the memory, and the battle reopens as Jinsung and the summoner are thrown back into the chaos. Kasijas' memory drags Jinsung back to the moment Anton drained Shrimp nearly dry, leaving him on the edge of disappearing. The last thing he sees before fading is that strange force twisting the battlefield and splitting the siblings apart. When the red-haired girl looks back, tears already fill her eyes, and the shock finally starts sinking in. She remembers barely dragging Shrimp back to the industrial complex before vanishing into darkness. Then time itself snaps backward, like the whole disaster was forced to play in reverse. A few days later, Kasijas is summoned again and finds Shrimp ranting as if nothing makes sense anymore. The power station is supposedly fixed, yet Anton still stands beside it, greedily devouring power like a parasite. Even the humans in the industrial area act like they have never seen her, which only makes the mystery nastier. The rewind finally clicks in Kasijas' mind, but the brother still cannot be found anywhere. So the search spreads from the industrial complex to downtown Ghent, and still the trail leads nowhere but deeper trouble. Jinsung and the others run into adventurers who start tossing wild accusations about Shrimp's condition. They smooth it over by claiming his brother already left the heart and moved on, and that they are heading out to kill Anton. The handshake seals the lie, and they even drag the girl into their scheme to blast through his heart for good. Deep in the ruins, corruption swirls around a sealed path, and the trail feels more like a trap than an escape. The group reaches a massive dark wall, only to realize it blocks everything beyond it. Jinsung presses for answers, while the red-haired girl admits she cannot see through the darkness and can only guess the brother slipped ahead. Her doubt turns sharper by the second, because if he vanished, then something far worse may have taken him. The thought leaves her frozen in horror, as the possibility sinks in that he never escaped at all. Her face goes pale, and the fear hits hard enough to erase every bit of confidence she had left. Just then, a hand brings up a strange bottle, as the whole situation tilts into something even more suspicious. The three of them freeze as the lie starts to crack, and the girl gets dragged deeper into the scheme. Kasijus is revealed in full force, yet the fake bravado barely hides how badly the situation is turned. Jinsung finally connects the pattern, realizing every failed push toward the heart chamber leads to the same answer. The rewind spell snaps them back to Slav Industrial Complex, and Kasijus admits the possessors never returned. He keeps recounting the loop, saying every attempt ended with the same cowardly retreat. The girl's panic becomes the real problem, and even her money-making hustle around the wall sounds pathetic now. Jinsung blasts the wall in frustration, then learns the brutal truth that the barrier cannot be broken or crossed. Kasijus presses on, revealing that touching the wall triggers the rewind instead of letting anyone pass. The girl and Kasijus stand in the dead-end path, and Jinsung realizes the wall has trapped them all this time. With that smug little shrug, the answer lands plain and ugly. There is no point fighting the wall, so of course she never bothered. She casually claims the broken root can still make money, acting like being trapped is just another business opportunity. Jinsung falls into a tense silence, already sensing this mess is bigger than stubbornness. The truth lands at last. The distortion is corruption, and it is poisoning the whole world. Jinsung stares down the crisis and declares he came here to purify it, no matter how ugly it gets. He doubles down, vowing to crack open Anton's heart chamber and drag the girl along into whatever comes next. Her patience snaps as she accuses him of meddling, but he answers that he is risking his life too. Kasijus cuts in with a cruel laugh, making it clear that this is no problem words can fix. Jinsung pushes forward anyway, and Kasijus finally addresses him by name, like the real fight has started. The apostle brushes off weakness without mercy, while the summoner squares up beside her book, still trying to hold the line. Kasijus ends the exchange by challenging them to continue, and that smug invitation makes the danger feel even worse. Kasijus tanks the hit, and even that smug grin starts to crack under Jinsung's pressure. Jinsung and the apostle clash at full speed, trading brutal blows while the fight turns personal. Kasijus snaps at him to stop talking and fight, then drives forward like words never mattered anyway. Jinsung answers with a fierce counter, forcing the apostle to twist back through the purple flash. Kasijus rushes in again, but the blonde fighter lands another clean strike and keeps the momentum. The apostle's eye narrows as he mocks the damage, still too proud to admit the pain. Jinsung keeps hammering him, and Kasijus finally starts looking rattled. The apostle reels under the pressure, realizing those blows were not as empty as he wanted to believe. Blood and debris fly as Kasijus stares in disbelief, unable to understand how he got pushed this hard. Jinsung's assault keeps cutting deeper, leaving the apostle stunned and furious at being hit for real. Jinsung locks in momentary slash, a risky dash skill that grants brief invincibility while he casts. The attack tears forward in a burst of force, cutting straight into the apostle's opening. He follows through with another brutal hit, and Kasijus is sent reeling as the momentum keeps building. Even after the blow, the apostle still tries to act smug, while the summoner cheers the hit like a satisfied manager. She immediately snaps at her partner to stop slacking and handle the blocker properly, because the fight is getting messier by the second. When her blocker breaks, she turns on Jinsung and demands his help, pushing the burden onto him without hesitation. She even tells him he can still abandon the party and run, but the tone makes it clear she is not expecting mercy. Jinsung refuses flatly, proving he is done backing away from monsters like this. He admits he has run before out of fear, and this apostle is exactly the kind of nightmare that used to make him fold. But the look in his eyes says enough has changed now, and fear is no longer enough to make him retreat. Jinsung keeps leaning into the blow, and even while Kasijus reels, he refuses to let the apostle regain control. The battered fighter sits through the aftermath, while the situation around him feels humiliatingly one-sided. His teeth clench with grim resolve, because this kind of monster is exactly what used to drive him to run. The summoner reaches out anyway, dragging him toward the next move before the opening disappears. He pushes back through the pressure, finally choosing to stand his ground instead of backing away. She snaps at him to keep moving, and for a second, even her confidence sounds like a command to the battlefield itself. Jinsung answers that the fight is his business too, and the apostle's attack sends him skidding back hard. The summoner throws out another beast and keeps the assault messy, forcing the enemy to juggle too many threats at once. Jinsung drives his hand into the glowing contract grid, and now the fight starts shifting on his terms. Kasijas keeps mocking him, but the words land weakly as Jinsung and the summoner close in together. Jinsung cuts through the opening, his speed turning the battlefield into a blur. The summoner jolts at the blast, realizing the fight has already gone off the rails. Kasijas laughs at the chaos, only to find Jinsung still driving forward. Even the equipment bonuses flash by, but the real story is Jinsung forcing the pace. Her eyes widen as she realizes his level is lower, yet she still cannot track him. Jinsung feels the strain of borrowing 3 powers at once, but keeps pushing anyway. The summoner sends him into the finish, betting everything on a single maximum output strike. Kasijas is rattled now, admitting that even a clone has been pushed this far. Another clash lands hard, and for once the apostle's confidence starts to crack. He still tries to sneer about borrowed power, but the mockery sounds thinner by the second. Jinsung's blade keeps hammering forward, and even Kasijas' mockery starts sounding like panic. He drives through the clash anyway, already feeling the strain of fighting on the edge of his limit. Borrowed power keeps stacking in his body, but he knows he needs more to finish this. So the summoner pushes him harder, forcing every last ounce of power into the break. Kasijas reaches for his own original strength, desperate to keep his advantage. But Jinsung's strike lands through the noise, and the apostle finally feels the pressure crack. That arrogant glare narrows into disbelief as he realizes the gap is closing fast. The summoner watches the collapsing rhythm, and even she seems stunned by how far this has gone. Jinsung follows through with one more brutal hit, refusing to let the fight slip away now. Kasijas is left reeling beneath the blow, and his confidence keeps falling apart with him. Kasijas' smug laughter starts to fracture as Jinsung's blade keeps carving through the chaos. He mocks the hidden trick, but the apostle's advantage is already slipping. The next hit lands hard enough to rip through the clone body, leaving no room for regeneration. Jinsung realizes that was the limit, and the once loud monster starts coming apart. Kasijas can only cling to a weak promise of next time, trying to save face as the fight turns ugly. He even tries to shove the battlefield aside, acting like this cursed industrial mess was never worth the trouble. Jinsung stands through the wreckage, still burning with the promise that drove him here. The summoner hesitates for a second, then openly admits she never meant to abandon possessors like him. Her confession lands with surprising weight, cutting through the blood and noise around them. Even battered and cornered, Jinsung's glare says the same thing. He is not letting this end here. Jinsung stares ahead, still reeling from the blow. But his promise to lead them keeps him standing. The red-haired summoner snaps back at the situation, furious that anyone would call her miserable. Before the arguing can settle, Jinsung drives in and lands a clean hit that catches her off guard. He keeps pressing her, mocking the endless routine of dungeon clears and monster kills that she keeps hiding behind. She fires back through the chaos, but his next strike smashes through her guard and forces the tension higher. Red-faced and breathless, she still refuses to fold, insisting that she is not the coward he thinks she is. Jinsung answers with another brutal rush, and the fight turns into a close-range brawl of fists and fury. The girl is left scrambling, while Jinsung pushes forward like he has already decided this ends here. Then the mood shifts, and the lonely ritual of sleeping in that unfamiliar house every night hangs over them both. The battle twists into the heart chamber memory, and the old monster starts whining about, repeating the same story endlessly. The summoner breaks into tears, raging that none of this is fun and refusing to stay composed for even a second. Jinsung presses her harder, and she finally admits the real wound is that her little brother died in there. He keeps pushing, forcing her to face the heart chamber directly, and she snaps back in blind panic. Her outrage crumbles into doubt, and she demands to know how anyone is supposed to accept that kind of loss. Jinsung answers with a brutal hit, then mocks her shaky logic for starting from the brother being dead. She stumbles back into denial, insisting he could still have escaped if he had lived. The memory rewinds into the aftermath of Anton's defeat, showing the power station rebuilt, evacuees returning, and the world branching differently. She grudgingly accepts that much, but still insists the real brother never appeared there, or in Hindenmeyer either. The trail in Arad comes up empty, and the search for him only grows more frustrating. She waits in Hindenmeyer anyway, clinging to the promise they made if they got separated. Days drag on, but the one she was hoping for never returns. Jinsung cuts through her excuses, reminding her how the raid kept adventurers moving non-stop. He pushes harder, pointing out how the Empire, the Principality, and Grimseeker kept changing the board. She finally admits her brother was possessed 8 years ago, just like her. Jinsung lays out the next path anyway, from Zerva to the City of the Dead and beyond. The revelation shakes her, but he dismisses her panic as ignorance and keeps pressing forward. At last, she starts to break, insisting he really is going to explain everything before they move on.